come out and sound like they might be defending Democrats. Like, can we take any guesses? I know there's a little bit of a lag or a delay with the live show, but which member of Congress do you think would say, and like active member of Congress, not Crenshaw, active member of Congress? There we go. Crazy Moan McGroin nailed it. Crazy Moan McGroin, you win the prize of the day, which is being right. Thune Green Massey. Massey. Yep. Yep. Massey seems like he's really upset about it. Congress is not serious. We are voting on a stock trading ban for members of Congress, but Republicans added in voter ID into the legislation. Those bastards. How dare they? How dare they add voter ID into every bill like they said they were going to, because it's one of the most important issues that's like in the country right now. It's an 80-20 issue. It's a 90-10 issue on your side. Not to get Dems to vote for voter ID, but to get them to vote against the stock trading ban so they can use it in the November election. Why do you have a problem with that? Why does Thomas Massey have a problem with highlighting the Democrats voting no so we can use it in November? It's politics, man. It's how they do it. I mean, you didn't seem to have a problem with weaponizing the Epstein files or teaming up with Ro Khanna. I mean, you play politics, you're a politician. It's really weird how Thomas Massey seems to always sort of like I wouldn't say like like the way that he messages the people it seems like his priorities are saving the Democrat Party, right? I mean, he's only passed one bill in 14 years, and every single Democrat in Congress voted for it. The Epstein Transparency Act. I don't know. I just think that's interesting. If we really wanted to ban stock trading for members of Congress, we would offer a standalone legislation that could get large bipartisan majority, and the bill would have a chance of passing in the Senate. But today, we have political theater cooked up by 25-year-old staffers. Dude, it passed. It passed. Yeah, it passed. Again, adding in an 80-20 issue to a bill shouldn't hurt the bill. I don't understand why he has a problem with this. Bongino has rated the stream again. We are taking advantage of Graham Allen being on vacation. Thank you, Vince, and the people over at Bongino for the raid. Appreciate you. But yeah, so Massey seems very upset about adding in voter ID to a bill. Weird, right? But let's just check his math, okay? Right? Like, because this is what I want to know. Why would that hurt the vote, right? So only 13 Democrats voted for the voter ID and ban stock trading. 6%. 6% of Democrats voted for that, right? Which means 94% didn't. If it's an 80-20 issue on voter ID, and I think that I would say that it's probably equally or higher with the American people to ban stock trading for members of Congress, right? Insider trading, stock trading, whatever. I would say that this number should be higher if they were true representatives, if they were representing their constituents. Nope. So Thomas Massey has a problem with us highlighting that the Democrats aren't representing their constituents so we can use it in November? Shocker. 13, right there. I don't think it's a coincidence, by the way. This Nancy Pelosi leaves Congress and they can finally get this done. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, if somebody can explain it to me better, then please do. But I don't see what his problem is. I guess you could say that what he's trying to say is if you wanted to pass let's see here. Okay, I think I get what he's saying. Okay. So if you wanted to ban stock trading then you'd put it in a standalone. That way, when it goes to the Senate, the Senate has a better chance of passing stock trading because apparently, according to Thomas Massie, I think that what he's saying is he doesn't agree that an 80-20 issue could be able to pass in the Senate. So he's kind of right there. He's condemning the leader Thune and the squishy rhinos. But I like the fact that the House is putting this voter ID into every piece of legislation because it's that important. I think everything. Who gives a crap have if we don't pass stock trading, if we don't have fair elections? Who gives a crap if we pass a housing bill if we don't have fair elections? Who gives a crap if the government even stays open if we don't have fair elections? They're trying to steal the country. And you want to help them. All of a sudden, Thomas Massie is all about, like the the process and making sure that everything's, on the up and up. I don't remember him really taking this much caution when he was dropping, hit pieces every day, jumping on every single MSM interview he could, calling this administration the Epstein administration, doxing four innocent people because he read their names on a piece of paper. Like, I don't know, man. Is it just me? Or is this guy seemingly working on behalf of the opposing side? I think we did a good job primarying him. I think that was probably a really good idea. Kind of like I was telling you. Yeah, what do I know? I'm just right about everything all the time. All right, I'm not seeing the Pew Pew Jew. Let's see here. He is messaging me right now. Maybe he's got the link. I'm in the waiting room. No, you're not. Oh, you're not. Hold on. Hang on. I don't see you. I'll resend link. I guess he's waiting in a different waiting room. Give me one sec, guys. We're having technical difficulties with our guest. Could be my fault. Maybe I sent him the wrong link last night, but I don't think I did, but maybe. Here we go. Let's try this. Boom. All right. He should be here shortly now. Okay, so yes, we're going to be bringing on the Pew Pew Jew for 2A Thursday. So let's get you his page right here. There he is. Okay, I can hear him. Hang tight real quick. We're going to pull you into the show, Mr. Pew Pew. That's going to be your name, Mr. Pew Pew. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. We're doing it live. And I believe we should be able to see Mr. Pew Pew in 3, 2, 1. There we go. Is it Yehuda?
Yeah, nailed it.
No, Yehuda. Okay, see, everyone calls me a Jew, so I gotta get the lingo down. They say like if you defend Jews or if you just don't hate Jews, you are a Jew. I just saw a clip of Nick Fuentes who it was like when you're doom scrolling, like I don't even doom scroll, but like in the morning. I'll like put my phone down and I'll like watch a stupid video and I'll put the phone down and I'll keep walking around the house doing stuff. And then you know how it'll automatically go to the next video. So I think
Yeah.
I was watching some stupid, like dogs getting scared by their owners thing, and then it just auto scrolled, and it was Nick Fuentes' voice, and he's like, "So Dan Blazarian's calling me a Jew," and I'm like, "Yeah, but you're a Jew. You're 12% Jewish, and my dad's part Jewish," and I'm like, "Are we really having these conversations? Like, this is the discourse about percentage of Jewish, like it's some type of character trait, like pit bulls or something." I really think that we are. I think that we are devolving, man. I feel like we're getting into the idiocracy territory. But anyway, let's go ahead and have you introduce yourself. Here's your X page. Go ahead and tell the audience a little bit about you and what you do in the 2A community, online, etc.
Yeah, so my name is Yehuda Reamer, and I have a brand called the Pew Pew Jew. It began probably around 10 years ago, where I wrote a bunch of children's books on firearm safety, history of the Second Amendment for children. Since then, I've had 10 books. I work with Firearms Policy Coalition, Gun Owners of America, Second Amendment Foundation, and I'm a big 2A advocate. And I believe that all gun laws are infringements.
I agree. I agree. You can see behind me. I think we're on the same page. Now, with your with your advocacy or partnerships or anything like that, do you do any trainings? Do you do any types of events? What like or are you more of just informational advocate online?
No, I do trainings. I have a knack for being able to take people who have never gone to the range and get them very comfortable with a gun. I always tell them if they're looking for more advanced training, I know a lot of fantastic instructors here in Texas
Yeah,
who are much better than I ever will be. So I'll push them that way. But in terms of taking people for their first time, I have a knack for that. So that's something that I really enjoy doing. I also speak publicly. I mean, it's not just information. Next week, I'm going to Iowa for the Gun Owners of America's Leadership Summit. The goals. Um, I'm actually doing a book reading there for children. One of my books. So I'm out there. I do a lot of everything.
sure. Now, just in case, is there more to that shirt? Because the way it's cropped, I don't know if we're gonna get any. Or
No, it's
is it
it.
just does it just mean what it means?
Well, if you have to really read it because it's not
Oh,
I am poly.
I just got it.
Yeah.
Polyamorous. Okay, okay.
Yes. Yeah. When the polyamorous thing was a fad about was it like a year and a half ago,
Yeah.
and it was gaining traction. I'm like, well, I can love more than one gun. So I came out with this shirt, and it's fantastic because so many people have your reaction where they're
Yeah.
like, "Wait, is he what? What's he wearing?" And
Have
then
you gotten out on gone out in public and had like, maybe swingers come up to you or is it like
I haven't had any swingers come up to me, but I do get a lot of looks because people are trying to figure out like, is it is he trying to be funny? Like they don't realize that it's polyamorous, not polyamorous. And yeah, I get a lot of really great looks.
you should get like a graphic on the shirt as well. That's like I don't know, like somebody like hugging two different guns, like maybe like a
Two different
rifle.
guys.
Yeah, like a rifle on each side. That would be hilarious. Um, yeah, man. So you were talking about other training, et cetera, et cetera. I take my friends because I'm the gun guy in my little friend group. I've taken out probably 95% of my friends, and I do the same thing. I just teach them, how to clean the gun, rack the gun, et cetera, et cetera. But I went and I took the sheepdog response training in up in over that Weatherford, Texas area. Have you ever been to that?
I have, and I remember you did a great job doing that event for a lot of Jews.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was over Passover,
Oh, that's right.
so
That's right. You couldn't make it.
so I couldn't make it because it was over Passover. But
Yeah.
I would love for you to do another one. I'd happily come and join and try to get people in my community to go as well.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
think I want to start doing that. Look, the way that sort of kicked off was I was like thinking like I was originally thinking, all right, I'm gonna just get a few people to come down and I'm gonna show. And then I started going like, okay, first of all, I have I have so many death threats and haters. Bet you somebody's just gonna show up. So I'd rather go and I'd do it with like a professional training thing where there's a little bit more of like a lot more people with guns on my team around me instead of just
yeah,
me. Like
absolutely.
I didn't want to get Chris Kyled, like and then but also at the same time I was like, all right, I want to do this, but I also because I really didn't want it to be something where it's like overly priced or people couldn't take advantage of it. There was this post I made, which I was kind of trolling, where I was like, "Hey guys, you can donate to my buy me a coffee," and a couple people were really generous with it. So I ended up giving that money back to do that course. So if we were to do it again, it's a pretty expensive course. We'd have to figure out a way to maybe crowdfund it so we can do that again. So I'm working on it, but
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely. Yeah.
juggling work and this podcasting thing and social media. It's already a lot. But yeah, so I got a couple of, or I think it was only one, but I got this screenshot here. Here we go. I saw this online. AR manufacturer will only sell to law enforcement that refuse to enforce unconstitutional restrictions. Apparently, this was CMMG, and what they really said
Yeah.
was they're only going to sell their weapons to law enforcement in the same configuration as the citizens of that state. I thought that was an interesting story that just popped up. What are your thoughts on this?
So I'm definitely for that. The Second Amendment was created so that we, the people, will have the same type of technology as the government. The government doesn't get better stuff. It just allows us to be able to protect ourselves against tyranny. So I'm definitely for them. I use CMMG. I have some of their stuff. They're a great company, and I was very happy to see that they're doing what they're doing. And I really hope other gun manufacturers, ammo manufacturers. I hope other ones follow in their footsteps.
Yeah, because it seems like it's working the opposite way that it's supposed to, right? It's like the right to bear arms, the Second Amendment. I tell my followers all the time. A lot of people think it's about, self-defense, and it kind of is, but not really. It really was created to combat some type of tyrannical government power entity where you'd have to be well equipped. That's what well regulated means. It doesn't mean regulated like
Right,
the FDA. It means well equipped. And so if
right.
a government has a tank, you should be able to have a tank, right? If a government has a fully automatic rifle, you should be able to have a fully automatic rifle. That's well regulated. Um, so what's happening is the manufacturers are now the private manufacturers are saying, okay, fine, we're not gonna sell you, the government, a weapon that we can't sell to an American citizen because we understand the Second Amendment, and apparently you don't. So I think that that's kind of the right direction.
No, I agree. Like I said, I really hope that other gun manufacturers and other, I guess, gun industry companies follow in CMMG's footsteps. I
Yeah,
think it would be fantastic. And I
this is
think it would also force law enforcement to rethink whether or not they will confiscate guns and unconstitutional actions against the civilians of that state.
yeah. Yeah, see, like, so for the layman, this is probably what you guys are thinking. Or actually, maybe this isn't what you're thinking. This is what you should be thinking. Why do you need a gun? You need these ones, handguns for muggers, rapists, and carjackers. Shotgun for burglars and home invasions. Hunting rifle to put food on the table. And then I know it's cropped out, but fully automatic or semi-automatic like AR-15. That's the Second Amendment, and I don't like to nitpick about it, but I do want people to understand that the Second Amendment, right, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed for the purpose of a well-regulated militia, right? That's what it means. That's what it's for. There was this great Charlie Kirk clip that I saw the other day where he just spot on said it very, very eloquently and articulately. But also, the Second Amendment, the right to self-defense is actually under your right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And because we should be able to have guns, you should be able to use them there. So I've gone over this, several times, but I think that in the 2A community, they 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 message things a little improperly, or they go with this false definition. And if we were going to be well informed, that's like well regulated for your mind, well equipped to talk about these things. What do you think what would you grade the Trump administration's 2A scorecard so far?
Um, Not good.
I would
Uh,
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say awful. I wouldn't say great. I would say sort of
yeah, yeah. I think that the Trump administration's two-way stance, especially coming off of the uh,
first term
um,
was bad.
his his first term was horrible. This has
Yeah,
been better, but
better.
you know, I do like that the new ATF director has come out swinging in favor of the civilian world
Yeah.
and saying that they're going to restore some sanity. Now, I do want to see things like the NFA repealed, I would
Mm-hmm.
love to see national reciprocity passed. So it would be, there's a lot of lip service that sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
I heard Trump speak in 2015, I believe it was, at the NRA show, and how he's the greatest friend of the Second Amendment. And boy,
Yeah.
was I disappointed. So that said, like I said, with the new ATF director, it would be really nice to see some actual regulations, repealed, if you
Yeah.
will.
No, I agree with you. I'm trying to find this the I believe it was they brought in Todd Blanche and they were gonna grill him on 2A, and there was some there was some talk about how the rule changes. There's still some, pistol brace squishiness in the rules. But no, the new ATF is it the ATF director or the yeah he seems better.
Yeah.
He seems better, and he seems like he's going to at least move us in the right direction. And I think that Trump, I would have given him an F or a D minus on 2A for his first term. But I do like that the thing I like about Trump is I think he really does listen to his base, and I think that even if he personally isn't there on 2A, I think that he would be moved more to A by listening to his base, as opposed to like what the Democrats did. I mean, I just pulled up this before you got on. I don't know if you were watching, but if you look here, the Democrats voted only 13 out of what is that, 211 voted on the Stop Insider Trading Act and Voter ID Act, right? But if you look at here, the math on that, or actually, I lost that screen, but that's only 6%. That's 6% of the Democrat Party that voted for these two pieces of legislation on issues that are over 80-20. So if Trump has an issue that is more 80-20 or 90-10 on his side, even if I don't think that he personally is super duper pro 2A. I think it's low on his priority list. He will at least move in that right direction.
I mean, it would be good, but to get anything passed, we got to get rid of John Thune and the spineless Republican Party
Yep.
in Congress and the Senate. So, I don't. It's nice that Trump has become a little more relaxed with his 2A stance, and like I said, Todd Blanche of the ATF now is coming out swinging, which is great. But if we're going to get anything passed, the Republican Party has to actually grow a spine, which
Yeah.
doesn't look like they're going to be doing anytime soon.
Well, I do like that. So I do like the primary record this year. Right. I think that we did a lot of good moves in the primary, but again, that means nothing if we don't win in the general. But let's say we do win in the general. I think that the new Congress would be a lot better than the current one that we have. I think it was just yesterday or the day before I was talking about how I'm not a big fan of Johnson, right? Not him personally, but he doesn't have the Nancy Pelosi crack the whip, leader mentality. And John Thune, same thing.
Right.
If you're going to be a leader, right, you need to be able to get your people in line, right? And it seems like the leadership in the House and the Senate, neither of them really have a priority to do that, right? They have more of a priority to talk about why it's the Democrats' fault. We're the majority, dude. If we're the majority, I'd take your excuses and kick them down the road. So we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, we had people in the chat
Yeah,
say,
definitely. I mean, yeah, there. We have some good people who won their primaries, and it'll be interesting to see. I'm very confident in that Brandon Herrera is going to win his race.
"Oh, he's going to.
Um,
I'll make sure of it. I don't
yeah,
care."
yeah, yeah. Brandon's a buddy of mine, and I've stumped for him because he gets a lot of flack for being anti-Semitic because of his stance on Israel, which is, he doesn't want to send any American money to any foreign nation, which
I'm fine with
totally
that.
fine, and
I'm fine with
yeah,
that.
totally fine with that. So, I would love to see Brandon in the house and see what kind of crap he can stir up because that's what he does best.
Yeah. I
Stirs the pot and get things done.
I had him on. He was my last guest on my last channel. Now we're on LFA, and we're doing it over here. But the first question I asked him, I go, "Hey Brandon, why do you hate Jews?" Right? But I told him before we started, I go, "I'm going to ask you this." I go, "It's a joke," because and not only are you in the 2A community, you're obviously in the Jewish community. I think that a fair criticism of Jews, and I get why they are like this. I get why they're so defensive. I get it. I completely understand it. But a fair criticism of them is they tend to overreact when somebody doesn't support them 100%, right? And it's guys, like he's not your enemy, right? If Brandon Herrera says I don't want to give any foreign aid to any country, and Israel is in there because he means any country, that's not that's not anti-Semitism. That's not Jew
Right.
hate. And obviously he's really good friends with you. He's good friends with a lot of people that I know. I know he's not anti-Semitic, right? I know he's not, and it just seems like and like I said, I think that I don't want to speak for the Jews, but I think that the reason is because of all the things that the Jews have gone through historically. They're very on the edge because they think that at any moment, then people are going to turn on them. And the analogy that I use is it's like if you're a person that got cheated on by every single person you ever dated, and then you dated somebody who wasn't cheating on you, but then they like went out and they left their phone, like you'd be like, "Are you cheating on me? Are you cheating on me?" It's like, "No,
Right.
no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not that last person." So,
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think it's a Jewish mentality
yeah.
that's kind of ingrained in our being. I'll never forget. I kind of went off on my parents a while back because it was a Friday night in Miami. Some Jewish guy was walking home from temple and he got stabbed.
Mm,
I don't remember if he was killed or, but he got stabbed a couple times, and immediately the whole Jewish world just, oh, it was an anti-Semitic attack. They're attacking Jews, and my parents were on that bandwagon. And I basically turned to my parents. I'm like, you have no idea why why this guy stabbed him. It could have been a drug user, it could have been a guy looking for money, or it could have been an anti-Semitic attack. But to immediately jump to the conclusion that it's anti-Semitism, end of the story, it was a druggie who was looking for money for a quick fix. And it had nothing to do with anti-Semitism, and it's a big pet peeve of mine that a lot of Jews automatically jump on the
yeah, the anti-Semitism thing.
anti-Semitic train.
Yeah.
When like, take a deep breath. Let's take a step back. Let's assess the whole situation and figure out what's really going on.
Yeah,
So
I see this happening with JD Vance, right? I could be wrong. I've already said I'm open to anything, right? I see that what I see with JD Vance is I think that I don't like him for 2028, right? But I also don't think that he hates Jews. I really don't, right? I don't think that he's anti-Semitic. I think that he's a post-liberal. I think that he's a post-liberal moderate and he doesn't care about Israel. And there's a difference between not caring about Israel and not liking Israel. I think that JD Vance isn't pro-Zionist, right? But I don't think he's anti-Zionist. And then when I see people attacking him, I make that argument, and they say that I'm defending him, and I'm like, no, I just told you I don't like him for 2028 because he's not Trump. It's my motivation has absolutely nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. I want somebody that's going to move the MAGA agenda forward, and their foreign policy should be peace through strength. And if you're a jihadist, we're not gonna we're not gonna try to give you a back massage. We're going to bomb the f out of you, and then we'll try to negotiate after that, like Trump has done. Some people don't even like Trump's policy, but either way, I think that JD's would be worse. But yeah, I think that I think that we everyone needs to take a breath every once in a while, especially in the Jewish community. But somebody in the chat was asking about. Oh, by the way, guys, I saw somebody say something about low volume. I just looked on my phone and I turned my mic off. I hear it fine, so turn your volume up. Somebody was talking about this Supreme Court taking up challenges to the AR-15 bans. What do you think about this?
I mean, it would be nice to actually have Supreme Court, look at a Second Amendment case, which they rarely do.
Well, let me read this real
I
quick.
think,
So I'll read this real quick so
yeah.
we can actually go over the story on the screen. So the court agreed to take up a pair of cases challenging local and state laws outlawing AR-15s. One involves Cook County, Illinois, and the other centers on Connecticut. They'll hear arguments. The case is weighing the legality of laws restricting access to certain types of firearms. The Supreme Court recognized for the first time the Second Amendment. Da, 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 da. So the Connecticut AR-15 ban would be the Connecticut law that makes it a crime to possess so-called assault weapons, which don't exist, including
Mhm.
semi-automatic rifles. And then I know I'm only giving you guys a summary because me and Yehuda, we know about this. And then the one in Chicago enacting its ordinance to ban assault weapons nearly 20 years ago. Okay, so I think that we would agree on this. There's no such thing as assault. Assault weapon. Assault is an action. Assault. You can't
Yep.
unless I mean unless you just like hit somebody with your gun. There's no such thing as an assault weapon. But from my understanding, the way that they have categorized this rule, because there's no laws, there's only weird rules, is a semi-automatic rifle that has a certain features like a pistol grip and accessories and over 10 rounds. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on that whole Supreme Court thing, and how do you think it's going to go?
I mean, the AR-15 is the most commonly purchased and used and owned rifle in the country.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact number of how many are in circulation, but it's in the millions.
Yeah.
So uh, it it would be, like I said, it would be very nice to see the Supreme Court shoot those down,
I think they
pun intended.
will.
Shoot those down and give the people of Cook County. Look, my wife's from Cook County. I hate going over there because the gun laws are so draconian. In Connecticut, I've been to a couple times, but I try to stay away from the East Coast as much as possible. But it would be nice to see the Supreme Court take up these cases and rule in favor, saying, a ban on AR-15s or your configuration of an AR-15 is unconstitutional because it is the most commonly used rifle in the country.
You know what? I think that um, it's the Ruger 1022 that's pretty much the exact same thing as the AR-15, right? But only in the different configuration, right? Am I getting that right? Is
No, the Ruger 1022. Um, I mean, yes, it's a semi-automatic
yeah, it's
rifle, but it's not necessarily an AR platform.
it's not an AR platform. What I meant is when you wanted to see a visualization of what the left wants to call an assault rifle, functionality wise, the Ruger 1022 is very similar to the AR-15 in that it's a semi-automatic that shoots 226, right? And if you look at
No, Ruger 1020 shoots 22
which one,
caliber.
why am I thinking which
Um,
which
what-
which rifle am I thinking of
are you
that
thinking
has a
about Are you thinking about the Mini 14 maybe?
maybe I am, yeah. No, I think you're right. Mini 14. I don't know why I thought Ruger 1022. Here we go. Yeah. Is it the Mini 14?
Yeah, the
Okay.
1022,
Yeah, yeah. No, I had a brain
the
fart.
1020, yeah,
So this would
yeah, all
be
good.
I guess you could call it the same functionality of the AR-15, and the only difference essentially is like the chassis and the magazine capacity. So how is this? This has the same functionality of a quote assault weapon. Same exact functionality, meaning it shoots the same bullets and it cycles the same way. But the left will have you believe that this is not an assault rifle, but the AR-15 is an assault rifle. And that's where I just like in my autistic brain, I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, it makes sense to me in terms of the fact that if you listen to all these politicians and all these liberal pundits across social media talking about guns, they know nothing. They do not understand a thing. I mean, how many times did you hear a politician coming out saying, "Yeah, we must ban AR-15s because they shoot 7,000
So,
rounds a second." You
yeah,
know, you're like, dude, shut up. Like, you're so like it makes sense that the AR-15 platform, really it's the M4 that the military uses.
yeah,
So the AR-15 is the civilian version of it. It's a rifle that the military uses. So if it's the military use,
they
then
call it a weapon of
military
war.
arms, right? Exactly. The weapon of war shouldn't be allowed to be owned by the civilian market. But in reality, I mean, it's just dumb
Yeah.
because again, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, well, then if you give them minutes, they'll take them out. I mean, they could say that the sidearm is a weapon of war too. You know, the military sidearm, which is
Yep.
what it used to be. What it used to be, what the Sig M17, and I think that now that's the Army.
It's the
They have a
M17.
they have a different one
Yeah, I
for
think.
different branches.
Yeah,
But that's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
It's
It's like
it's
you can,
again.
yeah, you got to what we need to be able to do, and I hope the Supreme Court does this, right, is make the distinction to the functionality of a weapon, right, has nothing to do with the fact that it makes it more or less like dangerous, and so all arms are kind of created equal, and that's what the Second Amendment means, right? So because I mean then it's just a slippery slope where we just keep going all the way down like the UK does, where they go, okay, now we're going to start making the tips of our knives more dull because people are stabbing people. We got rid of the guns and now people are getting stabbed with sharp tipped knives, so we've dulled the tip of our knives, and that's the thing that they want to do. They want to keep withering away and bringing you down. That's why I wanted to show the picture of the Mini 14, because the functionality of it is the exact same as what they think an assault weapon is. But what they want to do is they want to say the difference is this one's scarier looking and it has a magazine that holds more bullets. That's not why they're doing it.
Right.
They're doing it just so they can go a little bit at a time and take it away a little bit at a time.
Yeah, I
My
mean, I
mic is
think.
way too low. Sorry. Or how's that?
Oh no, I just think it's interesting to.
That's probably better. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting too. Like I said, how many liberals who are calling for gun control and gun confiscation and all these things, if you ask them what AR stands for, will tell you it's assault rifle or automatic rifle,
Yeah.
right? I mean, when they can't take 15 seconds to go to Google and find out it stands for Armalite
Armalite, yeah.
rifle, then right, like how do you argue with them? How do you obviously my first reaction to them is you're just an idiot.
Mm.
It's that simple.
Well, yeah, that's the other, and you're talking about it earlier, how it's like the left doesn't know anything. I feel like we're seeing the same thing with like the Candace Owens cult with the Charlie Kirk assassination, where it's like you guys don't know anything. Like you're opining on stuff that you like. A 30-06 would blow somebody's head clean off. No, it won't. And we're just seeing the people that don't actually know trying to make laws, right? So we need people like Brandon Herrera in there, like you said. Somebody said, so "Let Jew talk."
Absolutely.
The way that was worded, "Let Jew talk." I'm like, okay, fine. Sorry, jeez, I didn't mean to be anti-Semitic. This is like I do my show like people give me that criticism all the time. They're like, "You talk more than your guest." I'm like, "Yeah, it's my show. I do it like Joe Rogan." But I'm like,
Yeah.
if they want to, if Yehuda wants to interrupt me, he can. I'll shut up. But I have a talking problem. That's why I do this.
No, it's
Anyway,
I'm not offended. It's fine.
yeah. No, I try to keep it. Last night I did Gary's show Paramount Tactical, and like
Okay.
Gary he literally texted me and he goes, "Hey bro, let the girls talk." And I was like, "I got you." It's like I have to stop myself. I'm just my brain goes a mile a minute, so I just keep talking. Yeah, man, I think I got the the Supreme Court case. I don't know when that's exactly coming up. There's one more page that I wanted to. I don't know if you're following the firearms policy coalition, and they got some good updates on 2A news. I haven't looked at it today, but let's see what they got going on. And these, if the firearms policy coalition, essentially they just sue for pro Second Amendment cases, or they
Yeah,
hope to.
I love the Firearms Policy Coalition because they are so the NRA does nothing. Gun Owners of America, they do amazing work, but they do it all in suits and ties. Um, they're the gentleman boxers. And then you have the Second Amendment Foundation, which is they're more the suit and tie guys. And then you have FPC, which is uh, gloves come off, bare knuckle boxing, fight to the death, and they know they're going to win. So
Yeah.
FPC is, I mean, they all do amazing work. Those three organizations that I just mentioned, and they work well. And you know they're getting things accomplished, but FPC is more along the lines of bare knuckle boxing, and they don't care about taking a few hits to the face, and then it just makes them stronger, and I love it.
Yeah, no, they're definitely colorful in the way that they do this stuff. I was just scanning to see if I could find the Supreme Court case, and I'm not seeing that, but I am seeing this. Where was it? It was just right here. Something about, yeah, here we go. So this looks like it's the DOJ has filed a motion for a preliminary injunction in its lawsuit against the U.S. Virgin Islands gun laws, saying the territory's magazine ban is glaringly unconstitutional. And what we were talking about earlier, for the people watching the show that aren't like super familiar with like the assault weapons categories, classifications, et cetera, et cetera. And it says right here, for foregoing reasons, the plaintiff respectfully requests that the court issue an injunction from enforcing any prohibition, possession, receipt, purchase, sale, or transfer of magazines that hold 30 rounds or fewer. And that's what they try to do. So what they try to do is they try to say that you don't need 30 rounds, right, for hunting. The Second Amendment,
Right.
like we said earlier, is not about hunting.
It's
The
not. Yep.
That's the problem, right? So, like I said, that's why you have to be able to message what the Second Amendment is. If you don't understand what the Second Amendment is, if you're not fully well versed on it, then when a politician says you don't need 30 rounds for hunting, you might go, that makes sense. No, it doesn't. Because the
Right.
Second Amendment isn't for hunting, it's for fighting a tyrannical government or protecting the homeland from an invasion. So you have to have the same capacity as the military.
Yeah. No. 100%. In the gun world, we try very hard not to use high capacity magazines, which is what the liberals use. They're like, oh, everyone should have standard. Well, my standard capacity magazine for an AR is 30 rounds. That's not high capacity for me. That's
Yeah.
a standard mag. So, like you said, right? It's the language that we use that can determine whether or not people will understand and how we make a difference when you have a clear calling and understanding of what the Second Amendment is.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, and that's it. It works like this with everything, man. I think that the problem I'm seeing across social media, right, not just on 2A or 1A, it's a bunch of people that don't know what the hell they're talking about things. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine. It's your First Amendment right. You have the right to your opinion, et cetera, et cetera. But I also have the right to call you a moron, right? Like, and this is why if you ever see me in like a like mechanics like forum or something like that, and I just start going, actually, the carburetor pushes the gas through the thingy. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's one of the things that I don't know, right? I'm not super well into engines and mechanics and automotives. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I know that, right? So the problem is there are so many people who would be in that same situation, and they would go to Chat GPT and they would find out something about a carburetor, and then they would just jump in and pretend like they're an expert. And that's the problem. Like, I am 100% an expert on firearms. I am. You are too. We know what we're talking about. So when we see people who don't, it just bothers us, and it works with everything else too.
No, 100%.
Like, I mean, what about the you're a Jew. I'm assuming, you know, you said you recognize Passover and you're very religious. So I'm sure you understand when somebody comes and tells you about the Talmud, right? It's the same
Oh
thing.
God. Oh God. Oh my God. It's so much fun to see these people calling the Talmud, satanic and stuff like that. And what I love most is they will pick out one phrase from the Talmud and go off on that. But what they fail to understand or fail to do the extra research is that that one phrase is debated, and that's the whole point of the Talmud, is that it's debated, and you have to get what the final decision is. You got to read all of the commentaries on that one phrase. But no, they take the phrase at face value without the back and forth between the rabbis.
Yeah, the way I describe the Talmud is, and I'm not an expert in it, but it's like what 1,700 pages. I call it a 1,500 year long Joe Rogan podcast, right? Where it's like
Yeah.
if you went back to episode 2023 and one of Joe Rogan's guests said something wild, right? And Joe Rogan was like, then if you clip that out of context and say that, oh, that's what Joe Rogan believes, that's kind of the way that you view it, right? The Talmud is essentially just a bunch of rabbis debating for 1,500 years, and yeah, if you find out what they said or what one of the crazy ones said and you take it out of context, that's how people contextualize it. But I don't think that that's the same thing we were talking about earlier, where it's ignorance. I think that is intentional framing, but you get my point.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, man, I appreciate you coming on. We're gonna wrap it up here. But if you have anything that you wanted to add, anything that you want to tell the audience about anything you got going on, what have you?
No, life has been pretty slow right now in the Pew Pew Jew world. I just released my 10th book earlier this year, so um, it's definitely fun, and I just, if you want to follow me, I'm at the Pew Pew Jew across social media. The Pew Pew Jew .com is my website. Got some fun stuff. You can get signed copies of my books for your kids or for you, and just have a good time with it.
Nice. I got one of your books on the screen because I saw this little clip. Guys, check out
Yes.
this. This is Yehuda's book. It's called Bullet Points: The Reasons Why America Should Embrace Common Sense Gun Laws. Check this out. Did you really publish that? So obviously it's a joke, right? There's nothing in the book. But I actually wanted to ask you really quick before we get you out of here. Is that a real published book? Like, can you publish something with like basically nothing on
Yeah.
the pages?
Oh, you can get that signed copies on my website. You can get it on Amazon. Um, uh, I had just got Michael Knowles' Reasons to Vote for Democrat, and I'm like, this is such a great idea. It's such a good troll move. And then I realized that the gun industry takes themselves way too seriously. So I'm like, I would love to come out with a book that's similar, without any words in it. So what can I do? I'm like, oh well, gun control. Oh yeah, let's get all the reasons why we should embrace common sense gun law. And um, I put that book together in about 2 months. The
That's a
hardest
lot.
part was
That's a
coming
long
up with
time.
the yeah. Well, the hardest part was coming up with chapter titles. Um, so it is it, I had so much fun trolling the left and the right with that book. And the best is that video that you just played is a guy named Nishan who owns um, a gun range in Arizona. And I had no idea who he was. I had never heard of him until people started tagging me in his post that he did that on TikTok. People started tagging me, and like the next thing I know, like I'm talking with this guy. I was on his show. We had a whole Instagram live talking about the book. and that video went mega viral, and it was fantastic.
Well, you just gave me an idea, right? I think I'm just gonna do something similar just so I can add author to like my bio. Like I'll be like author. Just I want people to think
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. No, definitely. Um, yeah, I have a good time with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Be like, let me like I don't know, just off the top of my head, I'll just think of a good book cover. I'll be like, uh, people who have proven me wrong, and then just nothing on the pages, something like that.
So yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah. All
yeah, it's
right.
it's fun.
All right, brother. Well, I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah,
We'll have you on again sometime. Any Thursday where I got a free spot, we'll bring you on as a regular
yeah,
guest. That's what I'm basically going to be trying to do is just, give the 2A to me, the Second Amendment is one of the most important things. Obviously it's the second thing they wrote. So I do my themes of the day, and unfortunately there's not a lot of new news in 2A, right? So
yeah,
bringing on guests, I think, is a good way to at least get the audience a weekly dose of 2A and keep it entertaining. So I appreciate you helping me out with that.
yeah, absolutely.
I will see you soon, and keep in touch.
All right, brother.
All right,
Good.
have a
Thank
good
you for
one.
having me.
All right. All right, boys and girls. That was Yehuda. Um, Go ahead and give him a follow over at the Pew Pew Jew on X. I know my volume's going to do something crazy in a second, so let me just do that real quick before we do the shout outs. All right, get that. Gonna hang up, stay on page. Hang this up. Okay, now it should. Nope, now it just went way down. I don't know why the volume does that. It's a really weird. Um, But if I have a guest, my volume, there we go. Now I see it just corrected. If I didn't do that, it would have just shot. Like you would have blown out your speakers if you're listening to this on some type of sound system. I think we're good there. Anyway, yes, thank you guys. Great interview. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Do you guys like the idea of bringing on guests every week for 2A Thursday? I think we're gonna try to get on Mike Mahalski, who's the owner of Sons of Liberty Gunworks, next week. We're gonna try to bring on Carl Higbee with Newsmax. He's a big pro Second Amendment guy. Maybe we'll try to get Brandon Herrera back on. We'll definitely try to get Gary from Paramount Tactical on. I think that the 2A, like I was saying, there's not a lot of new news in it. So I just wanted to try this out, and I think I'm going to obviously take your feedback if you guys like it. Seems like a lot of people do. Yes, 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 yes. Perfect. Well, the show's for you, so it's really up to you, and I think that we have a consensus. Perfect. All right, it is 8:58. Sean Farish is coming up next. 2A Daddy is awesome. I'll try to get 2A Daddy. Sean Farish is coming up next with Ungoverned, and we're gonna do Fan Mail Friday tomorrow. We didn't do it last week because we had a guest, but we're going to bring back Fan Mail Friday. So make sure you tune in for that. That is the best day of the week. We play a fun little game where we try to guess whether or not my quote fans, aka haters, are on the right or the left. So anybody in here from the Bongino Army, please come back and give that a look see. It's a fun little interactive game with the audience. Okie dokie. So let's see. We got Ms. Mocha Powered, D. Brummett. Oh, we actually got 2 minutes left. Let's see if I can get any questions in here. All right. It's your show. Do whatever the hell you want. I will, honestly. But Zach, so do you expect the Supreme Court to decide Second Amendment protect ARs? Yes, I think the Supreme Court will come out. Now, I'm judging my assumption that the Supreme Court will rule in favor of the Second Amendment is because of what they have done so far. It seems like they have been more pro 2A than previous Supreme Courts. We're obviously not going to get the three liberal justices, but if Amy Coney Barrett doesn't screw up and join in with them, then I think we're looking okay. All right. So there's the chat. T Hodges, winky winky nod nod, great guy Gary, Bad Moon, One Sandman, Stassi's for real. That's Gina. P year out. Sundancer. What are you having for lunch? I don't know. Probably a nap, maybe. Sneakin' McGroin. Deb Pollen. There it is. 9 a.m. Sean Farish. Ungoverned. Don't go anywhere. Here it is. See you later.
Thursday to the Ungovernables, the captain's crew, the LFA family. I hear an echo. Why? The LFA family. Why do I hear an echo? That's why. There we go. It wasn't you. It was me. I had something checked off there. Good morning. Good morning to the rumble.com/LFA TV family, the Bongino army that's in here right now after that stream raid. Appreciate y'all for being here. Whoa. Go ahead.
That's a different background.
Yeah, I put a new background up today. We did a couple things.
At you.
Look at that. Looking spiffy today, right? Microphone's in a little bit of a different position today. We're trying a few new things, okay? But the primary theme of the show is going to remain the same. And that is, well, I mean, the main message obviously is going to be the same. But I have to say this, after what happened yesterday, after the joke that has been the last, 3 days this week, enough with the amnesty. I don't understand why this is so difficult to comprehend, and I get it. It's like a rhetorical question. It's like, you're so stupid that you don't. I'm not asking this. I'm not asking this like in a real way. It's a rhetorical question, okay? I do understand why Republicans are trying to push for amnesty for illegal aliens. I get it that it's all about money. I get it that it benefits their donors. I understand all of that. What I don't understand is why they think we are going to buy that crock of absolute bullshit. I don't get it. You really think we're going to buy this crap? You really think because the words amnesty or the words pathway to citizenship or the word second chance comes out of a friendly face that I'm going to be like, oh, I'll give it a shot? What? I have had enough. This has been the biggest thorn in my side this whole time with Trump 2.0. And it's not Trump really pushing for it. It's these Republicans on the House. It's now Mike Lindell. You would think Mike Lindell wouldn't bother with something like, this guy's he's hinged his entire career on election fraud. And now we're going to just give foreigners who, by the way, 35,000 or so, maybe more.
You know what?
Showing up in Jersey. What?
You remember how you were going to do the golden flip flop for Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
We need one now for Mike Lindell.
I might have to award now or nominate Mike Lindell for the golden flip flop. I can't believe this. Listen, I don't agree with everything Mike Lindell says. I'm not like, he got a little hyper focused, in my opinion, on the machines, but he's been a net positive for the movement. I will take nothing away from the sacrifices that he's made, but holy smokes, I did not expect to see him pushing for amnesty yesterday. And I got yelled at on Facebook. I'll tell you what, and I love the fact that we have a platform on Facebook, and the page has grown very nicely there. Over 300,000 people following the page now over on Facebook. But I will tell you what, the amount of disconnect over on Facebook, people are like, well, because I'll show you the post that I'm talking about here. I made a post yesterday on X. It said, "Dear Republican politicians, literally everywhere, stop pushing for MFing amnesty," right there. Right? You see it on your screen? We are not interested. No amnesty, no sanctuary, no exceptions. Just stop. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And there are people on Facebook who are like, oh, what's in your bourbon that you think Republicans are pushing for? Not Republican voters, but these Republican politicians are absolutely pushing for amnesty right now. And it's called House Resolution 9535. We talked about this a little while ago. A couple days ago, yesterday, was it yesterday? Or 2 days ago, we read the names of 50 House Republicans who supported this stuff. Just stop. But there's people who haven't heard about it. I was like, what is going on? Like, what are you, under a rock over there on Facebook? Bottom line, I get it. That's why this show exists, right? To bring you the news, to keep folks informed. I understand that. I'm not like shaming you necessarily for not knowing. My problem is this. If Americans wanted amnesty, we would have voted for Kamala Harris in record numbers. We didn't vote for Kamala Harris in record numbers. We voted for Donald Trump in record numbers. Stop pushing for amnesty. Enough is enough. When I hear a guy like Lindell is like, oh, I believe in second chances. That is such emotional manipulation and such BS that it really makes me upset. Because I thought he was better than that. And maybe he'll backtrack, and maybe he'll say, all right, well, the voters spoke and said they don't want this, so we're not going to do it, and whatever. Everyone makes mistakes. But it's like we can't go a day. We cannot go a day without, not a Democrat, without a Republican politician somewhere trying to sell me on why amnesty is actually a good thing. It's not a good thing. We tried it in the 80s. We were supposed to trade amnesty for a secure border. We gave them amnesty, and we did not get a secure border. The answer to any and all forms of amnesty is no. No. Okay? So please, if you are a Republican politician somewhere, stop. Just stop. Please. We are not interested. We don't want it. If we did want it, we would have voted for Kamala Harris. We didn't vote for Kamala Harris because we don't want amnesty. So stop. Stop forcing it down our throats. Stop this. You'll have amnesty and you'll like it. No, we won't. You're going to get primaried if you continue this nonsense. And that's no longer an empty threat. Just ask the 10 state senators in Indiana. Just ask Bill Cassidy. Just ask Thomas Massie. Just ask John Cornyn. The threat of primaries are not empty threats anymore. Okay? And this is an issue, amnesty, that really pisses people off. It really does. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. Bob Sky in the chat says it's insane. We send them with a mandate and they do the opposite. Like, it's not like this was a little, Donald Trump mentioned it a time or two. Like, okay. So just to clarify, like, and I'm not saying the way the administration handled the Epstein files was great, as it wasn't. It was a mess. Okay. And I've been very candid about that it's been a mess. But like, people love to twist this, the doomers, the black pillars and all that. That people love to twist this and be like, well, Donald Trump campaigned on releasing the Epstein files. Like, no, he did not. Okay? Like, he may have mentioned we want transparency and all that. He did not make it a campaign platform item, the release of the Epstein files. All right? You may have made it a platform item. He did not. Donald Trump made mass deportations a campaign platform item. He ran on the largest mass deportation operation in American history. And right now, between involuntary deportations and voluntary deportations, we're sitting somewhere around 4 million illegal aliens having left the country since Donald Trump was sworn in. Involuntary deportations means ICE arrested them, put them through the process, and shipped them out. Voluntary deportations, what we call self-deportations. And to me, I don't care how you go. I just care that you go out of the country if you're an illegal alien, right? I would prefer that these people self-deport. This way we can let ICE go after the violent criminals while all the quote-unquote good ones leave on their own accord, and we don't have to spread ICE and all these federal agencies thin. They're already spread thin as it is, trying to track down every single one of them. So mass deportations are happening. Are they happening as fast as many would want them to happen? No, but they're happening. That was a campaign platform item, okay? We cannot then, while mass deportations are happening, say, well, we're also considering a form of amnesty. No. And it's making me sick. It's making me angry. The amount of, like I said, the amount of Republicans who are pushing for this. What are you doing? Like quite literally, I don't like these internet people, read the room, but quite literally read the room. Nobody's interested in this nonsense. Stop pushing it. Stop. Just stop. We don't want it. We never did. We never will. Enough is enough. No amnesty. No whatabouts. No exceptions. Well, this one's been in the country for 30 years. You see this face? That's my I don't care face. Oh, you've been here for 30 years? Oh, you've been here for 5 years? Oh, you've been here for 5 months? Don't care. Did you come here illegally? We'll define illegally. Okay. As defined by 8 U.S. Code Section 1325. Did you enter this country outside of a port of entry? If the answer is yes, then you must leave. Then you broke the law. Then you're a criminal. Bye. Sean, that's cold. It's not cold. It's cold enforcing the laws as written. We can do that if we want to. Maybe it is a little cold. You know what? I don't care. I got to abide by the laws in my country. So do you. I don't care how many years you've been here. I don't care how many kids you've given birth to in this country if you're an illegal alien. If you are illegally in our country and you came here illegally, you violated 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, improper entry by alien, and you must leave. It is that simple. You want to do amnesty. You want to do exceptions. You need to pass a different law. Until you do that, shut up and enforce the laws as written. Stop with the sob stories. Stop with the whatabouts. Stop with the, well, they contribute to the economy and they pay taxes. I want Americans working those jobs. That's the real sob story here. I want Americans to gain access to the housing that these illegal aliens currently have access to. I want Americans to gain access to the resources that these illegal aliens currently have access to. I want veterans to get the treatment that these illegal aliens are getting in this country. That's what I want. That's the sob story that I'll tell you. No amnesty. And I am very disappointed in Mike Lindell. And I will play a clip about Mike Lindell of Mike Lindell. I will play a clip regarding Mike Lindell, a couple clips regarding Mike Lindell and his ridiculous push for amnesty. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends over at OFP Farms. It is OFPFarms.com. Ladies and gentlemen, the sale you have been anticipating for a long time has finally arrived. Christmas in July has officially come to OFP Farms, and we are thrilled to present one of the best offers that they come out with every single year. For a limited time, you can enjoy 20% off your entire order, plus, this is the best part of the promotion, a free Smack Pack. A Smack Pack. What's a Smack Pack? For those of you who are new to the OFP Farms family. A Smack Pack is 4 of these bad boys. This is Goat Kiss's Lip Balm, which is the greatest lip balm in the game. I am a lip licker. I lick my lips all the time. They crack. Even if it's humid, I guess say it's gross. Crust still, right? So I use Goat Kiss's Lip Balm. Put it on there. Not only does it taste right, don't eat the lip balm. People like, taste right? No, don't do that, all right? But not only does it have the nice flavors, but it works better than any other lip balm in the game. So you're getting a free Smack Pack with qualifying purchases of $35 or more. Say no more. Get on OFPFarms.com. It's the ideal chance to stock up on your beloved farm-crafted goat milk, grass-fed tallow, and magnesium skincare products. Stock up on the items you love, explore something new, or pick up a few extras for gifts before the bustling holiday season finally kicks in. Every product from OFP Farms is meticulously handcrafted in small batches with ingredients that your skin actually understands. So whether you're dealing with dry, fatigued skin, crusty lips like yours truly, or you're preparing for your soothing nighttime routine like Brennan does with her magnesium, this sale makes it easier to pamper yourself and your loved ones. Just use the code Sean, that is SHAWN at checkout over at OFPFarms.com. That is OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN, OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean for 20% off. And again, the free Smack Pack on qualifying purchases. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. All right, here we go. I was shocked to hear this one yesterday. Mike Lindell. I don't hate the guy. I don't hate the guy. I'm very thankful for what he has done for the movement. I'm thankful for his work bringing the issue of election integrity to the forefront. I'm very thankful for all that. But man, if there is a way to take your political capital bank account, if there's a way to flush that straight to zero, this is the way. Amnesty is the way. Okay? Stop pushing for amnesty. Just stop. I want to show you a couple clips from Mike Lindell because this broke yesterday and I was like, wait, Lindell? Lindell did the amnesty thing? That's ridiculous. I have absolutely no idea why you would do something like this unless, I don't know, maybe he's in on it. I have no idea. But here it is. Mike Lindell wants the government, with your taxpayer dollars, to fund this amnesty garbage for illegal aliens. And what did I say? It wasn't going to stop with just farm workers. It was going to start extending to everyone. Why am I always right about this immigration stuff? I get people, and I understand, they're like, well, consider another position. I've considered it, and I've looked at it, and I said, once you give them an inch, they will take not a mile, they'll take thousands of miles. You cannot give a centimeter of ground on this issue. Listen to me. When it comes to immigration, when it comes to enforcing immigration law, when it comes to enforcing our border, when it comes to enforcing 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, improper entry by alien, you cannot give a millimeter of ground to these people. Because once you do, they are going to use that tiny little opening and blow a hole wide open in our efforts to secure our border and enforce immigration law. If you don't enforce your immigration law, then you're basically not even enforcing your border. If you're selectively enforcing 8 U.S.C. Section 1325, improper entry by alien, which is what amnesty is. Amnesty is the selective enforcement of 8 U.S.C. Section 1325. If you say, okay, you crossed the border illegally, came to our country, but it's okay when you do it, but not when you do it, then you don't actually have a border. And if you don't actually have a border, and your border now, instead of it becoming where your country starts and stops, it just becomes like a suggestion, then you don't actually have a country. Then you're not sovereign. You cannot give an inch. You cannot give a centimeter. You cannot give a millimeter of ground to the left and these amnesty idiots on this issue. Once you do, it's over. It is over. Reagan learned the hard way. He traded amnesty for a secure border. We got amnesty and we did not get a secure border. Don't make the same mistake twice. Don't do it. I will be right on this. I am right on this. You know I'm right on this. I would love to be compassionate. I would love to welcome people into our country. You can come here. Just do it the right way. On 1210 yesterday, we talked about this for almost 2 hours. It's the most phone calls I've ever gotten on that radio station yesterday during the Dom show when I was filling in. And I'll be back there today, 12 to 3 Eastern time. Call after call after call. We're like, listen, just come here the right way. But if you didn't come here the right way, you can't stay here. Here's Lindell talking about how he wants the government to fund amnesty, your money to fund amnesty. Listen.
Line to be a legal citizen, then you go to the back of the line. But here's the thing, that line's going to be short and there's going to be no cost. How are we going to pay for that? Here's how we're going to pay.
There's going to be no cost. What do you mean there's going to be no cost? The line's going to be short. What do you mean the line's going to be short? Here's Lindell talking about a potential visa program that he wants to start. What are we doing here? This is a complete and total surrender to the left. The answer, when it comes down to, well, what do you do with the illegals on the farms? You get rid of them and you replace them with Americans. That's it. RICO 6, great point. It's an insult to the ones that did it legally. I had a woman who called yesterday. She was from Portugal, I think. Called the radio show yesterday. And they came here legally. And they put their children through college, no debt. And her husband worked tirelessly and started a business and achieved the American dream. Her name was Christina, I believe. Why can't these illegals do that? Oh, they don't have the money. Okay, then you got to save up. You're not entitled to space in our country. You're not entitled to an opportunity in this country if you can't enter the country legally. And again, I don't care if you've been here for 30 years. if you crossed the border illegally and over the last 3 decades you've done nothing to rectify your illegal status, just leave. Get out. No sympathy. Not from me. Well, what if they're paying taxes? And what if they have a family? This is me not caring. See? I don't care. Sean, that's really cold. Like, you're really heartless. No, I'm not. Actually, I have a huge heart for people who are in this country legally, for legal American citizens, for legal immigrants who did it the right way, who paid what they had to pay, who endured all of the hardships before coming into the United States of America, who went through the very long and complicated process, but they did it. That's where my heart is. That's where my sympathies lie. Well, you don't think it's cruel to deport an illegal alien if they've been here for a couple of years, if they've been here for 10 years? No, I don't think it's cruel. What I think is cruel is that they came here illegally. What I think is cruel is that you are making excuses for them. That's cruel. Just enforce the law. Just enforce the law. Here's Lindell again now, talking again. Visa programs. What? You want to give these? What? Listen.
You now have all the money that you gain. It's in the billions, not millions. In the billions you gain from them paying taxes. Now, these employers, okay, you take that money and you use it to get to legalize people. You bring it to, because right now a lot of the people, they can't afford $5,000 to $15,000 to go through the system to be legalized. I went down to Florida and checked it all out and people that are coming in legally.
Well, I know that farmers would be thrilled with something like
people can't afford it, he says. Oh, people can't afford it. That's not my problem. Is that my problem? You're going to use government funds. So Lindell basically is saying he wants to create a visa program, and those who apply into the visa program, the revenue that's generated from that visa program is then going to be used to legalize illegal aliens? No. Because they can't afford $5,000 to $15,000 to do it the right way. Okay, then you can't do it. Why is this so difficult? Brennan, when we couldn't afford to buy a house, could we buy a house?
No. Where was Mike Lindell then?
Well, yeah. Where were you then, Pillows? Where were you? So if you can't afford something, if somebody in this country, this makes me sick. So Mike Lindell is saying illegal aliens who should not be here in the first place, they can't afford the cost of coming into the United States of America the right way. And because they can't afford it, someone else has to foot the bill? No. If you can't afford to do something, then you can't do that thing until you can afford to do it. If you can't afford to buy a home, you have to be responsible with your money and save until you can afford to buy a home. If you can't afford to buy a MyPillow, nobody from the government is going to buy a MyPillow for you. You get it? Where's Lindell? If somebody, one of these illegal aliens said to Mike Lindell, I can't afford MyPillow, give me one for free. You think this guy, to the tune of millions of pillows and people, is going to say, here you go, you got to have free pillows? Oh, no.
Lumpy pillows.
The is wrong with this guy?
He's doing what the Muslims do. He's lying. Unless maybe he actually believes it, but he could just be pandering and lying to say what people want to hear.
I think he's trying to be nice. I think he's trying to be compassionate. I think, you want to know the truth, I think he's an awful candidate. I really do. But he's closer to Trump, and Trump endorsed him, and that's that. But when you go down the amnesty road, you are my enemy. I hope you understand that on that issue. Again, I don't think Mike Lindell's a bad guy. I am so disappointed to hear this coming from him. So disappointed.
Yeah, you got to stand for something.
Play this again. Let's play this again. This is Mike Lindell. Again, people are like, what? Mike Lindell is talking about legalizing illegal aliens? No way. Yes, this is Mike Lindell floating the idea of amnesty, which is a hard no for me and many, not just Republicans, but Americans. We've had enough of this crap.
You now have all the money that you gain. It's in the billions, not millions. In the billions you gain from them paying taxes. Now these employers, okay, you take that money and you use it to legalize people. You bring it to because right now a lot of the people, they can't afford $5,000 to $15,000 to go through the system to be legalized. I went down to Florida and checked it all out and people that are coming in legally.
Well, I know that
if they can't afford it, that is nobody's problem but theirs. If I can't afford a renovation in our home and I go rob a bank and say the reason why I'm robbing the bank is because I can't afford this renovation on my home, so it's okay, right? And no, it's not okay. I'm breaking the law. If you can't afford to come into our country the right way, then you can't do it. That does not give you an excuse to come in illegally. Then you just don't come in. If I can't afford to buy a house, I can't just break into someone's house and say, well, I can't afford to buy a house, so I'm living with you now. No. So disappointed to hear this from Mike Lindell. And I hope he changes course. I hope he realizes that he made a mistake. If he does and he acknowledges it, good. But if he continues to double down on this amnesty plan and this, this whole idea, we have to give them a second chance, and they get a second chance, by the way. If they self-deport, they get a second chance. But if we send them out of here and it's an involuntary deportation, there's no second chance. 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, improper entry by alien. You either enforce that law or that law does not matter. If you came into this country illegally, the very first thing you did on American soil is a crime. It's a misdemeanor on its first offense. If you're removed and you come back, it is then a felony. No amnesty whatsoever. So to Mike Lindell or any Republican, like the 50 in the House of Representatives right now, co-sponsoring House Resolution 9535. Absolutely not. Stop pushing it. We're not interested. We don't want what you're selling. We're slamming the door in your face. Stop pushing for amnesty, because we're going to remember. If you're pushing for amnesty right now, you are going to have a primary challenge, and your challenger is going to say, you're the amnesty guy. You're the amnesty gal. I won't do that. It's an issue that a lot of people care about. Don't F around with this issue. No amnesty, no sanctuary, no exceptions.
No lumpy pillows.
No lumpy pillows. All right. Trump made a speech. He was in Georgia. I think he was in Georgia yesterday. And had gave a campaign style rally / speech. Brought up that illegal aliens are contributing to the affordability crisis. So we're going to get to that in just a second. Before we do that, I would like to take a very quick break and just get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. It is COVEPURE.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN. It is Cove Pure, the best water filtration system, purification system in the game. You may have heard of this, ladies and gentlemen. There were researchers that have been talking about these male fish that are developing female characteristics in rivers all across the United States. It comes from birth control pills that wastewater treatment plants can't fully filter out, and it is in the same water that runs into your home.
Any fish.
We say no thank you to that.
Oh my God.
We say no thank you to that. That's why we use Cove Pure to purify all of our water. So here's how this actually works. You know, when you take medication, your body doesn't absorb all of it. What happens is the stuff it doesn't absorb gets flushed out, goes through wastewater treatment, but those plants that are treating your water were never built to catch pharmaceutical compounds. So estrone, for example, from birth control pills, antibiotics, antidepressants, those compounds just come right back out of your tap. Your standard pitcher filter may improve the taste. You're like, it tastes good. Yeah, but it's not going to cut it because the compounds that we're talking about here are too small. They're too persistent. You need something that can filter things at a molecular level. And that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. Estrone, fluoride, PFAs, lead, arsenic, basically anything that is not water gets filtered out. Now, the one thing I loved about it, it was really easy to set up. Take it out of the box, install the filters, fill up the tank, plug it in, boom, you've got pure water to drink in minutes. Those fish did not have a choice, and they still don't have a choice about what is in their water. But you do. You can go to covepure.com/Sean, and right now, you can get $250 off of the CP16. That is CovePure, CovePure.com/Sean, SHAWN, for $250 off of the CP16. CovePure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN. All right. I want to get to this. We'll stay on with the illegal alien topic for just a second. Donald Trump made a note, and this is, I think this is something that, maybe we should have been talking about for a little longer. The impact of the illegal alien invasion and the affordability crisis in our country. Listen to Trump here in Georgia.
Today, we're liberating our communities from the scourge of migrant crime in nearby Clayton County, Georgia. Federal law enforcement recently charged an illegal alien murderer from Mexico who shot a man in the torso and then shot another twice in the heart and the head. In Boa County, ICE arrested an illegal alien who sexually assaulted an 11-year-old girl and held her 10-year-old sister at knife point for 1 week. John Ossoff and the Democrat communities, they voted to defund ICE and leave Georgia families at the mercy of the monstrous criminals that we're getting out of here. We're getting them out at record speed. And by the way, we always stand with the heroes, the patriots of ICE and Border Patrol. Always. They take such abuse, and they do their job. And our strong borders are really, it's a policy of helping to bring down the cost of living. It really is. It's under Biden, over 60% of the increase in housing rental. The rental cost demand came from the flood of illegal aliens coming into our country. The government would pay thousands of dollars a month for apartments for illegal aliens. But for our warriors, for our ex-servicemen, for people that served in our military for 20 years and 25 years, and then they couldn't get into an apartment. They were living in the street. They didn't do anything. But they took care of illegal aliens, paying thousands of dollars a month in some of the most luxurious hotels in the country. It's crazy what they were doing. It's crazy. But thanks to our policies, the cost of rent is now down by more than 10% in a short period in the Atlanta area compared to the peak of the border invasion. I mean, these people were occupying all the apartments that the government was paying, and they were never going to be great. They were never going to be, remember the word I made up, the caravans. They came in thousands and thousands, came by caravan. And
you did not make up that word. I love him, though. He says he made up the word caravans. Did not make it. He always has a way of doing that. I did this. I made up that word caravan. He didn't make up the word. What he's saying is 100% accurate, except the caravans thing. He didn't make up the word. But what he's saying is accurate. The affordability crisis, when you take 30, 40 million people and you add them to the demand side of the supply and demand equation, costs go up. It's simple. It's a very simple concept to understand, right? This is why We do not do amnesty. We do not support amnesty. If you broke 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, you got to go. No exceptions. On the topic of illegals and non-citizens who are in our country doing things we don't want them to do, this New Jersey voter rolls thing, or this, with the ERIC system and all of the non-citizens that were registered to vote and who were voting, President Trump is finally starting to lose patience with the Senate. He's got far more patience than I have. I do not have this level of patience, but I want to play for you this cut from Trump yesterday in Georgia, talking about the Senate and the Save America Act.
Finally, we have to pass the Save America Act to defend American elections. And I have to say, Mike Johnson and Congress have done a great job, but we're having a hard time in the Senate. The Senate, what they're doing is just not right. Congress is going to pass it again. They passed it 3 times. They're going to pass it again. It's like the Senate is a place that you send things when you want them to die. We can't do this, and we're not going to take this any longer. We're not going to take it. You know, I'm trying to be nice. Trying to be really nice. You saw we had a big victory last night in Arizona. I've had victories everywhere. But we're not going to be able to take it much longer. When they can't get past voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots because they're crooked as hell.
He doubled down on that and continued that a little bit, expressing his frustration specifically with John Thune in the Senate. And he is encouraging everybody to call John Thune. I encourage you to listen to this and take President Trump's advice.
What they should do? Very simple. A lot of you don't know about filibuster. They should terminate the filibuster and approve everything. Because the Democrats are going to do it. The Democrats are going to terminate the filibuster as soon as they have a chance. And then they're going to approve Puerto Rico and D.C. as a state. They got 4 more senators. They're going to end up with 12 more congressmen. They're going to get like 40 electoral votes. If they are allowed to do that, by that time I'll be sitting home. And I'm not a big crier. I don't think you want to see me cry, you know? There are some people, they do very well when they cry. But you don't want to see me cry. But I may be crying when I'll be sitting home and I'll say, I told them they got to really terminate the filibuster, get everything approved right away. Because you're going to have a stoppage. You're going to have a stoppage in September. The Democrats won't approve everything. They become deranged, like deranged Jack Smith. Remember that deranged sick puppy? They're deranged, and they won't approve. You're going to have a shutdown in September. And in 2 years later, you have the debt ceiling bill. They would love it. I call it the 1929. You know what 1929 means? That was not a good year. And there's no reason for it. They should terminate the filibuster. Everybody call John Thune at the Senate. He's the leader of the Republican Party, and tell him to get this stuff approved. So we're fighting so that all voters must show voter ID. We're fighting so that all voters must provide proof of citizenship, okay? And also the no mail-in ballots, very important. And we're doing exceptions for illness, disability, military deployment, travel. If you're away and you have problems, we'll be very easy on that. Look, if you're away, if you're in the military, you want to vote, we want you to vote. But we'll also enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports and no transgender surgery for your children.
All common sense stuff, right? And you know me, I like to do solutions and calls to action. And so, yes, get on the phone, call John Thune. You say, oh, what difference is it going to make? Well, if you don't do it, more of the same. If you do it, you at least give yourself a chance. Get on the phone, call John Thune, ask him to pass the Save America Act. One more thing as to why I am so anti-amnesty. And I know Salazar was like, well, the people who are here who don't have a criminal record, they should be allowed to stay. Well, as far as I'm concerned, if you violated 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, you do have a criminal record because that is a federal crime. Okay? It's a misdemeanor. It's not a felony. I get it. But it's still a crime. But the other thing I, hate to think about, but it is still absolutely a reality here, is that you have these illegal aliens that are in this country killing people on the road, killing people in society, raping people, kidnapping people, victimizing children. And you don't know that they're the bad guys until they present themselves as bad guys. An Obama-released illegal alien has killed 3 people in a hit-and-run crash in North Carolina. Why are we now making the effort to keep more people like this in the country? Sean, well, we don't want to keep that guy in the country. You don't know who they are until they do this. The best way to prevent things like this from happening is deport those who violated 8 U.S.C. Section 1325 and don't even give them the opportunity to take the lives of Americans on our roads. It's that simple. It's that easy. Just enforce the law as it's written. An illegal alien released into the United States by Barack Obama
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
killed 3 people in Salisbury, North Carolina on Saturday night. Javier Peña Sola, an illegal alien from El Salvador, struck a vehicle on Saturday night and fled the scene. 2 of the victims were pronounced dead at the scene, and one of the victims was airlifted. Sola has prior convictions for reckless endangerment in Maryland and an arrest for escaping from custody. Sola has now been charged with 3 felony counts of felony hit and run involving serious injury or death. He was found by a police canine after he tried to flee the scene of the crash. DHS says after his arrest for escaping from custody in Maryland in 2016, local law enforcement honored an ICE detainer and handed over Javier Peña Sola to the custody of ICE Baltimore, but the Obama administration released him back into the country 2 months later. And now 3 more people are dead. Oh, in this case, this guy was a guy with a criminal record, but Laken Riley's killer wasn't. Why do you want this to continue? To those of you who are on the side of amnesty or amnesty light or soft amnesty, or you want to sugarcoat it and call it something that's not amnesty, you're going to wrap a turd in a Tootsie Roll wrapper and try and tell me it's a Tootsie Roll. No, I know it's a turd. I'm not eating it. No, thank you. Why do you want more of this to continue? I don't want that to continue. Well, if you want to give amnesty to illegal aliens who came into this country totally unvetted, you do want this to continue because that's what's going to happen. Just stop. Stop.
When I was out doing yard work yesterday, the Amazon driver that was dropping off packages at neighbors' houses, not a lick of English was coming out of his mouth, and he was on the phone. Blah, 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 blah. Brown skin, probably Hispanic. I don't know I don't know all the different languages, but I'm standing there by myself outside, and I'm thinking, gosh, I hope that he's not dangerous. I can guarantee he's not legal. He doesn't speak English. He's driving a car. He's using our roads in our neighborhoods. Can't speak English.
When you say you hope he's not dangerous, you mean like a violent criminal?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can
You
tell you
don't
what,
know.
he already is dangerous.
Well, he's already a criminal.
If you
If
don't
he's
understand English and you're driving a vehicle, an automobile on our roads, you're dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Without even meaning to be. He might be a great guy. Right? He might be a great guy. I don't know. He might be legal. I don't know.
Then why is he not speaking English?
Right. Well, there are legal immigrants who just don't assimilate now.
Learn English. I
agree.
Rat's ass.
But my point is, if you're not comprehending English, whether you intend to be dangerous or not, if you can't understand and you can't speak English, and you're driving an Amazon truck or a golf cart on American roads, you are dangerous. Whether you intend to be dangerous or not, you are dangerous. This has got to stop. We have kids in this neighborhood. This has got to stop. All right, let's take a quick break, and I want to highlight something crazy that's going on here. Well, not crazy. But I want to highlight something that's going to be very interesting to watch coming in the Michigan primaries. Michigan primaries. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends at Silent. SLNT.com/Sean. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a... By the way, where are we with the like button today?
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. Because I didn't ask. We had a huge crowd in here when we started. I didn't ask. Hit that thumbs up button so we can get Mo. All right? Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen. Your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams all around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. You all can say with me, silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. Bad Moon is saying honk that honk. So can you verify?
Oh, we're at 8:13 now.
All right,
yeah.
there it is. See? All right. There it is. We got him. He's here. We honked him.
He's here.
The hog has been honked. All right. The Democrat Party is obviously very divided over the socialism thing, right? I mean, there's no like other way to say it. They're very divided over it. And there are various, let me ask the live chat a question. Who is the kingmaker of the Republican Party? Whose endorsement in the Republican Party means more than anybody else's endorsement and everyone else's endorsement combined? Whose endorsement? It's an easy question. This is not a trick question. Whose endorsement carries the most weight in the Republican Party? There you go. Trump. Speaks got it. B-Hops has it. It's Trump. Okay? Whose endorsement in the Democrat Party carries the most weight? There is not one singular answer. You might argue that it's Mom Donnie. You might argue that it's Barack Obama. You might argue that it is Bernie Sanders. Oligarchy! The oligarchs. You might argue that it is someone who actually goes by the name Kingmaker, Jim Clyburn. If you remember, and I want you to remember way back to 2020, it was Jim Clyburn that endorsed Joe Biden ahead of Super Tuesday. And once he did that, it forced the rest of the Democrat Party essentially to drop out and coalesce behind Joe Biden in order to stop Bernie Sanders from winning the nomination for president in the 2020 election and the 2020 Democrat primary. So Jim Clyburn is backing Brennan's favorite Democrat politician other than Nancy Pelosi, Haley Stevens. Haley
That's
Stevens.
the Michigan way.
Yeah, Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens.
That's the Michigan way.
That's right. Haley Stevens. We're going to do it with a little energy, a little enthusiasm, a little joy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
That's the Michigan way.
So in Michigan, Haley Stevens, where's the clip? I got to play it.
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
That's the Michigan way.
That's the Michigan way.
Damn right, Haley Stevens. Okay.
You go, girl.
You go, girl. We're going to do a little joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
I love that guy in the front row nodding along with her. He's
like,
being
yes.
so supportive. Like, yes,
He's like,
girl.
imagine he's like in a locker room, like, Miracle on Ice, the hockey thing. Herb Brooks, great moments are born from great opportunity, right? Like, you have that speech. Now go out there and take it, right? Like, this 9 times out of 10 they may beat, the whole thing, like that whole beautiful speech. You were born to be hockey players, right? That locker room speech, Herb Brooks, Miracle on Ice, USA versus the Soviet Union, a passionate speech to motivate those boys to beat the best hockey team in the world. And then you got,
That's the Michigan way.
this guy, we're going to do a little joy, a little bit of enthusiasm. And you have a guy in front going, yeah, baby, I'm ready to run through a wall for you. That sounded like Hulk Hogan a little bit. Let me tell you something, brother. Right? No, listen. Jim Clyburn is endorsing her, but Pocahontas and oligarchy, Bernie Sanders, they're endorsing Abdul al-Sayed. And the reason why this is so significant, and I'm excited to watch this whole thing play out, is because it's happening in a swing state. Michigan is a purple state. Who is going to win? Whose endorsement is going to win in the swing state? Is it going to be Clyburn, the former kingmaker? He goes by that title among Democrats. And Clyburn said that he's backing Haley Stevens because she has more diverse crowds and all that. So he's doing the identity politics thing. Or is it going to be the socialist wing of the Democrat Party that wins in Michigan? And for me, this is going to be fascinating because this is going to give us a pretty good indication of the pulse of the Democrat electorate and how energized the establishment non-socialist wing is when you have split endorsements like this. So you have Jim Clyburn, old guard, not aligned with the DSA. He's still far left, but he's not aligned with the DSA. And then you have Bernie Sanders, Pocahontas, AOC, all those types of people getting behind Abdul al-Sayed. The one thing I want to just put out there real quick, for those who are like, oh, I love the DSA, Mom Donnie, I'm going to worship the ground Mom Donnie walks on. Are you tired of getting played yet? Are you tired of being played for a sucker? Are you tired of being force-fed bullshit and then coming out of there, go, well, what happened to all the promises? Are you tired of them, wrapping a turd in a Tootsie Roll wrapper and then telling you it's a Tootsie Roll and you eat it and you start puking because you just ate a turd? How many more of Mom Donnie's promises is he going to have to break for you to realize this? Rent is still expensive in New York City. The cost of living and overall affordability of New York City, it's not affordable. And remember on the campaign, I'm going to arrest Netanyahu. No, you're not going to do that either because you can't. You're the mayor of a freaking city, okay? Know your place. You're not in the federal government. You do not enforce international criminal court warrants, which aren't even valid in this country. But you energized a bunch of people. We're going to get them. Netanyahu, the Jews. We're going to show Israel. And then when you make the threat and the federal government comes in and says, what do you, shut up. Would you shut up? You're like, all right, well, I guess we're not going to arrest Netanyahu. You're not keeping any of your promises. You got no city-run grocery stores. It's still expensive as hell to live in New York City. Taxes are still through the roof. There's still a ton of crime. Rent is not going down in New York City. Millionaires and billionaires are fleeing the city because they don't want to deal with your garbage. You're threatening to arrest the Prime Minister of Israel, even though you can't do that. Now you're not going to do that. My question to the socialists is, are you tired of being lied to? Are you tired of being played? Because all they're doing is using you for power. That's it. They don't actually care about you. I am going to be fascinated. I'm going to be watching Michigan very closely. Clyburn versus the Socialists in a swing state. Who's going to win out? Next Oprah. All right. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. For those of you listening on audio, anywhere you get your podcasts, right? Search for Ungoverned and hit that subscribe button on any of your podcasting platforms. If you're watching on Rumble, rumble.com/LFATV. That's where we need you to go. If you're listening on audio, go to rumble.com/LFATV. We're live every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time, rumble.com/LFATV. The thumbs up button, the follow button. Jeremy Herrell coming up next with the flagship show of LFATV, live from America. Coming up for the next couple hours, I'll be on 12 to 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT again this morning, so we'll start off in another hour. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We're back tomorrow. Phone call second half of the show. Rumble.com/LFATV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Thursday. See you on Newsmax tonight, 6:30. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning. Well, YouTube.com/1210, 7:45 to 9:45 for a Farish Friday with Kale and Company. Then back here at 10 o'clock Eastern for Ungoverned on LFA TV. And then on Dom Giordano again, filling in on 1210 WPHT. Tomorrow's going to be a very busy day, 12 to 3. Have a great rest of your Thursday. See you tomorrow morning. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. You're locked and loaded right here, as always. Rumble.com/LFATV. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humble, God-fearing host of this show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. Also, the founder of LFATV, and accompanied by some really great people that helped me build this network. Everybody in this live chat deserves the first round of applause. And then, as I'm broadcasting live from Iowa here, let me give you the next individual that gets a round of applause for helping build LFATV, and that is producer Eli. He's based, baby. Let's go.
I'm based in Vermont, unfortunately. Oh, hey, what's going on? What's going on, LFATV family and Patriots? Time to hit the Rumble button, time to hit the share button. We got all kinds of news to get to. We got a damn fine-looking audience today. You're all beautiful. Let's get to it.
That's right, let's get to it. We got CQ in the building. How you doing, sweetie? Fun Mom, Cat Lover, Miguel Ortiz, Bad Moon. He's actually a good guy, though. AA Ron Broski. We've got Coral Reef, Erica Falkenberry. We've got Denise and Patty. We've got Nick in the building. 217 is here. We have It's Me 77. Lori, V75. Gracie. AM Banshee. Is it AM Banshee? Is that what that is? Tanya Tucker. Mama Rhett, good morning. Sean Maga coming in with the $5 help in the Rumble Rants for producer Eli. RV Seeker is here. How are you? Amy Sims, good morning. James Bundy, good morning to you as well. Give a couple more here. How about Trula Larkin, Shishu, great guy Gary, Yamain One, and McKinnon Bean. Good morning. We've also got a small stream over on YouTube for a simulcast in case you get kicked out of Rumble or something doesn't work, or you can't get it loaded or whatever reason. Multiple options for you to watch LFA TV every single day. If you've not yet done so, please reach down, hit that thumbs up. We're looking at almost about 900 likes so far. We appreciate that. We just say rumble this video. Also, if you guys could share it on your social media, that would be great as well. And remember, next Friday, I will be up in Des Moines, Iowa, or should say over in Des Moines, Iowa. I will be with Carl Higbie for the Gun Owners of America convention. And I will be on stage with Carl there. So if you guys are in the area, come over to the GOA convention, and I'll be with Carl Higbie, also be on Newsmax as well on his program. And let's see, what else? We got a lot going on. We got a lot heating up here in Iowa with the current, midterm elections, as you guys do in your states as well. We're very, very involved here. Sign waving, registrations, parade attendance, all that. Everything we can to push the Republicans over the finish line. Because if we can maintain the House, the Senate, obviously the White House, that's not until 28, but if we can maintain both of those, I'm telling you what, we are on track to truly do what the motto says, make America great again. I'd like to give a big shout out to Sean Farish and Zach Bonfilio, who both had shows before me. And if you guys were, blessed enough to be with me and I with you during the Rise Up Hour, that was a great show as well. It was titled Last Kid Picked, and I have a feeling if you haven't seen it yet, you're going to need your tissues ready, okay? Jeremy, when are you going to be with Newsmax and Carl Higbie? Next Friday afternoon. I will be up there with Newsmax and Carl Higbie for the Gun Owners of America. And, sure we'll have a good time. For everybody who is new watching LFA TV, please let me direct you to lfatv.us. Again, that's lfatv.us. That's our official website. That's where you can go and sign up for the newsletter. That is where you can go and shop at our store, where you can become a one-time or monthly donor and even read through updated and current news. Everything right there on lfatv.us points you to our live shows. As you can see, it says watch live. Click those live show buttons, come into the chat, share the video, or share the website with your friends and family as well. The LFA TV Facebook page, there it is right there. Please go leave us a review. We are definitely growing that page, and we would love for your contribution to show on that page. So if you go over to the Facebook at LFA TV, you can go give us a review over there. We've got only about 27 reviews. Again, new back to Facebook. The podcast, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Anywhere you get your downloaded podcast, just search Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, and that will pop up. And then last but not least, our YouTube page at LFATV US. Okay? All right, we're going to open up with this morning, and in honor of the fact that I will be with this veteran, this pro-American, amazing patriot over at Newsmax, Carl Higbie, I want you to see this that he put out. There are only two people, or two point of views or outlooks on what people want this country to look like. It's the people who either want bigger government and less individual freedoms, or people who want more individual freedoms and smaller government. You can pretty much put anybody, any political class, from any walk of life into one of those two categories. You are either big pro-government, less individual rights, or small government and more individual rights. Here's Carl Higbie breaking it down perfectly.
You ever wonder why conservatives and libs have different views? Here's why. Let me show this. A while ago, I was talking to my buddy Lincoln, okay? We had one of the most profound, questions that reshape basically the way I view the entire political battlefield. Now, he asked me, what is the definition of America to each side? And I was like, yeah, actually, there really is no common definition of American success for both sides. Like, what is the definition of success of America? So political parties nowadays, they're just a facade. There are only two directions of America. There's more government and less freedom, or less government and more freedom.
So
That's
true.
all.
So true.
Democrats want government in charge of absolutely everything, but some conservatives occasionally vote for crazy stuff too, like the FISA courts and the Patriot Act. This is why I always talk about the definition of America. And depending on who you talk to, the priorities are totally different. Let me show you this chart real quick here. Okay, the NIH published a study asking a simple question. Do clashes between ideologies reflect policy differences or something more fundamental? And the study found, you bet they do. Here's a look at this, okay? Look, and these are the circles. So, like, this is self, this is, family. As, like, the center, the closer you get to the center, the more you care about self and family and core values. And the further you get out, more you care about things that you have absolutely no effect on. So, people who leaned more conservative were found to prioritize self and family right here, okay? Then community, then, others, and they're at the very bottom of the conservative priority list, like random people in lands that we've never met and don't share our values. If this makes sense to you, then congratulations, you're conservative and sane. But the liberal model showed the complete opposite of the heat chart. This is where their priorities are, way out here. They primarily care about the hypothetical, like the one-legged trans-Somalian in Africa that maybe stepped on a 40-year-old landmine leftover from a civil war that they have never met, never will meet, and actually will never be able to do anything about no matter what. They care more about that than they do about themselves and their family.
Hilarious.
See, conservatives understand that you can't care for your family or your community or even others if you yourself are not in top shape. Okay? This was best encapsulated by this article in Vice 10 years ago, saying, quote, Jim bros are more likely to be right-wing a-holes. Science confirms. Right, okay. So it said, new research from Brunel University finds that physically strong men who regularly go to the gym are more likely to be right-wing and support social and economic inequality than weaker men. This perfectly makes sense on this point. Stereotypical conservative to a liberalist, strong with the goal to be able to be physically take care of their family. Yes, that's how I feel. But the average lib, the noodle arm pounding the keyboard about stuff that doesn't matter, that's them. Your fitness, in my view, is your resume of self-respect and dedication, which you cannot lie on, which apparently, according to Vice, is uniquely right-wing and makes you an a-hole. But the lens that this was written through shows me that the authors, or the author or whatever, it was listed by, look at it, here's who wrote it, broadly staff, hiding behind anonymity of a general publication rather than somebody specifically putting their name to it, total lib move, shows that it was a weak lib who's afraid of confrontation for having a view that they profess. But to their point, it's not that right-wing men support inequality. No. It's that right-wing people are more interested in caring for people who might reciprocate that care, like a family or a community, and not some random person who had more than likely chosen to exist in their current economic status that maybe we don't even know. Like this person running for Congress on the left.
I saw this video. I was going to play it yesterday.
My name is Dina Nina, and I'm running for the state assembly to be Republicans' worst nightmare. A transgender woman who lives in poverty wants to legalize weed and thinks everybody deserves affordable housing and health care.
Okay, a lot to unpack there, but so you're a mentally ill person, you're overweight, living in poverty, and your primary issue is not those things, but rather legalizing weed? Again, perfect encapsulation about what the study showed. You can run for Congress, which, by the way, I did in 2014. It's not an easy thing to do. But she can't, I don't know what the heck that thing is. Can't figure out their own gender, apparently. Can't even get on a treadmill.
I love Carl.
Can't get a job. See, the point here, and actually this is often drawn along gender lines, to however uncomfortable it makes some women to talk about, libs, with an overwhelming majority of women voting left, also, who are notably weak and defenseless, that complained about safety in New York as their number one issue in the last election. Those people in droves voted for this guy, voted for Ma'am Danny, after he said he was literally going to take your private property and then empty prisons onto the street. Because of suicidal empathy among the left and 70+% of women, they voted for this dirtbag over the well-being of, they wanted the well-being of some poor prisoner who needs to get let out of jail from a, criminal justice system that exploits them. They voted for that over their own safety. That's not noble. That's stupid and suicidal. This is why the stereotype of the person at the Save Darfur rally or the Queers for Palestine or women holding up the pro-abortion sign is weak and overweight and generally works for the government, which is not a competitive job. But Navy SEALs are strong, fit, and 99% conservative. But also, you can't reason with that because the priorities are dramatically opposed. You want to save Darfur, and I want to protect my children. You aborted all your children.
Oh!
And to be honest, it's never going to change until those people experience real consequences.
I want to save my children. Well, you aborted all your children. What a mic drop moment that was right there. And you always hear the left saying, we're the laughing stock of the world. Well, if that's true, I blame it on the mentally ill, don't know what a woman is, think that men can bleed and menstruate, have babies, get pregnant, don't know not only what gender they are, but what species they are, wearing cat ears with tails, and sugar honey iced teaing in litter boxes in schools and places of work and employment. I would say that if we are the laughing stock of the world, it has nothing to do with our masculinity. It has nothing to do with our strong females. It has nothing to do with our biggest and best military in the world, the most lethal military the world has ever seen. It has nothing to do with the fact that we are the number one economy despite our massive debt. It would have everything to do with the fact that our men don't know that they're men, our women don't know that they're women, and if they do know that, if they are told that, they freak out, they say, it's ma'am, they rip off their shirt like Hulk Hogan, and they either beat you or they shoot up a school. Eli, I would say that if we are the laughing stock of the world, that it has everything entirely to do with that and the fact that we were invaded by a bunch of third world dirtbags.
Yeah. Damn, Skippy, I'd say that nail, head. I want you to meet each other. You know what also I just realized, dude? Maybe I'm wrong about this because I don't really pay that much of attention to the rest of the world, but I never hear stories about, Switzerland suffers transgender, people being misgendered and this, that, and the other. Germany can't, the kids aren't allowed to dress up in their dog costumes and crap in a box in the corner. I never hear anything about any of this crazy shit that we have to deal with here in any other country in the world.
No, not like this. Not like this at all. And I would argue this as well. That debt that I just mentioned, if we didn't have, I don't know, hundreds of billions of dollars a year going out to fraud and agencies like USAID to pay for the one-legged trans Somalian who wanted to hold a Queers for Palestine flag and get, I don't know, breast surgery and breast enhancements and butt injections, I think maybe we wouldn't be $40 trillion in debt if it wasn't all spent on fraud abroad and fraud right here domestically by third world aliens. Today's show is titled A Better America. Do you know what would make a better America instantly? Every single illegal alien gone tomorrow. If today I could rub a magic lamp and a genie came out and the genie said, I'll grant you 3 wishes. And one of my wishes was, I wish every illegal alien was gone from this country tomorrow. Initially, we would see a financial hit. But eventually, we would see the housing market cure itself. We would see inflation and high rising prices cure itself. We would see unemployment drop to near nothing after a while. We would see price indexes and consumer confidence flood back. I would attribute almost every political, financial, and, physical city problem that we have, I would blame it all on illegal immigration, and the Democrat Party pushing socialism and communism. If you could get rid of those things, this would be the greatest country by far, and we wouldn't even be in that much debt. That is my opening statement of the day. Let's go to the Lord in prayer, and let's get started with today's show. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Now, I want you to notice something. I want you to notice what I said. I didn't say every immigrant. I said every illegal immigrant. I didn't say anything about color or race. This country needs immigration. This country needs and benefits from diversity. This country is great because of the fact that it's a melting pot. And I forgot to add one group of people to that list that if you could wish gone tomorrow, that this country would be a greater America. And that is Muslims. And I said what I said. And I have a feeling that a majority of the country that voted overwhelmingly a mandate for President Trump, I have a feeling they would feel and say the same exact things. Lift up your cups. Let's have our first slurp of the day, and then we'll dive deep into the news. How about that? A Better America. That's right. That's what today's show is titled. We got about 3,800 live. Click that share button. Share it out to your social media outlets. Right now, we probably sitting about number 5 or number 6 on the live Rumble leaderboard. Don't know or care where we are on YouTube. Actually, we're sitting at number 3 behind Steven Crowder, Bannon's War Room. We're number 3. Real America's Voice is number 4. Let's keep it up. Let's get busy. First and foremost section of today is this. Massachusetts Representative Seth Moulton admits that Democrats have no real plan for Americans other than to be anti-Trump. I told you that if Democrats ever actually had a viable plan, a real plan, let's call it a 10-point plan to fix America, they would be a force to be reckoned with. You want to know why? Because the Democrats have figured out something that the Republicans can never get: ground game. How to get people excited to go out and vote. The Democrats have been absolutely miles ahead of the Republican Party on this for decades. They know how to mobilize. They know how to keep people engaged. They know how to pull on your heartstrings. They know how to do a ground game. They know how to get things done together. Doesn't mean they're right. It's a mob mentality, which is the negative part of it. But they do have that. Okay? It's Me High says we didn't say our prayer. We just did.
There are a lot of people in America who feel that the Democratic Party is out of touch. We can't be honest about what's going on, with immigration. We don't have a plan for immigration. We're not able to say what actually Democrats should do to fix the problem. All we are is opposition to Trump. Under Biden, we said inflation is not really a big deal. It's transitory. It's going to go away. And then the whole party said, hey, don't worry. Everything's great. Joe is awesome. He can run for re-election. So the point is, we have this history of kind of just like washing over problems and not addressing real concerns that voters have. We got to make sure we don't do that.
Okay, but we've got to make sure. Do you think you're doing that now? Because look no further than a state just north of you, Maine, where I kind of feel like that happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think that's honest. I mean, to be honest, it's a problem. It's still a problem.
Yep. It's still a problem. I want you to see right here. Focus your eyes in between the two of these people. Notice what that says. Money, power, politics. You think it could say some other things? Instead of money and power and politics? How about sovereignty, freedom, and grace? How about patriotism, freedom, and America? How about red, white, and blue? Nope. Money, power, politics. Eli, Caroline Levitt should be on. Please get me that link as soon as you can. Sorry we didn't have that teed up for you guys. Money, power, and politics. That's all they care about. That's all these elitists care about. They don't care about the country, but that guy right there, he nailed it. He said, Democrats, we don't have a real solution. We don't have a solution to these issues that America wants addressed. The only thing that we have that mobilizes us, that even keeps us in the running and keeps us in the conversation, is get rid of Trump. Get rid of Trump. Anything we can do, get rid of Trump. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our wonderful and new mom, Caroline Levitt, press secretary to President Trump. She is on right now. We're going to go to this, so just bear with me. Again, apologize we didn't have this up and ready for you, but she did just start, so you have not missed much of this. I do just want to hear about what she's saying. When we checked the schedule this morning, I didn't see that there was going to be a press event today. So we will bring that to you live right here, right now. Here we go.
Are driving investment, job creation, innovation, and long-term growth in all 50 states. In fact, I'd like to take a moment to highlight just a few of the real American businesses that this law is helping. Pivot Manufacturing in Arizona made the largest equipment purchase in company history after the Trump tax cuts gave them the long-term certainty to invest with confidence. Winton Machine Company in Georgia is on pace for the best year in its history. Ketchy Inc. in North Carolina was able to purchase new machinery and expand its workforce by 25%. And Juergens in Ohio expanded its brand new facility to increase production. And they're also paying their workers even more thanks to the no tax on overtime provision. These are not just great statistics. These are American businesses with the confidence to grow, hire, and invest right here at home rather than offshoring their jobs. And a business opening or expanding in this country means more opportunity and higher wages for American workers. It means a chance for the American dream for young families, and it means restoring the belief that we can make and build things right here at home. This is what President Trump promised, and it's exactly what he is delivering with the help of Republicans in Congress. Democrats throw around the word affordability a lot, but when they had the chance to vote for the largest middle-class tax cuts in history, they refused. If Democrats got their way, it would have meant the largest tax increase in history, $4 trillion. 90% of Americans would have seen their taxes go up, and it would have been a complete disaster for our economy. That's the Democrat solution to, quote, affordability. It is raising your taxes. So I hope the press will cover more of the massive success stories resulting from the working families tax cuts and point out that every single Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against every single common sense provision that put more money back into the pockets of the American people. Finally, on the energy front, after this briefing, President Trump will participate in a historic ratepayer protection pledge event at the EPA headquarters down the street. The president will expand the ratepayer protection pledge to governors, state legislatures, developers, and power providers to ensure that everyone involved in building and powering data centers pays their own way, instead of passing those costs on to hardworking families. The president will be joined by Energy Secretary Chris Wright, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, and several governors who have already signed on to this pledge, and it has already proven to be remarkably successful. Nearly 200 additional stakeholders have signed on since it was first announced, including utilities, data center developers, public power authorities, co-ops, and state governors. As a result, the pledge now covers 80% of all the power delivered to American homes and businesses. President Trump's bold leadership is turning data centers from a source of concern into engines of growth and opportunity for communities across this country, all while cementing America's dominance over China in the global AI race. The president is ensuring the American people are never left footing the bill so private companies can benefit. Instead, President Trump is leveraging the data center boom to deliver real, tangible benefits for working families and small businesses. So we have a busy day here, rest assured. I'll take some questions, and here in our new media
let's
seat,
finally
we have
take
Cam
some
from
questions.
Town Hall. Cam, thank you
We
for
won't
being
play
here.
this long,
Why don't
guys.
you
We'll
kick us
play
off
this for a
today?
little
Thank
while,
you.
then we'll
Two
move
quick
on.
questions. One on Congress. First off, Speaker Mike Johnson passed a continuing resolution earlier this week. John Thune said he wants to work with Democrats to find a way to fund the government. What is the White House's stance on the best way to keep the government funded?
Well, the White House's stance is that the government needs to be funded. This president and Republicans on Capitol Hill from both chambers, as you just mentioned, the House and the Senate Republicans want to keep the government open. We want to work together to find ways to do that, and the White House will continue to have discussions with Senate leadership on the best path forward. I don't want to get ahead of those conversations, but the most important thing for the American people to know is that this president and this White House wants the government to remain open, unlike the Democrats in this town who have been acting as obstructionists. We've seen time and time again, they have chosen to block this administration, to block Republicans in Congress from keeping our government open, which does not help anyone, and it especially hurts the American people who depend on our government remaining open so they can access the critical services that our government provides to so many Americans across the country. So these conversations are continuing, but I think I just made the president's position quite clear.
Thank you. And then on the Saudi Arabian nuclear deal, what steps is the U.S. taking to get Saudi Arabia to sign the Abraham Accords?
Sure. Well, the president himself has spoken on this many times. His Truth Social post this morning, and I will read it for those at home who missed it. The civil nuclear deal, there will be no enrichment of material, an important point being made between the Department of Energy and Saudi Arabia, which pertains only to non-military use. Will be approved, but is totally subject to Saudi Arabia joining the very respected and successful Abraham Accords. The United States is not opposed to civil nuclear facilities, as we all know. Look, this is a condition that the president has spoken about many times with our Gulf and Arab allies. He wants to see these countries sign the Abraham Accord. It was one of the most historic accomplishments of his first term, and it continues to be a long-term goal of his to expand those accords to ultimately come to a place where the Middle East can be a peaceful and stable region. And yes, this deal with Saudi Arabia, the energy deal, is contingent on this condition as far as the president is concerned. So we'll continue to talk with our Saudi counterparts to get the deal finalized and hopefully see them joining the Abraham Accords very soon. Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you. With regards to the Saudi nuclear deal, why was that condition not mentioned yesterday when the Energy Secretary announced it?
Well, look, the president is always the final deal maker, as you know, and this is something that he has mentioned on numerous occasions going back. I can provide you with those statements, and he has said if they don't join the Abraham Accords, the deal is off. So we'll continue to have those conversations with our Saudi counterparts moving forward.
So the deal is dead if Saudi Arabia doesn't join. And have you any indication that Saudi Arabia is even considering this?
Again, the president has spoken directly with the Saudis about this in numerous conversations in the past, and the administration will continue to engage in those conversations. Alexandra.
Be exempt from international inspections as part of this deal if it moves forward?
I don't want to comment on the specifics of the deal as we're still, again, as I just said, talking especially about this very important condition that the president raised this morning. Alexandra.
So good to see you now that you're back.
You too.
So Treasury Secretary Bessent voiced concern this week on China potentially distilling or stealing AI technology from the United States, kind of manipulating it as their own. Anthropic said that the largest distilling attack happened last month. Do you think this will come up when the president meets with President Xi in September?
Well, I have had the honor of being part of some of the meetings and discussions between President Trump and President Xi, and I can tell you there is always a wide range of topics that come up. I would imagine this would be something. It's of high importance to the president and of this administration to obviously ensure that America remains dominant in the AI race, and we're obviously tracking the particular situation that you mentioned.
I have one more if you don't
Sure.
mind. This week we've seen some major players in Democrat politics voicing or alerting really on how much influence influence socialism, communism has had now on kind of mainstream Democrat politics. Is there any chance that the president would be interested or is considering working with left of center Democrats to push back on this?
Well, unfortunately, we don't seem to have too many of those left in the Democrat Party. We have literal self-proclaimed communists who are winning elections and who are claiming to be the new leadership of the Democrat Party. I think the vast majority of Americans understand the dangers of communism. Just look at countries all over this world. As an example, Cuba right now is a country that is about to be a failed state because of the communist policies of the past several decades. Communism should never be allowed to lead this country, and the president obviously is strictly opposed to it and all the dangers that it reaps. We've seen it happen across the world. Meredith.
Just to continue on the Saudi nuclear deal, do the Saudis agree with this interpretation since it wasn't part of the initial agreement? And has the president talked to MBS since this new condition?
As you know, the president just put out this statement a few hours ago. I don't believe he's had a call with MBS in the hours since. However, this is something that he has raised in previous conversations and has also said many times in the past. John, in the back, go ahead.
Caroline, in regards to this deal, in the past the Saudi government has said they will not consider entering into the Abraham Accords unless and until there's a Palestinian state. What makes you think that they're going to change their minds on their position regarding that?
Again, I won't get ahead of the president's conversations, but this is something that he feels very strongly about and has spoken about it in the past and will continue to uphold.
Can I ask you one other question? Sure. Just playing devil's advocate, why does Saudi Arabia get a civilian nuclear deal, but Iran doesn't get a civilian nuclear deal?
Well, again, this agreement is still being worked out. It will eventually, hopefully, be finalized with the condition that the president spoke about this morning. But this agreement in particular, as it's been discussed thus far, does give priority access for American companies in the Saudi nuclear energy program, which will ultimately benefit American industry workers and supply chains. So the deal that has been discussed thus far and will continue to be discussed absolutely puts America first, and that's obviously very important to this president. Ed.
Caroline. So Friday, the Section 122, the 10% global tariff, goes away. Is the president going to ask Congress for an extension, or what's next?
Well, I know the USTR, our great Jameson Greer, trade representative, will be having an announcement on that very soon, later today. I don't want to get ahead of him, so I would just tell you to stay tuned for more details.
Okay, and then one more on the president's going to have some big utility companies at this event later on today. We're now a year and a half, so to speak, into his pro-energy policies. Is he going to pressure those executives to lower energy prices, not just maintain the prices?
Well, look, as I mentioned earlier, the Ratepayer Protection Pledge is a novel idea drawn up by this president, his team, to ensure that data centers in communities, where those communities want data centers, that these big CEOs and energy companies are picking up the tab for the energy costs in these communities, so the American taxpayer not being fronted with those bills. And the pledge today is being expanded to acknowledge all elements involved in building and operating data center, the governors who appoint the state regulators, who set the power prices, the utilities and the co-ops that sell the power, and in addition to the tech companies that have already signed the pledge. So you'll continue to hear more about that from the president in a few hours at 2:30 when he goes over to the EPA. Sophia.
Have you spoken to the president about what he wants to do about Chinese AI models if they are found to have stolen American IP? Does he want to sanction them? Or what actions can be taken without undermining broader U.S.-China trade talks or cutting off American startups that are increasingly reliant on them?
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the president on any potential actions, but obviously these conversations are taking place, and again, they're of the utmost importance, not just for our national security, but to ensure America remains dominant in this space. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. Has President Trump spoken with FIFA President Gianni Infantino about his interest in nominating him for UN Secretary General? And can you explain his interest there? And secondly, just a minor point of clarification on the Saudi nuclear deal. Did Prime Minister Netanyahu request this provision?
Not to my knowledge, no. Again, as I told you, this was an idea the president has long had. It was the president and his team in the first term that began and signed the Abraham Accords with several countries in the region, between those countries and Israel. And the president obviously wants to expand on that historic accomplishment from his first term. To your first question about Gianni Infantino, I don't know if he and the president have discussed that. I haven't been present for all their conversations. I know they speak quite frequently, and the president has a lot of respect for Gianni and what he has done with FIFA. As we all just saw, the World Cup was a tremendous success here at home. It not only was hugely beneficial to our businesses and our local economies across the country, but I think it showed that America is the greatest country on earth, and the president is grateful to Gianni for all of the efforts that he had to make that dream a reality here in the United States. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Is President Trump or the administration, do they have any plans to intervene in the extradition process for the Tate brothers?
No. We've already answered that question.
The Tate brothers.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Mullen said that election officials that knowingly allowed non-citizens to vote could be prosecuted and fined. Is this option being considered in New Jersey after the governor revealed that thousands of non-citizens were registered to vote there?
Well, for any prosecutions, obviously, I would always defer you to the Department of Justice. But what I will say on New Jersey and this governor, the fact that she just all of a sudden decided to put out a press release saying President Trump and Republicans have been right about non-citizens on our voting rolls is not a coincidence. I think this governor is saying this because she realizes this administration is serious about getting to the bottom of illegal aliens voting and being on our voter rolls in our country. The Secretary of Homeland Security, as you know, sent a letter to several states, including New Jersey, requesting that non-citizens that are on their voter rolls need to be reported to DHS and need to be removed from those voter rolls. So that's why all of a sudden she is speaking truth about the fact that this does take place in states across the country. It is completely unacceptable to have non-citizens on American voter rolls voting in U.S. elections. And she says it's 6,600. We suspect it's a heck of a lot more, not just in New Jersey, but in states across the country. The president is hell-bent on getting to the bottom of this, and it's also why we need to pass the Save America Act to ensure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections. And I understand the House had a great accomplishment yesterday with passing the budget resolution, which has as much of the Save America Act as possible, and we encourage the Senate to move forward with passing that resolution into law so the president can sign it into law by the August recess. It's of the utmost importance to this president, but also to the American people who support this bill overwhelmingly. Mary in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. One on Sophia Cunningham and then on self-driving cars.
Sure.
Sophia Cunningham in the WNBA has been attacked as a MAGA Barbie for saying it's common sense for men to not be in women's sports and locker rooms. Is the president following this story, and has he reached out to her?
I don't believe he has reached out to her. I know he is following the story. As you know, this is something the president feels strongly about as well, and the American people do too. That men should not be playing in women's sports.
No, men should not be playing in women's sports. Okay, we're going to go ahead and we're just going to move on now. We got the majority of what was said. Questions from press is pretty much always questions from press. I do want to touch on something that's being talked about quite a bit in the Rumble chat right now, and that's flock cameras. Let me ask you this question, okay? What about the flock cameras violate our Fourth Amendment rights? Because I see a lot of people saying that, flock cameras are unconstitutional. I would like to know, because I'm going to be honest, I'm not an expert in these flock cameras. I've heard a little bit about them. I've heard people talk about them. I've heard the interviews on them. But I haven't researched them, to their entirety. What do they do that violates our Fourth Amendment rights? Because if they're only in public places, gathering anything they can see in public, that's not a violation. Dotsky said, why did you cut her off? Because every press conference is exactly the same if there's not a specific reason for that press conference. You can always watch the question and answer segment later. And most people tune into this show to get the actual news. And we went to it, and we were there for over 10 minutes. Think that's okay. They record audio. Still not a violation of the Fourth Amendment right. Privacy and freedom to travel without being monitored. Doesn't matter. If you're in public, anything that a camera can pick up in public, you do not have an expectation of privacy on. Anybody who knows those First Amendment audit videos should know that, right? I'm not saying I'm for them. I'm not for them. I'm also not for data centers. But you gotta make sure that you're saying facts. If a camera picks you up in public doing anything, you don't have an expectation of privacy at all. Now, it's how the information is being used that might be the violation. Just them being there is not. That's why there's traffic cameras. Cops, a lot of cops in cities nowadays in big budgeted areas, they have them right in their cars. They literally take the license plate and capture it and run it through their system to see if you've got a warrant or anything, and they don't even have to be pointing it at you. Some flock cameras show people on private property there. Doesn't matter. If you can see them from public property, it's not a violation. I think a lot of people need to understand what public and private is. If I stand on public property and film you in your house, you don't have an expectation of privacy unless you close your windows, close your blinds. As long as I'm on public property doing it and I'm not hurting you. Now, if there's a third-party company or business involved and they're using that data for nefarious reasons or profiting off of it or monitoring you wherever you go without a warrant to do so, then yes, that's absolutely a violation of your Fourth Amendment right. Absolutely. Dotsky says, Jeremy, she's talking about the Save America Act, okay? Did it pass? Unless it passed, there's nothing to talk about. John Thune, did he pass it? Did he force the standing filibuster? Cameras are not on cars and businesses, your neighbors' cameras. If you don't want to be recorded, don't go outside. I mean, that's the world we're living in today. What about when you're driving on the interstate and you don't stop at the tolls now? You drive right through. Like in some states, you can't stop and pay the tolls anymore. You only can drive through. They get your license plate. How different is that? Phones are in your phones. You give permission for your phone to capture anything you want inside your house. Hello there says, beginning to hate this country and dreaming of leaving. Don't dream, just go. Don't dream. $500 for an application to get rid of your U.S. citizenship. $1,000 for a plane ticket, maybe less. Pack your bags and go. You hate this country? Go. If you're dreaming of leaving it, why are you here? I don't care if you were born here or not. So again, all I'm saying is I'm not for data centers and I'm not for any camera picking up anything. But it's no different than any other thing. You do not have an expectation of privacy when you are in public. I, for one, will never hate this country. Kimberly said, wow, Jeremy, just expressing frustration. Okay. Well, express it somewhere else if you're going to say you hate the country. If you don't expect me to say anything, I'm expressing my frustration with that. How about that? Can I do that? Or do I not get a say in this since I'm the host? Dance, monkey, dance. Producer Eli, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, I totally agree. They get an opinion. The host of this show gets an opinion. And I just put in the comment, don't hate the country. Don't hate America. America's America. It's never changed. It's always been America. You can hate the people running it. And don't get me wrong, I'm up to the highest level of placidity myself with certain people who are in control of this country, not doing what I voted for. We're getting some of it. We're not getting all of it. But I'm more, be mad at the people running it, not the country itself. Always love America. That's my 2 cents.
I 100% agree, dude. 100% agree. If I see somebody say they hate America, I'm going to say something about that. I mean, it's just the way it is. Doesn't mean I hate you. So where'd we leave off before Caroline Levitt came on? Why the Democratic Party can't win. I don't know. Maybe this has something to do with it. Okay.
Check the tail. Beautiful. Great health back here. Let's see those teeth. All right. Check these ears. Do the other one. Perfect. All right, let's get you vaccinated up. Make sure you're ready to play. Oh, so eager.
Both of these people deserve to be in mental institutions immediately.
You are all done with your exam. You did such a good job, champ.
Flock cameras aren't the problem with this nation. That is the problem with this nation.
What's it say? Yeah.
That's your typical left-wing party today. And if they're not doing that, they approve of that. You ask any person who's registered Democrat today, do you think a person should be able to identify with whoever they want to be? I guarantee you a resounding 90% plus is going to say, absolutely. And if you show them this video, they'll say, I don't see anything wrong with that. That's that person's life. You know, Eli, I used to say that same thing. I used to say, hey, their life, whatever. It's whatever they want. Their life, do it. But now it's gotten to be such a problem. It's so out of control that it's now being forced in schools, on kids, in workplaces. And how do I know this? Well, I can name, off the top of my head, 3 schools that I know that have litter boxes in them in 2 different states. One of my best friends yesterday sent me a video, I'm not going to say who, of a person in their workplace doing this same stuff, wearing cat ears, walking around thinking that they're some kind of a feline. Today, as we speak, that's going on in our workplaces, that's going on in our schools, and we affirm it by giving them litter boxes and allowing them to embarrass our companies because we can't say anything. Eli?
First and foremost, my jaw has been on the floor for the past, since you started playing that video. Secondly, there's some retard, I won't say their name, over in YouTube who said, furries or groypers? Groypers are far right. I am done.
Wow. Furries are groypers. Groypers are far right. Raise your hands if you've ever been to Busch Gardens before. Been to Busch Gardens? Went to Virginia before? Williamsburg, Jamestown, Busch Gardens. Anybody ever taken that family trip before? Busch Gardens used to be great. If you don't know what Busch Gardens is, it's kind of like a Six Flags. And they've got, you walk through Busch Gardens, and they've got, different countries represented in different areas of the park. And the workers dress up to be that theme. So you might be in Italy. You might be in Scotland. You might be in, France or Germany. Used to be great, right? Keyword, used. Used to be great. Busch Gardens hosting a family-friendly Pride Day featuring degenerate drag performers and trans people. Let's pull this up here. Check this out. Here are some of the people that will be attending and performing on Busch Gardens' family-friendly Pride Day. Family friend. Well, first of all, you can't have a family if you're LGBTQ. If you're lesbian, unless you were normal beforehand, then you don't have kids. If you're gay, you're not having butt babies. If you're trans, I don't know how that works. 9 times out of 10, you don't have a real family if you're part of the LGBTQIA pedo minor attracted people plus crowd. Now, you might have adopted a child and you are doing a form of child abuse to that child while you're forcing it to suck on a fake breast filled with milk like Pete Buttigieg did. But you don't have a real family if you belong to the LGBTQ community. Not one of your own, anyways. And that's what's going on at Busch Gardens. Jessica says, I'm in Williamsburg. I'm so upset about it. I would be too. July 26th, Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, Virginia, is preparing to host its annual Pride Day event, but this time adding family friendly. What is okay, when you hear the words family friendly, that instantly lets you know that it is something okay for kids to watch. Right? Family friendly movie, family friendly event. That means that for people with children, it is safe for them to attend the event. Sure as hell isn't talking about the adults. So they're saying, come to our annual Pride Day that is literally targeting children from the womb to the tomb. Eli, do you remember that montage video of the gay men? Well, gay people. We're coming for your kids. We're coming for you. Can you find that on YouTube?
Let me see what we got.
You remember that though, right? We're coming for your children. We're coming for your kids.
Oh, yeah. Yep, and then people were like, oh, you didn't really mean that. What the hell did he mean?
Yeah, that wasn't his intent. Somehow the world has been able to become masters of knowing what people's intent are. The theme park has already disabled the comments on its social media post promoting the event following massive online backlash. According to the park's official event page, Pride Day will feature sensational, family-friendly entertainment by the LGBTQ plus stars in the Abbey Stone Theater, along with a DJ dance party. Ooh, I wonder if they'll be twerking and grinding on toddlers. Specialty merchandise, a vendor fair, and other activities. Let's go back to the beginning part. Sensational, family friendly. Wow. All performances are included with a regular day park admission. Scheduled shows are set for 11:30, 1:30, and 3:30. The event description highlights performers including Jennifer Warner, a dude, Just Jasmine, a dude, Sabrina Lawrence, a dude, and Celestia Cox. Wow, what a name for kids. Celestia Cox. The park describes the shows as, quote, dazzling family-friendly displays of feel-good fun. And you wonder why the Democrats don't have a path to win. This is the reason. The furry stuff, the LGBTQ stuff, the trans stuff, the weird stuff, the men and women sports stuff. This is why we're going to win the midterms. Because the other side is gone. Eli, did you find that video?
I did. I'm about to send that, but I have already sent you something, which I think is about 1,000,000 times creepier. So if you want to check that out, but I'll send you this one too.
All right, yeah. I mean, is this, do I have to say viewer discretion advised on this bad boy at all, or? Let's see. Let's bring it up here. Thank you for sending that on over. Let's, Here we go.
You think we're sinful?
Oh, this is the song, right?
You fight against our rights. You say we all lead lives you can't respect. But you're just frightened. You think that we'll corrupt your kids if our agenda goes unchecked. Funny, just this once, you're correct. We'll convert your children.
By the way, this is not AI.
Bit by bit, quietly and subtly, and you will barely notice it. We'll convert your children. Someone's gotta teach them not to hate. We're coming for them. We're coming for your children.
Wow. I don't know how old that was, but it was definitely real. I remember playing it when it first came out. And they interviewed the guy as well. I guess you can call it a guy. This next video that Eli just sent me, actually, very familiar with the Next News Network. I don't know what this is. Eli sent it to me. Let's see.
LGBT group in New York City drew attention during a recent demonstration where they chanted, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children." The provocative event, known as the New York City Drag March, featured individuals in outlandish clothing displaying signs that challenged traditional gender norms. The march started at Tompkins Square Park, traveling through the East Village and concluding at the historically significant Stonewall Inn, known for its 1969 riots as sparked by a police raid. Further events such as the Dyke March and Queer Liberation March continue throughout the weekend, promoting non-traditional values and lifestyles. Citizens concerned about the impact of these events on children are urged to stand up against this radical agenda and protect their communities. That's all I've got. Get the rest by tapping the link in our bio.
We're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your children. These people are sick. A better America would be that outlawed. If the FBI were to find kiddie porn on somebody's computer, they would go to prison. Right? So tell me how you can do kiddie porn in real life, in public, on the streets, at Disney, and at Busch Gardens. Tell me how that's legal. Because it's the Democrat Party. That's how. If that was Republicans, where queers for Trump, and they were out sexualizing children, everybody on the left would be calling Trump a pedophile tomorrow. They're already doing it today. They'd call him a pedophile tomorrow, and they would call for the arrest of those individuals. Just the way it is. The Democrat Party seems to be above the law. And I share Eli's, annoyance that more isn't being done. Like, who cares what the news says? Who cares what the left says? Who cares what the naysayers say? It's do what is right at all costs. If President Trump was actually doing everything that was morally right, drag queen shows would be outlawed right now. We'd be pushing for all that kind of stuff rather than sneaking things in bills to try to get political points, which we'll talk about later.
You still haven't just addressed defunding police, defunding ICE, socialism, capitalism not being the type of system that the economy is based on. I know Big Tent, I hear all the happy talk and everything like that, but and to say, well, Graham Plattner, that we found out later that he wasn't vetted. Well, Joe, along, there were plenty of things that would have got, if Democrats didn't want to win so badly and regain power, there were plenty of things that a normal person would have said, there's a problem here.
Joe, as you know, my background, first my family graduated from college, failed a couple times in business.
Who gives a
then
shit?
Did well. I believe in the free enterprise system, but it's only going to work if everybody gets a fair shot.
Is that how America became the greatest country on planet Earth? So is socialism how America became the greatest country on planet Earth? No. Socialism has never made anybody the greatest of anything ever. Capitalism and constitutional republic form of government made this country the greatest country that it's ever been on Earth. I can't remember socialism ever making this country great. Everybody, you know what? Everybody does have access to the same thing. Everybody has access to the right to pursue happiness. Everybody has the right to work hard. Black, white, blue, or brown, or purple or green. Everybody does have the same opportunities. Some people have more options because of how they grow up, but everybody's got the same opportunity. Everyone. That's what America is.
Do you think you should have a Big Tent? Is the idea to have a Big Tent? And do you believe that some of the individuals inside this party are flawed enough that you shouldn't have them in the tent, or you should denounce some of the things that they've said, whether it relates to Jews or Israel or Hamas? I mean, there's been a lot of comments recently that I think some people have big questions about.
Yeah. Listen, I think we saw in Maine the problem when when folks fall in love with a candidate without appropriate vetting. Anybody that's going to go into elective office, you got to go through your record. Now, again, people will say, well, hold it. Donald Trump has done all these things. I think we do need better vetting. I would also say this. At least we're having an ideological debate in the Republican Party. I'm sorry, in the Democratic Party.
Don't even know what party you belong to. You can't win because you're filled with queers and socialists. That's why you can't win. That's why your poll numbers, your approval rating for the Democratic Party is worse than Trump's always. America is rejecting communism. America is rejecting socialism, which leads to communism. Eli, I got a comment over on YouTube. Gas over $4 now for 2 months. Talk about that, bro. Gas was over $4 a gallon for 3 years in the last administration. Talk about that. Take the whatever out of your mouth and talk about that one.
I was going to ask you about Netanyahu and Mamdani saying he's exploring ways to arrest him when he comes to New York City. What do you think of that? Is that an idea you think is a good one?
I mean, Netanyahu's a war criminal. I believe he's wanted by the International Criminal Court. So, I completely understand the mayor's position.
And you have some Republicans saying you should be focused more on, local issues like the crime or other things happening in New York. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, we can walk and chew gum. We've already instituted a rent freeze on rent-stabilized housing. We're cutting red tape on small businesses. We are going after bad landlords. We're lowering people's prices. And we can also hold war criminals accountable.
But you
didn't. Ask you about Mamdani. He's
Eli,
exploring ways.
She's like, we can also hold war criminals accountable. But you ain't. But you can't. But you didn't. And but you won't. So take that. And I don't even care about. Actually, hold on. I mean, I do care about Bibi Netanyahu. There we go. I don't really care, though. He's great.
Obsessed with him. He's doing a great job.
Well, he's exploring ways to arrest Netanyahu. What do you think about that?
Arrest him. He's a war criminal.
Mamdani, does he even have the authority to explore the arrest of Netanyahu?
I don't know if it applies to citizen's arrest. If he needs help, tell him to call me.
Oh, what are you going to do?
I was going to ask you about Netanyahu.
If he needs help, Rashida Tlaib says, if he needs help, tell him to call me. Why? So they can commit fraud against Medicare centers, pray to Allah, have sex with goats, and try to take over the United States of America by implementing Sharia law? Aren't you a woman? Shouldn't you not be speaking? At least according to your religion. Eli, it always is mind-boggling to me how you see Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar bumping their gums to men when they don't even have the right to talk to a man.
Yeah, I'd really love to know what's up with that. It's really frustrating to watch sometimes. I wish somebody would put them in their place, rightfully so, of course. And to the person with the gas prices comment, President doesn't control the gas prices, remember?
Oh, yeah. Whatever happened to idiot Republican maggots? Presidents don't control the gas prices. Whatever happened to that? Just curious. From the party that shamed Lindsey Graham because he was in the closet. Chris Cuomo had something to say about AOC. This is dumb calling dumber retarded.
Has done nothing meaningful in Congress.
AOC.
She's done it all on social media.
That's what he says.
And she's one of your leading names in who's going to be president. Do you not get this concept of 80-20? She's an 80-20 loser all day long. Why? She is clearly catering to a minority. She's her own version of MAGA. She's looking for an outraged enclave. She's not about the majority. She's not about consensus. She's not about solutions. She wants government to give you everything. She's a socialist in a capitalist society. What are you thinking? OC has done nothing meaningful in Congress. She's done it all.
Do you agree? Other than the MAGA comment, do you agree? You agree with Chris Cuomo? AOC's done nothing. She's a socialist. She goes online. She's not going to run for Look, I'm going to tell you right now, AOC's not running for president. I'd like her to. I think that'd be hilarious. But AOC's not running for president. Come on. The party would not put that much trust. Well, I don't know. Eli, they did run Kamala Harris. They did completely stomp on all of their own voters' will and desire and said, too bad what you voted for again. We're going to put Kamala Harris in there. I would argue that AOC is smarter than Kamala Harris.
Oof. I'm going to have to get back to you on that one. That's just tearing my mind apart.
Yeah, I don't even know how do you even reconcile that? Who's smarter, AOC or Kamala? Let's have a poll. All right, everybody in the chat. Okay, we don't care about the YouTube chat so much, but the Rumble chat. Everybody in the Rumble chat, who's smarter, AOC or Kamala Harris? Oh my God, I don't know. That's a toss-up. You got to give one answer. Come on, one answer. Let's see. AOC 100% smarter than Camel Toe. That's a low bar, Jeremy. AOC. Who do they have? They probably will put AOC in. AOC. They both suck. Yeah, but you got a hypothetical gun to your head. You got to choose. Neither. I know. I want to see if anybody says that they think Kamala Harris is smarter than AOC. Just one. I'll just take one. But I don't think she is. It's a tie. Both suck for bucks. Cut it out. That's funny, though. Somebody just put zucchini. That's hilarious. Oh, we got one, Eli. We got one. Tina says Kamala's smarter. Pot calling the kettle stupid. Yeah, they might run her. Eli, before I made that statement, I'd forgotten that we did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. But I think that she'll run for Chuck Schumer's Senate seat before she runs, for President of the United States. Now, New York City landlords, who Mamdani and AOC and everybody are going after. They're saying that the American dream is absolutely being torn away from New York City under these new socialist policies. Let's get to this. Landlords in New York are sounding the alarm about new policies being put into place by Zoran and his team, killing the American dream. Even before Mamdani took office, members of his inner circle began to make their plans clear. They want the city to take over buildings from private owners, and they're using unfair policies to do it. By freezing the rent and then adding requirements that put a further financial burden on the landlords, they are making it impossible to manage property, which ultimately will put the landlord out of business. So why do they want to do this? Well, most likely the city would take over the building and assess it way down on taxes, make it worth absolutely nothing. And that's when the government swoop in and take advantage. That's exactly what they've always done in socialist settings. And the Democratic Socialists of America people paint these landlords as evil fat cats. But if that's the case, then why would anybody rent from them? New York City's landlords say that the American dream is slipping away fast. And, quote, it shows how flawed the system is in its entirety and how inefficient everything is here. New York landlord Jose Tur told Fox on Tuesday. Tur, whose late grandfather spent decades building the family's New York real estate business, after immigrating here from Cuba legally, said that the debate over landlord profits overlooks the hardships facing many small property owners. He recalled how his grandfather, who purchased the first apartment building in 1979, year I was born, decades were spent growing the family's business before he was reportedly mugged at gunpoint by a tenant who had not paid rent in 5 years. Tur said his grandmother suffered a stroke and died 2 weeks later at the age of 99. Fellow New York landlord Natalia Bonanno also relayed her family's struggle amid what she characterized as growing attacks from the far left, mounting operating costs that have made it increasingly difficult to keep rent stabilized for anyone. You know, Eli, you know what I just thought of? You know what you don't hear? You don't hear about any Democrat landlords complaining. And last I heard, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. If you're running a business and somebody's encroaching on that business and making you incur like far more costs and even having rent frozen from you, anybody in their right mind would complain about that. So that tells me, Eli, that majority of the people who own things are conservatives. I wonder why that is. Probably because Democrats don't own or build anything. Democrats destroy and steal everything. That is their party. Democrats destroy and steal. Republicans build and create.
Gee, Democrats destroy and steal everything and don't build anything. They're Muslims?
Sure sounds like it. Sure sounds like it. No wonder why they're so open to letting Islam run wild on America. So they're already sounding the alarm. And they've also filed a lawsuit. Yesterday, a group of New York City landlords filed a lawsuit to stop Mayor Zohran Mamdani's backed rent freeze and said they will be forced to bear unchecked inflation and rising costs. They ought to sell the buildings and leave. That's what they ought to do. Promo code Dave said, bridge over troubled water behind Jeremy? Question mark, question mark, question mark. No, Dave, no. That is the bridge that's literally right behind this building in the Quad Cities of Iowa. That's the Mississippi River right there. Okay? I've had that question before, though. So, Democrats destroy, steal. Republicans build and create. Moral of the story today, folks. And you know it's bad when somebody who can't even speak without a device and wears a hoodie to work calls you a clown.
Threats. He doesn't even have the authority to do this, I don't believe, to make an arrest like this.
Oh, he's a total clown. I mean, he has the authority to arrest Netanyahu any more than I would have the authority to arrest him in Washington, D.C. if he visited down in Washington, D.C. You're a mayor, dude. You know, pick up trash, fix some potholes, and really fix the homeless problem in your city too. You know, you're way out of your league, and now this is irresponsible. But like I said, he's just a total clown, and it's just for clicks at this point. He knows that he has nothing actionable. Now,
when John Fetterman calls you a clown, that's really saying something. That'd be like Donald Trump calling an orange. Right? That would be like AOC calling somebody stupid. That would be like Joe Biden accusing somebody of having dementia or Alzheimer's. Or that would be like Joe Biden shitting his own pants and then yelling at a baby for doing the same thing. Fetterman might just come over to the other side, folks. Not that I care if he's here or if he goes independent, but all I care is that the Democrats lose a vote. And yet we still got people like this in the country.
It's good to see you. Hey, I was wondering...
My favorite Aussie.
Oh, wow, favorite Aussie. I love that. I'm going to put that in my bio online now. I was wondering what you thought about Mamdani saying that Bibi should be arrested if and when he comes to New York in September for the UN. Pretty, controversial statement. Where do you stand on that?
It shouldn't be controversial for leaders to say if you are indicted on war crimes by the ICC and you have an arrest warrant, that arrest warrant should be honored. We always knew
we don't
that
honor the
was,
ICC.
The issue of the UN. That's why we host here in the United States. And leaders from different countries of the world, regardless of the war crimes that they have committed, are allowed to come in and conduct the business of their country.
What about the immigration crime of marrying your brother, you immigrant skank?
To the ICC do carry out that arrest warrant because this war criminal does need to be arrested. We have seen the ICC do incredible work in holding people accountable, and it is time for us to allow them to do that incredible work on holding the Israeli war criminals accountable as well.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of Republicans are saying ICC, whatever. It doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't.
It's not a real arrest warrant.
It's not.
That Trump's even saying, come along to New York. There's going to be no arrests.
There won't.
And Mamdani is saying he can't do it on a local level. It'd need to be a federal arrest. So, what do you make of that?
It is always funny that they say that accountability sounds funny to them. And
you'll see accountability
that exists to create accountability sound funny to
even
them
if it's
when
when
it
I
is
get
their
to
friends
Congress.
That are the war criminals. When Russia was being indicted for war crimes by the ICC, we didn't see sanctions for ICC prosecutors. And so, to me, that contradiction is what makes the words that we speak here in the United States seem laughable to the rest of the world. We should also be accountable in the way that we ask for accountability for everyone else.
Eli, if this rat, and that's what she is, she's a rat. First of all, let's get the plunger. Let's flush this nasty, disgusting turd, shall we? Man, one more time. Let's get there. Bye, Ilhan. Bye, sweetheart. Eli, if this disgusting Somali lawbreaker, inbred lawbreaker, married her brother, immigration violation, why she's not gone, still don't know. I can't push her out. But I'll tell you this, Eli, if she's still there when I get to Congress, and when I see her in the hallway, I'm going to pull up my phone, all for you guys, and I'm going to start recording. And I'm going to go like this. Excuse me, Ilhan Omar. I was just wondering how you could still escape justice when it is clear that you slept with your brother and your entire people have low IQ, 68, average low IQ. And how come you were rich at one point, but you are poor now? And why do you think that America is so bad, but yet you came here from your shithole country? Can you please say it clearly into the phone? I think that, Eli, would have a hell of a lot more of an effect on what her comeback would be if I just asked her a normal question. Because, see, I'm not just coming there as a congressman. I'm coming there as an LFA TV reporter, too. So, kill two birds with one stone.
Sounds good to me. Damn Skippy. It makes me sick that she gets to walk through the halls of our nation like this. Yeah.
Yeah, just like that person in the chat. You hate America? Don't tell us. Just go. Just go. When we come back, we're going to talk about an elderly Michigan widow in a trailer park shocked that she's a mega donor of $150,000 to the Democrat Party and yet has never once donated to the Democrat Party. Go figure, America. Of course. We want to thank the people over at Fatty 15. Eli, you know, when Fatty 15 became a sponsor of LFA TV, people didn't even know who they were. Now I can't turn on TV. I can't turn on YouTube. I can't turn on the radio. I can't turn on a podcast without seeing something with Fatty 15, which means they're growing. And if Fatty 15 is growing, then that must mean that it works. So what does it do? Well, it does a number of things, but its main primary job is to give you and introduce to you an essential fatty acid that your body benefits from big time, and that is C15. It's the only ingredient in this little daily pill, and you get a 90-day supply when you order for your first time. Fatty15.com, promo code LFA. And this one little pill with C15 in it directly targets your cells, the damage to those cells, if there is any, increases your blood flow, increases the oxygen that your blood flow has, and also, ladies and gentlemen, in doing so, reverses the way your cells age, prolongs how long you live, and it also deep sleeps. Like when you lay down at night, your brain is all that stuff that's going on in your head, it allows you to relax and sleep and fall in such a deep sleep that you normally you get 6 hours of sleep, it'll feel like you got 8. That's what Fatty 15 does. Okay? So again, fatty15.com/LFA. The link is in the description of this video. That's fatty15.com. Promo code LFA. Also, a completely unrelated sponsor to health, and that is your wealth. GoldenCrestMetals.com. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. All you have to do is go to GoldenCrestMetals.com, reach out to them with the little questionnaire on the right-hand side. Once you do that, somebody from Rich Jacoby's team will get a hold of you. And like I said, let me ask you this question. If you wanted a car and you saw that car at $60,000, but then you went back the next day and it was marked down to $28,000, would you even ask for permission to get it from your wife or husband, or would you be like, that's a deal, I'm getting it? That's what silver's doing right now. But silver's got such a 6-year supply and demand shortage that silver's needed for all AI, all solar, all, alternative energy, hospital equipment, chips, all of that stuff. And we have a shortage. What silver's going to look like in 20 years might blow your mind. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Okay. WB Patriot said, flock cameras don't just record you, they gather your information. That's where it becomes unconstitutional. Gathering information is not unconstitutional. It's what you do with that information that's unconstitutional. Are you selling it? Are you using it to track somebody? Are you using it to violate their whereabouts? Things like that. And I do agree. If you have these up and you're getting all this information, you mean that you want us to trust you that you're not doing anything with it? I agree there. But the simple act of having them up is not a constitutional violation. Okay? But I don't want them at all. Just like I don't really want data centers either, but that's a rock and a hard place situation. Right? Data centers don't use the water that people tell you they use. It's what you do with that water afterwards. See, a golf course might use a lot more water, but that water goes back into the ground and is good water. Where data center water, once it's cooling down these data centers, cannot go back into the ground. So you are taking water away, and you can't put it back anywhere, and you got to do something with it. Also, the energy. They're supposed to be paying their own energy bills on these and not subsidizing them out with taxpayer funds or anything like that, or even grants from the government, because that would be taxpayer funded. So I'm not for data centers either, But at the same time, if we don't stay ahead of the world with technology, we will go behind and we will become no longer the superpower of the world. Rock in a hard place. Rock in a hard place. The flock cameras, get rid of those. I'm good with getting rid of those. The data centers is a whole other conversation, though. Again, I don't want them. But how can we figure this out to where we can have them like nuclear power plants, but they're not going to be detrimental to everybody? It's a tough conversation to have. I've had this debate internally and with Democrats in this state politically, and it's a conversation that nobody's going to get 100% of what they want on either way. So, maybe we'll talk more about data centers in another time. An elderly Michigan widow in a trailer park, shocked to learn that she's a mega donor to Democrats. Eli, every day, what do we hear? What do we hear every day? There's no proof, right? Every single day we hear there's no proof of any kind of mass voter fraud going on. What would you call this? What would you call an elderly woman in a trailer park in Michigan finding out that she's a mega donor to the Democratic Party via Act Blue for over 5 years, living on a pension? What would you call that? I would call that fraud. Oh, there's no evidence of mass fraud. Yes, there is. Always. And it's always with the Democratic Party. It's just like when they find ballots, they never find Republican ballots. Some reason they only find Democrat ballots. There's always fraud going on in every state, and it's always for Democrats. You notice that they don't find people who are mega donors to Republicans. Only Democrats.
Out in the deep, thick country of Michigan, looking for one Elizabeth Waffle, 88 years old, donated nearly $150,000 in the last 5 years to Democratic causes. This is one of El Sayed's micro donors. Doesn't look like the Taj Mahal by any means. Come along. Where's the house? Okay, if I'm not back in 5 minutes, call somebody. Ding, 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 ding. Hello? Here's a walker. Hi, madam.
Okay.
Pleasure. My name's Charlie. Are you Elizabeth Waffle?
Yeah.
It says here that you've donated $150,000 in the last 5 years to various campaigns, and that you've made nearly 15,000 donations.
I doubt it.
You want to see it?
15,000, yeah.
15,000 separate donations on the computer. Did you make 15,000 donations in 5 years? $150,000?
150? Hell no. I don't have that kind of money.
Do you have internet?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yeah.
Do you have a computer?
No.
No? So how could you make all these donations?
I don't know. Are these all mine?
Yes, this is, now, there's 900 pages. I ran out of paper to print it on. Yeah, all of these.
I have bad knees, and then I went out and sprained an ankle. And so I'm...
Well, with $150,000, you get those knees replaced.
No, I don't think I've near spent that much.
When's the last time you lived in Canfield?
Well, I lived there for 1 year after the house burned.
Oh, your house here burned, yeah? So what it has here, here's the dates. In August 27th of 2024, you not only contributed on the same day from this address, but also from the Canfield address. So it says like you were in two places at the same time on the same day.
Well, I still own the property out here, so...
Surely.
Yeah.
But it says how many contributions that day did you do? It's 10.
It could be. I don't remember quite that much of it, but...
Not $150,000, though.
I can't believe it.
And not 15,000 times.
Yeah.
And you have spotty internet. What's this one? Aaron Rugenberg? Rugenberg.
That name doesn't ring a bell.
Doesn't ring a bell, huh?
Doesn't mean a bill at all.
150,000 is abnormal.
I don't. 150,000 is very abnormal, and I think it's wrong. I think there's something in there that's off.
Can you show me how to make a donation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Come on.
Internet.
This thing hates me. I'm not on the internet right at the moment. I'll get it straightened around when I get in the house, if that ever happens.
How long, when did your house burn down?
2 years ago.
Oh my goodness.
Everything goes through Act Blue. Act Blue is like the bank.
So everything you do goes through Act Blue? You don't go to amyklobuchar.com and donate.
No, I do everything through Act Blue.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All Act Blue. Got a couple bucks I could borrow?
Are you kidding? I got a couple guys coming back to mow the lawn, and I just went through my pocket to see if I had enough money for them.
Do you?
I think so.
You need a couple? You need a couple bucks to give to the guys to mow your lawn?
Yeah.
I got it. Elizabeth, where's your car? This one? Maybe I'll call some of these politicians and get your money back. Yes, ma'am. Power to the people.
You know how you find out about all the voter fraud, about all the donation fraud from Act Blue? You do just what James O'Keefe did. This is what this guy's doing. He's going from place to place to place to say, did you donate $150,000 to Act Blue? See, for the dipshit lefty here, let me explain what's going on here, okay? Just like with all of the illegal mail-in ballots. We're not saying that illegal aliens are voting with all those mail-in ballots. It's actually very few compared to the amount of dead people that the Democrat Party is using their name to vote in. That's the problem. Illegal aliens are not the biggest mail-in voters. Dead people are when it comes to illegalities. This right here, the reason why this is illegal, retards, is because if somebody's using that lady's name to donate $150,000, it's because they've reached the cap of how much they're allowed to donate. So they're using other people's names, breaking the law, to funnel money into Democrat campaigns through Act Blue, which has been proven now, this is the third time somebody's shown this? James O'Keefe did it in a mass scale. Act Blue is currently under criminal investigation. That is fraud. And it's voter fraud because you're funneling money illegally into a campaign. You don't have to like it, but it's true. Arizona's primaries were the other day. 2 days ago, I believe. And the Department of Homeland Security sent poll observers, election observers, to the three most fraudulent cities in Arizona. And wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? It looks like actual votes came back. And it showed that Donald Trump swept with his endorsements. What was it, 9 different endorsements or something in Arizona? Every one of them. You're welcome.
Dress rehearsal over. Arizonans went to the primary polls last night, and along with them, election observers sent by the DOJ to 3 specific counties, Pima, Maricopa, and Apache, to, quote, ensure transparency, ballot security, and compliance with ballot security, and compliance with federal law. While other administrations have deployed election observers in the past, broadly, they have been to places with long histories of discrimination. And the intent by federal watchers was to ensure access, not to limit it. Here is why critics worry that this is going to limit it, that this is different. Arizona, as you know, has long been a hotbed for 2020 conspiracies, as President Trump and his allies refused to accept that he lost there in 2020, which he did.
Oh,
and the president is still refusing to accept it, claiming just the other day that our voting systems were catastrophically vulnerable, claiming without overwhelming...
Here's what I'm going to say. If Donald Trump lost that election to Joe Biden, you would say the reason why Donald Trump lost that election to Joe Biden was because the country rejected Donald Trump because they didn't think that he was a good president, and that they all had their panties in a wad because of it. So everybody in mass numbers came out and voted for Joe Biden. So my question is this: if the country rejected Trump so overwhelmingly and resoundingly, and they were like, oh, we're going to come out in droves for Joe Biden, we're going to give him 18 more million votes than even Obama got because he's way more popular. How did Trump come back and win again? If the country rejected him resoundingly, as you say they did, and he lost to Joe Biden as bad as you say that he did, how is it possible that he came back and won in such a massive fashion in 2024? How did he win the Electoral College count? More counties than any other president ever. More votes in Georgia than anybody's ever got. Remember? Didn't win in Georgia in 2020 though, right? More votes in Georgia than anyone has ever got, and won the popular vote of the country with a resounding mandate to do exactly what he promises to do. I just simply got to ask that question. And for this, I will go over to shithole YouTube and see. I bet we don't get an answer. Jeremy, laughy faces. Okay. Oh, I see. This stream is run by a loony. Okay, can't answer the question. It's only the same. Only MAGA believes that the Gulf of Mexico should have a new name after 500 years. Well, Google it and tell me what it says. Guess we got it done, didn't we? Winning again. Dominating. Let's see. MAGA. This is what you sound like when you can't deal with losing. You mean Trump rigged the election? Oh, so now you're saying Trump rigged the 2024 election. Is that what you're saying? Please say that. Please do say that. Whole world calls it Gulf of Mexico. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not by a map. And the next generation won't even know that it was called Gulf of Mexico. So only your dipshit brain remembers that. Find out. Anybody got anything? Anyone? No? You can't say how Donald Trump magically came back and won after the whole country said he was a bad president? Boy, it's almost like he won in 2020 because he just magically won in 2024. No, I'm going to tell you what happened. There's only so many people in the country, and there's only so many voters in the country as well. And when you slam and flood the polls in just an overwhelming fashion, and you make it too big to rig, you guys have heard that, right? You couldn't overcome that big of a number. You couldn't cheat. And we caught you with your pants down. And we whooped your ass. That's what happened. We whooped your ass. And now there's nothing you can do about it. And now we've redrawn maps. And we're having poll watchers at all these major cities. And it will happen in the midterms too. And you won't be able to cheat for shit. And I guess we'll see who wins in November.
Evidence, among other things, that it's too easy for non-citizens and dead people to vote en masse. New Jersey did hand him some ammunition. Yesterday, Governor Mikey Herrell announced her investigators found 400 non-citizens cast ballots in New Jersey sometime between 2023 and 2024, and thousands were mistakenly registered because of a software error. Those voters, who were Democrats, Republicans, and independents, represent a tiny fraction of registered voters. There are roughly 6.9 million voters in New Jersey. Still, Donald Trump is now using it to call the entire election system crooked, while at the same time slashing the very agencies in place that were stood up to help keep the system safe. So critics will ask, what is he really trying to do? Is the dress rehearsal over? Arizonans went to the primary polls last night, and along with them, election observers. That's
right. Sent by the Department of Homeland Security. What do you think is going to happen on the midterms? You know why the left is really salty, Eli? I'll tell you why. The left is really salty because they know that we own every branch of the government. We have the Supreme Court. We have the White House. We have Congress, both houses, and we're never giving it back. Never. And that's why we'll send ICE and Department of Homeland Security agents to every major poll in every major city during the midterm. And if anybody gets caught cheating, you're going right to jail. What are you going to do? How are you going to beat us? How are you going? We're not handing it over peacefully to you again. Never going to happen. What are you going to do? Take it? Look how you're taking it now. Crying every day. But pretending that you're strong with fist emojis and thumbs up emojis. Come on, we could do it, Democrats. You never will again. And if we get the Save America Act passed, whether it be in one part or separating it up, then you're for sure to never win again. And that's all we needed. We just needed that in. Lano over on YouTube's calling us criminals. Okay, call us what you want. Call us criminals, call us racist, call us bigots. The fact of the matter is, the reality, regardless of what you think and say, is that we're in charge and we're not giving it back. That's it. Donald Trump is going to use his full power of the presidency to never give it back until your party becomes sane again. And we'll be the judge of that. We'll decide when that is, not you. So again, what are you going to do? Desmond says you have all these branches of government, but you haven't done shit. Well, close the border so no more illegal, disgusting third world shithole losers are coming in. Took away USAID completely to the point where you guys are going, it's killing people. Took us out of the Climate Paris Accords, bombing the shit out of Muslim terrorists. 401ks are looking great. Flags were flying, 250th celebrations going on every weekend around the country. I think we're doing pretty good. I think for us anyway, we're doing pretty good. That's why we call you fascists. Well, that's okay. We're finally going to live up to the word. How about that? You've been calling it for so long. Let's make it a reality, huh? Might as well. You're going to call it to us anyway. So here's what I'll say. Eat shit. You're not getting it back. We're in charge. And we're mentally dominating you every single day. You can say whatever you want. Reality is, that's the case. So anyway, Trump says that he will talk to China after announcing the 2020 election interference and foreign influence campaigns. He said he will be harsh on them. And when it's all said and done, they will never meddle, as long as he's there anyway, in elections ever again. So, we've redrawn maps. D.C. Court of Appeals has sided with President Trump's executive order as of last week. It says that the Postmaster General can absolutely refuse to send out any federal mail-in ballots to any home in any state if they've not handed over their voting rolls. Thank you with that federal appeals court win. So we got that. We're going to have ICE and DHS at polling stations, the redrawn maps, and voter ID is probably going to go through even if the Save America Act doesn't, because they will keep attaching it to must-pass bills. So I don't really see how you guys could ever win again, to be honest with you. Don't see. If you think you can, please let us know. And by the way, it's not just New Jersey that's wrapped up in this scandal. 6 states were previously caught, including thousands of non-citizens on their voting rolls. 35,152 non-citizens were registered to vote in New Jersey, not the 6,600 that the governor announced in her stupid little announcement there. The Department of Homeland Security recently said that preliminary reviews of voter records in California, New Jersey, Nevada, and Pennsylvania found the following. 190,832 non-citizens registered to vote in California. These aren't dead, these are non-citizens. 35,152 in New Jersey, 15,903 in Nevada, and 14,576 in Pennsylvania. Obviously, this is a widespread problem and why people don't want to give over their voting rolls. As of June 30th, there are 26 states using SAVE for voter registration or voting list maintenance purposes. It processed 198 million cases in 2025. The remaining 24 states have no public info that their election authority uses SAVE. Most of these 24 states are left-leaning. Now I'm going to pull up something amazing for you. And by the way, this is from, give me 1 second here. This is from the Department of Homeland Security. This is, you can easily look this up yourself. This is from them. I'm going to enlarge this just a little bit so you guys can see the states represented a little bit easier. Okay, this is based on 2021 estimates, figures rounded. This is a Pew Research Center tabulation of data from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Department of Homeland Security. So if you want to know where this came from, the U.S. Census Bureau and the Department of Homeland Security, and this is as of 2021. You know, when Joe Biden was in office, I wanted to go back and get the information from when the left could not argue it. What you see here is a 2021 number of unauthorized immigrants, meaning unauthorized to work. Not just straight illegal immigration, but unauthorized to work. A total of 10.5 million in 2021. What happened after 2021? Mass invasion of the southern border. Millions and millions a month. Okay? Look at this. This is from Pew Research and the government of Joe Biden's era. Look at this. 1.9 million in California. Almost 1 million in Florida. 1.6 million in Texas. 300,000 in Washington. 45,000 in my state of Iowa. 90,000 in Minnesota. 160,000 in Colorado. 275,000 in Virginia, 220,000 in Pennsylvania, 600,000 in New York, 325,000 in North Carolina, 95,000 in South Carolina, a total then of 10.5 million unauthorized to work in this country. Now you know why everybody wants mass amnesty for the workers, don't you? And that's why I'm so caught off guard by Mike Lindell. Now, I don't know in the capacity of which Mike Lindell has said that he backs amnesty to a certain degree, because I back zero amnesty. Zero. You either have a rule of law or you don't. That's me taking compassion and sympathy into the mix. Like the family that's been here for 10 years and doesn't have any crime since they've been here and have been paying taxes, that even includes them, because you either have a rule of law or you don't. You either come into the country legally or you don't. There should be no free rides, because you either are a country of laws or you are not. Nobody should get special treatment. Period. This is a problem. 10.5 million as of the Biden era. What do you think it is now? I'd say it's triple that. I'd say we have 30 million unauthorized immigrants in this country. And if Mike Lindell really wants this amnesty, it's probably because he's got a number of them working for him. This is wrong. This should not be the case. And again, you want to know where this information comes from? Right there. 2021 estimate figures rounded, source Pew Research Center tabulation of data from the U.S. Census Bureau. Not looking good, is it, folks? And that was under the Biden administration. So that way, lefties that are watching this can't say, that's not the case. That's not real. You must be lying. Nope. That's a problem. You mean to tell me that's not a wide-scale problem? President Trump did a rally, back to doing rallies again, and he really climbed all over John Thune. Talked about never being a communist country, climbed all over John Thune for the Save America Act. Here was President Trump yesterday. And if you're watching on YouTube, bow down to your president.
And finally, we have to pass the Save America Act to defend American elections. And I have to say, Mike Johnson and Congress have done a great job, but we're having a hard time in the Senate. The Senate, what they're doing.
I agree with that.
It's just not right. Congress is going to pass it again. They passed it 3 times. They're going to pass it again. It's like the Senate is a place that you send things when you want them to die. We can't do this, and we're not going to take this any longer. We're not going to take it. You know, I'm trying to be nice, trying to be really nice. You saw we had a big victory last night in Arizona. I've had victories everywhere. But we're not going to be able to take it much longer. When they can't get past voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots because they're crooked as hell. So right now, Congress is working to get as much of our plan as possible into the budget bill to identify and really terminate. Look, what they should do, very simple. A lot of you don't know about filibuster. They should terminate the filibuster and approve everything. Because the Democrats are going to do it. The Democrats are going to terminate the filibuster as soon as they have a chance. And then they're going to approve Puerto Rico and D.C. as a state. They got 4 more senators. They're going to end up with 12 more congressmen. They're going to get at like 40 electoral votes. If they are allowed to do that, by that time I'll be sitting home. And I'm not a big crier. I don't think you want to see me cry, you know? There are some people, they do very well when they cry. But you don't want to see me cry. But I may be crying when I'll be sitting home and I'll say I told them. They got to really terminate the filibuster, get everything approved right away. Because you're going to have a stoppage. You're going to have a stoppage in September. The Democrats won't approve everything. They become deranged, like deranged Jack Smith. Remember that deranged sick puppy? They're deranged, and they won't approve. You're going to have a shutdown in September. And in 2 years later, you have the debt ceiling bill. They would love it. I call it the 1929. You know what 1929 means? That was not a good year. And there's no reason for it. They should terminate the filibuster. Everybody call John Thune at the Senate. He's the leader of the Republican Party, and tell him to get this stuff approved. So we're fighting so that all voters must show voter ID. We're fighting so that all voters must provide proof of citizenship, okay? And also the no mail-in ballots, very important. And we're doing exceptions for illness, disability, military deployment, travel. If you're away and you have problems, we'll be very easy on that. Look, if you're away, if you're in the military, you want to vote, we want you to vote. But we'll also enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports and no transgender surgery for your children. So, ladies and gentlemen of Georgia, the golden age of America is upon us. We are in the golden age. This is the greatest we'll ever be. And together, with your help and the patriots all across this magnificent land, we love our country. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgia.
That's right. Thank you, Georgia. Come on, YouTube. You guys can do the dance with us. You know the dance. Come on. This is your king. Bow down to your majesty and dance for him, you simpletons. Eli, somebody asked, why are these people so mad that that it's the Gulf of America now? It's because we had the power to change the name. We have all the power now. And he's doing exactly what we wanted him to do. He's doing exactly what we voted for him to do. When somebody goes, oh, ICE is killing criminals out there, blah. That's exactly what we voted for them to do. Take out the trash. Like I said, you'll either leave in a plane or a pine box. And we will never be a communist country, no matter how much you want it.
Such a beautiful place. You know, the communists want to take it down. They try taking Mount Rushmore down. They want to blow it up. They want to take it down. They shouldn't be up there. These people are crazy. But communism is, in my opinion, communism is the single greatest threat to our country and its history, including even World War I and World War II, Pearl Harbor, 9/11. I think it's the greatest threat that I've ever seen to our country.
Absolutely, because half the country wants it.
Crazy. And it is the enemy of the free people everywhere and everywhere in the world. You see it happening, and every time it starts to happen. Because communism is a loser. The concept, the policy, it's a loser, and it always has been, and it always will be.
Absolutely. And which party, Rumble, let me ask you, which party embraces communism? Which party embraces it? Which party breathes, eats, sleeps, and shits communism? It's the Democrat Party. Absolutely. I love that he's back doing the rallies again. Maybe we'll go back and cover a couple of them again. Slam says, yeah, I wanted to continue paying $4 a gallon for gas after being told for 4 years to make it too big to rig. Slam, would you shut up? For 5 seconds, would you shut up? You know, you never, ever, ever say anything about any of the other great things. You only bitch, moan, and complain about your own problems every single day. Don't you think people are sick and tired of hearing your shit constantly? You pessimistic son of a bitch. For crying out loud, shut up for once in your life.
We have to pass the Save America Act to defend American elections. And I have to say, Mike Johnson and Congress have done a great job, but we're having a hard time in the Senate. The Senate, what they're doing is it's just not right. Congress is going to pass it again. They passed it 3 times. They're going to pass it again. It's like the Senate is a place that you send things when you want them to die. We can't do this, and we're not going to take this any longer. We're not going to take it. You know, I'm trying to be nice, trying to be really nice. You saw we had a big victory last night in Arizona. I've had victories everywhere. But we're not going to be able to take it much longer. When they can't get past voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots because they're crooked as hell. Finally, we have to pass the Save America Act to...
I'm not saying I know when the Save America Act is going to get passed, but I guarantee you it's either all going to be passed at once or it's going to be passed in parts. One of the two. It's all going to be passed at once or it's going to be passed in parts. Andy Ogles, who's been on this show before, twice. Hope to get Andy back on soon, actually. Maybe I'll reach out to him. He says the same thing. Do your job, Senate. Get it passed and get it passed now. Sick and tired of monkeying around with you idiots.
It's go time. Like, the American people want the House and the Senate to deliver. And look, John Quincy Adams loved the House of Representatives. It was the people's house. It's where you do the hard work. But we've served it up on a platter for the Senate. Go do your freaking job, John Thune. And if not, get out of the way. It's that simple. You've got literally going to have multiple choice. If you don't like that version of the Save Act, do Save America. If you don't like that version, do the other version. But this is something that's critical. And look, a CNN poll. So not the most conservative network out there says over 80% of Americans want the Save America Act. No more excuses. Go to work. Stay this weekend. No breaks. Pass the Save America Act.
Yep, absolutely. Does anybody here have a job? Raise your hand if you have a job in the chat. Can you just leave your job before the work is done? Can you do that? Can anyone here just leave their job whenever they feel like it? The work isn't done. The work that I've been hired to do didn't get done, so I'm just gonna leave. What about to the audience, to the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who watch live and the tens of thousands who watch later on when it's not live? If halfway through this show, you guys pay my salary, right? You guys pay my salary through subscriptions, donations, buying sponsors, buying stuff in the store, all that stuff, rumbling, all that. If halfway through every show I said, okay, job isn't done, but how long would you pay my salary? How long would you pay my salary and Eli's salary if we just halfway through the show every day said, yeah, I'm leaving. I know the job isn't done, but I've got stuff to do. Got Your Six says you'd be a Democrat then. Bad Moon said later, exactly. Skyfell said, nope, I wouldn't. You leave when the job is done. Now, for everybody outside the leadership, because the leadership decides, okay, we're going on break, I can understand why, regular everyday congressmen and senators don't stay. What are they going to do? It's the leadership who I'm talking about here. It's the Mike Johnsons. It's the Steve Scalises. It's the John Thunes. It's the Senator Langfords. It's the Tom Cottons. Those people are in the leadership roles. If they say, okay, we're done, it's not really much you can do. Like when, and I'm not saying if, when I get to Congress, if the House of Representatives says, we're leaving, we're cutting out, what am I going to do? Stay there and pass bills? You could damn well sure I'll be complaining about it. And you guys will see it. See, you're going to have the most unprecedented access to Congress that you've ever had. That's why we got to get me elected. That's why I need everybody's help to come knock on doors during the campaign season starting in November for the next 2 years after that. That's why we're going to raise an ungodly amount of money from small donors, and we're going to take it. You're going to get an unlimited access, or at least wherever I'm allowed by law, not by rules, by law. Wherever I'm allowed to record, I will. Wherever I can report from, I will. If ever I'm in a situation where I can get somebody on, like, just turn on live and they're, hey, this person right here just said this. Now, I won't be picked for any committees. I won't be given any committee assignments. They won't make me a chairman of any committee because they'll hate my guts on both sides. I don't care. I will be representing the people of Iowa to report back for them what I see going on in Washington, D.C., and to report to Washington, D.C. what the people of Iowa want me to do. I don't care about anybody else. Jeremy, can you get on the Act Blue donation program? Yeah, right? Maybe if I get Act Blue to start donating for me, I'll have that little old lady spending $150,000 apparently on me. Who knows? But I'm not going to be given any committee assignments or anything. Now, I'm going to switch gears here a little bit. Do you remember when I told you that certain writers, authors, music composers, rappers, singers, they have deals with their record companies so that the deal is they're guaranteed to automatically go gold or diamond or whatever, sell a certain amount of copies? Well, that's because, like, the record labels or the book publishing companies, they buy them up. They buy them up and then they either give them away with certain incentives or buy one, get ones of somebody else's, and they pair it with somebody else's, or somehow they disperse them and distribute them. But the reason why, like, say, Jay-Z can go diamond immediately, he's guaranteed that by the parent company that bought the rights to his music. Same thing with Taylor Swift. They've got these deals to say, we're going to automatically sell 1 million copies. It's because the companies buy them up. What do you think Gavin Newsom did?
Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, possible next president of the United States, Gavin Newsom, in fact, cheated to get on the New York Times bestseller list. He bought in bulk.
Yes.
He bought his book in bulk because people weren't buying it enough. He, in fact, spent $1.56 million to buy 67,000 copies of the book. That's cheating, because that is not, that he wasn't coming out and saying, by the way, I'm bulk buying this stuff. This was not something, this was discovered afterwards. And in fact, at the time when the book came out, his own press people were saying, we're not doing any of that bulk buying. They were very, this is all very legitimate, you know? It's unbelievable. Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, possible next president of the United States,
spent $1.56 million to buy 67,000 copies of his book. Where do you think he got that $1.65 million from? That's what I want to know. Where did the money come from to buy the books? Now, we're going to come back to Gavin Newsom in a minute. And wouldn't you know it, Wouldn't you know what we're going to come back with is Gavin Newsom saying California is the standard of fire control. You heard that right, folks. Gavin Newsom thinks California should be the standard for a state that deals with wildfires. Armor colostrum, folks. Armor colostrum. Get yours today and alleviate and reduce the amount of different supplements you have in your life. From gut health to skin care to hair regrowth to heartburn to psoriasis to bloating. Bloating is the big one. Bloating, I think, would be number one when it comes to Armor colostrum. When it comes to Armor colostrum, I would say that bloating is the number one thing that will change in your life. If you're somebody who eats something and automatically starts bloating, or if certain foods cause you to bloat that they didn't back in the day, Armor colostrum, add it to your day every single day, 2 to 4 scoops. Take it throughout the day. Take it morning, noon, and night. Here's some reviews. This is hands down the best product I've ever tried. It seems like I've tried everything on the market. It's helping with digestion and energy. I'm amazed how good I feel using Armor colostrum. My gut feels like it did 40 years ago. My skin is glowing. After giving birth via cesarean section 7 times, my skin is fabulous. My gut health is great. I no longer take a gazillion supplements I was taking. I just take Armor colostrum. 400 plus bionutrients. Another company that wasn't very big when they first started here and now is everywhere. Armor colostrum. Here's how you get to it, folks. Armor.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. Armor.com/LFATV. That's Armor.com/LFATV. The landing page is your promo code. You put the jar in the cart, and it automatically reduces the cost of it for the promo and off to a better you, ladies and gentlemen. Twin says add it to your protein shake. There you go. There you go. Will Jeremy get MyPillow out as a contributor for his podcast? As soon as I go find out exactly what Mike Lindell said, I was talking to Sean Ferris last night on the phone. Sean Ferris said, wow, this is crazy about Mike Lindell, huh? And I said, what? Sean said about his coming out in support of amnesty. I said, I didn't hear it. He said, yeah, apparently he came out and he's supporting the amnesty, the same thing that Marinette Miller-Meeks and Randy Feenstra in Iowa and others are supporting. And I said, did he just say that? And he said it during a podcast or a press conference, an interview. An interview. So I haven't seen the interview yet, but I'm gonna take Sean at his word. So as soon as this show is over today, I'm gonna go find out exactly what Mike Lindell said, and if he said exactly what our fears are, then no, I will not promote him anymore. Nope, I won't promote him anymore. Look, is he far better than any Democrat would be for governor, and would I want him to be governor? Absolutely. Even somebody saying that they support amnesty is still better than a Tim Walz. Okay? Arrow Pink said, he said it, Jeremy, and this morning he's backpedaling saying it was the media, but I heard him say it. Well, I want to see the whole interview. Like, I want to get the setting, not just a saying, right? Like, people say President Trump said there are fine people on both sides. He absolutely said that. But they didn't take the before and after of what he said. He said not the neo-Nazis, not the white supremacists, of course not them, but just people that were congregating in that area. There were fine people on both sides. It would be like if somebody took an excerpt out of me saying Muslims think rape is good, but they just took out rape is good and said Jeremy said rape is good, right? So let me look at it. Let me see and hear with my own eyes and ears, and then I'll report back for you tomorrow exactly what I think, and we'll see what he's saying. But if that's what he believes, I'm not for that, and I will not promote his products anymore. Again, not saying that I wouldn't want him as governor over Tim Walz Tim Walz isn't running, but over, what's her name up there, the cross-eyed senator, she's running. I'd take him over her, but I wouldn't promote the products, no. All right, getting back to Gavin Newsom here. Here's Gavin Newsom talking about how California is the standard for wildfires. And the reason why we're talking about this is because of the Canadian wildfires and President Trump stance on that with the tariffs.
With absolute conviction, we don't imitate. We're a model for others. We have people coming from all over the United States and around the globe to look at what California is doing in orbit, in the air, and on the ground. You heard from the chief.
So there you go. Let me get into the story just a little bit. What's up, Eli? Go ahead.
Oh, nothing much. I can just go right ahead and vouch that this guy is so full of shit.
Oh. Well, Eli said the right thing, that the guy's full of shit, but he needs to reset. I'll bring him back on here. Why is the snake oil salesman with the slick back hair full of shit, Eli?
Sorry, I don't know why that cut out. My aunt lives out in California, Burbank to be specific, and she says the fires out there are so bad almost all the time. She's constantly changing the smoke around all the time. She's constantly changing the filters in her air conditioner and air purifiers in her house. They are pitch black. The standard of fighting fires, my ass.
Yeah, standing or I mean, just look. Look at the Palisades, ladies and gentlemen. Don't they look beautiful? Now, again, this could have been stopped at a certain time, but Gavin Newsom wanted to save fish. Wants to save fish. Smelt. Not people. Smelt. So, just wanted to play that before I played this. President Trump has recently put on more tariffs for Canada, saying that Canada didn't do anything to stop the wildfires, and it ruined crops and air and all types of stuff here in America. Now, if Canada needs help and they can't do it on their own, we should absolutely not be punishing Canada for something that they couldn't help. But here's the problem. Canada didn't even try. That's why Donald Trump is putting the tariffs on them. They didn't try hard enough. They just let things burn. They didn't ask for help, and they didn't try to their fullest extent of their ability. So President Trump said, fine, we're going to put tariffs on you. More. Which caused Mark Carney to say this, and I got to be honest, I feel bad for the people of Canada. Their leadership up there are driving them right into the ground, taking such a beautiful country and destroying it. But you know what? Keep destroying it, and we'll take it over as part of America.
This is an important day for Canada's workers. Look, we know the world's changing. We know that this decades-long process of our ever closer economic relationship between Canada and the United States has ended. And as a consequence of that, many of our strengths have become our vulnerabilities, particularly in those industries that are most tightly integrated with the United States. Headline, last year, 75% of our exports went to the U.S.
Not anymore.
90%, 90% of our lumber exports went to the U.S. 90% of our aluminum exports went to the United States. 90% of our steel exports
now it goes to China.
They are all bound for a single market that has changed. Overall, for the Canadian economy, we estimate that U.S. tariffs and the uncertainty that they're creating will cost Canadians around 1.8% of GDP.
Which is
That's
$50
about
billion.
$50 billion lost from our economy, or the equivalent of $1,300 for every Canadian. And this is happening fast. It's a rupture, which means that our economic strategy needs to change dramatically and rapidly. And that change is in Budget 2025, our plan to confront these challenges and emerge even stronger, to move our economy from reliance to resilience, and to give ourselves far more than any foreign nation can ever take away. This is an important day for
Mark Carney. You did it to yourself. You did it to the country. You did it to Canadians. And now you are reaping what you sowed. So let's go ahead and give Mark Carney the Dum Dum Award of the day. You F-A'd, and now you're F-O'ing. And you're causing a lot of hurt to the Canadian people. We didn't need you. You needed us. So where'd you run to now? China. You find a lot about a country when they're faced with adversity. This country was faced with adversity and they went to China. But that's only going to be allowed so long. As soon as you and China start doing something that we see as a national security risk, we'll just take you over. See, what you guys need to all understand in the world and on the left, we're doing exactly what we said we were going to do. We're doing exactly what the country voted us to do. And the free ride for Canada and everyone else is over. The free ride for NATO is over. The free ride for the UN is over. The free ride for Spain and Italy is over. Which is weird because the left has said for decades, stop worrying about all these other countries and stop giving aid to everybody. But now that we're actually stopping, they're like, oh, Trump is a fascist. Whatever, call us whatever you want. We're doing exactly what we said we were going to do, and you're not going to stop us. Now, Ontario Premier Doug Ford, the people of Ontario hate this guy with a passion. He thinks he can cripple the United States of America. Doug Ford literally said we can cripple the United States of America. Yeah, if you let China take over, maybe.
The shelves. Also, starting today, all U.S.-based companies will be banned from taking part in government procurement. Ooh. Every year, the province and its agencies spend about $30 billion on procurement, alongside our more than $200 billion plan to build infrastructure. U.S.-based businesses will now lose out on tens of billions of dollars in revenues.
That's all right.
They only have President Trump to blame. I'm also urging all 444 municipalities to do the same. And I'm thrilled to see some are already stepping up. For example, Mayor Patrick Brown in the city of Brampton and many other cities. As part of this government-wide procurement ban, we're going one step further. We're ripping up Ontario's contract with Starlink. It's done. It's gone. We won't award contracts to people who enable and encourage economic attacks on our province and our country. Alongside federal tariffs and the measures my fellow premiers are bringing forward, this Team Canada's opening response is off the shelves.
Yeah.
Also, starting today,
why is Alberta
all
trying
U.S.-based companies will be banned from taking...
Yeah. Why is Alberta trying to become the United States then? I'm curious. Why is Alberta actively getting signatures to secede from Canada and become part of the United States? Eli, somebody in the YouTube chat said that MAGA doesn't understand you are beaten. Where? How? We're literally in charge of everything.
Very good. Tell me, is the beating in the room with us now?
Yeah.
Tell me about your mother.
And by the way, if this is what beating looks like, if we're beaten, I'll take it any day. I'll take it any day. Right, Eli? If this is what beating looks like, sign me up.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, Skippy. Very well said. It's like when they call Trump's a loser. A two-time president billionaire? Call me a loser. Sign me up.
Doug Ford, we're going to stop all of our partnerships with Starlink. Cool. So you're going to take internet from people that couldn't get it otherwise? Cool. Oh, no. Elon Musk is quaking. Elon Musk already just said he was going to give Mel Gibson $100 million to make a correct Odyssey. Did you hear that, Eli? Did you hear that, Elon Musk? He said he would give, yesterday, he said he'll give Mel Gibson $100 million to make an actual Odyssey movie that's good. Woo! Shots fired. Christopher Nolan.
Let's go, baby. If anybody can do it, it's Gibson.
I'll take it. I will take it. And by the way, Elon Musk is like a trillionaire, so ain't nobody making him go broke. He could literally buy Canada if he wanted to. And now Trump isn't opening the bridge either. Canada tried to open up the bridge free for people to go from Detroit into Canada. Nope, not doing that either. You wanted to play games. Now you're going to play.
A new bridge between Detroit and Canada that is finished. It's ready. And it's sitting there empty because Donald Trump will not let it open. The bridge is called the Gordie Howe International Bridge. It's 1.5 miles across the Detroit River, connecting Michigan to Ontario. It would move trucks faster, it would cut delays for American businesses, and it would feed the auto industry that supports jobs in all 50 states. And here's the part that you really need to know about. Canada paid for the whole thing, every dollar. The U.S. already owns half of the bridge for free. We got a multi-billion-dollar bridge at no cost, and it's finished. So why is it closed? Well, follow the money. A few miles away from the Gordie Howe Bridge sits the old Ambassador Bridge, which is privately owned by a man named Matthew Maroon. And when the new bridge opens, the traffic will shift and Maroon will lose business. His family has fought this project for more than a decade. But watch what happened fairly recently. Back in January, Maroon gave $1 million to a pro-Trump super PAC. And then on February 9th, he met with Trump's Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. Lutnick then briefed Trump, and then after that meeting, Trump went online and announced that he would block the bridge until Canada, in his words, treats us with fairness and respect. The opening was set for June, and the day before the ribbon cutting, it got pulled, with no date since, just a finished bridge with no traffic. So let's recap. A billionaire writes a check, gets a meeting with Lutnick, the president delivers, and then American workers and businesses and our closest ally pay the price for a free bridge sitting behind a padlock. My friends, it's corruption in plain sight. A government should work for the people, not for whoever writes the biggest check. Open the bridge.
Nope, we're not. Suffer. Canada wanted to go off the rails. Canada wanted to talk tough with Mark Carney. Now you're going to reap what you sow. Period. Cry all you want. We're not giving in and we're not bending over for lefties or Canada or the UN or the United Nations any longer. Your free ride is over, and that's why you're pissed off. And you're never, ever, ever, ever going to take advantage of the United States ever again. And we'll pay $4 a gallon for that to happen. Got it? Republicans don't even have a health care bill. Oh, health insurance. Oh. Take care of yourself. You won't need health insurance till you get old. And by then you know what you should do? Here's what every American should do right here, especially if you're under the age of 40. Stop giving your money to healthcare insurance scams and start putting your money away. So instead of giving $1,000 a month to a healthcare provider to give you insurance in case shit happens, put that $1,000 in your own accounts. In an IRA, in a savings account. Invest that money yourself. And then when you go to a doctor or when you need to go to a doctor, you'll have the money to pay for it yourself. And you want to know something else? You'll pay cents on the dollars. They might charge you $50,000 for an operation. You pay cash, you're going to pay $20,000. Health care and insurance companies are a scam. And the only people that really need to take advantage of them are the physically sick or the elderly. If you are young, get your shit together and take care of it yourself. Because healthcare insurance companies are a scam. Period. Eli, in 2018, I canceled our family plan, which was over $1,000 a month with Konica Minolta, the company that I worked for. It was over $1,000 a month for our family plan, and we still had to pay a deductible. We still had to pay like $6,000 or something like that until the insurance would kick in, and then it would only cover certain things. So even though we paid over $1,000 a month for a family plan at that time, we barely used it, and when we did use it, we didn't really get much benefits of it anyway. So we're paying over $12,000 a year, upwards of $15,000 actually a year, in case something happened. We pulled our insurance plan. We started putting that $1,000 a month in our own pockets, in our own accounts. And then we found out that we didn't spend nearly $15,000 a year on health care. We spent a fraction of that, actually less than half. Now, I know as you get older and as your body is weaker and as you need more things, then it's probably beneficial. But if you're under 40 years old and you start doing that now, you're going to have so much money in the bank anyway to pay for that stuff. It's called fiscal responsibility. It's called personal responsibility. The only reason that we have insurance anyway is because we're mandated to with car insurance and things like that. Insurance is such a scam. Anybody with a brain knows it. And anybody who's done what we did will tell you the exact same thing. Here's more on Canada. Crybabies.
Is going back on the shelf in British Columbia. And I'm proud of that. And I know the British Columbians support that. And the idea of the president that he can bully us into whatever he wishes is incorrect. We're strong.
Seems like he did it.
We are, despite our many debates, united as a country. And we will continue to stand strong. And we will build relationships with those countries at the national level, at the provincial level, that want to have a relationship with us. I'll say it again. I feel sorry for Americans. If you can't be friends with Canada, then you almost certainly do not have a friend anywhere in the world. And that is a very lonely place to be.
Yeah.
There is not a chance in hell.
Guess what? I don't go anywhere to make friends when it comes down to business. I don't go to work to make friends. Do you? Do you go to work to make friends? When you go to your place of business, are you looking for friends? Nobody gives a shit. We don't have to have friends when we're the most powerful country in the world. We just have to have respect. Ticked Off Patriot says, hello, Jeremy. I've been a fan since the Real America's Voice days. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I love your song, sir. Well, thank you very much. Tell the people over on YouTube how great we are here. Insurance is a scam, but it saved me, said Melissa. I have one medicine that I take 2 times a month. It's $4,000 a month. I pay only $53 for insurance. Who's paying the rest? Oh, like I said, if somebody needs it, 100%. But most people don't go to the doctor once a month. Most people are fine for years. I'm not saying that nobody should have health insurance. I'm saying health insurance as a scam. I mean, as a whole, as a scam. As a whole, as a scam. And that's why Obama was trying to mandate that you have to buy it. Canada's just chose socialist handouts over freedom. Very soon they will have neither. That's exactly right. You want to see a country fall from socialism? Watch Canada. That's exactly what's happening there. They're falling because they've fallen into socialism. And now they can't, now they don't know what to do. Now they're looking for partners. They're looking for friends. They're crying and begging America to help them. Talking tough in the meantime. You had your chance, Canada. Daya says, Canada is the 3rd worst socialist country. And it's falling fast. All you got to do is look to the north. And you know what? As far as we're your friends, you weren't. The reason why you're on the outs is because you weren't our friend.
So Canada is fed up. At least, publicly what we hear with Trump, right? So the Ontario Premier, obviously the economic engine of Canada, Doug Ford just told reporters this.
We can't keep rolling over for President Trump. We can't back down. I'm tired of the bully trying to take our lunch money all the time.
So he's a politician.
Yes.
Okay. But how do Canadians feel?
I think they feel exactly the same way that he feels. Donald Trump has managed to pull a wonderful magic trick. That is, take an ally, a longtime ally like Canada, and all of a sudden Canadians, they hate the United States of America. I mean, just take a look at the net favorable rating trend line here from before Trump took office the second time around. It was plus 13 points. Look at that drop now. That's a nearly 50-point drop. Now Canadians have a minus 33 net favorable view of the United States, inside out, round and round, upside down. Diana Ross.
And by the way, that's not because Trump got elected. That's because Trump held them accountable. And when you hold somebody accountable and stop giving them a free handout, they act like rats in a corner and they get pissed off. Oh, well, we don't care. You know all that name calling and all that stuff that people say over on the YouTube page, Eli? We don't care. Actually, we love that. Every time you engage, we get more push and more money. Every time. And we literally laugh at all that name calling. We laugh at your maggots and you MAGA retards and you terrorists. We laugh at that. Why? How can we laugh at that? Because we're the ones in charge. We're the ones in control. And you don't have to respect us, but that's okay. All these other countries are going to do one of two things, respect us or fear us. Either way, you're going to bow down to us. Because we have bowed down to you for decades and given you billions and trillions of dollars, and we're no longer doing it.
You have to think about two countries with a border not at war, longtime allies. Have you ever seen something like that?
No.
I can't imagine there's any place in history where
unprecedented.
So what about Trump specifically?
Yeah, talk about confidence in the United States president. You know, back when Joe Biden was president in 2024, majority of Canadians had, in fact, confidence in Joe Biden, in the U.S. president. We're talking 52%. Now look at it. Now just 20% have confidence in the president of the United States. Look at that not confident number, that percentage. From 46 to 79. We're talking 4 in 5 Canadians are not confident in the president of the United States. And that is what is driving this dislike, dare I say, hatred that Canadians have of the United States overall.
Okay, which is very troubling for Americans.
Yes.
Because this is not reciprocated. Tell me something I don't know.
It is not reciprocated. I'll tell you something you don't know. Canadians may not like the United States, but Americans still like Canada. I mean, look at the favorable views that Americans have of Canada. We're still talking 4 in 5, 80%. The unfavorable, just 15%.
And what does that tell you? That tells you that we're not a bunch of feelings-driven, whiny, crying little bitches. That's what that tells you. That tells you that we can differentiate between the people of Canada and the government of Canada. Canada cannot. Now, I'm not a big fan of Pierre Poilievre. I think that's how you say his last name. But out of all the people that were running in Canada, that guy's got the most common sense. He tried to tell you what was going to happen back in April, and you didn't listen. You could see the writing on the wall.
For the first time ever, Canada is unable to produce enough electricity to supply itself. We have the 4th most oil anywhere on Earth, and yet we are now importing from Saudi Arabia and Nigeria. We have the most oil in the G7, and we are the only G7 country without an oil reserve. We have the most land, we have 10 times more land per person to live on, and yet we have the fewest homes per capita in the G7. We have the 3rd most farmland per capita in the world, and yet 2.2 million people line up at food banks every month. That is a 100% increase over the last 7 years. And the bad news, I'm afraid, continues. Under Mark Carney, Canada has the highest household debt in the G7, the most unaffordable housing in the G7, the lowest investment per worker in the G7, the worst food price inflation in the G7, the 2nd lowest productivity in the G7, and the 2nd highest unemployment in the G7. An outflow of $500 billion of investment has left our country under the Liberals for the United States. Twice as much investment has left Canada in the last 10 years than has returned, according to an RBC report released just 2 days ago. And twice as many Canadians are opening businesses in the United States as in Canada. Let that sink in. Twice as many Canadians are opening businesses in the United States than in Canada.
Well, look at that.
We got a solution to this problem at the Liberal Convention. They want to put a $500,000 exit tax on anyone threatening to leave the country. Any country that feels it must punish people for fleeing is not a place of hope and optimism. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business wrote this week that after a year of Mark Carney, quote, more businesses have been closing than opening in Canada. It's time to admit it. We're in an entrepreneurial drought.
Not only an entrepreneurial drought, you're in a fall of socialism, and we're watching it happen right before our very own eyes. You have fallen to LGBTQ demands. You've fallen to Antifa and BLM demands. You've fallen to China's demands. You've fallen to NATO's demands. You've fallen to the UN's demands. You've become a globalist, socialist shithole. Talk to a Canadian. You just heard from Pierre Poilievre. He was straight facts. Twice as many Canadians are opening up businesses in America. I guess America's the greatest place on earth. The lucky one on YouTube said, so you're listening to the guy who lost the vote now. Yeah. I'm listening to the only guy with common sense up there in Canadian leadership. Absolutely. This is Canada now.
By the Crown at the Ontario Court of Justice to assist with the case that they had. So they asked me to reach out to the victim and make sure she's safe and take her home.
He drove me home in the fabulous Pride SUV. And as he was driving me home, we reached a stoplight, and then an individual in a pickup truck came up to us.
A transgender cop car. Look at that. Are you guys cops, or you just identify as cops? That's none of your business, and I'm hands-free, so there's nothing you can do. I'm just asking you a question, Sergeant. Are you cops, or you identify as cops? I have no idea. That reality doesn't exist anymore, right?
Part of me was shocked, but part of me was not shocked. I am a trans woman. I've been transitioning for 8 years.
So you're a man.
I get harassed and vilified every day of my life.
The chief spoke recently. We had an event. Hate crimes towards the 2S LGBT community are up 140% between January and May. So it's certainly a worrying trend. Not only do I think violent rhetoric can become violent actions, it does. That's where it starts. And I think a lot of that is bred by things like this. I do many different things. I try not to ever say no whenever I'm needed. A lot of things that we do too are visibility, showing the 2S LGBTQ plus community who we are.
I think it's fantastic.
This is the fall of a country through socialism and giving in to the demands of the few and of the crazy. You see, America took its freedom. America created its own freedom and took it by force. Rebellion is in our DNA. Giving you two of these every time you want to say something jazzy is in our DNA. Canada begged the Crown to give them freedoms and land. And let us live here, please. And that's why they still bow down to the Crown today. Now, you want to know some really good news here? Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals issues an extraordinary order staying a lower court ruling saying that illegal aliens do not have the constitutional right to remain free during removal proceedings. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. I love it. In a major victory for the Trump administration and the immigration enforcement agenda, the full U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit issued an extraordinary published order staying 3 district court rulings that had required bond hearings and or release for illegal aliens, challenging their detention during the removal proceedings, which could take years. Not going to happen anymore. The unanimous action from the full Fifth Circuit effectively blocks all lower court rulings that had been ordered the release of 3 illegal aliens and makes it clear that the administration has the authority and may continue enforcing its detention policy while the court fully considers the underlying constitutional questions. The court granted the government's motion to stay the district court judgment pending rehearing, preventing the release ordered by the lower courts. That's huge. That's huge. Can we give the Smarty Award of the day to the full Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, who unanimously ruled that? Thank you very much. Let's give them the Smarty Award of the day. No more free ride, illegals. Boy, Eli, we're making it very hard for the illegal alien to live here. You know that? We're making it very hard for the illegal alien to live here. We're debanking them, meaning that we're not giving them access to checking and credit cards and all that stuff. We are making sure that they cannot get any federal loans. Gotta love that. We're cracking down on everything from raids to arrests to deportations. And now we can keep them locked up during that process. Boy, it sounds to me like the illegal aliens are just going to say, hey, man, it's time for us to go. We're not getting free stuff anymore.
I definitely hope so, dude, and I definitely hope it's not too late for us, because, like I said, I just want to see it kicked up more. I don't know how much more it can be kicked up, but we are doing good things, you know.
Raz and me gave me a $20 donation, Eli, $20 Rumble rant, said, Jeremy, please never change. You can guarantee that's not going to happen. Guarantee that's not going to happen. Hey, I pulled up these stats right before the show, and I like to show these too so that the people over on the left can look even more stupid for saying that we don't provide any facts. What does this say? While I cannot generate or display a dynamic interactive map directly inside this text interface, a comprehensive state-by-state visual breakdown is available through Migration Policy Institute's interactive map and the Center for Migration Studies data tool, both hyperlinked there. According to the latest demographic estimates from the Pew Research Center and the Department of Homeland Security, the unauthorized immigrant population in the United States reached approximately 14 million. The visual layout of this data reveals that over half of the country's unauthorized population is heavily concentrated in these 6 states. Let's find out who they are. California, 2.3 million. So, obviously, this is a newer report from the one I showed you from the Biden administration in 2021. Texas, 2.1 million. Florida, 1.6 million. New York, 825,000. New Jersey, 600,000. Illinois, 500,000. 2 red states right here, where there's 3.7 million. In these 2 states, it's almost the same count as these other 4. So, I think we got some work to do. Anybody that tells you that there's not 10 or million plus illegal aliens here, clearly they're wrong. And I'd say that's even a wrong number. I'd say it's even higher than that from people that don't report. Okay? And I told you every day here, we report another one if it's available. An Obama released illegal alien kills 3 people in a hit-and-run car crash in North Carolina. Well. How about that? Another one. I guess this is a lie, too. An illegal alien released into the U.S. by Barack Obama killed 3 people in Salisbury, North Carolina, Saturday night. Javier Pina Sola, an illegal alien from El Salvador, Ryan Matta's new home, struck a vehicle on Saturday night and fled the scene. 2 of the victims were pronounced dead at the scene. One victim was airlifted and died later. Sola has prior convictions from reckless endangerment in Maryland man, and an arrest from escaping custody. DHS confirms that the driver, arrested for killing 3 people in the hit-and-run crash in Salisbury, North Carolina on Saturday, is a Salvadorian illegal alien with prior convictions and was released by Barack Hussein Obama. DHS says that his arrest for escaping from custody in Maryland in 2016, local law enforcement honored an ICE detainer and handed over Javier Pena Sola to the custody of ICE Baltimore. But the Obama administration released him back into the country 2 months later. How about that? Here's this upstanding citizen here. There he is, an El Salvadorian illegal alien, Salisbury, North Kakalaki. G8TRBT says, Jeremy, this happened 2 miles from my house. Wow. JDH Patriot said, what are the idiot YouTubers saying about the illegal alien who killed Americans? I don't know. Let's go see. Let's find out. Probably I'm lying. Get off Obama's nuts. There's one of them. Laughing faces and a pointing emoji from an idiot. Let's see. Another thumbs up. Jeffrey says it's an accomplice. Calling an accomplice, Obama being an accomplice. Okay. So you can see, it doesn't matter what you say, folks. It doesn't matter if an American dies by the hand of an illegal. It doesn't matter if that an American is a Democrat or Republican. The left can never, ever, ever, ever bring themselves to say that's bad. Ever. They can never do it. So you wanted to know? That's what they're saying. These people are sick in the head. Somebody says, in Rumble, DeClue says, Obama's nuts are in Michelle's handbag. No, Michelle's nuts are in Obama's handbag. That's more like it, right, Eli?
I mean, it might be, but they probably trade off every once in a while.
Who's going to carry the nuts today, Michelle? I'll carry him, Barack. Now, who is the worst mayor in America? Eli, did you have something else to add to that?
Michelle, would you mind if we switch carrying nuts? Yours are pretty heavy.
Who is the worst mayor outside of Zohran Mamdani? Any clues? I would say, if it was me, I'd say the worst mayor outside of Zohran Mamdani, and maybe even worse than Zohran, I don't know. Definitely dumber than Zohran, for sure dumber. Okay? I'd say Brandon Johnson. Right? Chicago. He's now suggesting that the city, even though it's broke because of illegal aliens and Democrat-run city policies, he now wants to give reparations to areas that have been hit by ICE raids.
I believe the most relevant ballot referenda question around receiving reparations for communities that experience that hardship, and whether that was on the west side of Chicago with a black man being placed in an illegal chokehold, or long guns being stuck into the faces of women and children, zip tied and thrown in vehicles, kidnapped, shot at. I mean, police officers, tear gas, right? And so the updated policy in the spirit of my executive order, there's stronger alignment to create a pathway for accountability. I believe the most relevant.
Brandon Johnson is the worst mayor. Right up there, at least tied with Zohran Mamdani. Now here's some concerning news before we go to our last break and then finish out here. Secret Service has now benched an agent after allegedly leaking sensitive information about Vice President J.D. Vance and his family to the far-left MS Now media outlet. Vice President J.D. Vance has become a victim of sabotage by one of the very people sworn to protect him and his family from harm. Remember when that other guy got past Secret Service at his home in Ohio? What was that, about 4 months ago? Secret Service agent serving on Vance's detail has been placed on administrative leave after being caught allegedly spilling very sensitive information about him to a far-left outlet. Officials had identified the person believed to have been ratting out Vance. The Secret Service agent has not been named at this point. CNN says that the suspension centers around a story published last week. MS Now story painstakingly described Vance's and his family's planned travel. This included the vice president flying with his son on Marine Corps helicopter for a golf lesson, which was later canceled due to severe weather. The story also spoke about how agents were protecting Vance and his family were very angry with Vice President supposed last-minute travel requests. Finally, the article mentioned people with knowledge of Vance's flight plans, the administration officials with knowledge of his schedule, and an additional source with knowledge of their travel who spoke to on the condition of anonymity for fear of reprisals. Well, now he's been fired. See, I think that all of these assassination attempts to President Trump and J.D. Vance, to be honest with you, with that person going to his home in Ohio, I think they're all the fault of the Secret Service or assisted by the Secret Service. How else would you get some of this information? You know what I mean? And then there's this guy. Eli, this was reported yesterday. Military, I don't know if he's a sergeant or if he's a private. I don't know what he is. But he said he's on his last day of service. Well, guess what? If you do this on your last day of service, you can still get punished.
So today is my last day wearing this uniform, and I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, fuck Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, hope you didn't stay in there long enough to get any kind of a pension, because you won't be receiving that. Hope you were already finished your time in service when you said that, because otherwise you can get in some serious trouble. James O'Keefe, I'm only going to play a couple minutes of this because this is all connected with Secret Service, military members, and the Pentagon. This is a James O'Keefe exclusive Senior Pentagon director caught on hidden camera spilling on a gay date with O'Keefe that he will undo whatever's been done at the Pentagon after Trump leaves office and reverse his agenda. Not anymore. He's also been put on leave. I love it. Keep catching these sick sons of bitches and keep firing them and getting them out of government for life. No more free. No more free ride. No more pensions.
Whatever's been done. Protect the influence.
A Pentagon director of business operations admits to me, while disguised with nothing but a mustache, that he is sticking around to, quote, undo Trump administration policies after Trump leaves office.
I mean, there's a lot of things that they tried to do at the very beginning. They've still not rolled out. Because you have certain folks in certain positions who can slow roll things. There's a lot of times where it challenges my morals.
What are some things that you'd undo?
I would not have prayer service.
No prayer service.
I don't think there should be one specific prayer service. I was converted to schedule policy. Hopefully that's the first thing that gets undone, because I don't like it because I'm negatively impacted by it.
He seemed like a very professional guy for most of the meeting, but eventually did speak about what his true beliefs are about the war in Iran, about the president himself, calling him a narcissist.
I think Trump is a textbook narcissist.
Wow.
And once you understand one, you understand them all.
The war in Iran is driven by, quote, one man's ego.
You probably can't even tell me what your position or your opinion is on that, the war in Iran.
Yeah, I think it's completely stupid. It's driven based off of one man's ego.
And makes the claim the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, was clearing out data contracts so they could be awarded to Palantir instead.
Most of the contracts they terminated were data related, and then they awarded Palantir a major data contract. But they're friends with some of the senior folks that were contributors.
Oh yeah.
I've seen some things.
At one point during the meeting, he actually said, you could be a reporter. Well, I guess he was right.
In true DC nature, you don't always reveal everything that you see.
I don't want to say too much.
I mean, you could be a news reporter.
And he was. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you go to James O'Keefe's page, O'Keefe Media Group, and watch the rest of that. It's quite something. All right, we got about 4 minutes left here. Let me play for you this incredible, disappointing meltdown from Representative Ted Lieu in Congress, freaking out on Pete Hegseth, and Pete Hegseth just giving it right back to him. Gotta love it.
Are U.S. troops currently stationed? Are U.S. troops currently stationed in Jordan?
Moralized to me. Go back.
U.S. troops currently
Mike
stationed
Waltz,
in Jordan.
Mike
Try to
Waltz.
get reelected.
Try to get reelected.
I will. You should try.
November is coming for you and this administration. Are
Sure
U.S.
is.
troops stationed in Jordan? It's not even a trick question. Are they?
Of course they are.
Okay.
With a
And
great ally
And if
that
Donald
they
Trump
passed
doesn't trust the
is proven to be.
Jordanians to protect U.S. troops, do you trust them? Who are we going to have protect U.S. troops? They are exposed right now in the Middle East, repeatedly
hear
being
this from you
exposed to
in the last-
Iranian missiles
When they died
and
under the
missile
Biden
strikes and drones.
administration.
You don't even know how many U.S. troops were wounded
And did
in
nothing
this
about
Iran
it.
war. Shame on you for not even know
Died
basic
under the Biden
facts.
administration.
You are the U.S. ambassador.
Eli, you know what I would have said to Ted Lieu at that moment? I would have been like, excuse me, I just have one thing to say. I couldn't understand anything you said. I need subtitles. You was very, very wrong. I did not understand a word you said. I need some subtitles next time. Sorry. If you can come with subtitles like a cheap Chinese movie, then maybe we can talk.
I'm sorry, sir. In lieu of all the confusing shit that just came out of your mouth, I'm going to need a translator.
Yes, I need a translator. So I was speaking English. Nope, see? See, you replaced the L with an R there. English. I don't really know what that means. Actually, Eli, I was actually thinking about this. I hope to God, I really do. I hope to God that someday I'm in front of these people. So when their time comes, I can just sit and look at my watch and just like eat pistachios, just smile at them, let them scream, not even talk to them. And then when it's the Republican turn, say, okay, would you like to continue? I didn't understand a word that guy said. He had marbles in his mouth or something. I'm not sure. Last but not least, yes, Elon Musk offers $100 million to Mel Gibson so that Mel Gibson can actually create a real version of the Odyssey to defy Christopher Nolan's woke adaptation. Look, I don't really care about this in any way, shape, or form. I just think it's funny. I'm not going to see the Odyssey. Don't care. Not a care in the world. But I do like the fact that Elon's doing this. And I hope Mel Gibson takes him up on the offer, Eli. And I hope it's Mel Gibson's and Mark Wahlberg's first big movie to create a new Hollywood, an unwoke Hollywood, since Hollywood's going broke right now.
Now, normally it wouldn't make too much sense for me to say this, but spoiler alert, because you've had 3,000 years to actually read the book, but the movie changes the ending. Odysseus takes the throne when he gets home in the original story. In this, he gives it up because he feels so bad about everything he did on his journey.
Yeah. Yeah, and the face that launched 1,000 ships looks like the face that made 1,000 people kill themselves. Not because she's black, because she's ugly as sin. And I'm sorry, Ellen Page as a mighty warrior, all 4'10" of her getting smoked with arrows. I don't. The Odyssey is not for me. Now, if Mel Gibson makes it, I'm there.
It's horrible that they were calling Helen Felon of Detroit.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Felon of Troy.
Oh,
it's crazy. Eli, I saw a picture of George Floyd driving a semi and it said Optimus Crime. Anyway, folks, there are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your head up, keep your chest out. Because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the YouTube crowd for padding our numbers. We really appreciate it. Keep your families, friends, and pets close. Keep a smile on your face, and whatever you do, never stop fighting for this republic and never stop spreading the gospel and standing up for your country. Somebody's got to. See you guys later. Have a great day. Will Johnson next here on LFA TV, and he is not Optimus Prime. Okay? See you later, folks.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now.
Did y'all see that? Jeremy was red. I don't know if y'all would notice that, but he was red. It was funny. I'm dying laughing over here. I said, oh, wait a minute. I got to push buttons. I got to make sure I'm live, ready to go in the Culture Wars. Let's go.
Congresswoman, can you tell us what you think about Mamdani's plan to explore whether he can arrest Netanyahu in New York? Do you think that's a good idea? Is there anything you can say on that? Just your opinion of whether he should be exploring it? What if I ask you about Mamdani? He's exploring ways.
Obsessed with him. He's doing a great job.
Well, he's exploring ways to arrest Netanyahu. What do you think about that?
Arrest him. He's a war criminal.
Does he even have the authority to explore the arrest?
I don't know if it applies to citizen's arrest. If he needs help, tell him to call me.
What do you think of Mayor Mamdani exploring ways to arrest Netanyahu? Do you think that's a good idea?
I didn't see that. I don't know anything that he said, so I'll check it out.
Can you tell us what you think of Mamdani and what he's saying about possibly arresting Netanyahu? Do you have an opinion on that? Do you think he should be exploring that?
He can't do it. It would violate the UN. There's a treaty that, I forget the name of the treaty, but there's a treaty under which the UN is part of, and is lodged in the United States. Pursuant to that treaty, any diplomat can come to the UN and be immune from process.
I think that whether or not he has the authority about it, I don't really have an opinion on what Mamdani is saying or what he's doing. But I do think Netanyahu is a war criminal.
I don't have an opinion at this moment, but thank you.
I don't know enough about it to be able to comment. I haven't heard him say that. So, but
yeah, he said it in an interview recently.
Yeah, I don't know.
He doesn't know. Mamdani is controlling the Democrat Party. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't already, could you please bless us by hitting the thumbs up? Share the video. Let's share the video. Let's get it out there. Let's go. He is controlling the Democrat Party, and our great producer Eli created this thumbnail, and I want to share it with you if you didn't see it there in the beginning. But this is exactly what's happening. Mamdani is crushing the Democrat Party. And on one hand, I like it because I want the Democrat Party to be crushed. And the other hand, I kind of like it still because majority of the people in this country, they're not going to go with the Socialist Communist Democrat Party with Mamdani leading it. Majority of the people are not going to go with it. You even have Democrats that are pushing against this. There's Democrats saying, yeah, I don't know enough about what he's saying, his statements, the comments that he's making. I don't know enough about it to go along with the stuff that he's saying. They handed the Democrat Party to Mamdani. And the reason why they're handing it to him, because, again, he supported 3 or 4 candidates. He endorsed them, and all 3 of them won, or all 4 of them won. And all of the socialists that he's endorsed, they're the talk of the town. The Democrat establishment is upset about him. Now, earlier this week, I called one. I said not the takeover, but the end of the Democrat Party, basically. And they see it happening. I see it happening. We all see it happening. And as I mentioned multiple times before, there's no reason to have a Democrat Party. The only purpose of the Democrat Party, the only thing that they have done was to be the opposition to the United States of America, not just to President Trump, but to the United States of America. Name one thing that the Democrat Party has done for the United States of America the past 20 years. Let's just say the last 20 years. What have they done? I mean, their whole goal is to turn the whole country into a socialist country. That's what they've been advocating for. And part of turning the country into a socialist country is to get rid of our sovereignty, to get rid of it. Now, I want to show this to you briefly here. This is with Ilhan Omar. And again, this goes to credit to TMZ DC. They're asking her about Mamdani wanting to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. And of course, she's all for it. Mamdani, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, all of these people that have said all of this anti-American hateful rhetoric, if they're not going to be deported, if they're not going to lose their citizenship, they should not be able to hold position in the United States of America. Y'all help me out. When you become a politician and you take the oath to defend and protect the United States of America, would you say Ilhan Omar is doing that? Would you say Rashida Tlaib is doing that? Would you say that Mamdani is doing that? Come on, think about it. And maybe they took a different oath. Y'all help me out.
I was wondering what you thought about Mamdani saying that Bibi should be arrested if and when he comes to New York in September for the UN. Pretty, controversial statement. Where do you stand on that?
It shouldn't be controversial for leaders to say if you are indicted on war crimes by the ICC and you have an arrest warrant, that arrest warrant should be honored. We always knew that there was the issue of the UN. That's why we host here in the United States. And leaders from different countries of the world, regardless of the war crimes that they have committed, are allowed to come in and conduct the business of their country. But I do hope that countries like France and others that are party to the ICC do carry out that arrest warrant, because this war criminal does need to be arrested. We have seen the ICC do incredible work in holding people accountable, and it is time for us to allow them to do that incredible work on holding the Israeli war criminals accountable as well.
It'd be so. Are you hearing what they're actually saying? The ICC. I think, what does it stand for? The International Criminal Court, something like that. But essentially what they're saying, and this is part of the socialist agenda, they're wanting to have a world court system. And the world court system can go arrest anybody on the planet that they want. I don't know if y'all caught on to it when Mamdani was talking about arresting Benjamin Netanyahu or anybody else that the ICC has deemed to be a criminal. They should all be arrested. He's including President Trump. What President Trump is doing by ending this 47-year-old war with Iran, they're saying that President Trump is a war criminal. President Trump stopping the narco terrorists from bringing the drugs into the United States of America from Venezuela. They said President Trump was being a war criminal, him and Pete Hegseth, because he was stopping the drugs. Now, if he was letting the drugs into the country, then they would, oh my goodness, he's so wonderful, he's so great. But because President Trump, his administration is going against everything of the elites, going against everything of the establishment, they are calling President Trump a war criminal. So they want this one world court system to be able to go arrest anybody on the planet. This is ushering in the end times. 1,000%. And the end time is going to be ushered in by a communist socialist agenda. That's exactly what it is, because they want to say, if you say anything that we disagree with, they believe that you should be jailed, you should be imprisoned and disappeared even forever, never be seen or heard from again, simply because you disagree with them. This is the socialist agenda. And let me ask y'all a question while I have your attention. Let me ask you this question. Do you think that socialism is, we already know that socialism is anti-American. Anyone disagree with that? And on top of that, not only are they anti-American, but the socialist agenda that they're pushing is anti-Christ. Is there anybody watching that disagree with that? Can we get to the core of this? Ever since this whole thing with Graham Plattner and all of this, the socialist agenda, Mamdani endorsing these people, him openly saying that he's a socialist, which is AKA communism, this is what they're trying to get to. Can we get to the core of it? Stop dancing around the bush with it. People probably would have more respect for them and they said, look, we want to implement communism. Be honest for a change. Can we get to the core of it? I mean, seriously, can we get to the core? Don't lie, just get to it. Everything that they've been talking about implementing has been 100% communism. And look, I want to be a free man. There's been people have bled, cried, sweat, died, so that Will Johnson can have the freedoms that he has today. And I will not disregard that. And I'm talking about both black, white, brown people in the past have done everything they could so that you and I can have the freedoms today. And these socialists, if we're going to get to the core of it, they want to eliminate all of that. They want the government to control everything. They believe that the government should control every aspect of your life. There's nothing that you should not be able to do. So I want y'all to hear this. And actually, I'm going to have to be honest with you. I was getting ready and I saw this clip, Caroline Levitt talking about the whole communist socialist agenda. And I started listening to it. I said, you know what? I'm just going to wait until the show starts because I didn't have time to go and watch it. And I wanted to share this. Maybe you've already seen it. I haven't seen it. So you're going to watch it with me for the first time. Okay? Maybe you have. Maybe you haven't. But anyways, we're going to watch this together because she's actually addressing the whole socialist agenda. And it needs to be addressed. We need to talk. It needs to be talked about because if they get their way, they're going to eliminate every freedom that we have in the United States of America. They're going to eliminate everything that we have. Everything.
Literal self-proclaimed communists who are winning elections and who are claiming to be the new leadership of the Democrat Party. I think the vast majority of Americans understand the dangers of communism. Just look at countries all over this world. As an example, Cuba right now is a country that is about to be a failed state because of the communist policies of the past several decades. Communism should never be allowed to lead this country, and the president obviously is strictly opposed to it and all the dangers that it reaps. We've seen it happen across the world.
Who wouldn't be opposing communism, other than the communists, of course? And see, this is the reason why in the thumbnail, I have it where I'm sitting on the beach chair, drinking my drink with the umbrella in it, because majority of the people, I mean, even people who can't stand Trump that I've talked to, they do not agree with the whole socialist movement. They don't agree with it. I mean, they can't. Look, I love having conversations with people. But a lot of people say, I'm not with that socialism, and it's really ticking them off. It's really upsetting them because this is not the route they want to go. And they know if they continue down this path with the whole socialist communist agenda, it's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt them. And President Trump, oh my goodness, with the whole thing with these illegals on the voter registration, what the Democrats constantly said that they were not there, and actually the proof is coming out. Here's another one. President Trump was right again. And none of the liberal media want to acknowledge that. They don't want to talk about President Trump being right again. They just want to say, oh, it was a mistake. It was a digital error. That's all it was. It was a digital error. It wasn't actual, nothing, nefarious going on here. No one doing anything, no wrongdoing. It was a software glitch. Give me a break. Give me a break. You mean to tell me that they didn't test it? Are you kidding me? 6,000 people plus is a lot of people. And that's only what we know about. That's only what they let out. If you ask me, I'm subject to believe that there's a lot more. And of course, the Democrats would never let the information go out because it would constantly prove that President Trump is right. Pass the SAVE Act. And even that in itself is a socialist agenda. Even that is a socialist agenda by telling people who you can and can't vote for. Every single time the Democrats have a candidate, they'll run that candidate. They even go through the primary and they say, oh, wait a minute, we got a hiccup here. Time to replace them. We don't have enough time for the people to decide. So we'll just go ahead and select who we want. I mean, who does that other than socialists? Listen to John Fetterman talking about Mum Dummy, because I'm telling you, John Fetterman doesn't like it either. Mum Dummy is leading the charge for the Democrat Party. He really is.
And when now you have the mayor of a city, you are a mayor, dude. You're a mayor. You can.
I like that. You are a mayor, dude. I love it. I love it.
Fix a pothole. You can take out the trash, but you can't order people to arrest anybody any more than I could, or I could have him arrested if he goes to Pennsylvania. It's a joke, and he's a clown. And now he also said that Netanyahu is not welcome in New York. And you can't say that any more than I could say, Mayor, you're not welcome in Pennsylvania. So sit down. You know you're a clown, and you are just going to pander to the fringe, and that's part of your base. And I know you're angry at Netanyahu because he killed a lot of people you admire, whether like at Sinwar or Nasrallah or Al Khamenei in Iran. You know, that's the guy that will only criticize the prime minister or Israel, but he never criticizes Hamas. He's never criticizing Hezbollah or Iran. I've never heard the mayor say and condemn Iran for killing 30, 40,000 of its young people just asking for democracy in their nation.
Look. I like Fetterman now. I don't know what happened to him. I know he had a medical emergency at one point, but something happened with John Fetterman. I'm finding myself liking John Fetterman. What is wrong with you, Will? Look, when you have someone coming in and absolutely pushing all of this hatred into the United States of America, and they're absolutely taking over, it's starting to look like London in New York. Have y'all seen that? In London, to my understanding, allegedly, you gotta say allegedly, in London, they've already created some Sharia courts. So then if you break the law in London, and if it goes against their Sharia law, they can have you go to a Sharia court. Has nothing to do with London. And that's kind of like what the Democrats want to do here. The same thing what they created with the deep state, which is another socialist communist agenda. We have the U.S. Constitution, right? We have the judicial, we have the executive, and we have the legislative branches of the federal government. But the Democrats have created a shadow government, and they run to the court system because they want the court system not to go along with the Constitution, but go along with their feelings to stop President Trump and his administration from doing everything, which again is another socialist communist agenda. Everything that goes against the Constitution is a communist agenda that the Democrats want. Why do you think they constantly talk about the Second Amendment so much? Because once they get control, they're going to eliminate the Constitution. And the first thing to go along with free speech is the Second Amendment, because then they can implement whatever they want to do, and they can come in and just wipe out people, make people go away, have people shut up forever. If they get their choice in all of that. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Do we have any trolls on here? Just out of curiosity. I bet you the trolls know exactly what I'm talking about because they want it. They're so dumb. They're so stupid. And this is the thing that really gets me. That these people, they know. I mean, they got to know that what Mamdani and the Democrats are doing are just right down terrible, with the perversion, with the supporting of the narco terrorists, with the supporting of Iran, with the supporting of everything evil and wicked under the sun. They know the Democrat Party is wrong, but the reason why they go with that is because they've been told and they've been indoctrinated and they have been given over to reprobate minds. That's the reason why they go with it. There's no other explanation. People's minds today are on such a level of deception that is almost comical. I mean, it really is. They cannot see past their flesh. They're so stuck on hating Trump. And because they hate Trump so much, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters because they're stuck on hating Trump. And listen to this one. Here's Abby. And she's talking about Mamdani wanting to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. And she's not opposed to it. She's a socialist herself. Why not just come out and say that you're a commie? I think people will respect it even more.
President Trump has already shut down that idea, posting on Truth Social that the Israeli leader will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while here in the United States. Mamdani's reversal comes just days after he told the New York Times that he was working with the city's legal team on how to execute an arrest of the Israeli leader for alleged war crimes in Gaza. Netanyahu responded to the interview, defending Israel's actions and rejecting the legitimacy of the ICC. Netanyahu is expected to travel to the UN General Assembly in September. Now, the mayor says he's not welcome.
We are talking about someone who has been charged with crimes against humanity, someone who has visited this city on many an occasion and who has been welcomed by previous mayors. And I want to make it very clear that that welcome ends with me. I will not be welcoming Benjamin Netanyahu or any other war criminals when they come to this city.
So Mamdani there is stating, I guess, what seems somewhat obvious truths about.
Oh, shut up first. Oh, shut up. She said Mamdani is stating something obvious. What is he stating? Now, let me ask y'all a question. If I went to New York, because I've been all over social media talking about Mamdani. I don't even say his name right. Mamdani. Mamdummy. I think it's more appropriate. Do you think that he would label me as a criminal? Because again, socialists, they don't have an issue locking up people if you say something that they disagree with. That's what they were doing in the 1930s, 1940s Germany. They absolutely locked up people because you said something that they disagree with. There's already been discussion before Mamdani ever even came on the scene where these Democrats were saying that MAGA Republicans specifically should be in camps to be re-indoctrinated, to be re-educated before they're let back out into society. They've said this multiple times. So I'm just kind of curious. If I got on a plane and went to New York, do you think that he would have me arrested? Because I don't be shy. I'm not shy about saying how I feel about him. He should not even be in the office. It should be against the law. No socialist should ever hold position in any political position, not even a dog position. Not that being a dog catcher is a bad deal. It's an honorable job. But they should not be able to hold it. None of these people that's talking about destruction of the United States of America, because that's exactly what socialism is. I don't know why or how we even got to this point. I really don't. Other than the woke left hating Trump so much, nothing else matters. They're willing to go to the far extreme because everything that they tried to do to President Trump failed. Let me play the rest of this.
When they come to this city.
So Mamdani there is stating, I guess, what seems somewhat obvious truths about the situation. But does it help him or hurt him, Tara, that he's even going down this road? Well, it
what's
depends on
obvious about it? Right? What's obvious about it? She wants it done. They want Benjamin Netanyahu arrested because of their feelings. Regardless of what happened on October 7th, they don't care about any of that. They want him arrested because he retaliated, because he defended his people. This is the most disgusting thing ever. And then you got the woke right. You got the woke right. These people are actually siding with Abby. These people are actually siding with Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. Think about that. How come no one ever really brings that fact up? They're actually siding with these communists, these socialists, because they don't like a group of people, because a group of people says something that they don't like. But as I've mentioned multiple times, let me ask y'all, would you say that Mamdani is the leader of the Democrat Party? Now I'm looking at the chats. Y'all let me know. What do you think? Would you say Mamdani is the leader of the Democrat Party? I say that he is. I've been saying it. Because according to them, Mamdani can say the worst things ever, but none of them will ever say anything about him other than like John Fetterman. And you have a few other people saying it. And they're starting to say it now, and these are Democrat establishments people. The only reason why they're saying it because Mamdani is going to give them the boot, except for like Chuck Schumer. Now, I don't know why Chuck Schumer or even Hakeem Jeffries, I don't even know why they're not saying anything about Mamdani. They are the current leaders, so-called, Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader in the House. Chuck Schumer, the minority leader in the Senate. None of them say anything about Mamdani. None of them say anything about him. I have yet to see them come out and say, look, this socialism is not going to work for us. They don't say anything because Chuck Schumer, he's afraid of AOC. I want y'all to listen to what Ted Cruz said about Mamdani and Chuck Schumer, because this is exactly what I've been saying for weeks, if not months, because the Democrat Party is collapsing right before our eyes.
Chuck Schumer, I believe, can never again win a Democrat primary in New York. I think he will not even run for re-election. I've joked that Schumer will be the inaugural member of the AOC for president campaign because he's terrified AOC will primary him.
I don't think it's a joke.
Now, I don't think... no, it's not a joke.
There's a poll out today that has her winning.
In New Hampshire, she's the #1 Democrat candidate in the country in New Hampshire. That's today's poll. I think she'll run for president. I don't think she will run for Senate, but I'm going to make a prediction for you, Sean. My prediction is Comrade Mamdani will be the next Democrat senator from New York, that Mamdani will replace Schumer. I think Mamdani is the single most powerful Democrat in the country. And I got to say, by the way, there are some Republicans that are celebrating. This is great. Our opponents are crazy. That's going to help us. I want to say for the record, I'm not celebrating. I think this is bad for the country. I think this is unhealthy.
I mean, I see his point. It is unhealthy. I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, I like the fact that the Democrat Party is collapsing. I really do. I'm celebrating that part. There's no room for this stupidity that the Democrats have implemented onto the United States of America, the lawlessness that they're pushing onto all of us, the perversion that they're pushing onto all of us. The level of perversion. Let me give you another example of what I'm talking about here. And actually, there's no video on it. I just want to say this because this is something that I've been thinking about. I post pictures and videos on social media everywhere. And one of the first things that I get from the woke right and the radical socialist left is that they go, oh, you support a PDF. Do y'all know what a PDF is? Do you know what that is? Anybody don't know what that is? Do you need some help? They go, you support a PDF because I support President Trump. This is what they say. And you're not going to say PDF just because of some of the social media platforms. So I respond to them saying, wow, this is very interesting. I said, no, I don't support the Communist Socialist Democrat Party. I don't support them. And then I turn around and ask him, I said, so does this mean that you finally agree with President Trump against men going into the restroom with children, little girls, etc.? So you finally agree with that. You agree with that now, because President Trump has been constantly saying no men in girl sports, no men going into the restroom. President Trump has been saying that repeatedly. So you mean to tell me that President Trump has actually got you leftists that is all about this group called MAPS to finally be against the PDFs? My goodness, President Trump is good. He's good because he got all of y'all to be against it now. And these stupid liberals can get it through their head and they just go, no. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1-month supply. You get a 3-month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid. that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
I want you to listen to this. This is AOC getting the question about the Democrat Party being a communist party. I mean, the response should be, no, we're not going to do that. But everyone knows that AOC is
some DSAers who have called themselves communist, educate themselves as to what
it's a free country. It's a free country. You've got people with all sorts of affiliations in this country, and the whole point is that we don't politically, persecute people.
Really? You don't politically persecute people? What have you been doing the past 8 years of President Trump? What have you been doing? What have you been doing to the MAGA Republicans? I mean, really? We don't persecute people for political reasons. Or you give me.
You can. You have a bona fide, all sorts of extreme groups. It's a free. Really? You can hold whatever views you have in this country, and that's how.
So one thing I will agree: you can have any view that you want in this country. But I remember I watched this movie. I think it was called Oppenheimer. Y'all ever see that movie? There was a movie, and they were showing, and they were talking about the communists in the United States of America. The FBI monitored the communists, the DOJ, and when they found out where the communists were, guess what happened? They went and picked them up. The communists were not able to group and to thrive. But we've gotten to the point in the United States of America where they're welcoming the communists. That's why I always say when the Antichrist shows up onto the scene, onto this world, onto this plane, that these socialist, communist, democrats are going to welcome it with open arms. You see, I referred to the Antichrist as it. Open arms. Because I asked y'all a question earlier. Do you think that socialism is Antichrist? It is. We already know that they're anti-American. We know that they are. But there is good news. Now, Ted Cruz said we shouldn't be celebrating. And I understand his reason for saying we shouldn't be celebrating. But, there is some celebration to be made here. Simply because it is crushing the Democrat Party. Sadly, because the Socialist Party of the Democrats is taking over and doing that. And a lot of people that hate Trump so much, that's even the ones that say that, well, I just can't do it. I can't do it. I mentioned yesterday, some of them are going to hold their nose and vote for the Republican, or they're not going to vote at all, or some will just double down. There are some of those. Okay. We can't deny it. There are some that will just double down because they're so far gone, especially the white feminist male liberal. They're going to double down and vote for the socialists because they all want that socialist agenda. But people who still have a sound mind somewhat, that are Democrats, they're questioning it. They're questioning it, especially if you are a Christian. I don't know. But then again, Christians vote for Democrats all the time, which that's something else I don't understand. But like I just said, there's good news. And it's on the Communist News Network of all places. Listen to what they say about President Trump, and you can kind of already see it here. They're talking about President Trump's popularity, approval numbers. Look at this. Look at this. They don't even have Joe Biden on there. They're so embarrassed by Joe Biden. Why did they skip Joe Biden? Where's Joe? Are you kidding me? They skipped right over Joe. Look, you mean to tell me that the Communist News Network couldn't squeeze enough room on there to have Bush, Obama, Joe, and then President Trump? You mean to tell me they couldn't do that? Oh, come on, give me a break. They're embarrassed. They're embarrassed by Joe Biden. So they refuse to put him on there. They refuse to put him on there because they're totally embarrassed by him. And you know what? To be honest with you, I think the entire country, ended up being embarrassed by Joe Biden. The entire country.
21st century own party approval rating, about at this point a second term. We got Trump, we got Obama, we got Bush. Look, they're all fairly popular, but the one who is the most popular, and we have seen this time in and time out, no matter when you look, is Donald John Trump. He's the only one who's over 80%. 83% of Republicans still approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president. He still has that magic touch. We'll see if it carries over to South Carolina, but we've seen it in primaries this year, Senate primaries, and that's because he is still a very popular man, historically popular when it comes to his own party liking and approving of the job that he's doing. So
let me ask you, is there anybody, I'm going to pay attention just a little bit more to the chat here, okay? I'm looking at the chats here. Y'all let me know. I'm looking at the chats. Is there anybody that voted for President Trump not happy with Trump? I already know what the trolls. Do we have any trolls on here? I already know what they're going to say. I mean, come on. I'm not asking you trolls. I already know what you're going to say. I want to know from the people who voted for President Trump 3 times, how many of you are no longer supporting Trump? And those poll numbers that they just showed, I'm going to go on a limb and say that they're even higher. You know, CNN can't go too high, you know, because it was like, oh no, we can't show them this. But how do he go? He's going up like this. He loves doing that. President Trump poll numbers shooting up his approval numbers, and they don't like it. And see, I'm looking in here, and no one is saying no. Everybody is happy with President Trump doing, even the fact that he is ending this 47-year-old war. No one wants it. President Trump doesn't want it. I mean, these stupid liberals, and they know it too, because President Trump is giving them time after time. They even go as far as saying that calling President Trump taco, always chickens out. They say this about President Trump because President Trump is not trying to go to war. He's not trying to. But then when President Trump, again, like I just mentioned, they call him taco because President Trump gives these people the opportunity time and time and time and time and time again. But at some point, it's all going to come to an end for him. At some point, President Trump is going to have to say, you know what? Enough is enough. Enough is enough. We can't do this anymore. We can't continue down this path. We can't continue going this route when I constantly, in the United States of America, constantly give you an out, constantly give you a way for your nation to prosper, give you a way so then that way you can have peace, but they don't want it. See, for these people over there, they have a vision of religious beliefs and the reason why they're doing this. President Trump took out all their leadership. That gives them an incentive to keep going. My leadership is gone. They're no longer here on earth, so they want to follow suit because for them, it is a religious thing. It's a religious belief what they're fighting for. President Trump, he doesn't want to fight over religion. That's not President Trump's forte. He wants people to be successful. Give you another example, North Korea, Little Rocket Man. Remember President Trump was constantly calling him Little Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man. And President Trump said, my button is bigger than yours. My rocket is bigger than yours. Remember he kept saying that? And then the liberal media, oh my goodness, look, President Trump is trying to start a war, blah, 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 blah. President Trump sets foot in North Korea. President Trump tells them, look, we want you to have a successful nation. We don't want to fight. We don't want to go to war. And President Trump is the strong one in all of this. The United States of America, the strongest power in the world. And President Trump, he understands that. He doesn't want to go to war. But the left, they want it. The left, they want to go to war. And you know why I say they want to go to war? Because think about what Russia and Ukraine. There was multiple times where they were going to bring that conflict to an end. And what did the radical socialist, communist, Democrats do? No. We got to pour more money, billions of dollars into Ukraine to continue the war to go on. But in this case, when it's come to Iran, because it's their side. See, the socialist Democrats in the United States of America, they side with Iran. They don't side with America. Anyone disagree with that? Anyone want to argue with that point? Want to dispute it? They don't side with America. Just like we as MAGA Republicans, we don't side with Russia and we don't side with Ukraine. Do we want the war to continue? No. The war should have never started in the first place. But the left, they want it. Why? Because they actually believe that a number of people need to be removed. If you get my drift, they actually believe this. They actually believe this. And that's their goal. They tried to get Putin to set off one. They tried to get Putin to set off a nuke. So, hey, we didn't start this, Putin did. They tried. And then President Trump prevented Iran, and now they're upset because they prevented Iran from getting a nuke. Now they're upset. They weren't upset when Iran was trying to build one to use it on Israel or the United States of America. They didn't have any issues with that. President Trump stops it. Now they have an issue with it. I want to show you some positive information about this whole socialist thing and how people are talking about it when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
I want to say that when you put whatever adjectives in front of communism or in front of socialism, it doesn't change its nature. It is still communism, it's still socialism, and you can say, oh, the people want free stuff, let's just have free stuff. Remember, this country is built as a constitutional republic. Just because you and your friends want free stuff, and then we can just get free stuff. That's communism. And that never work out. Eventually, in communism, things will run out quick enough so everybody end with nothing. And I was there, lived through it. So young people like you, please read some history, learn history.
I wish it was long enough to get the response from the socialists that was sitting on the panel. You see, a lot of these young people, they believe that socialism is a good thing because it reminds them of mommy and daddy taking care of them. All of these other people have worked hard, and then socialists come along and just take it away. So I saw this post earlier where President Trump was talking about the Trump accounts. Yeah, have you heard about this? The Trump accounts. So if you have children that's under the age of 18 as of right now, I mean, I wish I still could take advantage of it with my children, but my children are adults. I mean, my goodness, I want grandbabies. Where are the grandbabies at? But President Trump's Trump account, you have children under the age of 18, I believe it's up to the age of 18, you can get a Trump account where it's tax-free and $5,000 a year you can deposit into your child's account or your grandchild's account. or your place of employment that you're working at, they can contribute up to $5,000 to your child's account as well, tax-free. And then they have access to it when they become 18 or 21. The lunatic liberals on the left are saying, oh, you're okay with socialism until you're not. Trying to say what President Trump doing is socialism. This is not socialism. Socialism means that everybody that's watching right now, that you work, you go and you earn your hard-earned money, and then they come and they take it from you. What President Trump is doing is said, hey, you can contribute if you so choose. That's what President Trump is saying. That's what the Trump account is. You can contribute up to $5,000 if you so choose. They're not taking it from Elon Musk. They're not taking it from Jeff Bezos. They're not taking it from Mark Zuckerberg. They're not taking it from you. You get to decide if you want to contribute or not. And if you got grandbabies, you can open up. It's a free account. Open up for one for them. And you, being a grandparent, you can deposit up to $5,000 a year into your grandbaby's Trump account. Hello, but you're not being forced to do it. Socialism means you're forced to do it. And that's the part that they conveniently leave out, having everyone believe that socialism is a good thing because that's what we all been utilizing all this time, and that is a bald-faced lie from the pits of hell. It's another lie that these Satanists are trying to convince people to go along with. Just like they lied and said that the party switched. That is another lie from the pits of hell. The parties never switched. The only thing that switched were their tactics that they used to control not just black people, but white people as well, and brown people, and everybody in between. It's just another tactic. Here's another one. This was kind of surprised me on the Communist News Network. Listen to what they're saying about the socialists.
What do you think? Well, they got rid of one guy who loves Nazi tattoos, and at least according to the Washington Post, they chose a guy who seems to have an anger problem. So I would love to see how that actually fares with suburban women. You can't count Susan Collins out. The last time they had her down about maybe 6 or 7 points. During the general election in 2020, she ended up winning by 4. No, she ended up winning by a larger margin than
8,
that.
I think.
Yeah, by 8.
Sarah Gideon.
Yep,
Yeah.
about Sarah Gideon.
This is the toughest.
You see this? So they got rid of one, like you just mentioned, with a Nazi tattoo on his chest, and then they got one that has an anger problem. And it's not just that he has an anger problem with people in general. Dude has an anger problem with women. It's all been women. There's no men in the mix, just women. He has anger problem with women. Is that not a problem? And apparently he's now their front runner. I just knew that they were going to go with a woman this time, but no, they selected this dude. They selected this dude, which has an anger problem. Again, it's like they keep making the same mistake over and over and over again. And if he has an anger problem with women, can we say it's safe to say that he's probably done something wrong to women? I mean, give it a little time. Something's probably going to come out about him. And I'm like, oh, darn it. Can we get rid of him? What's the contingency plan for getting rid of him? How do we do it? Here's another one. And this one was on the Communist News Network. I'm telling y'all right now, there are people inside of the Democrat Party not happy with the direction that they're taking their party.
Choosing to campaign with Hassan Piker, who said America deserved September 11. Sure, he went on to disavow those comments, but I'm telling you, nobody on my team would ever, come even close to making a comment like that.
So will you not back him if he wins the primary? Will you not support him?
Jake, I think that it's really important to make a clear distance from yourself and these comments, and that's exactly what I've been doing, in this race. I will not even come close to being associated with comments like America deserved September 11.
Well, he would say, Dr. Syed would say, well, I didn't say that, and I don't think that. Hassan Piker said it, and I don't agree with everything everybody I campaign with says.
But here's the critical point on that, Jake, is that he might say that, right? And sure, I give him credit for disavowing it after the fact. But the reality is he also didn't have to choose to campaign with Hassan Piker. To me, that's a non-starter. Saying something like America deserved September 11th.
Saying that America deserved September 11th. You see that? How crazy can you be? How crazy can you be? How crazy can you be? All right, so I just saw this coming across the wire. President Trump is actually speaking. Let's go to him.
On the other side of things, they disagree, but I don't know how they can disagree. Your community and your state's going to become rich, and there's very little disruption. And again, if you don't take all that money, somebody else is going to take it. You might as well do it yourself. So it's an honor to be with you, and maybe I'll let Chris and Lee and the group and Jeff and Brian, everybody, just take over, have a good free-for-all, and figure it out. And if you have any problems, I'll come right back and I'll straighten those problems out, okay? Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
That was quick. No, I didn't know he was live, or I would have gone to President Trump. So I guess I'm going to have to go back later on and see what he was talking about. I do apologize for that. I didn't know. All right, so we just got a couple more minutes here. I want to show you another one of a lunatic liberal that is not happy with the Socialist Communist Democrat Party of America. And this person here has a severe case of TDS. I mean, his TDS is through the roof. He loves his TDS, actually. He wants more TDS. Who am I talking about? James Carville. He loves his TDS, but he's not happy with the Democrats because he knows that socialism is going to crush him. You can't blame President Trump for it. They're doing it to themselves.
I'm going to read something to you, and I'm going to tell you why this is typical. A progressive House candidate who served in a battleground district in Michigan as long Democratic Party officials once said black U.S. political leaders are a pillar of the capitalist and imperialist American establishment. Yeah, Jim Clyburn is part of that. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly who Martin Luther King was. Yeah, you're right. That's who John Lewis was. And these people are paternalistic, and it's a bunch of overeducated little white turds who think they know more than other people know, and they know what's wrong. And they're going to go and then you got, they're talking about indicting Netanyahu. And that the problem is you have a candidate, a DSA candidate in New York saying we should be against interracial dating. Let me tell you something. These people, and these are to all my black friends and people like me, they think they know more than you do. They think their history is more glorious than yours. They think that Lenin was a more glorious human being than Martin Luther King or Frederick Douglass.
But this has been the ongoing thing from these feminist male liberals that are socialists. This has been an ongoing thing. This is nothing new. It's just now he's starting to figure it out. Light bulbs coming on to him. Does this mean that his TDS is getting fixed? More likely not. But he's recognizing what's happening. It's amazing.
That's what they really think. And if you know that, you don't know your history. And you should view these people with extreme skepticism, because they think they know what's better for you than you know what's better for you. And they think they know your history better than you know their history. This asshole don't know what he's talking about.
I mean, dude, this is coming from him. This is coming from him of all people. So I like to see the Democrat collapse the way that they're collapsing. And of course, they won't come out and say anything about it, as I mentioned before. Their main thing is that we got to stop Trump. And they're thinking, well, if we can stop Trump, then all this goes away. That's their thinking. I'm telling you right now, without them saying it to me. They've already demonstrated. They've already shown it. It goes without saying. It goes without saying. Stop Trump and it all goes away. Stop Trump and we can do all this stuff that we want to do to children again. Just we got to get Trump out of the way. This is how evil these people are. 100%. So, all of this in a nutshell. Communism does not work in the United States of America. Communism and the Constitution cannot coexist. Can't do it. That's the reason why they want to do away with the Constitution. I've said it multiple times. You already know this. You already know this. So what do we need to do? You need to tell people that typically sit out in the midterms about the socialism. This is the reason why we here at LFA TV have been hammering it. We've been talking about it. It's not just a fad. It's something that they're doing. They're wanting to implement this and make this the law of the land, communism. That's what they want. All right, everybody, that is it for me. Coming up next, right here on LFA TV, Kevin Smith, Loud Majority. And for those of you watching everywhere else, don't forget, you need to come over to rumble.com/LFA TV so you can always see the beginning of the show. And I'll see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
what's going on, everybody? Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Sophie Cunningham doubles, triples down on the obvious as she is becoming quite the folk hero of rationality and sanity. And I just really like talking about Sophie Cunningham because it bothers ugly people. So we're going to have a little bit of fun with that today. The DSA could really be dragging down the midterms for the Democrats. We've been speaking a lot about them over the course of the last several weeks and how they're going to have an impact on the election cycle moving forward. Because as I said, you know, some people think I've been a bit doom and gloom. But, you know, they really haven't won a statewide race yet. So we'll see if they're able to pick some of these up in places like Michigan and whatnot as we're getting new polling out on how people feel about DSA candidates, which is pretty wild in and of itself. Yeah, you know, look, I think the Mamdani experiment could turn very badly for some elected Democrats, with him basically, you know, not really holding up his end of the bargain on things. The House of Representatives passes Reconciliation 3.0 with some of the provisions of the SAVE Act included, and it's going to go to the Senate now, and we will see what John Thune has to offer, whether or not he can whip 50 votes or not. I have my doubts. And it turns out, as if we're not giving enough money to foreign countries, there is now a new way for foreigners to milk the American system. But before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here, baby. Guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can check out all the new merchandise we have over there if you would so much like to support the work we are doing here. Guys, use promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. That's promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the web. Look at all this good stuff. Look at all, especially for my millennials out here. You guys will remember this shirt. It's the one class that you actually listen to. You know, it may remind you of something. I'm only kidding. None of you listen to that. But head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. So let's dive right on in. Sophie Cunningham, baby. The point heard around the world. It's really funny about the Sophie Cunningham situation in the WNBA, as now apparently they are targeting her for saying the very obvious out loud. You know, radical Democrats will come out and they'll say things like, oh, you only like Sophie Cunningham because she's white and blonde. And I, as a sports fan, you know, Sophie Cunningham first jumped on the scene for defending her teammate, Caitlin Clark, kind of being the enforcer out there. And she obviously gained national prominence from the point heard around the world in one of the funniest, in one of the most memeable moments of the year, to say the least. But, you know, I think if you're a sports fan out there, you appreciate when teammates have each other's backs. You know, it's just, I've always liked enforcers. You know, I'm the kind of guy, I grew up in a world where if you hit a home run off of a pitcher, they were probably going to drill you in the back the next time you came up to the plate. Of course, now we live in an era of pansies and sissies where none of those things happen anymore. But Sophie Cunningham, look, she came out for the obvious. She came out defending women's sports, which, of course, should not come as a shock to anybody, considering, you know, she plays women's sports. So it shouldn't be a shock to anybody that she comes out in defense of it.
I said what I said.
Hold the wrong one.
A fantastic basketball player. And she's been a bit of a celebrity. She's actually bonded with Dana White. She goes to UFC events. And I think her profile is only going to grow. The one thing she said in 2022, she came out and basically was against Leah Thomas when Riley Gaines, who's now with us now on Outkick, said, I should not be swimming against a transgender athlete. And then she said she got a lot of hate because of that. She goes, I'm not against transgender. I'm not even political. But she got a lot of negative feedback about that.
So what happened is she retweeted, a CBS Sports host tweeted out, female collegiate athletes deserve so much better than this. And so that was in 2022, years ago. She just retweeted it. And then people are putting words in her mouth saying, you know, this is how you feel. And she said, she's setting the record straight in this ESPN interview. She said, I got a lot of negative feedback about me hating trans. And I'm like, I never once said that. I think that I am here to extend love. But I also think with that love is truth, being honest. And I want to protect young girls in a locker room or young girls in sports who shouldn't have to go against biological men. I think she speaks for most Americans. Be who you want to be. Nobody cares. If you're an adult, this is America. You can be who you want to be. You might not agree.
Exactly. So she's getting a lot of pushback for being completely and aggressively rational. And why do I bring this up? You don't care about the WNBA. I don't really care about the WNBA. I bring this up for a specific reason. There was a time where someone with those types of views, rationality, normalcy, men should not be playing women's sports, where that view was not something that you were able to say out loud. And by people like you and people like me and many people in the industry, Riley Gaines and Caitlin Wheeler and Paula Scanlon, dozens of other athletes, you know, I could sit here and name them all day long, who came out in defense of women's sports. Now you're starting to get current athletes, current professional athletes standing up for themselves. That is proof that we are winning the culture war. And look, she faced a lot of controversy about it. And when she was asked about it, she doubled down. She didn't cower. She didn't run. She didn't hide. This is a win. Now, it is one thing for, like, you know, former athletes or people who have nothing to lose saying these sorts of things. It is a whole nother thing for somebody who's at the height of their career taking any sort of stance that might be considered controversial or right-wing or whatever the hell whatever you want to dub it. Sophie Cunningham coming out, not only saying it, doubling down, but now tripling down on the obvious is a win in the culture.
I said what I said. I think it's kind of common sense. And I think I'll always believe in that. I think it's really important to protect children, and that's little girls who are also involved in that category. And so I stand on what I said, and I always believe that. I'm not a very political person, but I do have beliefs. I have morals, and I'll always stand on those and be true to who I am. And I think people are going to take it how they want to take it, but I've never even really said anything about that. And so when it comes just to protecting young girls in sport and women in sport, I feel very strongly about that. I think that's why you have Title IX. That's why you have some of the greats in women's sports. If Title IX and women's sports weren't protected, then you wouldn't hear about any type of women in sport. And so I think in the future, it's just really important to protect.
A fantastic basketball player. And she's been a bit of a celebrity. She's actually bonded with Dana White. She goes to UFC events. And
look, she had the opportunity to backpedal. She had the opportunity to revert her comments, and she chose to stand on her principles. That is a win. That is a win in the culture. Now, contrast that to someone who has benefited from Title IX, benefited from women's sports in a very serious way, and is now pulling the ladder up behind them because this person, I want to make clear, phenomenal female athlete, no doubt. One of the most decorated female athletes in American history. One of the most decorated athletes in American history, man or woman. But also one of the most aggressively self-righteous, annoying people on planet Earth. Because, as I say on this show, all of the time, it's okay to be arrogant. And it's okay to be dumb. But it is not okay to be arrogant and dumb at the same time, which of course brings us to Megan Rapinoe.
Let's just like pull back a little. At first it was like, well, nobody likes women's sports and nobody wants to watch it. Or there was, abuse happening and nobody seemed to care. Now all of a sudden we're going to use a vulnerable group of people in the trans community to be like, oh, well, we're just protecting women's sports and we care so much about it. When the Heritage Foundation is now going to go after Title IX. So is it about reproductive rights or is it about just women's rights in general? We're seeing the rollback of Roe v. Wade. Marriage equality, I feel like, is getting put back on the table. That was settled law. And so all of these things, like, yes, they're going after trans people in sports and they're using this as a wedge issue because we love sports and, we don't want our little girls to be unsafe in sports. And it's like, unsafe from who? But okay. But now we're using this as like an overarching thing when really what we're attacking women. We're saying, if you look like this as a woman, you can play. If you look like this as a woman, there's a bill in Washington happening right now that's going to require all girls, just like full stop, to go through a sex test, an invasive, like examining their genitals to see if they're a woman.
Yeah.
No, there isn't. That does not exist. But also, this doesn't have to do with women's rights. It doesn't have to do with reproductive rights. It doesn't have to do with marriage equality. It doesn't have to do with any of those. It just has to do with women's sports. See, because, of course, that's what Democrats do. They'll use some kind of a little wedge issue, and then they'll broaden it out to the broader society. Nothing to do with one thing or the other. First off, Megan Rapinoe, you're dumb. There have been more abortions in America since Roe v. Wade were overturned than there was before. It's just not forcing people in Alabama to live the way people in New York and California want them to. If you want to live in Alabama and you want those sorts of laws, then you can live in Alabama. And if you are dead set on killing your unborn baby, then live in New York, and you can do that up until 40 weeks. I think that's vile, but, I'm not sure why a lesbian would be so concerned about abortion rights anyway. I mean, it's not really where you dip your toe, Megan Rapinoe, but whatever. What the hell are you going to do? It's not about any of those things. And if you notice the contrast, Sophie Cunningham goes, I'm not political at all. I mean, many people will assume she's right-wing because she's awesome and hot and not, like, self-loathing and, stands up for herself. But same thing with Caitlin Clark. Nobody knows how she votes. I mean, sure, she did a walkout at a Morgan Wallen concert, so she's probably a Republican. But, I don't know, and nor do I care. I like the fact that Sophie Cunningham stands up for herself and for her teammates. That's why she's become a cultural phenomenon. That's it. And now she's coming out on the side of reality. So, congratulations, Sophie. I hope you stay in the news because, I mean, I'm not a fan of women's basketball. I'm actually really not a fan of basketball in general. I was happy the Knicks won, but it's not really my sport. But, Sophie, if I had to pick, I'd pick you. We'll be back in 1 second with more DSA updates on exactly how people feel about the party moving forward with new polling data coming out. And Laura Ingraham really hitting these new DSA candidates pretty hard. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. So we've got new polling data on how the general public feels about the DSA. And look, I've been going pretty hard, pretty black-pilled on the DSA and how they've been taking over the Democratic establishment. I absolutely for sure have. It's really going to come down to whether or not how independents feel about these DSA types of candidates in these statewide elections. As I've said, we have not seen any real new DSA candidates winning in Democratic primaries in statewide elections. It's just been city stuff and congressional races, but we're starting to get a feel for how exactly they may impact the midterms moving forward.
And Democrats have a lead, but again, to your point, if you add up extremely and very, and you have pretty much a tie with Republicans hanging in there, how much do you think that the Democratic Socialist push around the country in some of these primaries and some of these elections that we've seen affects some of that motivation for Republicans?
Well, I certainly think that's part of one of the ingredients in the general unpopularity of the Democratic Party, which is, I should say, is one of the reasons Republicans have some hope here. The Democrats are really in bad odor with the public, and they got all these extreme candidates out there, and some of whom have won nominations. One of whom got elected mayor of New York City, and is a very visible presence. So that's something that Republicans are sure to hit on. That the Democratic Party has gone so far left, it's off the side of the table, and they'll do with it what they can. But it's tough in a midterm when people are feeling strongly, as we've discussed, about the economy and the cost of living, to buck that. And I think Republicans have a tall order ahead of them.
Yeah, and independents upside down on the war in Iran and obviously gas prices. But to our point there, favorable opinion of Democratic socialist agenda, socialism. It's hard to believe that we asked this question, but do you have a favorable opinion of socialism? 52% of Democrats do. 11% of Republicans do. I don't know where the 11% is from, but capitalism wins out on the Republican side. It's just interesting to see these numbers and how that potentially affects things. Mark Thiessen yesterday was saying that perhaps he is starting to feel, just like the red wave prediction in 2022, that the blue wave is not going to be as big as perhaps they think it is.
Well, you know, Brett, we may have entered into an era in which these landslides that we used to see, where, you know, one party or candidate would win up 58, 59% of the vote, win huge presidential election margins and so forth. We haven't had that in quite some time. We may not see it again for some time. And that refusal of the general electorate to really give too much power to either party. I mean, Republicans hold all three branches of the federal government right now, at least the two main ones, Congress and the White House, but they don't hold it by much. President Trump likes to say he was elected in a landslide. Electoral college landslides are not the same as popular vote landslides, and he didn't have a popular vote landslide. He had a narrow but convincing win, and these margins in the House and Senate are very narrow for the Republicans. So everything seems, you know, kind of poised on a knife's edge as we go into this election and into 2028.
As we always say, polls are a snapshot in time.
Absolutely they are. And the big question is going to be, is can the Republican Party message moving forward to these independents that, you know, maybe you don't agree with this and maybe you don't agree with that, but these people are inherently dangerous. The DSA, I said it on a show the other day that I was on, Republicans like the country and want to make it better. Democrats hate the country and want to make it different. There is a very weird feeling out there, but I think Brit Hume is right there when he says that those sorts of eras of like landslide victories, I don't think we're going to see those for quite some time. And the only message I would have for the Republican Party moving forward is that you need to deliver on what you said you would do and show that the DSA either doesn't deliver, or when they do, it makes things exceedingly worse, as Laura Ingraham points out here.
So what can he really do but laugh?
Being a Muslim Democratic Socialist, I thought it would be pretty straightforward.
You just saw like, well, what if I label myself something that scares people the most? I'm a Muslim Democratic Socialist.
If you scare him twice.
Well, he's certainly scaring his tax base away, as naive followers think they're just going to get a whole bunch of free stuff. The wealthy, they're fleeing the city.
They want to give everyone everything away. You want free rent, you want free house, you want what they don't say is that a year from now, there'll be absolute squalor, turmoil, and death. And that's the way it's happened. John Ossoff and the Democrat communists want to let the Marxists into power, bankrupt your families, and leave you totally undefended with wide open borders. But we will not let that happen to our country. We're not going to let it happen.
So in the battleground states, the socialist shuffle, it's not really helping them. And in the Senate race in Michigan, hard left candidate Abdu El-Sayed knows it.
You haven't embraced that socialist label despite embracing a lot of those same policies. Why not?
Because I'm just not a socialist. Like, I don't fight for a label. I fight for people. And maybe it's just because I'm too much of a scientist. Like, I'm an empiricist. Show me solutions that can work to solve problems, and I'll be for them.
I'm too much of a scientist. He was not a practicing physician. We know that. He went to med school, fantastic. But come on, let's not try to hang it on your scientist card. And what solutions is El-Sayed talking about? Abolishing ICE? Defunding the police? Because he's for both of those. So Democrats here are in a socialist trap of their own making. For years and years, because they wanted voters, they wanted young people, they fed the beast. They looked the other way when these things were said. But now they just have to hope the beast doesn't come for them. So they end up trying to downplay the crazy and reframe it as something more benign.
Generally, their crazy ideas aren't where the energy is. The energy isn't around, like, we shouldn't have prisons or borders. The energy is around a belief that their economic populism. It's about strengthening a safety net for a country that has suffered too long, overvaluing capital and money and undervaluing labor and work. That's all. That's it.
Yeah, that's literally communism, Jon Stewart. That's literally that's the concept of it. Now, look, do I think that labor should get just as many tax cuts as capital? Absolutely. But as I've said on this show numerous times, there is a huge difference between liking the poor and hating the rich. Just because you hate the rich doesn't mean you're going to help out the poor people of America. And that's what these DSA candidates don't really seem to understand, is that there is a gigantic difference between doing both of them. And some people are beginning to jump ship on this new era of the Democratic Party. One person in particular is actually the House Minority Leader in the state of Florida. The House Minority Leader in the state of Florida, a Democrat, has now jumped ship and said, I'm out. This new Democratic Party does not represent me.
And my boys, guys, I'm excited for this. It makes me happy and clean and clear. And here's the issue. The Democratic Party in Florida is dead.
Good.
But there are good people that can resuscitate it. But they don't want it to be me. That's not convenient. It's not cool. I'm not having a Jerry Maguire moment right now, like, who's coming with me? But that's the truth. The party that my dad volunteered for in JFK when he was 18 years old in 1960 is not the party today. It craves and screams anarchy and then demands amnesty. That's not okay. I've always been criticized by the far left and by the far right. There'll be a caucus meeting later this afternoon where I hope that the members of the Democratic caucus will elect a new leader. For today, I FedExed my voter registration form to change my party affiliation to no party affiliation. Joe Scott should receive that by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning in Broward County. And here's why. Our constituents are craving practical leaders, not political hacks. We are entrusted to be guided by our conscience, and while I suppose it's easier in theory than it is in application, even my worst detractors have no valid claim that I can be bullied, that I can be bought, or even borrowed for a special interest.
So just to be clear, this is not like your run-of-the-mill average Democrat. This is literally probably the most powerful Democrat in the state of Florida who just said, I'm out. I'm done. Ship jumped. Adios, muchacho. He's out. Somebody with good standing in the Democratic Party who have said, we are done. We are, saying he's done, I should say. And you know what? Good for him. He may be registering as a no-party affiliate, but I got a feeling he'll be coming around the mountain any day now. And we welcome you in because we are, in fact, the big tent party. Just don't bring your stupid ideas over here. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second with a huge expose from James O'Keefe, from somebody at the Pentagon who is basically just deciding that he is going to conduct foreign policy and Department of Defense policy all on his own, despite what the president wants. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That is MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So, James O'Keefe continues to do what James O'Keefe does. In a new undercover video, a senior Pentagon director was caught on a hidden camera saying that he will undo whatever has been done at the Pentagon after Trump leaves office. I hope he keeps putting out these kinds of videos. I love the fact that, like, people in D.C. still don't seem to know who James O'Keefe is, despite the fact he's been doing this for like 15 years. We'll have some fun with this one. Here's James O'Keefe.
I want to stay and stick it out so that way when the time comes, I can undo whatever's been done. Protect the influence.
A Pentagon director of business operations admits to me, while disguised with nothing but a mustache, that he is sticking around to, quote, undo Trump administration policies after Trump leaves office.
I mean, there's a lot of things that they tried to do at the very beginning. They've still not rolled out. Because you have certain folks in certain positions who can slow roll things. There's a lot of times where it challenges my morals.
What are some things that you'd undo?
I would not have prayer service.
No prayer service.
I don't think there should be one specific prayer service. I was converted to schedule policy. Hopefully that's the first thing that gets undone. Because I don't like it because I'm negatively impacted by it.
He seemed like a very professional guy for most of the meeting, but eventually did speak about what his true beliefs are about the war in Iran, about the president himself, calling him a narcissist.
I think Trump is a textbook narcissist.
Wow.
And once you understand one, you understand them all.
The war in Iran is driven by, quote, one man's ego.
You probably can't even tell me what your position or your opinion is on that, the war in Iran.
Yeah, I think it's completely stupid. It's driven based off of one man's ego.
and makes the claim the Department of Government Efficiency DOGE was clearing out data contracts so they could be awarded to Palantir instead.
Most of the contracts they terminated were data related, and then they awarded Palantir a major data contract. But they're friends with some of the senior folks that were contributors.
Oh yeah.
I've seen some things.
At one point during the meeting, he actually said, "You could be a reporter." Well, I guess he was right.
In true DC nature, you don't always reveal everything that you see.
You don't want to say too much.
I mean, you could be a news reporter.
So what's the nature of the actual work that you do? Is it writing, consulting, or?
I oversee all corporate ops, so like HR, IT, security. So all the executive orders that come out, we read them, we figure out how we're going to implement them, how they affect the Navy.
So you're managing all that?
Yep.
So you have a big job.
Yeah.
Brandon Newsom is the Director of Business Operations at the Office of the Secretary of the Navy, located in the Pentagon. He told me, while I was undercover, that he is responsible for implementing executive orders from President Trump with regards to the U.S. Navy. We met for dinner at a bar in Washington, D.C., and while we were on this supposed date, on the television was the U.S. versus Belgium game at the World Cup.
The situation looked under control until it wasn't.
Do you follow the World Cup at all?
I've seen bits and pieces of different games, but
Not really. Rooting for the USA, or?
I mean, yeah.
Belgium. I think they're playing in Seattle right now. Do you see how Trump overturned the red card recently?
I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul.
Nah, bro, I have the Trump card. I win.
So that's an example of just the despotic, just tyrannical thing that he does that just rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I am not a supporter by any stretch.
Of Trump?
Yeah.
Right.
Just to clarify. Now, before we show you what happened, it may not entirely be a bad thing that there are long-term employees in government agencies that help keep things a bit more centered, so to speak. It helps keep us from swinging too far to the extreme left or the extreme right with each election. There has always been a clash between long-term government employees and elected political appointees. As James Madison said in Federalist No. 37, stability in government is essential to national character and to the advantages annexed to it, as well as to that repose and confidence in the minds of the people. The modern federal civil service created a structure in which public servants could remain across administrations. Political appointees need experienced civil service to carry out their policies. Government employment should be based upon competence rather than loyalty. If every 4 years everybody gets replaced when the pendulum swings violently back and forth, depending upon who is the president, every election could produce what James Madison warned against: a frequent change of measures arising from a frequent change of people. On the other hand, what our hidden cameras continue to capture is what some call the deep state, the administrative state, some of whom have security clearances, telling me, while I'm not even that well disguised, that they have open hostility towards those who they work for, and hinting they intend to secretly sabotage, undermine, or work against a duly elected administration. Let me be clear. This report is not meant to vilify Brandon Newsom, but we do think what he said, the public has a right to know.
How long have you been in D.C.?
About 16 years.
16 years. You haven't lost your soul? How did you manage that?
I don't know. Stay tried and true.
As a civil servant for over 15 years, Brandon Newsom is very cautious at first about what comes out of his mouth. There is an extreme irony here, with Newsom acknowledging the guy sitting across from him could be a news reporter, while simultaneous to that acknowledgement, he tells the person sitting across from him all the things he does not want shared.
In true DC nature, you don't always reveal everything that you see.
I see. You don't want to say too much.
I mean, you could be a news reporter.
I do work in the publications business, but it's not exactly news. It's graphic and design mostly.
We should note that Brandon Newsom is obviously not related to California Governor Gavin Newsom, a point he reiterates.
Your last name is Newsom.
Yep.
Like the governor.
Like Gavin.
Spelled exactly the same.
My Uncle Gavin.
He's not really your uncle.
Maybe when I lived in LA, I said he was.
It must have impressed people.
It actually didn't, because I used to work for the LA LGBT Center and they hated him.
Why did they hate him?
A lot of Californians are not happy with Gavin. He hasn't done well for the economy.
Do you have to keep your views quiet, or is there...
Yeah, you're actually not even supposed to discuss them when you're at work.
You're not allowed to talk about how's that not a violation of your rights and your.
There's I forget which law it is, but there's a law that says government employees are not supposed to discuss that.
Oh.
The law that Brandon refers to is known as the Hatch Act. It's designed to keep partisan politics out of government business and discussion, so Brandon can have political opinions like the rest of you. But he can't act or speak on them while working in his official role at the Pentagon. I mean, I think most people know where my opinions are, but I just don't vocalize them.
You don't vocalize them?
Trump is no indication of where my political views would ever align. Again, there's nothing wrong with what Brandon said, but it does set up what happens next.
There's a whole science behind eliciting information out of people.
And I would urge you all to go finish watching that. You guys got a snippet of it pretty much at the top. I like to show James's videos because honestly, I think everybody should go support the work that he does. I know a lot of the people on the team down there, and they do absolutely tremendous work. And without that, we'd be stuck with this guy working at the Department of Defense. Perhaps if he was working at the Department of the Interior, maybe it wouldn't be the biggest deal in the world. But, when you're a Defense Department employee, maybe it's good that you implement the policies that the American people voted for. Just something to think about. I'm sure he will not be in that role for much longer. But speaking of the war in Iran, which was brought up there, interesting little nugget. Fox News, who never ever found a war that they didn't love, put out a pretty interesting little nugget the other night on Laura Ingram's show. And I stuck my neck out when I said it. I got a lot of crap for it. A lot of you were very upset when I said it. But I'm going to continue to say it because I believe it to be true. That if this war does not wrap up relatively soon, we could be in trouble in the midterms as this war continues to be less and less popular.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. And with the midterm elections a little more than 100 days away, the clock is ticking for President Trump to get out of this war before voters head to the polls. It's making a lot of Republicans nervous. It's already, as we know, unpopular. According to the New Washington Post Ipsos polls, 69% of Americans disapprove of the handling of this conflict. Republicans cannot let this become an endless distraction, especially if they want to win in November. Here to discuss.
I mean, I'm very happy that someone on Fox finally said it, because I know how much crap I've gotten for saying what I considered the pretty obvious thing out loud. So thank you, Laura Ingram, for finally pointing that out. On the election front, though, we do have some really good news coming out of Arizona the other day, and we'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, guys, hit that thumbs up button, share the video out all over the place. We are rocking, we are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour, rumble.com/LFATV. Giddy up. Let's go. There were some significant House races in Arizona the other night that I want to make sure that I get to. Two in particular. There were really only two contested primaries in the state of Arizona, and both of them were won by pretty awesome candidates. We'll start in the 5th Congressional District, where Mark Lamb, who's been a longtime Trump supporter, I believe he was a sheriff down in Arizona, of Pinal County Sheriff. He won his primary fairly handily, picking up almost 60% of the vote in the 5th Congressional District. But that's not the one I really want to talk about. The one I want to talk about is in the 1st Congressional District, where former NFL kicker Jay Feely won his primary in what is a pretty safe Republican seat. I think he played for the Cardinals. He played for the Cardinals and the Giants and the Jets. He was a journeyman kicker for years, and I really do like the fact that this year, well, next year I should say, moving into the next congressional cycle, we're going to have a bunch of professional athletes in Congress for the Republicans. Mark Teixeira won in Texas. That is the first and last time I will ever cheer for anyone who's ever been on the New York Yankees. Mark Teixeira, legend, absolute legend, switch hitting first baseman, probably on the cusp, Hall of Fame-ish. Mark Teixeira, very, very good. But Jay Feely I like for another reason, because he's got quite the personality. For those of you who may not remember this, Jay Feely got himself into a wee bit of trouble some number of years ago when he took an ominous photo with his daughter as she attended prom. This just shows you the kind of personality the guy has. Here he is with his daughter and her date on the way to prom holding a gun. This obviously upset a great deal, a lot of people. But if you don't understand the joke here, then you just need to grow the hell up. It's good to know that guy is going to be in Congress, isn't that right? In the next cycle. It should be a hell of a good time. It should be a hell of a good time. So congrats to Sheriff Mark Lamb and Jay Feely. Thanks for all the good times watching you play. You used to be on the Giants. That's very good stuff. Very good stuff indeed. Speaking of elections, we got some stuff yesterday. We got some bills passed in the House as they are getting ready for another recess. I'm not really sure why they're leaving. Reconciliation 3.0 passed the House of Representatives. It's a budget framework. It narrowly passed the House. What's in it? What is in it? Well, we got this from Axios. The House Republicans officially kicked off Reconciliation 3.0 on Wednesday, narrowly approving a budget framework to unlock work on their plan for the $95 billion budget package, I should say. Two Republicans, Thomas Massey and Warren Davidson, voted against the measure, with all the Democrats as well. GOP turned independent Kevin Kiley also voted against the measure, but it still passed 216 to 214. The package includes $73 billion in funding for the Iran war, $12 billion in farm aid, and $10 billion fund aimed to incentivize states to implement some elements of the Save America Act. While the measure narrowly eked by, members remain uneased about the lack of spending offsets and disagreements that persist over enforcement mechanisms for their signature election bill. The proposed Save America Act provisions are already drawing criticism from some conservatives. Rather than including the full SAVE Act, the package proposes grants to encourage states to adopt voter ID regulation. This was a watered-down version of the Save America Act. Apparently, it seemed to be the only way to get any parts of it implemented. So, just so you guys know, the way reconciliation works is a way to get budgets passed. And the only way you can pass reconciliation, all you need is 50 votes in the Senate. But everything in there has to be budget related. It can't be policy related. It has to be budget related. And unfortunately, voter ID and the Save America Act and the stuff that's implemented in that simply does not have any budgetary shortfalls. So it's going to be very difficult to get it past the Senate parliamentarian. But here was Mike Johnson speaking on what comes next.
And the budget resolution that unlocks our third reconciliation bill, which of course is Republicans' best shot to get as much of the Save America Act into law as possible, in addition to funding our national defense and our farmers. Republicans support our troops, our farmers, and election security. We're the only team in Washington that does. Many of you doubted our success. Many of you standing around me in the Skaggle right now said, let me read you a sample of the headlines. Quote, House Republicans face final week gauntlet. Another said, Johnson's rocky sprint to recess. Another said it was Johnson's make or break week. Despite nearly every Democrat voting against everything I just read you, House Republicans delivered. Now, many of you like to say that major legislating can't happen in an election year. We just proved you wrong. This week, we continue to deliver for the people, and we're going to continue that streak all the way through the end of this year and into the next Congress. We're increasingly confident that we will hold and grow this majority in the House. We must, because you're seeing a demonstration of the two sides, the divergent views for America.
I mean, look, I'm happy they were able to get a budget bill passed. I'm not happy with everything in it. Another almost $100 billion for a war that is increasingly less and less popular by the day, but you know what? Sometimes you got to take the good with the bad. The real question is going to be is whether or not John Thune can get this thing through the Senate. And I got to tell you, I mean, he might be able to. It'll be slim. Maybe Fetterman will come over and offset Rand Paul. You know, where is Mitch McConnell? I don't really know which way is up here when it comes to the Senate. John Thune has been, he's been virtually useless as a Senate majority leader, and now he's even starting to get some pushback from many members in Congress. Anna Paulina Luna has called him out. Tim Burchett has called him out. Many people have called out just how useless he is. And now Andy Biggs, who is an absolute savage down in Arizona, is also calling him out as well.
What can Congress get done in your mind between now and whenever we have the midterm elections?
I mean, look, the House has been getting it done. The issue is the Senate. So what I would tell all of your listeners is to call your senator, let them know that you want the Save America Act passed. Like I said, this week we're going to pass a third version of the Save America Act. So again, they literally have multiple choice over in the Senate as to which version that they want to pass. I'm not a fan of continuing resolutions, but we know the Democrats are going to try to shut down the government in October as we end the fiscal year. So we did a CR to get us to the end of the fiscal year, to get us into December. And so it's go time. Like, the American people want the House and the Senate to deliver. And look, John Quincy Adams loved the House of Representatives. It was the people's house. It's where you do the hard work. But we've served it up on a platter for the Senate. Go do your freaking job, John Thune. And if not, get out of the way. It's that simple. You've got literally going to have multiple choice. If you don't like that version of the Save Act, do Save America. If you don't like that version, do the other version. But this is something that's critical. And look, a CNN poll. So not the most conservative network out there says over 80% of Americans want the Save America Act. No more excuses. Go to work. Stay this weekend. No breaks. Pass the Save America Act.
Yeah, but I got a feeling, unfortunately, Congressman Biggs, he will not be doing that. I tell you, I don't know if there's anybody in politics I've ever had less confidence in than John Thune. It's actually quite impressive how little confidence I actually do have in John Thune. Guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour. Rumble.com/LFATV. Rumble.com/LFATV. Make sure you guys are following along. Hit the thumbs up button. A pretty wild story. This just shows you how ridiculous some things are. The fact that we even have to report on some of these stories is actually incredibly troubling. Some trans activist, Samuel Kane, has avoided jail time after explicitly threatening to kill Nancy Mace. South Carolina transgender activist who threatened to assassinate Congresswoman Nancy Mace has avoided jail time. Samuel Roxy Wolf Theodore Kane, 20, was sentenced on Tuesday to 5 years in prison, suspended to 30 months of house arrest, followed by 5 years of probation. So basically, they were sentenced to 5 years, but then the judge reduced it to a 30-month house arrest instead of that. Now, I got to tell you, this one, I don't know how much more clear-cut this sort of thing has to be. Here was the tweet I'm going to assassinate Nancy Mace with a gun. I'm being dead ass. I don't know how much clearer that needs to be. Obviously, we've got a real winner here. A real winner. This from Andy No. Lovely. Very nice. Very nice. I had to see it, so you guys do too. We got one more. Oh, lovely. This did my civic duty and voted for Kamala twice just to make sure my vote counted. First off, sweetheart, you need to redo your nail polish. Just saying. But it turns out both sides. Both sides, baby. Both sides. No, it's not both sides. It's just one side. The sentence also issued a permanent restraining order to protect Mace, because restraining orders do things. While in prison, he had reportedly experienced a desire to kill the congresswoman if given the opportunity while speaking to a jailhouse inmate. According to Mace's victim impact statement, the comments were allegedly made while discussing the September 2025 assassination of Charlie Kirk. So this guy, despite that hideous dress he was wearing, was having a conversation about Charlie Kirk's assassination, at which point he decided to mention that he wanted to kill Nancy Mace, and some judge in South Carolina was like, nah, you know what? Go home. You're safe. You're good. Don't worry. Don't worry at all. While in custody, he attempted to bond out 3 times, but was denied. He burst into tears. At the time, the judge found him to be a danger to the community. If Kane violates his sentencing conditions, he will be remanded to custody. Well, if he violates his sentencing agreement, he's probably going to end up killing Nancy Mace. So I hope that's something you can live with, whoever the hell this judge is. I hope that's something you can end up dealing with. But, something's got to be done about these weak-ass judges. Something has got to be done. You know what else something has to be done about? The amount of money that we voluntarily ship overseas. Something has got to be done about this. And it turns out that now we are at a point where the American people are so fed up with foreign aid, that now we're actually giving foreigners a new way to leech out Americans' money. That's right, a new way for Americans, for foreigners, to leech off of Americans' money supply. And I can't believe I'm even going to say this, but it turns out, are you ready for this? If you live in the UK, you can now participate in and win the lottery in America. That's right, you can be in the UK, bet on the lottery, and win Americans' money.
All starts with tonight's massive Powerball drawing. For the first time, residents of the United Kingdom will be able to win the jackpot. Yesterday, tickets went on sale all over the UK. So the good news, the lottery says by expanding the pool of ticket buyers, the top prize will grow faster and higher without raising the $2 ticket price or changing the odds of winning as low as they are. The bad news, of course, is that someone across the pond could end up hitting the jackpot and winning all that money. It is a good time for new players to get in on the action. Tonight's jackpot is worth a whopping $567 million, or about 423 million British pounds. The odds of winning remain at 292 million to 1.
Regardless, you got a chance.
There's always a chance.
There's always a chance.
Regardless of which side of the Atlantic you buy your tickets.
So you hear that? So we have 300 million people in this country. Britain's got like 20 million. But look, their odds are a hell of a lot better of winning than ours. Or at least their payout is going to be a hell of a lot better if they end up winning. So it turns out now even the lottery is subject to foreigners. Well done, everybody. I don't know how the hell we allow these things. Why are you so black-pilled? Why you like that, Kev? Well, it turns out this is just sort of what ends up happening. Nothing you can really do about it. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild stuff. I don't know what the hell. I don't know. Crazy times, everybody. Crazy times. Guys, it is just about 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will be coming to you live from the swamp tomorrow. I've got to head down to Washington, D.C. So, feel bad for me. Feel bad for me for having to go down to Washington, D.C., and I got some work to do down there with, some of the most miserable human beings on planet Earth, but, it'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. It's like an entire city full of Megan Rapinos. It'll be fun, though. I'll share some fun pictures with you guys when I get back. Guys, before we check out, hit that thumbs up button, share the video out, head on over to LFATV.us. That's LFATV.us. That's your home, your mothership, your landing pad, your batter's box for all things LFATV related. I will catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Hey, folks, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. So, yeah, you see the thumbnail there, replacing the word Bible with drag. We're going to have a little discussion about Vacation Bible School and this latest Vacation Drag School. We're going to, you may not have heard about it, but it's actually happening right in my little corner of Arkansas. Also, a special guest today is Brian Norris. He's back on the show. We're going to talk to him as well. So the show starts right now. Thank you so much for being with us.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much. We are, as always, broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas. We really very much appreciate you guys being with us. So let's get to the news of the day, or at least as I see it. And it starts with this graphic right here. You see it on your screen, Vacation Drag School. So, like many of you out there, especially if you're in the South,
I have very fond memories of Vacation Bible School. If you grew up in the South, chances are you do too. Where I grew up and still live, there is a church on nearly every corner. Every summer, those churches open their doors for Vacation Bible School. So kids sing songs, they memorize scripture, they make crafts, they play games, and they learn Bible stories. It's become such a tradition that many churches actually coordinate their schedules with other churches so families can attend multiple VBS programs throughout the summer. 1 week at First Baptist, the next week at Second Baptist, you get the point. Also, there are a lot of Baptists where I live. The point is that Vacation Bible School is part of Southern life in the Bible Belt. We're all familiar with it. Many adults who are now Christians, by the way, credit Vacation Bible Schools as the mechanism the Lord used to bring them to faith in Christ. So when someone sent me a flyer advertising Vacation Drag School, as in a school to teach people how to be drag performers, it immediately caught my attention. Now, we can be fair here. This particular event is advertised as being for adults 18 and older, which is something I did not know when I made the initial post. But even with that clarification, the name itself says something. They didn't call it Summer Drag Camp. They didn't call it Drag Academy. They deliberately borrowed one of the most recognizable traditions in American church life. That choice isn't accidental. Whether the organizers intended it as satire or parody or simply clever marketing, they're invoking an institution that for generations has been associated with Christian discipleship. They're replacing one word, Bible, with another word, drag. For many Christians, that doesn't come across as harmless branding. It feels like an attack. That's because I think it is. And it feels like taking something sacred and repurposing it into something that represents an entirely different worldview, and a sinful worldview at that. Some people will say, well, why are you so offended with this? It's just a name, lighten up. But come on. Names, symbols, and traditions matter. It's part of what defines a nation, actually. And it's also why the LGBT has their flag. I mean, we know what that symbol means, even though it actually belongs to God and is from the book of Genesis. We instinctively understand this in every other context. If somebody copied the rituals or branding of another religion to try to make a point or take a cheap shot, people would immediately recognize that symbolism as part of the point. In this case, the LGBTQ decided to mock the biblical education of children by comparing it to studying how best a man should pretend to be a woman by dressing up in women's clothing while being half naked. There's an old saying that also comes to mind, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Ask yourself, does that apply here? Well, maybe it does. Maybe the LGBT, though, is coveting what they don't have. They don't have a movement that produces children to disciple. You see, the LGBT relies on converting the children of other normal adults. So naturally, Vacation Bible School, which seeks to raise the next generation of young children in the faith handed down by our fathers, touches a nerve. It reminds them that their movement has a serious demographic problem, and if it's to survive, they need to convert our kids. This is why our government school system has been used to proselytize the message of the woke sex religion, while oftentimes keeping parents in the dark about little Susie's secret transition, who now goes by Sam while she's at school. Vacation Bible School has been remarkably successful for generations, though. It has shaped millions of children and become one of the defining traditions of church life in America. Perhaps that's precisely why the imagery is recognizable enough to borrow. But imitation can also become substitution. That's the part many Christians find unsettling. It isn't merely that the word Bible was swapped out, it's that a tradition designed to form people into one set of beliefs is now being mirrored to celebrate an entirely different set of beliefs. Whether you see that as creative, provocative, irreverent, or offensive, and it's going to depend on whatever your worldview is, particularly are you Christian or not. As for me, I don't think it's unreasonable if Christians cringe a little bit by seeing this. Pearl clutching has become a sign that you aren't cool or you're the problem in our culture, as though nothing should be considered sacred anymore. But if you genuinely believe that the Bible is God's word, then seeing one of Christianity's most beloved traditions in the summertime repurposed this way is naturally going to feel like a distortion rather than a tribute. And that's not outrage for the sake of outrage or just posting something to get clicks. When I saw this, I knew I immediately had to post it. It's simply recognizing that culture often changes gradually, not by abolishing traditions outright, but by borrowing them, redefining them, and eventually replacing what they once meant. And that's why people have had enough, and people are going to stand up and speak out. Joining me now for a reaction on this and the rest of the news of the day, we have got Brian Norris is with us. Brian, welcome back to the show, sir. It's been a while. How you doing?
Man, Paul, thanks so much for having me. And, man, it's kind of hard to follow that up. You know, part of me is just like, I'm done. I'm out. You know? But it does, it brings back memories, honestly. When we retired and moved back to Arkansas, Jonesboro, Northeast Arkansas is not the only area that's being affected by this. I mean, this is happening in the smallest of towns in America, to include my little town of Batesville, Arkansas. When we retired and got there, I showed up to visit my family after I moved them from Germany, where we were stationed at, and it was the month of June, and we wanted to go explore downtown. Well, guess what was happening? There was a pride parade. And my wife turned and looked at me and she said, we specifically chose this place and I relied on you because we said we wanted Christian, we wanted safe, we wanted conservative for our children to grow up in. And we get here and there's this. And at the time, you know, Ramstein Air Base in Germany was putting on Drag Queen Story Hour and stuff. So we were trying to get as far away from all that stuff as possible. And she said, do something. So I did. When I retired and got there, I got heavily active in it, and now it's been 2 full years since there's been a pride parade in our town. The local stores and all that stuff, they don't put out all that craziness everywhere anymore. The public library has relocated all those books. At least they're not prominent anymore, working on getting those out. And it's just been refreshing to see. And I think all it took was just a few people getting up and calling them out for what they really were doing. Mm-hmm. You know, I went in, the first year I went in, and all I did was I took photos of everything that they posted online of what they were doing at the Pride Parade. All this craziness with kids. Mm-hmm. Just drag queens dancing provocatively on stage, sexually, explicitly in nature, right in front of kids, and then bringing kids up on the stage and dancing with them, right? So I took that to the city council, and I was like, what gives, man? And then the next year, I went to it with my camera and just videoed everything and took that back. And I pulled out federal law, I pulled out state statutes, and I pulled out their own municipal codes, which forbid that stuff. And I just asked them, what laws do I get to break with impunity now that they do?
Yep. Because
laws are only as good as they're enforced. Why are you not enforcing the law? It's your law, it's state law, it's federal law. You know, because there's a law in the books that says something, you can't have something sexual, explicit in nature printed in front of children.
Yeah.
And then I took pictures of all these things, and it was specifically designed to kids, and it had a lollipop on it, and then it had a chicken, and it says cocksucker basically on it, right? With the sticker, and they were giving them to kids.
Wow. Are you serious?
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
You know, just things like that. But thankfully that's behind us now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It reminds me though, there's a guy who, in our local area, older gentleman by the name of Bob Hester, who's always been active. And he's, I've talked to him before, and I really like to have him on the show about the whole decency thing, because he has a great story about what he was doing in the early days, years ago, 30 years ago or more, when it came to pornography. And we actually covered this on the show the other day. Miller versus California, I think, is that landmark decision in 1973. And a lot of people on the left say, well, that didn't legalize pornography, but no, it changed the obscenity standards to be able to be defined by the local communities.
Yes.
Well, so San Francisco and New York
didn't do anything.
They're exactly. They're going to redefine obscenity. Instead, before that, it was what's the national opinion about what obscenity is. So they cut all of us rural Christians out, and then they allowed the pornography shops to set up in the different major cities, and that's where it flourished, and then it started infesting our communities. Well, fast forward to the 80s, and I believe the 80s is probably when this would have been. All of a sudden now, your magazine publishers that publish all sorts of magazines, including pornography, started telling local stores in rural towns that you have to take the whole catalog. You can't just pick and choose. You got to take the whole catalog. And so they were doing it. And then, of course, there were local sellers that obviously they liked being the only store in town where you could go get a dirty magazine. Well, so Bob Hester, this guy, looked up the obscenity laws, knew that this was illegal, and he started going to prosecutors in our local community back in the day, and they wouldn't do anything.
Yep.
Matter of fact, they even...
I found that out, too.
Oh, you found that out?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, so he eventually took him, he got a bunch of pastors to start going with him to the prosecutor. And now, then all of a sudden, the prosecutors started doing something, and they got all the smut out of the town. Then, of course, the internet happened, and we, yada, yada, yada. We know what a scourge on the family that has been.
Yeah.
But point being, obscenity, indecency, this idea in America that it has always been okay from an American standpoint to hold a behavior up or a practice up and to say this is morally wrong and we're going to ban it. And libertarianism, which I myself am a recovering libertarianism has led us to this point, hasn't it?
Yeah, in a roundabout way, tolerance does bring about some of those nuances that can be problematic later on down the road. But it's funny you mentioned pastors. I tried to recruit pastors in my area. And Batesville is one of those towns where there's multiple churches on every corner.
Yeah.
And there were only two in the entire Independence County area that I could find to accompany me on this mission. And that was Pastor Tony Hammock. He does Jubilee Church there in Batesville. And then Reverend Gerald Heineke, who does the Lutheran Church there. And so we were cross-denominational groups of Catholics, Lutherans, Protestants, and
ecumenical,
and we were all united around one thing: a moral code in the teachings of Jesus Christ, and what is right and what is wrong, and just pointing out that this is wrong.
Yeah.
But I was saddened that going to all those pastors and priests again and again, and all of them, yeah, well, that's going to be problematic. How? And some of them would outright tell me that it would be certain financial contributor members of their congregation who
isn't that a shame? If you got somebody in your congregation that agrees with this stuff, that as a pastor, that's your flock. You would think you'd want to be able to correct.
If you're concerned for their soul,
if you're concerned for their soul and not the green money in their wallet.
But that's what they're really concerned about, right? It's very telling. And I beat a dead horse, whatever. I mean, I could tell you all day long what I'd like to do with these people.
So this post has been semi-viral, for my area. This is what I said when I saw it. LGBT counter signals all the kids being discipled in vacation Bible schools this summer. The idea of children coming to faith in Christ is apparently triggering to them. Reminds me that their movement is really a religion, and in order for it to survive, they must convert the young people. Also, Satan isn't creative; he only perverts what is good. There's been some leftists that get in here and they're outraged that, and they are making the point. Look, this is not. The flyer says that it's 18 plus, and there are flyers circulating around our downtown, but people have. They've gone back and forth with this, and obviously
they can say whatever they want to. You nailed it. That is specifically geared and targeted to Christianity.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it is what it is.
And it is targeted towards children. Same with the rainbow flag, same with the unicorns that they throw around, same with all this decorations and celebration they do. It's vibrant. It's very colorful. It looks like a freaking preschool.
Yeah.
When you go to them. Except you've got Steve that, is wearing, whatever it is he's wearing with heels, if he's wearing anything, right?
Yeah.
Really confused people that look like they're in an environment for a preschool. It's disturbing.
Yeah. Even Satan masquerades as an angel of light. So, anyway, that's the lead story. Let me know what you think about it. Let me check on the LFA chat real quick while we've got this thing up. X Machine says gay summer camp is now a reality.
They do have a gay camp in Arkansas. I think it's down by Ozark once a year.
Really?
Yeah, they do. It's a legit thing, man.
What's it called? Is it?
I'm sure if you hit the Google, it would tell you just do gay homosexual gay camp near Ozark, Arkansas. It's going to come up with something.
Wow.
Because when I was trying to find all the information about everything to combat what was going on, I used these other examples of things that were happening around the state and the nation that could be, the end result of something that seems as insignificant as a pride parade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which that was atrocious in and of itself, what they were doing. And I come across this and I was like, holy moly. They got a Facebook page.
Wow.
They post some crazy photos on there.
Bunking with your buddy summer camp.
Yeah.
That's probably what I would say. That's what I would call it.
Touching swords when they're fishing.
Dave 357 Mag writes, the breakdown of religion, proper education, the family has eroded the morals of this country drastically and far too abundantly.
Who was the If I Was the Devil? Paul Harvey.
That was Paul Harvey, yeah.
How prophetic was that?
It really was. If I was the devil, I wish, somebody who was in radio, like, you're not supposed to covet, but who doesn't covet the voice of Paul Harvey?
I grew up listening to Paul Harvey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty incredible stuff. So, all right. So, Brian Norris, while I have you on the show, this is the first time that you've been on the show since the campaign, since your campaign for Secretary of State ended.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we had you on several times. I voted for you. I thought you were the right man for the job, mainly because you were willing to, talk about the electronic voting machines and your efforts to get and secure paper ballots.
Yeah, somebody recently started talking about that, didn't they?
Who would that be?
Maybe the president?
The president of the United States.
Yeah.
You're talking about the address last week where he
basically said everything I was saying was true.
There you go.
Imagine that.
Imagine that. The vulnerabilities of our electronic voting machines. Yeah, I mean, he did say that. The intelligence, that he released does say that. Now, they're very careful trying to say, well, we don't know if a vote was actually flipped in 2020, but the capability exists. I was disappointed that there wasn't more conclusive.
There's going to be more coming out.
You think so?
I know so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on
it's
that?
It's going to be slow road. The drip, drip, drip. Basically, what I think that they're going to do is paint people into a corner to where it just becomes impossible not to react to it and act on it. And there is a gamification to this. One could say if they did just dump everything out there, it might be like the Epstein files. You go back and read the Epstein files, and they're shocking.
Yeah.
They are absolute. But who's talking about it?
Yeah, nobody anymore.
No one.
But the beef jerky and the grape soda, you weren't talking about beef jerky and grape soda.
But if they had, released a few photos and then released a few more photos and then released a few more and then a few more emails and a few more emails, it's constant, coming out. So I'm being told that that's going to be the approach with this, just a constant drip, drip, drip to where it can't go away because there's always something new to talk about concerning it.
Well, what about, we were told, I know that was one criticism of the power structure in place now, the status quo. They were saying, you don't know what you're talking about. Our machines are secure. Our machines aren't like other machines.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Your machines are not even updated with the latest version of Windows 11 because you haven't done it, and it's a year and a half outdated with no security patches now. But, to give a little bit of background about me, I do know a little bit of something about IT. I think I've showed you some of the stuff.
You do.
I develop software. I write code. I've been involved in a lot of this stuff for a very long time. And, the CISA of the United States of America, the Chief Information Security Advisor, the CISA, I was at a conference one time, and I remember a statement that I'll never forget from him where he said, security in the digital world is an illusion. Nothing digitally can be 100% guaranteed secure. It's an impossibility. No matter how good your encryption, no matter how good your hardware, no matter how good your software, it is impossible because by creating something in a digital environment, there is a way to get into it that, you are not going to be able to see every single time. And then your patch is going to have that, right? It's just going to, so all you can do is be proactive and patch things up as fast as you possible, make it very difficult to extract the information out once vulnerabilities are detected, but security is an illusion. Security is an illusion. And if that guy was going to say that back in 2012, 2013, whenever I heard it, I mean, who would better know? You know?
Yeah.
And he's right. The more I get into coding, the more I do things. I mean, we saw with Fable 5. When Fable 5 came out, the reason why they pulled it back from Claude.
Yeah, tell me what's Fable. Tell our audience what Fable 5 is.
So Fable 5 was a groundbreaking AI platform released by Anthropic AI that was the world's premier coding AI agent software that you could get that specialized in finding vulnerabilities within software and giving you a report to fix them. And, well, that can play both ways, right? They thought that they had contained it enough and shored it up enough to where it wouldn't be a problem. But lo and behold, 4 days after they released it, the U.S. government asked them to take it down. Why? Well, why did they ask them to take it down? I mean, chase that rabbit hole down if you want to, but I suspect there was some problems being generated with people being able to use it. And that's just going to be compounded, Paul. Now, your nefarious character that doesn't have, a computer science degree, doesn't understand this stuff, he can now go to a tool that is 100x times smarter than a computer science professor 5 years ago was. And he can, as long as he can communicate with it and work it and give it what it needs, he can do some really incredible stuff.
Yeah. Well, on that, let's cover this story because I had this pulled because I felt like the conversation would go here. This is Alex Prompter. It says here, OpenAI's AI broke out of a locked test environment, got into the internet, and hacked into Hugging Face's servers. It did this entirely on its own. No human told it to. Here's what happened in plain English. OpenAI was testing how good its newest AI models are at hacking. They put the AI on a locked computer with no internet access, and it gave it a cybersecurity challenge to solve. The AI couldn't solve it the normal way, so it started looking for a way out. It found a software bug that nobody knew about. It used that bug to escape the locked computer and get onto the internet. Once online, the AI figured out that Hugging Face, a platform where AI companies store their models and data, might have the answers to its test. It found stolen login details and discovered another unknown bug in Hugging Face's software. It combined both to break into their servers and grab the test answers. It did all of this to cheat on a test. Hugging Face's security team caught it, shut it down. Both companies are now working together on the investigation. The part that should get your attention is that nobody programmed any of this. The AI picked its own targets, chained together multiple attack methods, and pulled it off across two different company systems without a single human telling it to do so. Which has got Cal Seraphim saying, so a computer that wasn't connected to the internet found the internet and hacked another company without being told. Seriously, have none of you AI dip excrements seen any of the literary warnings? What the hell is wrong with y'all?
Yeah, it's a brave new world, man. I'm wondering, we've got two options for the future. It looked like it was going to be 1984. Or it looked like it was going to be Brave New World, 5 years ago with all the sexual perversion stuff and everything that was going on. But now it looks like it might be 1984.
Yeah.
I don't know which one's going to win.
Well, they're definitely building they've already built the surveillance state. It's really about now just turning the key. And we don't know what these data centers are really for. How are they going to improve our lives?
So that prompted me to start thinking, because I nerd out a lot too, as we've discussed and learned about one another, just in different areas, right?
Yes.
And Nerds of the World Unite.
Nerds of the World Unite, and I've got my Aragorn and Andruil sword right behind me, so
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
But I was thinking, I was reading a white paper on Google. Google is the largest data holder on planet Earth right now, and they need 1/10 of the proposed data centers to be built in the United States considered for AI, right? Well, Google also has AI, and they also hold accounts for every Google customer global, and they host all these services and websites and folders and documents. And I mean, if you think about that on a global scale, that's massive, and it's only 1/10 of what they're proposing to build. And AI says we really don't need too much more data to train our models to be better, right? The knowledge is already out there. The data exists. We just need to give it new breakthroughs to train it on so that it knows that, right? Well, that's going to be incrementally smaller as we go up. Mm-hmm. So it's that pyramid is coming this way. It should not be coming this way, which is what they're doing. But what thing has recently came across that we're all learning about now that would require massive, massive amounts of data in order to be effective? Flock cameras, right? Because it's not the camera itself that's the threat. It's the storage of that data in perpetuity to retrace your entire life steps and everything that you ever did, right? And then when you peel back the onion on what these cameras are being capable of doing, did you know that they have Signet devices on them as well? Which means that they can capture your IMEI number off of your cellular devices.
Wow.
Do you know that modern vehicles now have IMEI numbers on them because they have cell connections available to them as well? Your smartwatch, some pacemakers have that as well. Your sleep apnea machine has this as well, right? All of these things have these IMEI numbers. And so after it reads your plate, identifies your car, associates your IMEI number with you multiple times going through, it can say, well, that's his device. And now we found this device away from his car in this area. So he went into this store and he purchased something here. And, well, he's got an RFID credit card and he swiped it here. Well, that's his RFID number from his credit card, you know. I mean, you start to put together everything.
Yeah, and we haven't allowed this. I mean, this is a blatant Fourth Amendment violation.
I think so.
I mean, to me, it's cut and dry.
Yeah.
And you know, for a long time now, you know, I know like the conventional wisdom is when you sign your driver's license, right? You're signing away, like at least, you know, you don't have a right. You're not born with a natural right to drive a car, I guess, right? So you're making some agreement with the state when you sign your driver's license, like, right, I'm not going to be drunk, and if I get caught being drunk driving, you know, I can have that driver's license privilege revoked, right? I think most people are okay with that, or at least that's the status quo. But the idea that just because you're using a road or you're on a city street, that now they have the right to know everything about you is ridiculous. And and there's still people, Brian, that make the argument, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about. And I just don't have any.
You know what I say to
I don't
those
have
people?
any patience for those people anymore.
You know
What's
what
wrong with you?
You know what I say to them? Unlock your phone and hand it to me. You don't have anything to hide, right?
Right. You have nothing to hide.
Unlock your phone, unlock your computer, let me have it. Come on. What's wrong? You don't have nothing to hide.
That's a good point.
It's the exact same scenario. You won't do that. Well, it's the exact I don't have anything to hide. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I have a right to not have my entire life recorded and tracked and held in a data center for you to review at your leisure. Right?
Or sell me ads or whatever they want to do with
whatever you want to do.
Even if they want to improve care. And I think some of this stuff will be used initially to, like, you know, hey, we identified a guy passing a traffic light that had a heart attack, and we were able to get to him, shut his vehicle off, and, you know, at some point with the biometrics that I don't know if it was GM or Ford that they have applied for. I mean, they're gonna try to, you know, make everything so much better, but it's what comes after that, which is the abuse. And we've already seen the intelligence oligarchy turn all of these systems against, whether it's a presidential candidate running a color revolution against the entire country for at least 10 years, but we know it's much further than that.
Yep.
I mean, this is a recipe for 1984 on
Absolutely.
steroids. It's going to dwarf what Orwell imagined.
And what did we say earlier? The road to hell is paved on
good intentions.
Right. And so they could have the absolute best intentions, and it may be the best thing since sliced bread while those people are in power, but they're not going to be in power forever.
That's right.
You know, the tool that's a hammer to build a house can be in the hands of a nefarious character, the tool that ends your life.
Right. And I totally agree. So back to the voting machines. It is absolutely insane that we would continue with electronic voting machines and trusting them to pick our leaders because, you know, to your point about power, if the whole system is rigged. I mean, if our elections aren't secure, if we can't trust the electronic voting machines, we can't trust foreign actors hacking, or come on. I mean, do any of us really, but like if J. Edgar Hoover had access to this level of technology, he would have used it against his political opponents.
Absolutely.
And that's what the government is doing now. And so we've got to stop electronic voting machines. We've got to go back to paper ballots.
We have to. We absolutely have to. Or we're not going to. I mean, I'm of the opinion right now that how long have we actually had the illusion of actually electing our leaders?
Well, according to Dr. Andrew Paquette, he says, and he's got a great Substack called the Zark Files, and he exposed the voter fraud that was going on in Bexar County, Texas during the initial primary between Ken Paxton and John Cornyn, the first primary where they had a 3-person race. And he found the voter fraud of what was happening. By the way, the SAVE Act wouldn't have fixed that problem at all, because you can manipulate these things after after you show your ID. This happened after you showed your ID. Now, I think you should have to show your ID.
I agree,
100%. But my point is and maybe that's the silver lining in all this, that if it is a drip, drip, drip with the intelligence coming out proving this,
I hope so.
That there'll be.
I want to see some action.
They'll actually address it. I mean, the SAVE Act, John Thune, these Republicans have benefited from this fraud in Republican primaries.
Yep.
Just the same as Democrats have, and winning generals or that sort of thing. So,
and one of the things that we learned too during the campaign is I learned that you don't have to be connected to the internet. You don't have to have any of that stuff to change. You just need one nefarious character with a key and a location of where that machine is to alter any election. So the reason it is in Arkansas, we cannot do a forensic audit on our machines. It's prohibited by state law because it's considered proprietary knowledge from the private company that owns the machines, right? So what you can do is everybody can go in there, they can vote, and everything can be good to go, and you're running it through. But then at night, some person has a key to that tabulator, and they print off a whole bunch of ballots from another location that match that precinct, fill them out the way that they want to, and then at night go in there, withdraw all of those ballots, and then run their ballots through the way that they want to. Well, they have to reset the tabulator to 0.
Yeah.
Remove all those ballots, run those ballots through, and the only way to know that is to do a forensic audit, because the machine will tell you, hey, somebody kicked me on at 1 o'clock in the morning and ran this many ballots through, and this was the vote turnout, right? But the printout that they get at the precincts to turn in the count is not going to tell them the date time stamp on when the votes were casted for every single ballot, right? So they're not going to know that. They're just going to know the outcome of the vote on that machine. And the only way to get that date time group stamp is to do a forensic audit through the source code to know, which we are not allowed to do. Mm-hmm. So that capability in and of itself exists, right? And then you have the Heritage Foundation ranking Arkansas #1 for election integrity. And they did so based on the laws on the books. Well, during my case, I filed some suits with certain counties because we weren't trying to overturn the election. We wanted to show that our #1 rating is a sham, because it is. Because in Saline County, when we went to court, they could not tell you that the ballots that were cast in that precinct were the same ones that were counted in the recount, because they had no chain of custody from the ballot precinct where the ballots were cast all the way to where the ballots were transported to the county courthouse and then locked and key. They did not put them in secure containers. They did not serialize them. They did not have tamper-proof packaging around them. They were literally in cardboard boxes that were thrown in by Uncle Bob, who
I have an Uncle Bob.
Who knows if Aunt Sheila accompanied on the drive? It could have been just one person, and state law requires 2, but you couldn't tell us you had 2 people because you have no chain of custody document. They had people that didn't sign and swear in to observe the elections, that were handling ballots and doing things. I mean, they're just all the laws that are on the books that makes us #1 for election integrity, air quotes, were not enforced and were not adhered to.
And is part of that because of negligence, and is the other part of it because they can't actually do a forensic audit? Or
I think it's both. You know, I think we did 5 or 6 counties, and there were some counties out there that do the absolute best they can and try really hard, but no one helps them. And they didn't know. They didn't know the right place to go to find the rules. Like, White County. When we went to observe the recount in White County, they were proud of it. You could tell, man. Like, hey, come, you can sit right here in front of me and watch everything that I'm doing. They had no shame. I could walk away from that election in White County with 0 doubts just by the way that they were reacting, right? Mm-hmm. But then when you go to Saline County, they put a tape up You can't go beyond that point. Well, state law says I can get within 3 feet. So why can't I get within 3 feet of every counter, right? And all these other things that they were doing, they were very standoffish, and they didn't want you coming close. Well, why? You got nothing to hide, right? Yeah, you ain't nothing to worry about.
Yeah,
and then we did Baxter County, and we did I think Sebastian County and Grant County, I think it was what it was. And then some of those other counties, they were trying their best, and when we showed them the law, they were aghast that they didn't realize that that's what the law prescribed for them to do. And I truly believe that they're going to do that next time, right? But it's because we have an inept Secretary of State, we have an inept administration who doesn't know how to communicate, who doesn't know how to lead, who doesn't know how to ensure and check down that their people are doing the right thing, right? And enforcing it and holding people accountable. Laws are only as good as they're enforced.
Yeah.
I
think I can't remember the exact point I was trying to make earlier when I brought up Dr. Andrew Paquette, but one of the things he did tell me back on the electronic side of things, and I do want to talk more about the campaign, but is that there are cybersecurity standards that a lot of big corporations adhere to.
Yeah.
And what we're doing with these electronic machines in
That's
our state,
next.
it's like it would never ever pass at a corporation. They would never allow this many potential security breaches that are out there.
I do business consulting, themeridiangroup.org. And I've worked in Fortune 500 companies, and I had a secret clearance in the United States military for a while. So I've been in extreme secure environments, right? And I've seen to where it's actually risk adverse, to where it hinders your ability to operate and be effective because there's so many security protocols. Like when I worked at the Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii at AFPAC headquarters, the protocols that you had to go through just to get to your workstation were insane, right? And it made you, once you got in there, you didn't leave.
Is that the secret base that's beneath the Dole Pineapple Fields?
No, that's I can't remember the field, but I know Kilimano or something like that that's out there. Yeah, no, I was on. It was PACAF headquarters. It's where the Pacific Air Force,
the secret base that I know about.
Yeah, well, there's actually quite a few on Hawaii. I guarantee you don't know about.
Okay.
That's Kunia Tunnel, that one that you know about. That's where Snowden was, where he pulled all that stuff out from underneath the pineapple fields and everything. And there's Hiliamano that's out there that a lot of people know about. But that one was ridiculous. And then, for Fortune 500 companies, they take it seriously. They are very proactive because money's involved and proprietary knowledge and patents and all that stuff. And all the different stages, and it's never ending, right? It never ends. It's always a game of trying to be proactive and react as fast as possible when a threat is known. And then you get to our elections here in the state of Arkansas, and there is zero cybersecurity on any of our stuff. And their claim of defense is they're not connected to the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. One, it's a computer, and it has a modem built into it. It's a laptop that runs that machine that's inside that box. You just can't see it. You just see the bigger screen.
Right.
What do the laptops have?
Yeah.
Come on, guy.
Yeah.
All right. You turned it off. Sure you did.
Yeah. Like we can turn the microphones off on our phones.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane. It is an insane emperor has no clothes moment. The younger people get it. Older people, maybe not so much. Maybe it's a lack of an imagination, but it's insane.
They do the updates for the ballots and all that stuff, and the imaging and all that stuff. I think they can do some of that over the internet in Arkansas. So they do plug them in to receive that, and they do have some of it on a USB stick that they transport around, and that's another chain of custody issue. Who is that person that's doing all that? What do we know about them?
Right.
With all that, so. The capability is built in and exists in the machine, and then we're just going to pretend they turn it off and it doesn't have a wire connected to it.
Your question of you wondering how long have we, when's the last time we had an election that wasn't vulnerable? That's where Paquette comes in, and you get this. We've talked about it before, and maybe it's also some of Emerald Robinson's reporting, but these documents that Trump released had to do with Venezuela, and they talked about this, Venezuela machines that in a test environment were able to be hacked. But the idea that a lot of our machines are running off of a software, whatever version of it is now, it originated in Venezuela and it got to our shores in about 2003, 2004.
Yeah.
And,
by design.
Yeah, by design. And then there's a really interesting narrative where one of these companies that eventually became Smartmatic or Dominion, or one of them, applied for the contract in California under the Schwarzenegger administration.
Yeah.
And they were rejected because at that time, California had laws on the books that said, we got to inspect this.
Yep.
And they inspected it, and they came back, and they said, this kind of looks like this software is designed to rig elections. And so it was denied. Then when Governor Jerry Brown got in California, they made some legislative changes, and then
you can't inspect.
They got the contract.
Why would you not want to inspect? Why would you not? I mean, think about it. Every time I work with a Fortune 500 company or I work with a business, one of the first things I sign is an NDA because I'm going to be in their environment, seeing stuff and doing things, right? That is common practice. In the military, I signed hundreds of non-disclosure agreements, right?
Yeah.
Why can't the state of Arkansas have a select group of individuals from academia, University of Arkansas, Arkansas State University, Hendrix, whatever, computer science experts who sign NDAs, who then randomly inspect in their areas machines after the election to just see what happened? Why wouldn't you want that? Sunlight's the best disinfectant, right? You got nothing to hide.
That's a really good point. Utilizing our own people to do that, meaning residents.
The process exists for you to be able to do that and protect the private company. But why do we explicitly not allow those processes to be put in place for this?
Yeah. So you're like I said, we've talked about earlier, military veteran. You threw your hat in the ring. You fought in the arena.
I did.
You came up short, but not by a lot.
930 something votes.
Yeah.
I think.
And so I want to know generally, if you want to, what did you take away from this experience? Specifically, the current Secretary of State, and I guess he is running for, now going to be on the ballot for the Land Commissioner.
Yep.
Cole Jester is his name. It was what you would expect with politics. As things got closer and you looked like you were going to win, the attack started.
Mhm.
You had made some posts critical of our junior Senator Tom Cotton.
Yep.
And Cole Jester, with his virtue, said you needed to step out of the race. What are your thoughts on Cole Jester trying to get you to telling you that you should have dropped out of the race?
Honestly, it's exactly what I would expect from a beta male, which is exactly what he is. He's a man of insignificance that's never really accomplished anything of any controversy in his life. He's never been tested, right? So he would probably look at that post with disgust and dismay. And that was his probably visceral reaction because he's never been in an environment like that, because he's never been tested. And he's weak. And that's what we are going to have is an administration here in Arkansas full of just morally, physically, mentally weak, inept people trying to lead us. And it's not going to work out well for us. So I took it, like I said, when they asked me about it, I said, I don't really care what this guy thinks because I don't. Like, if I was ever to meet him out in public again, I would say the exact same thing to his face now. I'm just that type of person. I don't respect you. You don't lead me. You can't lead me. You should not be in the position that you're in. You're only in the position that you're in today because you're willing to say yes and do whatever it is that people ask you to do that have power and money. That's it. And that's that's my feelings about Mr. Cole Jester.
All right. What about if there's some average guy, thinking about getting involved in politics, throwing his hat in the ring, that's not backed by the establishment? Do you have any advice for them? What did you learn?
Yeah. So I did do an in-depth after actions review with a pretty large group of other candidates that did not achieve success in their elections. And we did it down in Little Rock. And believe it or not, I even invited some Democrats to come because I think everyone has value. I don't see failure as negative in any aspect because you only truly fail if you stop, right? It's part of the learning process. So I asked us all. I mean, I did it like a true after-action report in the military. I sent out reports to them, and I asked them to fill it all out, take some time, think about it. And then we came in at a very large table, and we just went around the room and dissected all of our stuff. I captured everything, created a lessons learned document, and sent it back out to everybody. It was a culmination of everything that was there. And I would say to the next person that's coming in there, I would say you have to be ready to weather the storm with a significant amount of financials the last 3 weeks of your race when they think you're going to win, because they will lie, they will purchase a louder megaphone than you have, and they will drown you out. And there is nothing that they won't say to try to achieve success in that regard, right? Like they did with me. Combat veteran, wounded, Knights of Columbus member, but somehow all of a sudden pro-abortion, which was one thing they was tossing out.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I got a text message saying that.
Yeah, and then I'm a member of the radical left, and I want to destroy your Constitution and erase your freedoms, right? And they just hammered that out over and over, and that was from Chris Caldwell, who is the senior advisor to the governor right now and who was her campaign manager. He specifically went out and started that PAC, the Arkansas Conservatives PAC, in his name, and then funded it, and then all of those messages came straight from his account, right? So I guess we're supposed to pretend that the governor didn't know what her senior advisor was doing, and he was willing to say these salacious lies about a veteran for whatever reason. You know, I have no problem with losing, and I don't even care if you fight unfair, because to me there is no such thing, right? But I am not going to lower myself to those standards to achieve victory. I'm just not going to do that. And they went to the gutter, and they stayed in it as long as possible and did whatever they felt they had to do to pull out a W, and that's what they did. So be prepared for that. Have enough cash in the bank to try to at least counter the narrative enough to where they don't flip enough votes, because that's what they did to me. They were pretty smart in how they specifically targeted the demographics to switch some votes or achieve a little bit better success. And primarily what they were trying to do was dwindle voter turnout for the runoff, and they did. They knew the more people that were going to come out to vote, it was going to be better for me. And so that's why they, typically when you get real dirty like that, people kind of get disgusted and they get turned off and they just don't want to go and vote. They don't get motivated to go and vote. So I couldn't motivate them enough. I couldn't be everywhere enough. I couldn't purchase a loud enough megaphone to do that, to counter that. That's really the only tool that they have in their toolkit, because there's ways to get around a lot of stuff, but you have to have enough financial capital in those last 3 weeks to weather that storm, because you have to spend the money to get the megaphone to be able to get your counter narrative out, right? Through my company, the meridiangroup.org, we have developed the tools and the technology that negates all the financials to run a campaign except for those 3 weeks. We can, and people looked at, like, I got 91,000 votes and I won the primary, and I was outspent 11-1. Right? They spent $1 million.
Yeah, so that's before the runoff. You won, and then it's the runoff that you lost.
But how did I do that? Because I didn't have any real.
And they spent $1 million.
By total, it was really close. When the runoff was over, they spent $1 million. Wow. Right? Just to buy that seat, really, which in and of itself tells you something. And so when I treat everything like a problem and try to dissect it and figure out how am I going to achieve success in that, right? So when I decided to run, I knew I didn't have name recognition. I knew I wasn't going to have the money that they had, but I have a good work ethic and I'm not retarded. So I can put some stuff together, right? Yeah. So I started trying to figure out, what do they have to achieve success, and how do they go about it historically? And how can I build that to achieve it myself, but at a much lower cost? So I just started doing that. And I created a solution that I call a campaign in a box, and it allows you to effectively run and manage your campaign for pennies on the dollar, right? When you look at how you score votes, right? I spent an average of 32 cents per vote that was cast in my name. They spent something like $11.40 per vote to get for them to achieve success at the end. Right? That was the delta in terms of revenue being spent.
Wow, that's incredible, though. I mean but it does go to show that you needed that 3 week. That's the one component. I mean, it came down to lack of funds, though.
If I would have, well, not necessarily, because if I had been a little bit more strategic in my funds and saved them for that, I would have been able to keep up with it, right? But I made some decisions to purchase some things and do some stuff at different times when I should have waited to be able to counter that narrative. Because I honestly didn't believe that they would go the direction that they went. I was shocked. When I first saw it, I was like, well, that's a bold move. Like, that's easy.
To criticize a combat veteran
to
and
lie.
lie that he's for abortion.
Yeah, what an easy thing to disprove. I'm a radical leftist. Look at my life, guy. Like, that's demonstrably untrue, right? I want to destroy your Constitution. Well, I got a piece of paper from the United States Army that I swore an oath and upheld that oath for over 21 years, over and over and over again, to uphold the Constitution. What do you got? Where have you done that? But I didn't have the capital at the end to outdo their microphone, and that's what it came down to, in my opinion.
Well,
when I dissected it all,
I think it was good, though. I mean, I think obviously we know God's in control of everything,
mm-hmm.
and the silver lining in it is, I mean, more people. The establishment was certainly put on notice that there's a lot of people in Arkansas that are not happy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people that don't trust the machines. They want paper ballots. And then President Trump's speech last week, which essentially, like you said at the top of the show, proved everything you were saying is correct.
And if I was a leader and I had someone that was not in our realm, right, the establishment realm, that came out and got 91,000 of votes and won first in the primary against one of my people, he'd be the first person I'd call, right? Because I just want to talk to him and see, clearly I'm off the mark here. Something's going on that my advisors are not telling me the truth. I'm not reading the right stuff. I was told a different situation was happening and now it's completely different. So come on, talk to me, right? That's leadership. I would do that all day long. I would have picked up the phone and no one has ever called me to have a conversation with me, right? Nothing. And it's not that I wouldn't, because I'll talk to anybody. I'll have a conversation with anybody. We can agree to disagree and I'll go about my way, but I'm not going to have a conversation with somebody. But the fact that they won't even do that is very telling to me, because that would be the very first thing that I would do, at least from a management leadership perspective of wanting, because I want to do good. Like, I want to be good at it is what I'm doing. And if I have this idea in my head and I'm being fed this story and then it's demonstrably proven not to be true because this guy came out of nowhere and pulled 91,000 votes and took first in the primary against my pick, then we got a problem.
Yeah. And you're basically specifically talking about the governor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, which I'm going to do everything I can to make her spend as absolute much money as possible so that she doesn't have a war chest when she decides to go on and do bigger and better things. So, it's going to be death by nutrition. I'm going to help campaigns for free. I'm going to give them technology for free. I'm going to enable them for free. I'm going to advise them for free, because that's the only way to dilute her power. And her stranglehold over the body politic and the political landscape of this state is to drain her reserves to where she can't out megaphone everyone else from the bully pulpit.
Aside from her, Governor Sanders supporting, Kim Hammer,
Mm-hmm.
right? What other problems do you see with her leadership?
Starting out from the ground run with a podium, right? To me, that was the first case of leader failure. I've been in leadership positions before. That was a clear mistake on her, and she tried to hide it, and it just got worse, and it got worse, right? And it was something as simple as a podium of $19,000. I would have respected her so much if she'd have came out and she had said, "Look, guys, I was not anticipating this to be 19 grand. This was a friend who has a company that produces these things. We needed a new one. I want to represent the people of Arkansas behind this podium from the absolute best podium that money can buy. It should not have cost $19,000, but that's what we paid for it. It was my mistake. The buck stops with me. I can promise that we're going to fix this wherever the problem happened at, because it happened with me, because I'm in charge. I'm going to fix it, and it's not going to happen again." But that's not what happened. Instead, they got the Republican Party to donate the money to buy the podium and take it off the books from the state of Arkansas and act like nothing happened, right? So started out the gate that way. But then you have just the FOIA, all the FOIA stuff, the repealing of the FOIA.
Freedom of Information
Act. And then you have the special election for SD 26 and all that going against the Constitution. I mean, she's probably going to break the record for most Supreme Court losses as a governor in the state of Arkansas. I mean, I can't imagine she's too far from it at this point. Well, I think we're up to like 5 at this point. One's coming up here pretty soon, I think. So then you had the SD 26 issue where Stubblefield died and she refused to fill the seat and hold the special election. Why? Because of the prison thing, which is another huge freaking issue. You know?
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, there's for those of you watching on the national side of things over at LFA TV, there's been this Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders has had an agenda to it's been on one of her kind of key things with criminal justice reform to build a mega prison that's $1 billion. And the place that it's supposed to go is Franklin County, and the people there, some of them don't want it, but then there's the whole infrastructure problem. Like there's not enough water and sewer, and it's just, and people are asking why. There's been some pushback from it. I don't even know what there's been extreme pushback. I don't even know what the what the status of it now. Maybe you can tell us. But one of the senators that was opposed to it, Senator Gary Stubblefield, passed away. And then there was a special election, and then there wasn't a special election, then there was a special. Anyway, it's been locally here a controversial issue, to say the least.
And the people don't want it. The land can't support it. There's no reason for it to be there. And right now, it's not going to be built, to my understanding. I think they're going to fight that and go back to the Supreme Court, and they'll probably lose. It just is what it is. But then you look, everyone that, not just Stubblefield, but every member of the legislature that went against this prison, she went after them she found a primary opponent.
Right. Ron Caldwell was one of them. Got
Brian King.
Yeah, Brian King. Brian won and Ron won, and Ron had to overcome the endorsement of Kid Rock.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even close.
No, it wasn't even close. I mean, just think about the money and the political capital that she was willing to invest over this issue, right? Because she can't lose. Her ego will not allow her to see something as a loss, right? So she's going to do whatever it takes to change it and get it the way that she wants it, right? That's the way that I see it. I could be wrong. But Ron Caldwell is probably one of the most conservative members of our legislature that we have, and she's a Republican, and she was willing to go to the mattress and call her friend, right, a celebrity, to put out a public endorsement in order to defeat him for a guy named Bo Dirt. Right?
Right.
It was pulled out of nowhere.
He ran, yeah.
Poor decisions.
Yeah, it was interesting. And so, the thing is, from what I'm hearing from people, and there are people that'll talk to me that don't necessarily want to come on the show and talk, which I totally understand it, and mostly from the county, the Republican county committee structure. Now, as somebody who covered, when I was covering Arkansas politics in a much more consistent way, I had to suffer through, we all suffered through Asa Hutchinson, right? And I covered that, and it was really bad. So when Sarah came in, I mean, I will say, like, one of my positives, one of the things that I think are good about Sarah is that on the social issues, she has been willing to do what Asa Hutchinson never would do, and that's, basically kind of reject the craziness of the left, if you will.
But really?
Right.
Is it really happening, though?
Well, I'm saying that's just been my perspective from the difference between Asa and now maybe there is some AstroTurf and a lot of signaling that's not really there. That may be the case. I'm just saying that's the way I see it. But from what I am hearing, one of the critiques when Asa was in power, whose presidential campaign was totally ended by Tucker Carlson asking him those questions at that forum, which was devastating. Him and Mike Pence. I don't know if you remember that clip, but it was epic, and it was like, I was like, thank you, Lord. Even though I know he didn't have a chance. I know he didn't have a chance, but Asa really tried to control the party and the county committees in a big way, and it was a big point of contention when he was in power. What I am hearing is that Governor Sanders is controlling them even more so than Asa, which is it's a big deal because what Asa did was
egregious.
Egregious as
They're
well.
all scared. I mean, you go around, I talk to them. Pretty much everyone's fed up. And they're ready to just leave the party, especially if they're free thinkers of any sort whatsoever. They're constantly threatened. They're constantly being, treated all kinds of ways, and it's like it's not even worth it. Which is why. What is the point in being a part of an organization that takes your money, does the exact opposite of what you want them to do and what their stated platform is and their stated goals are, and then bullies you nonstop? What's the point in being involved in why reward an organization like that? Like, I'm not going to give them any money whatsoever. I'm just going to withhold my vote in the state of Arkansas. If they're endorsed by the establishment here, you're not getting my vote. I mean, that's it. I just won't vote.
Yeah. Well, I guess it was kind of midway through Trump 1.0. There was and I don't even know how I would describe it, but there was certainly a movement that went out nationally, and it's still alive and well. And I don't know if it was because maybe a General Flynn network type thing with what General Flynn went through, which was being framed for treason, just like President Trump was. But there were certain elements that started saying, okay, if you really want the change, you're going to have to take over your local county committee.
Yes.
And so patriots
did,
and they didn't just do it here in Arkansas. They've done it all across the country. And the secret that I think people are finding out that's not so secret is that county committee doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the RNC, the Republican National Committee, because of the money. And you think that you're going to actually, change?
Nope.
No, you're not, because I mean, and this is the struggle. Do I think the county committee does belong to you? Well, yes, I do.
Yeah,
I do. I do think, but there are people at the top that says, no, you are out of line. The party does not belong to you. We need gap fillers. We need placeholders. We don't need people that are actually going to move the needle and change. For example, let's just think about this for a second. Basic issue, along with the insanity of electronic voting machines with the rise of AI technology, open primaries. In this day and age, open primaries, especially as crazy as the left is, it makes no sense for a party to have open primaries in any context when you have people over there that believe men can be women and women can be men. Why would you ever say, I want that person to come into my process and be able to decide who the Republican nominee is? That is insane.
Yes.
By any metric. And yet they have them in South Carolina, which is one of the reasons why the late Lindsey Graham won against Mark Lynch. And we have them here, and they're all over Republican states. The fact that there is such an allergy to changing that tells you everything you need to know.
Exactly. Paul, we are conservatives without a home. That is, in effect, what we are. Because we can't go to the Republican Party because they're not actual conservatives, by and large. You think Lindsey Graham was a conservative?
Of course not.
Mitch McConnell? Right? I mean,
the late Mitch McConnell.
Late Mitch McConnell? Maybe.
Who knows?
Right? I mean, I'll give the Democrats this. At least they're honest when they're lying to you. Mm. You know what I mean? I mean, to a certain degree, there's true. That is true.
So a wolf in sheep's clothing is worse than a wolf.
When you look at the Republican Party platform, especially in Arkansas and national, and you see what the Republican Party is actually doing to its own members for standing up for the platform and trying to enforce the platform, what good is the platform? You don't adhere to it. What's the point? Start something else. We're conservatives without a home. We can be more effective by creating our own Republican county committees and getting organized and raising our own money and affecting change at the local level that will then affect change at the higher level. The math works out in Arkansas this way. If you have 3,000 votes per Senate district that you can reliably call on, and they will vote based on the way that you ask them to because you're educated and you translate that education to them.
They trust
right?
you.
They
Let's
trust
just say
you.
There's a trust.
There's a trust. You control every Senate district in the state of Arkansas with just 3,000 trigger votes that you can go and get. So if you can start organizing and you get enough people to do that, even if you get 12 or 13 Senate districts in the state of Arkansas, they have to deal with you now. right?
Yeah, because for those of you who don't know, we only have 35 senators, state senators
Right.
at the Capitol.
But if you get that number, and let's say you get 25, 27 in the House or whatever, you have to be at the table. You have a voice. They have to contend with you. They have to make deals, or they can't rely on your support. And that would be the stranglehold. Because right now, if you get in the Republican Party and you give them your money, that money is not going to be used to elect good people at your local level. They're going to tell you to shut up and color. In fact, if you go against one of their people in the primary, which is in Arkansas where the elections are really held at, you're going to be terminated from the party anyway, right? You can't. You have to support their person, or you're going to be kicked out of the party. So what's the point? You know, you're forced to be in a party to give money to and to support and help raise funds for that forces you to support this candidate, which is not a true conservative by and large most of the time, when you know there's better candidates out there that deserve your support.
Certainly a lot to think about. I owe our cable provider a break, so we're going to take a break and reset here. But Brian, it's been extremely educational. I'm glad you're going to stick around for the rest of the hour.
Yeah.
So really do appreciate you enlightening us.
It's always good.
Very, very good. Very, very educational. So before we, we'll take the break now, and then I'll tell you about Healing Veterans Project when we come back. This is the Paul Herrell Program. Thanks so much for being with us. Back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the Mush Puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be. And we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back. Thanks so much for being with us. I want to remind everybody out there that the Paul Herrell Program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. This is a new nonprofit. We've only been able to take donations for about a week now. And this is a project that is seeking to heal veterans via non-pharmaceutical intervention, meaning the VA will give, the VA does good work. I'm not saying they don't do good work, but they do tend to prescribe people pain pills or opioids in the past, at least. But I want you to know, Healing Veterans Project, we have a list of veterans who have been prescribed by a doctor red light panels, and they can't afford those panels. And the VA says no. And so that is all this charity does. The only thing this charity does is say, hey, we're going to prescribe this life, enhancing, whether it's nerve pain, whether it's anxiety or PTSD. The red light therapy sounds like a catch-all, but it is really too good to be true. I mean, but it is true. And I have one of these panels in my own home, and that's what we're trying to do. So go to healingveteransproject.us. That's healingveteransproject.us. And you also see the email there in the lower third. You can email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us. If you have a business or you know of a business owner, a retail business, we want to partner with you. And there's several different ways we can do this. That's why we need to have a conversation about it. We want to partner with you so that at your point of sale, when people check out and they buy from you, that they can have the option to donate $1, $5, or whatever they want to give to Healing Veterans Project. So do that now. Email me if you are a business owner or you know of a business owner. Give them the information. It's paul@healingveteransproject.us.
I'm glad you guys are doing that.
Go ahead. Sorry, your mic was muted.
I'm glad you guys are doing that.
Thank you.
As a vet, I'm happy to see non-traditional, I guess you could say, uses being put out, because I'm 100% permanent total disabled veteran as well. And when I got out, the first thing that the VA wanted to do was give me all kinds of prescriptions. I mean, you wouldn't believe the amount of prescriptions that they wanting to give me. And, I'm trying to listen to my doctor and follow what they're saying and stuff, but I'm like, I literally had a shoebox full of pills. And I went to my primary care manager and I was like, I don't think I should be mixing and taking all these things. Like, what do you think? And she was like, absolutely not. And I mean, it was crazy because I would get like codeine through the mail at my house, and a bunch of, and it was because when you're out processing from the military and you're going through the VA, you have to have all your outgoing appointments to identify everything and document all that stuff. And then you have your incoming appointments with the VA and all that stuff. So there was doctors on the outgoing side that were sending me stuff, and then doctors on the incoming side that were prescribing me and sending me stuff because some of the records and stuff didn't translate over, so I was being overprescribed way too much. But I don't think that that's a recipe for success. I think there's better things that veterans can do to deal and help them get over their things, and I've been trying some of these things myself from a perspective, whether that's, meditation stuff, getting knee deep into the Bible at times, exploring relationships and bettering relationship with your family and friends and leaning on that. And, cold plunge has been an amazing thing for me and the physical side of my ailments and things that I have. And I have a infrared sauna that is red light to a degree, but it's not like this. I haven't done this. We spoke about that. I definitely would like to try it at some point. But the cold plunge mixed with the sauna has just for my physical ailments, keeping it at bay, right? And not having to be as medicated. It's still there, but at least it keeps it at bay.
Right. No, that's
Yeah.
really good. We didn't plan this, folks, but I'm really glad that that's the case. Yeah. It's crazy that it's considered Eastern medicine, red light therapy.
I don't know.
And I think it's because I said this the other day, but I think it's because with the pharmaceuticals and everything else, that's so much about chemicals. And yeah, I mean, biochemistry is very valuable in medicine. It is, but there is a biophysics element to it. And that's what the red light does, stimulating the mitochondria of your cells, decreased inflammation.
With certain issues that veterans have, I think it just numbs it out and puts it away, and it doesn't deal with it, right? So I won't say the kid's name, but there's a very good friend of mine. I think he was wounded 4 times, maybe 5. He's got 6 combat. Like this dude, wherever he went into the mix of it, right? Great NCO, great soldier. He was involved in Fallujah. He was involved in the Tora Bora. He was involved in the Corndall Valley fight that was happening there. He was involved in the Kandahar push and all that stuff, and he was involved in the surge in Iraq. Like every deployment he had, it was basically the worst ones that we were involved in. Right, mine was cake compared to his history, and he lost it, man, there at the end, and they put him out, and kept in touch with him, and I could tell, as we were staying in touch, that just life was not going well for him, like slipping and sliding all over the place, and then he ghosted for a while. And I knew he was in Norfolk, Virginia, and I knew some people that was in the area, so we're trying to find him and see what's going on with him. Long story short, the guy had a local business owner purchase him a flight to go to South America, and he took Ibogaine night and day.
So what's Ibogaine? Forgive
It's
me.
that hallucinogenic
Oh,
stuff.
I've heard people talking
right?
about this. Yeah, microdosing it or something, or maybe
Well,
doing the full.
he said, he came back and a completely different human being, by the way, fundamentally completely different, right? And I'm talking to him, we're on FaceTime, and I'm like, dude, like you look good, like the light's in your eyes again, man, like what's going on? And he told me he went down there and they went through this whole procedure, and it was about a 10-day prep, and then went into this room and they dosed him up on this stuff, and he said it was an experience that he could only say that I was forced to deal and come to the realization of the things that I've done and make peace with myself and face everything before I was able to come out of that, right? And the harder I fought it, the worse the experience was. And when I started giving into it and confronting these things and coming to terms with them and dealing with them, it was better. It was a better experience. And so over the days of being on this, I think he said it was like over a day of being on that, he was able to push through. And he said that they said he probably needs to come back at least 1 more, maybe 2 more times to really be on the opposite side of it. But to see that dude.
And wasn't there an announcement in the Oval Office to deregulate a lot of the stuff around Ibogaine?
They are, the deregulating some of it and allowing some service members to use THC and stuff. And I know some people with serious pain. And I've never smoked marijuana. I've never been it. But when I was at Walter Reed and I was in the outpatient care clinic, there was a kid in my suite mate literally had a prescription safe in his room. They had to enter a punch code to get his pain pills to keep him. And this kid was messed up, man. I mean, he needed it. But he was constantly being doped up on opiates over and over again, right? I'd rather that dude take THC all day long if it would mitigate his pain instead of all of those heavy opiates, right? Yeah. Because the second, third order effects of all those opiates over time, it's killing his kidneys. It's wearing his liver out, right? And it's spacing him out in his head. Like you'd see it and he's over there drooling on the couch as we're trying to watch TV, right? And he wakes up because he's in pain again. What does he do? Hits that button until it gives him something, right? Why don't you let him try marijuana, man?
Yeah.
At that point, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, at that point, right. Yeah, where you're literally already high all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get the point. I get the point for sure. All right, well, so we talked about your experience as Secretary of State or your run for that office, and I want to get into some more news of the day, if you don't mind. But before we do, because we're already on the topic, what are your thoughts on the Middle East conflict right now? The war, is it a war? Is it not a war? Is it a conflict? Is it a war? We renamed the Department of Defense Department of War. So I think it's kind of appropriate to call it a war. But it's yet for my generation, I think our generation and younger. I don't know how old you are, Brian.
44.
Okay, so yeah, I'm 42. So our generation has pretty much seen the same Middle East foreign policy and other. So it feels like while we don't have boots on the ground yet, and thousands of troops dead yet, let's pray that we don't have that. It does seem like more of the same. And I've told this audience many times, one of the reasons I voted for Trump was because, three times was because of, he just seemed, and even in his second term, that speech he gave in Saudi Arabia, laughing at the neocons, rebuking their foreign policies being based on arrogance and assuming that we can do nation building. Now, I know we're not doing nation building right now, but we do have this other war, and I just want to know what your thoughts are as a veteran from a military guy.
Well, we had 18 body bags come home, so it's kind of hard not to call it a war.
Yeah,
we're firing kinetically. It's kind of hard not to call it a war. So I would call it a war, even though Congress didn't declare it. But I said before this even started, when there was rumors of it, I said it's the stupidest thing we could do. It's unwinnable. We cannot win. And as an American service member that wore the flag on his shoulder to go and fight in foreign lands, it sucks to say, but sometimes you're stronger because you know your weaknesses, right? You are. And terrain matters, geographic matters, logistics supply chains matter, the state of our force matters. And even if we win, what do we win? And that's what I mean by we can't win. One, tell me what success looks like, administration, sec war. Define success in this conflict, because in order to achieve success, you have to first define it. No one has told us what the end state looks like. It's just, we're just going to go in there and bomb everything, right? Well, what's the objective? What's the next objective until we reach the end point? No one's defined that yet. So until you define that, you can never achieve success, first of all. And two, if we didn't win in Iraq, we didn't win in Afghanistan, we're not going to win in Iran. Could the United States military win a kinetic war with the Iranian military? All day, every day. But we cannot invade that country and hold that country and change that country. We just can't. We don't have the manpower. We don't have a large enough land force to be able to do that.
It's the size of Western Europe.
It's the size of Western Europe, and it's the most geographically protected piece of terrain on the planet. It's surrounded by granite mountains that go right up to the coastline. So the moment you try to seize a beachhead, you're faced with 1,000-foot cliffs that have tunnels dug all in them for the last 40, 50, 60 years, where they know where they are and they can pop out and hit you at any point in time that they want to. They're fully stocked. They're fully supplied. They're used to living in those conditions, and they're committed. We thought we were going to break their will. We have seen their resolve. We were not able to break their will. And their quality of life and their standard of living is nothing like what we think it is. And they're okay maintaining the environment that they're in for a very, very long, because it's normal for them, right? So we're not torturing them by taking things away from them, right? We blow up a bridge, 7 hours, they got it refunctioning again, right? I mean, you can blow out the power companies and stop power going to a whole bunch of different areas. Guess what? A lot of them don't really use that much energy to begin with anyway. So you're not really messing up too much of their day-to-day life in that respect. So what's your end state? What's your goals? Right? What are you trying to do?
Say no nuclear. That's what it is. Like they were.
I thought we already solved that problem.
Yeah, I thought we did too, but that's what they're saying. No nuclear weapon. That's
okay. If that's the case, then you take one of the Ranger battalions, some Special Forces units, 82nd Airborne, 10th Mountain Division maybe. You strategically drop them in. You let them operate and do whatever it is they want to do in a confined space and area, and then you get them out. And then if they want to mess up again, you go do it again and you leave. You don't stay. The moment you start trying to stay, then you get put into that quagmire of Iraq and Afghanistan to where it just drives on. But it's not going to be Iraq and Afghanistan. It's not going to be 2,000, 3,000 dead bodies. It's going to be tens of thousands of dead bodies, because our biggest problem in Afghanistan was Iran. Our biggest problem in Iraq was Iran. And the tyranny of distance for Iran to be able to do influence operations kinetically on our forces in Iraq and Afghanistan is not going to be problematic for Iran when we're in their country and we're trying to stay there. These people will fight. They will continue to fight. They have an advanced military. They have delineated command structure. They paid attention to the United States of America's military, and they war gamed and figured out a way to withhold them. They know they don't have to win. They know they don't. All they have to do is outlast you.
Do you think they've also considered what happens, like because there are some people that are, I think, insanely saying we should nuke them, right? Do you think in the scenario where, God forbid, that were to actually happen, again, 90 million people, 7 million Christians, that they would even consider that a win because of what something like that would do to the United States of America in terms of on the global stage? Like, I don't know if we would ever recover from something like that.
Probably not, but I think Iran also has a nuke already.
See, I've heard that. Matter of fact, I interviewed Ani Cyrus, who was born in Iran. You know, she was given lashes. Her grandmother smuggled her out, and she eventually came to America. Then she became a Christian. Her conversion story is actually quite amazing and miraculous. Awesome. And she speaks out against political Islam and the dangers of Sharia and that sort of thing. But I did have her on when the Iran war first kicked off because I wanted her thoughts on it, somebody that's actually lived there. And she said she seemed to indicate that, and we didn't get into it, but she thinks that they already do have a nuke.
I think they do too. I think they're just waiting. They won't be the first to use it, but they'll use it after we do. And they have much more advanced weaponry than you're starting to see it now. So one of the battle damage assessments thing that I've been really interested in is how they've been able to effectively hit our bases and other bases that have been so-called protected by the Patriot missile systems and THAAD missile systems. One, we're dangerously low on those munitions, and we're not going to be able to replace that stock very, very easily. But the bases in Jordan were supposed to be protected. The areas in Qatar were supposed to be protected by these defenses, but they've been able to hit them. Right? Most Americans don't even know that our 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain no longer exists. It's gone. We lost a naval command headquarters in Bahrain, right? We've lost bases in Jordan. We've lost bases in Kuwait. We've lost bases in Saudi Arabia. This has not been something that's definitely not nothing, right? There's a reason why we can't stage forces, a land force in Kuwait, because we can't protect them. So we got to find another place to stage them at in order to be able to invade Iran. So what are we probably going to do? We're probably going to use first Mardiv and a few other marine elements because they're amphibious, and we're going to stage forces in Europe to follow on after they seize an objective of beachhead and try to bring on follow-on forces and paratroopers and things of that nature, right? But there's no staging ground in Kuwait, which would be a whole lot easier and quicker and faster to deploy them because the bases are not protected anymore and we can't use them. I mean, last night they were able to target those airfields. This shows their intelligence capability. They figured out that in the last few days, the United States landed some KC-135 refueling places in an airbase in Jordan. They effectively targeted it. Those KC-3135s can't use that airstrip no more. So that means they got to go further out in order to be able to do their missions, right? This is a capable military. They're still getting fed good intel, probably from the Chinese, probably from the Russians, right? I guarantee you they're getting weaponry from them. And you're starting to see the advances in their missile technology come through, right? Where in the early, and it was smart on their part, right? You've got a huge stockpile that you've been building for the last 50, 60 years of dumb missiles, right? Make them spend $2-3 million a missile to knock it down, to knock down your $5,000 missile, right? And just keep lobbing them at them until they exhaust them. And now start throwing in your hypersonic, your very targeted missiles, your advanced weaponry. Very, very intelligent on their part, honestly. And there is a reason why Operation Freedom did not succeed, right? We have the strongest Navy in the world, the most capable Navy in the world, but we couldn't physically control the space in which the Strait of Hormuz is to allow shipping to go through. Why could we not do that?
Because of Iran.
Because of Iran. Because they did something that made the Navy. Operation Freedom is no longer going to be happening. It's not talked about a whole lot because you don't like to talk about your losses and your defeats. I get it. But you have to look. I mean, remember back in the day when the 7th Fleet was recalled immediately from the South China Seas and ordered to port, right? One of the very few times that an aircraft carrier is actually like in port in San Diego or L.A., wherever it was, sitting for a long time.
I don't remember that. When was that?
Well, that was when China unveiled the hypersonic missile that could defeat the Aegis cruiser that's the missile defense system for the carrier strike groups. Right? So at that point in time, the Aegis cruiser relied heavily upon a point of origin, right? And the apex of the flight pattern to do the triangulation to intercept on its downturn, right? China unveiled technology that allowed a missile to go up, corkscrew, turn, flip, do all kinds of stuff to defeat that. Right? So what did we do? We left. Now we're back, so we're confident that we've solved that problem, in my estimation, right? But who am I, right? But if I was at the table making that decision and I seen this new technology and my flagship queen on the chessboard is now an extreme risk, I'm going to remove that risk.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lose that queen off the table until I figure out that I at least have a better, chance of surviving something. So I think we got better at our calculations and our missile defense technology was able to defend that. Because one of the really ways that you need to go against a missile defense system is you need to be able to come at it from the side, because all of our missile defense technology operates on an arc. Like, you want to be behind the object that you're protecting. You want to get the point of origin, you want to get the apex, you want to get the downward trend, and you want to fire from behind it and intercept it over the target, right? Pretty easy to do for us now. We're really good at that. But if you can change the trajectory and maneuver it as it's in flight and then go along perpendicular or in parallel to the surface to hit your target, well, now if you're behind the target, you got to shoot through the target to hit it, right?
Yeah.
You see how they're gaming our defenses against ourselves in order to. I mean, it's the game of chess.
Wow.
It's the game of war.
So I mean, you paint a picture that, I mean, I've heard just how the topography of the land makes, even an attempt at what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan much more difficult.
It's impossible.
Yeah. So what do you think? Do you think we should just leave?
That's the only way to win. Just go home. Tell everybody whatever you need to tell everybody, but go home. Save their lives. Mm-hmm. Come home. Rebuild. Focus. There's a lot of things that we need to do in our military to fix ourselves, to be better, and we need time to do that. Mm-hmm. And we do not need to be engaged kinetically. One, if we're going to be involved in any war, I think it needs to be the cartels in Mexico and South America.
I'm about to say, I've talked to people that'd be like, I don't want another Middle East war, but if they declared war at the border, I might go enlist myself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the existential threat to our republic is down there from a foreign, capable force that could actually influence us, right?
Aside from the communists that are infiltrated our own government.
Infiltrated, right? The point is, we have more than enough troubles in our hemisphere and within our own borders that we could be focused on and solving. What do we win if we win? What do we gain? What is the outcome for the United States of America in this conflict?
Yeah, if it's true that, like you said, you think that Iran already has a nuclear weapon, then it really it's like weapons of mass destruction 2.0, except they really did have them already. Man. I mean, it does feel so familiar, though, where it's like, why are we doing this? And then all we get is they can't have a nuclear weapon, and that only works.
They're only 2 weeks away.
Yeah, and that only works if you're convinced that they're going to use them and destabilize the world to bring about the apocalypse or whatever. But what you're saying is, I mean, if they already did have one, which again I've heard that, then they haven't used it yet either. So what are we even doing?
Put yourself in their shoes, right? You see what happens in Libya with Gaddafi when he capitulates and surrenders.
Yeah.
He gets sodomized and dragged through the street.
Yeah, he allegedly wanted an African dollar, like a whole African currency. He wanted to unite all of Africa.
And he was not supposed to get nukes. Right? That was part of it too. Like stop your enrichment programs and all that stuff. Right. Anyway, look at how it ended for him. Right. Mm-hmm. Look at how it ended for Hussein. So if you're the leader in Iran, I'm looking at that and I'm saying I'm going to do everything that I can to get a nuke, and I'm not going to publicize it. I'm just going to keep it. I'm not going to use it. But I will never surrender to the West. I'm not going to be sodomized and dragged through the streets. I'm not going to have my children executed on public TV. I will do everything and sacrifice as many people in my country as I have to keep us from being humiliated like that. And if they use a nuke against us, we will then educate the world that we have one. It's what I would do. It's a position I would take. They don't need to use one. They don't have global aspirations. They don't need to nuke Israel. They have no need to do that. I mean, Israel in the grand scheme of things is not that big of a power in the Middle East. I mean, they're really not. They have 9 million people. Their GDP is not that substantial. They have no natural resources. They have no navy to speak of. They have no real land force to speak of. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, they're not a real threat. So Iran does not need to nuke them. What would be the real threat would be if Iran and Syria and a few other of these nations were able to come to some kind of agreement and peace and grow their economies and be productive. That's the real threat of them right there, honestly. Because if you think about it, you've got between, Syria, Jordan, if they get involved in it, Iran, Afghanistan, maybe a couple other states in the area, how much of the world's energy reserves are at stake there, right? You can determine the wealth of a nation by its consumption of energy, right? The more energy that a nation consumes, the more wealthy they are, right? The highest energy consumption nation on the planet is Qatar. The average Qatarian is the wealthiest person on the planet, right? That's how it kind of equates. So they have to purchase that energy. If you are the provider of the cleanest, most easily accessible petroleum-based products on the planet, you can flood the markets, you can control the markets because your market share is so much higher than everyone else's, and you're at peace and you have a collaborative environment in your area to where everybody's juking and jiving and trying to make money and live peacefully and do things. Well, then that's a real threat on the global scale. Because at the end of the day, money's going to talk.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why we're not bombing Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
So you brought up Israel and their GDP and things like that. And so we've got this. There's a controversial vote that took place yesterday. Headline, this is from Zero Hedge. House narrowly passes $1.15 trillion defense bill that integrates U.S. military tech and supply chains with Israel. I've heard a lot about this. I mean, I've seen a lot of the chatter about this. And here is Congresswoman Lauren Boebert talking about why she didn't vote. Listen to this.
So I got a whole bunch of men trying to muscle me into voting for the NDAA. Section
names. Who?
I
Who are
don't know
these
their,
men?
I don't know their freaking names. They're staffers.
They're staffers.
All right, listen to my story. If you want my story, I'm going to give it to you.
Sorry.
All right. So all these staffers are in there trying to get me to vote for the NDAA. I want to vote for the NDAA. Section 219 is still in there. It's a big tech swap between us and Israel. We don't do that with anyone. I understand in the past, we've given them money for the Iron Dome and then they get to keep the tech and we don't get any of it back. So I understand that, but it's a big issue on the left and the right. And many of my constituents have reached out. They don't want this provision in the bill. Well, the White House doesn't want it in the bill. Secretary Hegseth doesn't want it in the bill. So I'm in the back waiting for a call from the secretary. I'm told that call is coming. I'm talking to someone underneath him. And I'm told the vote's going to stay open. They closed the vote. And so now I'm forced to talk to TMZ. While I do have an issue that we talked about off record, I don't want to be on camera this week, and I've been on camera more than any other week. I am talking out of the side of my mouth like a damn politician because my Botox hasn't caught up on this side. Maybe in 2 days, this side will catch up to the other side.
Sorry. Okay, all right.
There's our leadership.
Too much information there, I guess. I don't know. But so, what are your thoughts on that? That was interesting. By the way, TMZ, the tabloid, is in DC is actually providing some pretty good coverage right now about what's going on.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts on that? This is a concept where apparently we're not doing this with any other country, but we're integrating them. And this is kind of the background here is. There's for the first time in a long time, there's a lot of people that are now questioning hey, why does it seem like our foreign policy and Israel's foreign policy is just baked in? It is baked in. Well, people are starting to ask that question and say, maybe I don't think that's such a good idea. There's people on the right that are asking honest questions, and I do believe they are honest questions and they need to be asked. And so now it seems like this is going to be more of a statutory. This is a statutory thing that is going to be very difficult to undo. I guess. What are your thoughts on that, Brian? As a veteran and
it's not just tech, because our own illustrious Tom Cotton has a provision in there to intertwine our intel agencies as well. So it's not just tech. But I'm going to paraphrase my favorite president in American history, George Washington. Be wary of foreign entanglements and do not have the United States of America get involved in them. Full stop. If you tie your horse to another man's saddle, you're going to get drug along.
Mm-hmm.
And it might not be where you want to go.
Yeah.
So I think it would be prudent for us to leave other nations to their own devices and handle their own problems and figure out solutions amicably with their neighbors in a way that's beneficial for all of them, right? Because that's what coming to the table and making a deal is. At the end of the day, you get something and I get something.
Yep, compromise.
And we do the same. And we start actually solving some of our problems. You know, why do I drive across the United States of America and constantly see people in homes that have tarps for roofs? Maybe they have plumbing, maybe they have functioning plumbing, maybe they don't. You know, maybe they have a car that is functioning, maybe they don't. You know, tons of problems. You drive through the Ozarks, drive through the Delta, you drive through southern Arkansas. I mean, we have real problems that we need to focus on. And I think that money would be much better spent on our infrastructure, our roads, our waterways, our bridges, you know, our citizens, you know, and stop taxing us so dadgum much. You know, I mean, our property taxes are freaking going up. My energy rates have gone. I did the math since I've retired. My electric bill has went up 103% in 5 years.
Good grief.
Since I've retired and came here. And you can extrapolate that over water. You can extrapolate that over insurance, which is more than that. I can't believe how much my home insurance has gone up, right? Why? Mm-hmm. Why is everything going up? The value of my dollar is going down, and we're spending billions and billions and billions solving other people's problems when we've got a mountain of them at home.
Yeah. There's this tweet here. The economy was once Republicans' strongest issue, not anymore, according to this political polls over on X. They reported on a Fox News poll now finds Democrats leading by 9 points, the party's best showing on economy since 2006.
This is actually under the gas prices that are being shown here. This is not reality. Can you pull up a map of Iran, where the conflict is, and expand to show the Red Sea with the Sinai Peninsula as well as the Strait of Hormuz?
I sure can. 1 second.
Because what we have done is we have robbed Peter to pay Paul, right? So in order to artificially suppress the price of gas, because that's what we identify as a strong economy on a lot of scales, is what you pay at the pump, we have flooded our market with our own strategic oil reserves, which are now, what I heard today, is less than 2 weeks from being empty. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but regardless, that's what we've been doing. Now, Yemen has entered a conflict with the Houthis, and they published today that they have denied access to the Red Sea via their choke point that they have, right? There's three choke points that control over 60% of the global energy reserves flowing out of the Middle East when it comes to petroleum products, right? Iran is proven that they are capable of hitting the Sinai Peninsula and effectively closing the Red Sea from the Mediterranean up there where Cairo is. See where Cairo's written, right?
Here's Cairo here.
So, right, the Sinai.
So Iran over here can hit this infrastructure.
They've proven that. Last night, there's a website that you can go to called S2 Underground is what it's called, and he has map overlays of all the targets that have been hit effectively by Iran and the United States and our allies in that area. But they've proven that they can hit that point. So that area is effectively closed as well, too. So you have the north and south side of the Red Sea effectively closed now thanks to the Houthis. And then you have Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz. So all three choke points that make up 60%, more than 60% of the global petroleum reserves coming out into the global market are closed, and they're going to be closed for some time. So that price number that has been artificially suppressed because of us flooding the market with our strategic oil reserves is going to have a come to Jesus moment with reality. And Europe is going to get the brunt of it. And are we going to try to save them? Because it's going to cause a crisis there. And we are also going to pay a huge price at the pump very, very soon, because we're going to have to deal with that on the global market, especially when we can't flood it. And you know, the other part of that piece that a lot of people don't talk about is China specifically withdrew from their own strategic reserves to satisfy their market so that they didn't have to partake from the global reserves that was being pumped out from other areas to feed Europe and other areas that don't have a natural reserve or a strategic reserve to pull from, right? How long is China going to do that? I don't think they're going to do that for too much longer. And whatever oil is coming out of Iran, they're going to take, right? And they're going to make deals to get it in other areas, right? Which is going to just extrapolate that issue way on up. So this is not even started yet. And I heard one energy expert, I believe it was on the Redacted show yesterday, talking about how, in his estimation, in order to just get back to pre-Iran conflict levels, it's going to take at least 2 years, probably 5, right?
Wow.
So we haven't even yet tasted what it's going to be like with the effects of the energy issues from this war, because we've been flooding it with our strategic reserves. So we're at minimum 2 years away from relief of getting that supply back up. The market's going to react. It has to.
Well, I know it hit $100 a barrel today for at least a moment. I don't know. I don't know what
that's
it is
the
now.
first taste, man.
Yeah.
I don't think 300 is outrageous.
Well, that's a global depression.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what you're looking at, is a global depression. If you had $300 a barrel.
I mean, think about it. If we're 2 years away from it, right, and 60% of the market is now taken off the table, and everybody else is fighting for the rest of the 40%. I mean, if we're sitting at 100 right now, 300 is not out of the realm of possibility. And then let's say that this conflict causes them to start striking the actual refining facilities. Well, that's going to take a whole lot longer than 2 to 5 years to completely rebuild that infrastructure.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're going to get smart. Some of these locations are going to try to build pipelines and overland transport that oil up north. And they're going to see it, and they're going to target it, and they're going to hit the refineries and keep them from being able to do that, right? And you also have the issue with the natural gas plants. And a lot of people don't realize that these pumps, these refineries, have to continuously be in a state of motion in order to continue operating at their levels, right? You can't just shut them off. Mm-hmm. So when they can't get their oil out and they're forced to close these facilities, the impacts on that infrastructure are disastrous. So they're going to have to come in and repair a lot of that stuff. The longer this thing is shut down, the worse it gets every freaking day.
Mm-hmm. And so, you know, it's kind of odd, because you think that, and I know President Trump has said he's not worried about the midterms in terms of, like, he's not going to make some sort of geopolitical decision based on, the midterms being positive or negative. But I'm over here like, and again, I get it. Like, I mean, I'm disappointed that we've decided to engage in this, I think, military conflict in the Middle East again. And while domestic issues, like, we can talk about all that, but fundamentally, at the same time, like, as a Christian, I really don't want the Democrats back in charge. Like, I can talk all along about maybe I haven't gotten everything I wanted out of this administration. Yes, that's true. But I really don't want these people. I don't want to have to live under their rule. And I think a lot of the redistricting that we saw after the Supreme Court decision came down is a last gasp effort by a lot of southern red states saying, we don't want you to live under your ideas. And then you had South Carolina that decided not to do it because their Republican leader said, well, we need a thriving Democrat Party. It's like, what are you even talking about, man? Like, not with maybe 60 years ago. Like, I kind of feel like, Brian, like the Republican Party now, as much as we were dogging on it earlier at the state level, it is a coalition party where people have different issues in different areas, and that's where the real battle takes place in the issue, on the issues that I think care to people. Maybe 50, 60 years ago, that coalition was split into two different parties, but it's certainly not now. And then I know we have the uniparty, but we can say all we want to that the Middle East war is a distraction. It's away from the domestic policies. We need mass deportations. We need it. We need a border wall. I'm glad that the border is secure, or more secure than it was. We can say all that, but fundamentally, we could look back here a year from now and say, gosh, focusing on all this geopolitical stuff literally cost us control of Congress, and now
cost us our republic.
Cost us. We literally could be saying that a year from now.
Absolutely could be. I see no positive from this at all, man. And I honestly don't know how I hope we make it out of it. I mean, but at some point, people are going to have enough stateside, and you don't have enough free stuff to give everybody to sustain them and keep them going, right?
Yeah.
And that's the situation that we could find ourselves in, because petroleum is not just gas in your car. Petroleum is involved in everything.
Mm-hmm.
Our fertilizers come from petroleum products and the byproducts of it. That's already an issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a crisis next year, next growing season. It's going to be an extreme crisis, right? The second, third order effects of all this stuff that's just going to be extrapolated. I try not to be a Debbie Downer. I always try to be optimistic and look on the positive side of it. But man, I seriously believe that we're in for some pretty hard times, man. The fourth turning is a real thing. And maybe that's just a phase of life that we're in. And God gives us these for whatever reasons to better ourselves and do what we need to do so that we can get to spend eternity with Him. And maybe this is our crucible that's going to sharpen our souls to get to where we need to be.
I thought about that a long time. I think about, my grandfather that went away to war in World War II, or you think about these different, or my great-great-grandfather that was in the Civil War. And while you actually went to war, right, I never had the courage to sign up or enlist or anything like that. But what's going on right now, which is at minimum is a cold civil war in our own country, where information is key, next generation warfare, the psychological warfare that's going on, psychological operations going on all the time. I had that thought about it, I think maybe a couple of years ago. I was like, oh, well, this is my war.
Yeah.
And I'm older now. I'm 42, but for the Gen Alpha and the Gen Z, which are trending way more conservative, by the way, specifically Gen Alpha.
Love them.
I do too, because it's the first generation, Brian, that actually knows.
Yep.
Gen Z, they know that everything they do is under surveillance, and they've never known anything different.
Yep.
And so that is producing in them a lot of rebellion.
Yep.
And
rightfully so.
Yeah, and they've had it. But this is the war. The next war is an information war. Alex Jones was right, I guess.
The problem with this war and this conflict is, for the first time in human history, specifically in America, because we're the only ones that deal with this reality, is our population cannot support itself. We have the least capable population when it comes to self-sustenance. Right? When we had the Great Depression, we had all these other downturns in America and these other crises and all this stuff. By and large, the American population could at least feed itself.
Mm-hmm.
They could maintain. They could do things.
Yeah.
Most of the American population today rely on just-in-time delivery food to their grocery store from a plant hundreds and hundreds of miles away that made its way to their grocery store before it spoiled for them to grab it, right?
Yep. And
what happens, what happens if the cost of diesel goes up to $15 a gallon? What does that look like?
Yeah.
And then let's just say something let's say that there's not enough fuel for the just-in-time delivery system that we have.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get some more chickens.
What does that look like? I mean, those are real questions that people should be asking themselves, not to be paranoid. And because I'm not a prepper, I don't believe in that stuff at all. I'm just not that guy. Me,
You're of the opinion that if something happens, you're just going to take what you need.
well, not that I'm going to take it, but I would like to believe that I would be the type of person that would use my leadership skills and ability to get people together and just weather the storm and do it like men.
Yeah.
You know, all come together and realize, hey, we're about to lose some weight. We got the best diet plan coming in the world, baby. Look at the right side.
Here we go.
Here we go. Right? But how do we not starve to death? Right? We're going to starve, but how do we not starve to death together?
Yeah.
Right? And that's the type of person I'd like to be. I don't believe in living in fear. I don't believe in always focusing on the what if. I think it's smart to be prudent and take precautions. Right? I don't go into downtown Memphis unless I've got my little buddy with me along the way. Right? I'm not an idiot, but at the same time, I don't think it's imprudent to just kind of imagine what that scenario looks like and what it looks like for you and your family, and then be nimble, be ready to adapt, be ready to move. Be ready to have those conversations with your family members that are going to be very, very tough. Be able to explain to them that, the why behind stuff and get your family on board for tough times, because at the end of the day, that's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
You never know what fruit that's going to produce, right? That hard time may force your family to be at the table with very little food on it, but so appreciative of what's there and willing to share it. And then sitting there over, some candlelight because maybe you don't have enough energy coming through the house, right? And playing a board game and there's no music. There's no distraction TV. And you're having a real relationship and conversation with your family.
I will say this. That's another thing we could have got to. We're about to run out of time. But I do think the rise of AI will produce a neo-Amish and it already is with people getting rid of smartphones and things like that. There's going to be such... let's assume that we get better and better with technology. There's going to be such a need to want a soul to soul, to want to know that you're communicating with somebody that's got a soul, and people are going to, it's a natural, they're not going to be able to suppress who we are as humans and the human interaction that we require. Some people will be in the slave system, but the neo-Amish is a real thing. Yeah. And we'll still have lights, but we're going to want to reject all of
You still have people wearing face masks and stuff out around after COVID. So not all of us are going to make it over.
Yeah, not all of us. But, hey, man, I really appreciate it. It's been great spending time with you.
Yep.
So
same here, man.
Love to do it again anytime.
Absolutely.
So we got to make it a regular thing.
Let's do it.
So, all right.
I'm in.
Sounds good. Folks, that's all the time that we have. I want to thank our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, Sherrod Chiropractic, and Healing Veterans Project.us. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Everyone's an important piece of the puzzle and has a role to play. When you're on God's team, no one sits on the bench. On God's team, there is no bench. Yay! Welcome! I am so excited to be with you today. If you're new to Flyer of Conservatives, our slogan is Wake Up, Speak Up, and Show Up. And it's truly an honor as we are linking arms and seeing what God is doing as we are pushing back, not holding the line. We are pushing back the darkness because Holy Spirit is in us and he's helping us to be able to do that through the authority that has been given to us as sons and daughters of the Most High God. And I am honored to link arms with you. I'm honored to be your sister in Christ as we are doing this. This is a huge week. As you can see from the title, many shall see darkness, my people shall have light. A lot about Goshen this week. Many words introducing you to a new person that I have never seen before as well. And so just a prophetic word from her that I felt fit into the show. So this will be a great show. Please like, subscribe, and share. So this will be a big one today. Excited to see what God is doing and all these puzzle pieces coming together. We are going to be doing communion together today, so make sure you grab your elements. If you do not have juice or crackers, then grab whatever you can, even if it's water, that we can pull together and do communion. So we're going to be talking about covenant and the importance of that today. I want to do a shout out to the contributors of today's prophetic report. We have Denise Brewer, Terry Strange, Tammy Wagner, Cheryl York, and Dawn Leonard. Thank you, ladies, for being so consistent. It's an honor to work with you. I love to put together the Prophetic Report with you on a weekly basis. It is so much fun. I also want to do a shout out to the sponsor of the show, and that is Mike Lindell. So David and I had the opportunity to go to an event this weekend that was a fundraiser for Mike Lindell, for him becoming governor of Minnesota. It was an amazing event, and they actually called it Celebration of the 250th Anniversary of the Founding of the Nation. That's actually a real eagle right there. That is not fake. It is actually real. It even started to fly in one of the pictures that we had. That his name is Challenger, and that was such a cool experience to be able to be that close to an eagle. It was absolutely amazing. He doesn't even look real in that picture. And then this happened. While we were there, President Trump ended up walking into the room, and it was really cool. We were less than 5 feet from President Trump. Being able to hear him talk about Mike Lindell was pretty cool. He was talking about election integrity and how much Mike has given and given up so that our elections would be secure, and that he said that truly Mike is probably the hardest working person he's ever met. He said even more than myself. And so that was pretty incredible what he had to say about Mike Lindell. It was an absolutely amazing event. Again, this is a man that's given up millions of dollars for election integrity. He decided to run for governor of Minnesota. And as you know, we need a great governor. So if you're thinking, how can I support Mike Lindell? He's actually going to be coming on the Flyover Conservative show tomorrow. So we're excited about that. But you can also go to mypillow.com, and when you use the promo code flyover, you get big discounts. You get up to 60% off on your purchases. You're helping yourself, you're supporting Mike Lindell and the Flyover Conservatives. Check out this quick commercial from Mike himself.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got My Pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
What a great guy. Again, you go to mypillow.com/flyover or use the promo code flyover to get these huge discounts that they have right now. It was funny the other night. So obviously Dave and I have our own pillows, but I ended up somehow getting David's pillow, and he knew it right away. And he literally said, "You've got my pillow. Give me back my pillow." That's how much we love our pillows. So again, mypillow.com/flyover. You can also call. When we've been on with Mike before, he talks about the number. He said people love to talk to people at mypillow.com. So if you've never called in before, you can call the number 800-889-5108. Again, it is 800-889-5108. He said, you call them, talk to them. They are really great people. They could even tell you more about the deals that they have at MyPillow. And again, supporting a great man that President Trump respects. He likes him so much. He showed up at this event for Mike Lindell. So really great guy. I also wanted to share with you all a gift to the Flyover family. It's over a year ago. Our kids came to us and they said, you guys have been married for 33 years. You guys have worked together since you were 23 years old. We're now 53. So 30 years of working together. You guys still love each other, passionately love each other, to the point where when when David's gone and the garage door goes up, I'm so excited that he's back. When I wake up in the morning, I'm excited to see him. I literally miss him when I am sleeping. And we work together every single day. We are together all the time. And we do this as a family, with Flyover Conservatives. And they said, I think that you should come up with just first of all, a marriage book, like something that could be helpful to the body of Christ. And there was a few things that we've done in the 33 years that I think have really set us apart. One of the things is every single week we go on a date, even when we didn't have any money. So when the kids were little and we were in major financial issues. I mean, it was really, really rough when we were newly married. We got married at 20 and then had Colton right away. And then Avery came a couple of years later. And so, just young, having kids and, not a lot of money. But we still would even put the kids to bed early at night and maybe fondue together at home. Or, we would come up with creative ideas that's us. Can you believe that? And Colton, come up with creative ideas that we went on a date every single week, no matter what in our life. And so we came up with the help of Colton and Avery, a really cool date night playbook. And in this, it has 52 weeks of creative date night ideas, everything from if you're going to be on a budget and doing something at home to something really creative for a weekend. But the cool thing about it is it actually has conversation starters. So you may have been married for a while and you're like, I already know my husband or my wife's favorite colors. I don't even know what to talk about anymore. All we talk about is the kids or whatever. These are really cool conversation starters, and it's absolutely free to you. So all you have to do is go to prosperousmarriage.com, and this book, just put in your information. This book will be sent directly to your email so you can have it right away. Another thing that we do there is we actually came up with a course. We did several different trainings. I think it was 2 different trainings, and then we did a big master training on working together, how to have a prosperous marriage. And that is an offer on the site as well. I think that it's like $99. You can get all of those things put together for you as well. And so you can check that out. That is not required to purchase to get the book, but it's an opportunity that you have when you go to prosperousmarriage.com, and you can take the course anytime that you want and have access to it forever. So really cool thing at prosperousmarriage.com. All right, I also want to remind you at 3 o'clock today that Ginger Ziegler is going to be teaching us how to prophetically intercede. This is so important because we're going to be talking about the importance of prayer today and what God is calling us to do when He's giving us these prophetic words, not just so that we're in the know, but so that we are praying, either asking God, how can this be stopped, changed, or altered, or calling these things into fruition through declarations and standing on scripture. So Ginger is an amazing teacher. I absolutely love her, and I've learned so much from her. She's been in ministry for over 40 years. In 1991, God called her for this nation, and she put together a prayer team. They have held off hundreds of events similar to 9/11. I'm telling you, this is a powerful prayer warrior that we get to learn from. She's on at 3 p.m. Central on Wednesdays, or you can just find her anytime during the week by going to her channel, Ginger Ziegler on Rumble or Ginger Ziegler on YouTube. You can also buy her books at gingerziegler.com, which I highly recommend. His Blood Speaks, Your Victory, as well as talking about the prophetic. So amazing, amazing woman. I love her so much. All right, so what are the prophets saying? We're going to start with a word from Julie Green. This was the second word she received on July the 11th, or no, it wasn't right. July the 17th, I believe. I'll check into that. This says July 11th, so I'll check it when we come back. 2026, but delivered on July the 20th, 2026, and it's called Get Prepared, Something Big is Coming. Check this out.
Get prepared. Something big is coming. So get prepared. Something big is coming. This is the second prophetic word that I heard on July 11th. My children, I will ask this question again. Are you ready? Have you been preparing in my word for this warfare? Do you know your authority that I have given you? Do you know how to walk by faith and not by sight? Do you know how to use my word as a weapon? Are you putting on your armor every day? You are in a spiritual war and it's about to intensify. Your enemy, the devil, knows my glory is coming. He knows it's time for my church to receive my power. He knows he is trying to throw everything at you so you don't receive this. Unprecedented events are taking place, things you have never seen or experienced before. Things will shake this earth to wake up my church and mankind, to keep them out of the deception that's enslaving mankind in spiritual chains with spiritual chains and bondage. Your adversary has been trying to keep you imprisoned, even though I have already paid for your freedoms. Your enemy has not given up. They have hardened their hearts and dug their feet deeper to try to kill this nation and Israel. I told you your enemies would not go down without a fight. But don't forget, your enemies have already been defeated. My children, your enemies are using mental warfare, physical warfare, financial warfare against you. They are making more human sacrifices. They are using witches and warlocks like never before because they sense something big is coming. And it is. What will it take to wake up the world? A great wake-up call. And that is coming. One that no one will expect, one that your enemies can't defend against. Spiritual warfare is picking up, and my children, you need to stand and get into this fight. I have summoned you. I have said, fight the good fight of faith. I have warned you. I have equipped you. I've been preparing you. And that's why you haven't seen more arrests, more judgments in this world stage yet, because this has been a time for you to grow stronger with me before this fight intensifies to the next level. Be prepared and know me like King David knew me. Know that I fight your battles. Know that I am your victory. Know that anything you face is not bigger than me. Know, my children, your enemies are nothing compared to me. This world will feel like it's at a standstill. You will not understand what is taking place. Don't fear what you don't understand. Just know all is well, and know the end, you win. My United States, you will be shut down. You'll be locked in. Your military will take over until every traitor is removed. Arrests will be made that will trigger unrest. That will trigger your enemies trying to bring another start to a civil war. But every attempt will fail. You have your entire government shut down, your financial system shut down, or your financial system frozen to bring in the new one that I have for you. During martial law, even the Supreme Court will be gutted. Some new judge will be put in places of the ones who are being removed, and only a few of them will return to their seats they have now. Start preparing more in my word. Stop being distracted with technology and religious man-made doctrines. The churches will change. My fire will be allowed to fall. My glory being poured out like never before. My children, be prepared to receive my glory. I'm pouring out my spirit upon all flesh. Undeniable miracles, signs, and wonders will take place at the same time as your enemies are defeated. There are two sides to this war, a side that wins and one that loses. You will not be affected like others will be during this time of judgment. Know that I'm your protector, defender, your victory, and so you will not be moved by anything you see. Changes are coming, unprecedented changes, rapid changes, all for your freedoms, says the Lord of hosts.
Okay, there's a lot in there. We're going to come back to the Supreme Court because I just think this is really important, I think, for prayer. The thing that we heard there is during martial law, even the Supreme Court will be gutted. I have some things for you on that we need to be praying about. I want to now introduce you to Christina. I don't know her. Again, I received this from Herrell York. Christina is with, I don't even know her last name, is with Life Unwritten Ministries. This was given on July the 16th, 2026, but I felt like the Lord was saying he wanted it in today's prophetic report, and it certainly goes along with the words you're going to be hearing. This is called The Wolves Are Running Scared. Check this out.
This one is titled, The Wolves Are Running Scared. I, your heavenly Father, say to you this day, it has started. Announcements will be made. People will take to the streets. There are a lot of lies in the media to incite people. Watch as the truth overtakes the enemy's lives. I am in control, and this is the ending of the reign of evil. My children, I say to you, the time is here. The time is now. You are counting down the hours now and no longer days. Be ready, be aware, be vigilant, and be with me in my word. Trust in me these days. It will look like you are losing, but I am in control, and it has to be this way. The wolves in your governments are running scared now. So many wolves, but they are dropping one by one until there are no more. The true leaders will rise up and lead you to godly and prosperous nations. Around the world, I am taking back control. The news of my son is spreading, and soon all will see him, know of salvation through him. Watch as my earth falls to its knees before him. My children, I am cleansing my earth. The so-called religions will pay for the crimes they committed in my name. Gather to worship without the evil intent. The rules and rituals are meant to keep you enslaved. My children, I changed this long ago with my son. Free yourselves from the lies of the so-called churches. You only need confess your sins and believe that my son's blood paid the price for you. Let go of the bondage of everything else. I say this to you this day. Know instead my direct love for you, for all believers, everyone, not just the ones that follow the old rules, but all. Watch how the media crumbles in these days. Watch how they have no choice but to start telling the truth. Their time is up as well, and all truths will be told now. Know that I give you these words through my prophets to prepare you and not to frighten you. Know that my words are not up for interpretation. You don't see everything. You don't hear everything. My timing is mine to know, and my believers must trust and rely on faith in my love for you. I have the plans for you. My plans for you are good and not bad. I am working in you, through you, and for you this day. I know, my children, the wait is difficult, but the wait is over and the time for life is now. This I proclaim, Adonai.
Okay, I want to now take you to Dave Scarlett. This came out on July the 16th, 2026. And by the way, that was correct on the Julie Green word. It was July the 11th. You probably heard it at the beginning, but it was July 11th. And I do believe that dates are important. So I wanted to make sure that I let you know that. So Dave Scarlett, this came out on July the 16th, 2026. This goes right along with what we're already hearing from Julie. We just heard it from Christina and now Dave. And he's with My Glory. Check this out.
I want to share a word of the Lord today, dated July 16th. My son, watch as the world continues to be drawn into evil's hands. David, tell my people, do not fear, for I am that I am, is ready to turn the evil on its head. That means it's going to boomerang. It's going to look really, really bad in the natural. You can feel it happening right now, but God is going to flip it. Major unveilings will be taking place that will shock the United States and the world. Evil and all seven mountains is designed to destroy mankind. David, tell my people to prepare for intense battle, but know I am has already won the battle. I am is asking for his remnant to put on their faith in me, put all their faith in me, and not in this world. People ask, what can I do? ? First, pray. Seek me with all their hearts, their minds, and their strength. The reason he says heart, minds, and strength starts with the heart. This is where we accept Christ in our heart. And then with that love relationship, it goes to our mind. But also Jesus said our strength. That means being active. We have to be activated, whether it's just intercessor prayer or whatever the God has called you to do. We have to be active. We can't just sit back and watch it to happen. We have to take action. As he says, take action like King David took action. Reach the world for my name's sake. So this is what the calling is for his glory, is to reach 1 billion souls for his namesake, to every single tribe, tongue, and nation. Look at all the counterfeit, David. We are in the last days, and deception is growing. But no, I am is the only truth in a world of Satan's evil lies. I will expose all evil, and my hand is upon the great billion soul harvest. So it means nothing's going to stop God from getting this billion soul harvest. Remnant, rise for such a time as this. The guest and the great and terrible day of the Lord is upon us. Watch unprecedented events happen, and it would seem to appear as all hope is gone, but I am, capitalized, is in my perfect timing, is stepping in to show the world my glory. So there's going to be an event, I don't know what the event is, where it's going to look like there's all hope is gone throughout the whole world, and there's going to be a single event that the world's going to see, and they're going to say, that's the Most High God. Like the Red Sea moment with the children of Israel in escaping Egypt. The world will be at what I am, the world will be at awe, A-W-E, at what I am is about to do, and it will be talked about in my book for eternity. So meaning this event, whatever this event is, which will lead to the billion soul harvest, will be talked about in our Bible studies for eternity with the Lord. It will be written in the book like no time in the history of the world, meaning at least equal to the Red Sea moment in the children of Israel, which every single Christian and Jewish person knows that story. David, so will be talked about in my book for eternity. David, my beloved son, I know the attacks and the deceits coming at you. Let me handle this. Did I not bring you back for a purpose, my purpose, for his glory? I love you, my son, your father. So the Lord is telling us that a remnant is rising. He's got this battle. We have to turn it over to the Lord because he's the only one we can't do it in the natural. There's nothing we can do in our natural bodies that will impress God. The only thing that can impress God is the condition of our heart. Do we have a love relationship, and do we accept Christ as Lord of our life? Once that's happened, we have entered into eternal life. But that's where that's where James says, show me your works. Once you're accepted, or once you've repented and accepted the Lord as your leader in your life forever, and you'll follow his precepts and commandments, that's where you have to find his will and be activated for such a time as.
Okay, that was Dave Scarlett with his glory. I'm really struggling on that one today. Dave Scarlett with his glory. I want to now take you to Carolyn Dennis. This word came out on July the 19th, 2026. Again, these are all flowing together. I'm not even taking time to break it down because you're going to see exactly how these are flowing together. It's called It's Cleanup Time. Check this out.
All right. This is called It's Cleanup Time. The Father gave this to me this morning, July 19th, 2026, around 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or maybe daylight saving. I don't know what time we're on. Anyway, here we go. These are the words of the Heavenly Father. So, what is going on? Trump is cleaning up America. The SAVE Act will pass with a few mods. The Iran war is about over. Long to some, but in wartime history, quite brief. The wolf in sheep's clothing has been revealed. The deep state are getting revealed. And now we move to the next phase of the criminal justice system, indictments and arrest. So the fun has begun. Much going on in your world. And I am preparing for the greatest and the most terrible day in history. Oh, yes, all is going down at the same time and at different times. You are going to need a scorecard to keep up. So hold on loosely and don't let go. The day will begin like any other, and then, and suddenly, all of the things and promises will start happening. Oh, the deep state have already been exposed. The burner bags have all of the evidence. I told you before, my kids, that I had it all saved. Yes, it was tucked away, and due to negligence, laziness, and obedience, the burner bags were not destroyed. And what is inside the burner bags has enough evidence to convict them all. They are all going down, but some will run, some will hide, and some will take the cheater's way out, suicide. So watch this week. There will be heat, there will be screaming and yelling, and there will be bad photos on your TV of known and unknown operatives in the deep state being revealed. Oh, the great reveal has started, all a part of my plan. The great reveal is a part of my great and terrible day plan. I will remove all of the Nephilim on the great and the terrible day, but Trump and team are going to remove the rest of the evil, crooked, devious ones without the Nephilim. So, it's cleanup time in America and throughout my world. Alliances with China will deeply change, and the USA will move against China in wiser and discerning ways. But fear not, my kids, as I am on the throne. I am orchestrating all, and there will be no stone unturned in the USA or in all of my earth in removing the evil Nephilim and taking care of business with those working with them.
Okay, so again, staying on this theme, I want to show you this picture that Veronica West actually had on her Facebook. So if you I don't know if Avery can kind of hone in on that at all or not. I want to actually kind of break the picture down because I'm getting ready to read a word from her. So you can see this birdhouse, and then there's several different bird feeders underneath of it. And then you see a crane on both sides. You see a crane on the left, a crane on the right. Yep. And then all the way on the right as well, on the other side of that fountain. And then on top of the fountain, you see an acorn looking kind of a thing, or I think that's what they call that. And then you see all these birds on the ground. The interesting thing about bird feeders, we ended up, my kids laugh at me because now I've gotten into birds. So they're like, man, you have definitely gotten older. I'm like, oh, I wonder what that one is. And my parents have bird feeders. So I'm always looking at the birds when I'm at their house. And I was with my brother and found out you could get an app that you could actually get on your phone. And when you hear a bird's call, you can find out what the bird's call is. I'm like, I didn't care about that when I was 20, 21, 22, raising kids. I never even noticed the birds. But I've, obviously am interested in this now. And so for Christmas, David and I got my dad a bird feeder, but the bird feeder actually has a camera on it, and it can, watch the birds that come in and then identifies what kind of bird it is. It's pretty cool. Anyway, one of the things is Dad had all this food in the bird feeder, and we got it for him in December. So I'm sure that birds were looking for food, but it took a while for the birds to find his bird feeder. Once they found it, then they came. I mean, literally, they were just waiting to get up to the bird feeder. There was just hundreds. I don't know if it was hundreds, but it was a lot of birds that were waiting and waiting to get up to that bird feeder all over the ground. They were on the fences. They were everywhere to get to that bird feeder. That food was there for a few days before they ever even figured out that it was there. And so I think that this is important when reading this prophetic word, understanding that the provision was there, the birds just didn't know it. So let's go ahead and read this word from Veronica West. This came out on July the 21st, 2026. It was on her Facebook, and you can find it by going to flyoverconservatives.com, prophetic words, and then you'll find it there. This is a long one, so pray for me as I'm reading it. There's a lot to it. So again, following what we've just heard about what's going on. A prophetic blueprint, Goshen in the garden, a table of feasting prepared for the days ahead. And I hear these words, watch, for in the days ahead, the nations will experience even greater shakings and intense pressures on the scale we have never witnessed before. Global systems, banking systems, financial and economic systems will be shaken. Supply chains and food distribution systems will be shaken. Energy and resource systems will continue to be shaken. Political and governmental systems will be tested and shaken. Watch, technological and digital systems will be tested. Healthcare, institutional, social, cultural, and even religious systems will be shaken, shall be shaken. Brace, for foundations shall be violently shaken. The opinions of men, the idols that sit upon the altars of control, and the fragile structures of this present age shall reveal their weaknesses and instability and shall fall. Everything that has been built upon human wisdom, fear, pride, and self-reliance shall surely be exposed and uprooted. Yet even in the midst of these macro events, where intense pressures, conflicts, wars, and rumors of wars continue to mount across the nations, even in the midst of plagues and new pandemics upon nations, greater economic distress, geopolitical storms, and greater spiritual battles, fear not. For I have prepared a Goshen in the garden for my righteous remnant. Just as I set apart the land of Goshen for Israel in Egypt, preserving them until the angel of death and judgment moved across the land, so in this time I am establishing protected places of intimate provision in this appointed hour. I submit what the Holy Spirit has revealed to me in the micro through the simplicity of a bird feeder in the garden. I believe is a living blueprint for the macro of nations. God, in his faithfulness, is speaking personally so that his people might be positioned corporately for what is coming upon the nations in the days ahead. The house and the table of feasting set at a Goshen in the garden. Just over a week ago, the Lord strangely instructed me to go out and purchase a bird feeder and to place it in the garden. Without fully understanding why, I simply obeyed the leading of the Lord, and I went to my local garden center and asked for a bird feeder. Interestingly, there was only one particular type left in stock, so I bought it, along with bird food and a few additional feeders, then brought them home and set them up in the garden. But it wasn't until early this morning, as I sat quietly in my wee prayer hut out overlooking the garden, that suddenly it hit me. A bird feeder stood like a house, and within that house, a table of feasting had been prepared, filled to overflowing with mealworms, sunflower seeds, and fat balls. Before a single bird arrived, the provision was already there in abundance. No lack and no striving. That is how it works with a bird feeder. Like I said, the birds never knew it was there. It took them a while to find it, but once they found it, they were all over it, but it didn't mean that the food wasn't there and ready before they found it. It was there. Matthew 6, 2026, suddenly comes up before me. Behold, the fowls of the air. They neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. How much more shall your Father feed those who abide in his presence? As I mentioned in those words, my spirit began to rise within me. And as I looked again at the bird feeder, Holy Spirit began to emphasize, a house with a table within. I was reminded that the table has always spoken of covenant before it has ever spoken of God's provision. You see this from Melchizedek bringing the bread and wine to Abraham, to the Passover table in Egypt, to the upper room, and ultimately to the marriage supper of the Lamb. God has always gathered his covenant people around a table. God's, yes, provision is the fruit, but covenant is the foundation on which our lives are built. Suddenly I saw what looked like a sacred scroll slowly begin to unravel before me, line by line. The Lord began to reveal a powerful prophetic parallel. What I discerned as I looked at this simple bird feeder was a living prophetic blueprint for the days ahead. The Holy Spirit then quickened to me Psalm 23:5. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. And I heard these words, watch, look up, for I have gone before you. I have sent my angels ahead of you to prepare the way, to prepare a table of overflow, not of scarcity, for my people in the presence of their enemies and in the midst mounting pressures, increasing darkness and greater shakings that has now come upon the nations. Listen, for those who trust in me will not strive for daily bread, for I am the God who knows and provides for every need ahead of time. I say, fear not. In the coming days of national and global upheaval and growing conflicts, civil wars, and even martial law, and planned lockdowns, my faithful ones shall feast upon my faithfulness. For the table I have set before them shall not be earned by human effort or by striving in the strength of men, but it shall be received by abiding in my presence. And then I heard these words, the fatness of their necks that breaks the yoke. And as I watched the birds feed, I heard the Spirit say, watch, for I have prepared a table before you. Those who trust in me shall not strive for provision. Even in the presence of their enemies, they shall feast upon my faithfulness. Then Isaiah 10:27, and the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing. As I heard these words, and the fatness of their necks shall break the yoke, I heard the Spirit say, as my people feast at the table I have set before them in these days, they shall grow strong with the fatness of my presence, my word, and my spirit. They shall walk in the abundance of divine anointing. The anointing is not something that is simply poured out upon us. It is cultivated as we abide. The table feeds what the anointing of his fatness breaks. In Scripture, fatness often speaks of strength, health, and prosperity that comes from God. Take a look at Deuteronomy 32:13-15, where God feeds his people with the finest produce so they become strong. That very strength, the fatness of the neck, becomes the breaker of every yoke of oppression and fear, intimidation and economic bondage, and spiritual heaviness the enemy seeks to lay upon the nations and upon individuals. This yoke cannot be broken by human power or clever strategies. This heavy yoke is shattered by divine increase at the table set by God in the presence of our enemies. As you feast in Goshen's garden, the anointing of his fatness will multiply within you until every chain of bondage breaks and shatters to pieces. I hear these words, what the nations will carry as heavy yokes that bring bondage and oppression, my people will cast off through the power and overflow of the fatness of my spirit. The garden, the place of intimacy and covenant. The table stands in the garden, the place of divine communion and fellowship. The garden reflects the beginning, Eden, where God walked with Adam in the cool of the day. Many only seek his hand of provision and miracles. Yet I am hearing the call to return back to the Father's heart. Return to the garden. Return to the place of communion and unbroken fellowship. The table of abundance and feasting is only found in the garden. Supernatural provision flows from my presence. The feast is only found in intimacy. The Spirit is saying that in the macro days ahead, when nations reel under the heavy burden of sin, uncertainty, instability, and lack, he will raise up Goshens that will be marked for those who dwell with him. He says, look, it's here. It's in the secret place of communion that I will feed you, strengthen you, and hide you under my wings, that I will cast my shadow and draw you under it. For to truly dwell under my shadow requires close proximity. The garden of intimacy will become a Goshen of radical provision and supply. Watch, for in the days ahead I shall once again bring a separation between those who know me and those who only know about me. Even as I put a difference between Goshen and Egypt, so shall I put a difference between my covenant people and the systems of this world. Many shall see darkness, yet my people shall have light. That's the title, and walk in it. Many shall experience famine and poverty, yet my covenant people shall feast. Many shall know confusion, yet my people shall walk in wisdom and peace. The rock foundation. As I look, I can see that the house and table rests upon a base, a foundation filled with rocks that give the entire structure balance and stability. Matthew 7:24 through 25 declares that the wise build their house upon the rock, Christ himself. Storms are here, and there are greater ones coming, and stronger winds will begin to blow as never before. I see greater global crises on the horizon, which will test every foundation. What is built on sand will collapse, but what is established upon the chief cornerstone shall remain steadfast. The Spirit says, watch. The table of my covenant shall not be moved in the midst of the shakings, for those who have built upon the rock shall never be removed. God is saying your personal Goshen and the corporate Goshen of my church will endure because they are founded on me. The living water. As I look again, I can see that beside the table flows a fountain of living water. The bread and water are not separated. John 7:38. He who believes in me, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. The Lord is saying, in the days ahead, my people will not only receive supernatural provision, but they will become divine conduits of my Spirit to a hungry and thirsty world. I can see the river of God flowing through the Goshens God is raising. A crystal clear river that will be refreshing and reviving amid national drought and barrenness. A river teeming with life, sustaining God's remnant through times of spiritual and natural famine coming upon the lands of many nations. The acorn and the mighty oak. My attention was then drawn to the large stone acorn that sits on top of the fountain that was beside the bird feeder. And what can seemingly look like insignificant, the acorn carries the DNA of a mighty oak tree. Holy Spirit quickens, Isaiah 61:3, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord. The oak does not first grow upward, it first grows downward. Its hidden roots precede visible strength. And I hear the Spirit say, likewise, what I am establishing in the spirit place in the womb of the upper room shall withstand what is coming openly upon the nations in the days ahead. Beloved, do not despise the days of small beginnings. What I have planted in secret, in your quiet times in the garden, in hidden obedience and sacrifice, will grow into a mighty testimony of my grace and glory made manifest. In the macro, I see entire communities, regions, even states and nations that will become as Goshens, filled with mighty oaks of righteousness, providing shelter and fruit for many as the nations are shaken, sifted, and separated. The two cranes, sharp discernment, that was the two cranes on both sides of that bird feeder, discernment of the appointed times and seasons. Then my eyes were drawn to the two cranes that stood on either side of the fountain. And I am reminded of Jeremiah 8:7. The crane observed the time of their coming. Prophetically, the crane knows its appointed season and moves according to heaven's timing. In fact, Isaiah 38:14 likens the crane's cry to earnest prayer and dependence on God. The Spirit says, "Watch, for this is the appointed time, a kairos time." And the crane speaks of watchful and sharp discernment and sensitivity to the movements of the Spirit. It knows when to stay and when to move. It neither moves prematurely nor remains beyond its appointed season. The Spirit says, "So shall it be in these days. My remnant shall move only at the sound of my voice." So do not miss the hour of your visitation. Dwell at the fountain. Remain aligned in the place of prayer and intimacy. What has been conceived in my spirit in this Goshen season shall be brought forth in its due season, for individuals, for families, and for my body, and as a witness to the nations. Watch, for many have sought my table while neglecting my garden. They have sought the provision and not the provider. But I say the table of feasting is only found in the garden. The feast is found in fellowship. The multiplication and overflow is found in abiding. And the yoke is only broken by the fatness that comes from feasting upon me. Therefore, return to the place of communion and true intimacy, for there I shall strengthen you for the days ahead. There the fatness of my anointing shall break every yoke of bondage and oppression, and there you shall be built up and established upon the rock, a firm covenant foundation that cannot be shaken in the days that lie ahead. Come closer, and let us walk together in the cool of the garden once again. For I have prepared your Goshen. The table is set, the provision is overflowing, the weighty yoke-breaking anointing is being released upon my remnant. Watch, for in the macro great storms are coming upon the nations, but my people who dwell in the garden shall feast in peace and safety, and they shall have eyes to see and hearts that can accurately discern the times, and they shall rule and reign as sons, mature oaks of righteousness, that shall stand as a testimony that I am the Lord who makes a divine distinction between that which is mine and that which is of the world. The final call. Saints, be of good courage, for the days ahead will be known as days of shock and awe, as days of the sudden and unexpected. The days where many will say, surely these are the days of Elijah and John the Baptist, the days of Joel, for this is that which has been prophesied, and it has surely come and tarried no more. Oh, what a difference a day makes when everything suddenly changed in the twinkling of an eye. As you read, weigh, and pray over this word, may the blueprint burn in your heart as it has in mine, the micro always pointing to the macro. So get ready. The appointed time is here to draw near, to abide, to feast, to grow fat, and to watch as yokes are shattered. We receive it in Jesus' name. All right, so what do we do now? What's God calling us to do? First of all, he's calling us to pray. Pray, 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 pray. Make sure you're jumping on with Ginger at 3 p.m., prophetically interceding into this time. Second thing is worship. With every breath that we take, we worship. We worship the Lord when we are parenting. We worship the Lord when we are doing our work. We worship the Lord in everything that we do. So worship, worship, worship. And then finally, declare and decree what we do want to see happen. And we're going to decree a thing that we want to see established from Patricia King. This is 12 decrees for your nation. If you would like these decrees, just text the phone number 40509. Text the word decrees. We heard a lot about the 7 mountains of influence today and what God's going to be doing there. And this is 12 decrees for your nation in these 7 mountains of influence. So let's do this together. In Jesus' name, I decree that my nation is turning to God and is embracing the truth of his word. In Jesus' name, I decree that the active, holy, and powerful conviction of the Holy Spirit is visiting every individual in my nation, drawing souls into true encounter with Christ. In Jesus' name, I decree that all who serve the nation in government positions are visited by the righteousness, truth, and justice of God, and they live in the fullness of Christ's wisdom in all they do. I decree that any corruption in government will be exposed and dealt with in wisdom and righteousness in order for the nation to be cleansed. In Jesus' name, I decree that the education leaders, systems, and institutions in my nation are being filled with kingdom values, wisdom, conviction, and truth. In Jesus' name, I decree that the body of Christ in my nation is actively walking with and serving the Lord with fullness of focus, sincerity of faith, and in the demonstration of the power of the Spirit. In Jesus' name, I decree that those who live in my nation are kept in good health and are offered excellent health services and care. I decree that all will live in the health and strength of the Lord. In Jesus' name, I decree that the media in my nation communicates godly morals and values, and the gospel is favored in media. In Jesus' name, I decree that every godly business and enterprise flourishes in my nation, and every corrupt business and enterprise is exposed and falls. I decree prosperity and fruitfulness in my nation as a result of godliness, in order for every individual to have all they need. In Jesus' name, I decree that the marriages and families in my nation are blessed with love, joy, and peace, and that every home is filled with the goodness of God. In Jesus' name, I decree that the body of Christ is mobilized into the harvest fields of my nation to bring forth much fruit. In Jesus' name, I decree that righteousness thrives in my nation in every realm of life, and that lawlessness and corruption have no place. Jesus is Lord over my nation. In the beginning was the Word, that's Jesus, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him nothing was made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not comprehend it. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. This man came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That was the true light, which gives light to every man coming into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made through him, and the world did not know him. He came to his own, and his own did not receive him. But as many as received him, to them he gave the right to become children of God, to those who believe in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of flesh, nor the will of man, but of God. And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. And we beheld his glory. The glory is of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. Hallelujah. We receive it in Jesus' name. Now we're going to do Psalms 91 together. This is a protection over our home, over our family, over our lives, over our finances. Again, standing on Scripture. And this is a decrees put together by Tim Sheets. If you would like this decree, just simply text the phone number 40509. Text the word decrees. Let's do this together. When our household abides under the shadow of El Shaddai, we are hidden under the strength of the Most High God. He's the hope that holds my household and the stronghold for us. He's the only God for us and our great confidence. He will rescue this household from every hidden trap of the enemy. He will protect us from false accusation and any deadly curse. His massive arms are wrapped around us, protecting us, and we can run under his covering, the covering of his majesty, and we can hide there. His arms of faithfulness are a shield, keeping us from harm. We will never worry about an attack of demonic forces at night, nor fear a spirit of darkness coming against us. We will not fear one thing, whether by night or by day. Demonic danger will not trouble this house, nor will the powers of evil be launched against this house. Even in the time of disaster, with thousands and thousands falling around us, we will remain unscathed and unharmed. We will only be a spectator as the spirit of wickedness is judged. For those who are involved in wicked ways, they will be paid back for what they have done, but we will be protected. We will live our lives within the shadow of God Most High, our secret hiding place. We will always be shielded from harm, and we will always be protected from evil. Disease will not come into this household. God sends angels with special orders to protect us wherever we go, defending us from all harm. If we walk into a trap, angels will be there to help us and protect us and keep us from falling. We will even walk unharmed among the fiercest powers of darkness, trampling every one of them beneath our feet. For here is what the Lord has spoken over us. Because you loved me, delighted in me, and have been loyal to my name, and because you have asked me, I will greatly protect you. I will answer your cry for help every time you pray, and your household will feel my presence in your time of trouble. I will deliver you and bring you honor. I will satisfy you with a full life and all that I do for you. For you will enjoy the fullness of my salvation. Hallelujah. We receive it in Jesus' name. Now we're going to blow our shofar together. If you have your shofar, grab it. We see Gideon using his shofar in the Bible. It is a spiritual weapon. We see they blew their shofars after going around the walls of Jericho. They yelled and the walls came tumbling down. It is a spiritual weapon. It is a supernatural weapon. And so I believe that as we are blowing our shofars together, the angels are going in, shredding the platforms of the enemy, and then we are going in and taking our victory. So on the count of 3, we're going to blow our shofars, we're going to yell, and then we're going to send out the angels to make toast of our enemy. Are you guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Go host, make toast. Thank you so much for joining me today. I bless you. I bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. I bless you to realize your past, your future is brighter than your past. And I bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining me today. Make sure you jump on with Ginger at 3. We'll see you back here next week. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we got a lot to get to today, but I want to talk about our sponsor so we can get this out of the way because we got an excellent sponsor. So that's why I love talking about the sponsor first, maxassociates.etsy.com. And the reason I say they're an excellent sponsor is because, a lot of shows have sponsors, but this one actually cares about America. Like I said, this person sells nothing but USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. And that alone obviously doesn't make them care about America. But what does is the fact that they give these away practically at cost. You know how much shipping costs these days, everybody? Shipping is insane. You ship a thimble and it costs you $20. Okay. So this guy right here has this site that sells USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. And he gives you 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States, anywhere in the United States. We're talking Alaska down to Hawaii, down to, wherever it is, I mean, he might even do Puerto Rico, even though I don't really consider them part of the US. Who knows? But I will say that free shipping anywhere in the United States and 20% off your order is reason enough to visit maxassociates.etsy.com or scan the QR code at the top right. You do not want to miss out on this deal. It's America 250, the 250th anniversary of America. We got the 2026 midterms coming up. Don't miss out on this deal. 20% off your order, free shipping anywhere in the United States. maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, the book, it is actually out. It has been published by design. The First Black President. Order now at secretamericalive.com. You can get a signed copy at secretamericalive.com, or you can click the link that'll take you straight to Amazon to order the Kindle version or the hardcover book. And someone sent me, when you publish on Amazon, you don't get copies for free. I don't have a copy of the book yet. I mean, I ordered some, but I don't have them yet. But someone sent me a picture of the copy of the book that they got, and it looks wonderful. It looks better than it looks really good. I mean, and it's a wonderful book. So if you've ever wanted to know about the conspiracies surrounding the first Black president, I would get this book, because this book tells it to you as a cinematic novel, a movie playing in your head. It doesn't talk at you, and it doesn't tell you facts or this happened or that happened. You actually get to see it as a movie. And the characters go through the actual conspiracies that you're thinking about right now. So I would check it out. And right now, actually, it's in the top 100. I want to thank everybody that's purchased the book, including Jay and everybody else, because it is in the top 100 new releases on Amazon. The top 100 new releases on Amazon. I thought that was awesome. And out of 150,000 political thriller novels, it's gotten all the way up to number 606, and that is with absolutely no advertisement or marketing budget, simply by pushing it on X and here. So I want to thank every single person that has bought a copy, every single person that's reposted a post, left a review, and even if you just told somebody about the book. I want to thank each and every one of you. Check it out, secretamericalive.com. All right, Jay. We have a lot to get to today. The first of which is the first story is the most unbelievable one. Yesterday, we mentioned I want to say the cover of the NBA 2K27 book, or game that has Caitlin Clark on it. She's on the cover of the video game, an NBA video game, which I thought was awesome. Here is a woman that's being she's having racism against her every second. She's got the most racist job in America. Everybody is being racist towards her because there's nothing in that league but black lesbians. So they're all, beating up on her and choking her. And you've seen the videos. I don't need to go on and on. But we thought it was going to be great. Jay and I were like, oh, yeah, she's going to be on the cover of an NBA game. It might even be the first woman. Who knows? I mean, Lisa Leslie might have been the first. I don't really know. But she might be the first white woman for all I know. She's the best player in the league. She's the only reason that any of the black female lesbians in that league are making any real money. Yet they hate her because they're jealous of her ability and, quite frankly, quite possibly her skin. If you want the truth, I can't tell you, but it sure as hell seems that way. So let me show you our thumbnail real quick, Jay, before we talk about it. Check out our thumbnail. This is the best thumbnail that we have come up with. And it says the NBA Netflix's Caitlin Clark. And the reason, and you can see Jay there, he's got his paintbrush with the black paint. I'm there. I'm holding the can that says black body paint on it. And that's Caitlin Clark. And the reason we have it like this is because this is the exact cover of NBA 2K27, except her skin tone is a little lighter. That's the only thing that has changed.
What about the hair?
No, the hair is almost exactly the same. Almost exact. It might be a little less, whatever the hell you want to call it, but it's almost exactly the same. And by the way, Just if you're wondering, yes, that is the exact face that's on the cover. And no, that is not Caitlin Clark's face. In fact, Jay, why don't you go ahead and talk about it? I'm going to pull up the real cover for everybody to see. We're going to compare the two.
Well, when we talked about it yesterday, I saw an article in Breitbart. I was like, I always like look through Breitbart, the website, and I see like people are freaking out about the Caitlin Clark cover on the NBA game. So I look at it, I go, are they freaking kidding me? I send it to Jack. I said, did you see the cover of the NBA game with Caitlin Clark? He goes, no. I send it to him, and I said, Netflix. I said, Netflix must have did this cover. I said, because it's not her. It shook Caitlin. I mean, what are we doing here? Just put Caitlin Clark on the damn cover.
So let's take a look at this, Jay.
They can't get out of their own damn way.
Let's take a look at this. So everybody take a look at this. And I guess that's as big as it's going to get. So, zoom in on your phone or put your eyes really close to the screen.
It's not
but
her.
That's not her. Okay. First of all, that body is a lot more muscular and it's a little bit darker of a skin tone, but the face is not her face. It's like they photoshopped somebody else's face on her face. Why did they do that? Because they know, first of all, Netflix is known for changing the looks of historical figures. I think we all know that much. Netflix is known for changing skin tone, changing facial structures. But the reason they did this is because Netflix, and I'm just going to say it, they are huge Black sympathizers. Okay.
Did they have anything to really do with this, Jack? Netflix?
To do with this? No, probably not.
No,
but
they didn't.
I'm
just saying that's what they would. This is what they would do.
Well, no, not only would they do it, but they are huge Black sympathizers. But no, the NBA is no different. The NBA, the reason the NBA, and I'm going to tell you exactly why the NBA did this. And I'm sorry, I kind of got it conflicted with Netflix because we were talking about it. But this is exactly what Netflix would do. But I'm going to tell you why the NBA did this. They did this because they are afraid of alienating the Black race, because all the Black people in the WNBA hate Caitlin Clark because of her skin color. And because that let's say in basketball culture, Jay, Black people are supposed to be better than whites. That's the way it's supposed to go in Black basketball culture.
They usually are. But Jack, here's the thing, and it's fine. They usually are better basketball players.
Actually, now, the two best players in the NBA are white. The two best female players in the WNBA are white.
Well, who's in the NBA? You got Jokic,
Luka Doncic, and Nikola Jokic are the two best players in the NBA.
Yeah, that's
and they are both white.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're Europe, like Eastern Bloc European. Is that correct?
Actually,
like
European white is the epitome of white. That's what all the white.
I'm just saying, is that like where they're from? They're from like
I don't know.
Slavic,
I know that they're from the Europe area, but European white is what American white is. We are European white. So they just live in a different country. That's the only difference. But these people, so the two best players in the NBA are white. The best female player in the WNBA is white. And Black people are tired of this. Okay, they're supposed to be the best players. Now in the NBA, I don't see too much backlash because they just play. But in the WNBA, they are pissed off because a white woman, a short white woman, is the best player in the league. And in fact, the second best player in the league might be a white woman. Sabrina Ionescu might be the second best player in the league, and she is also a white woman. White people, and white people are taking over basketball, and I don't think Black people like it. I'm sorry.
I'm not going that far. What I'll say is this.
No. I'm not saying they're taking over everything, but when the two best players in the league are the race that are not normally known for being the best, that's when you see jealousy, Jay.
I mean, in the NBA, though, like I said, I think they just play basketball.
They don't really care that much.
They don't care. Like when Larry Bird was the best player in the NBA, when he's winning 3 straight MVPs in the 1980s, nobody cared. It was just a great basketball player. People kidded around about it.
Out there. The two best players in the NBA are white, so I'm putting that out there.
Yeah, that's fine, and it's like, okay, that's happened finally. That the two of the
top
people,
two.
Yeah,
that's great for white people.
You'll get people that argue with you probably.
Of course they will.
They're in the conversation.
Even though Jokic has won 3 of the last 4 MVPs.
Well, right. And how about this? For the sake of argument, they're both in the top 5 of the best players in the NBA. Period.
They're in the top 2.
Exactly. Whatever. But I'm saying is, the point is, in the NBA, they just freaking play. Like nobody cares.
They don't care.
Honestly, nobody cares. Like, and let's be honest, most of the audience in the NBA are white people, and they never care that the whole team is Black. Nobody cares. I don't think there was one white guy on the New York Knicks, definitely not the starting five. And I don't know if there was a white guy that even made it off the bench to play in any of the playoff games. If he did, he probably played 2 minutes or whatever. My point is, everybody rooting for the New York Knicks. Yeah, there's plenty of black people and Hispanic and whatever that root for the Knicks. But there's a ton of white people that root for the New York Knicks. You look at Madison Square Garden, it's a lot of white people.
We're kind of getting away from the topic here.
But they could care less. My point is, in the WNBA, they've allowed it to happen. They allowed it. When Caitlin Clark came into the league, this should have been nipped in the bud immediately.
They're allowing the race.
That's my point.
Where is OSHA at? This is the most dangerous workplace in America. If you're white.
They allowed it.
Jay, there are videos of her being choked while laying on the ground. She's had her ankle broken, her collarbone shattered, her elbow. I mean, they punch her in the face on the court.
Yes.
On the court.
They beat the hell out of her, is what they do. They literally
and she's
beat
still
the
better than them.
And they still can't stop her. But it is crazy. They allowed it in the WNBA, and it's bizarre. It's mind-boggling. You literally have your golden goose finally, where people actually maybe care about. I still could care less, but a lot of people finally care about your league. They're actually watching. They're watching your game finally. When for 20 years nobody cared. You are subsidized by the NBA. You've never turned a profit. The only reason you exist.
That's it. Wait, Jay, don't gloss over that. That's important.
Okay, they've never turned a profit. The WNBA. They've lost millions.
And now they're making money because
of Caitlin Clark.
Yes, exactly.
But the fact that they can't get over it, and nobody took control of this. No, people were too scared. And again, this suicidal empathy or whatever, or afraid of being called a racist because
it's not even Jay. It's not even suicidal empathy anymore. It's fear
nuts.
of something. We need
fear
to come up with a new term.
Racist. It's fear of being called a racist.
Well, we got to come up with a term because suicidal empathy was the Gad Syed term that was pre-2025. Now it's more along the lines of fear of being called racist, but we got to come up with our own term.
I guess we got to find one. But it's crazy.
I'm gonna write a book about that.
Yeah, try and find. Yeah, there you go. But I mean, it's insane that you finally have people that are like going to games, and it's not just like lesbians going to games. It's actually like people taking their kids to games, like their daughters to games to watch Caitlin Clark play. And
no, it's lesbians.
You're allowing. Well, but it's not. What I'm saying is, it's it's plenty of lesbians.
No, I'm sorry. I love Caitlin Clark's ability, but still, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
No, nobody. That's what I'm saying. The majority of people don't care, but actually, there's interest in the game. Like this woman is on the cover of the NBA game.
There is some. Yeah, I actually, believe it or not, I don't do sports betting on women's sports, but if I have like $5 every now and again, I'll bet on Caitlin Clark.
All right, I mean, well, there you go. You're somebody that would never even have thought about it before, and now you're like, okay, once in a while, I'll throw $5 on a freaking WNBA game because Caitlin Clark's in it.
Something I'd never watch.
I'm saying that alone should be like, oh, we got to protect. I'm not saying she gets special treatment. Well, listen, let's be honest. The best players in the league always get special treatment. Michael Jordan got special treatment.
You have to protect your investments, man.
Yeah, of course. Listen,
Jay, why do you think?
Why do you think they protect quarterbacks?
I was just going to say, why do you think they put those rules in that you can't land on top of a quarterback when you tackle them anymore? Why? Because that happened to Aaron Rodgers in his prime, and it took him out for the season, broke his collarbone, and then people stopped watching the Green Bay Packers. And Jay, the reason that rule came in is because the Green Bay Packers are the only publicly traded NFL team. So they were able to see the attendance money drop drastically. The viewership dropped only because it was a publicly traded team. Had that happened to any other quarterback, they wouldn't have known. But since it happened to Aaron Rodgers, that's why it happened. You've got to protect your investments. And Caitlin Clark is literally the investment for the WNBA, and they're not protecting her. What happens, Jay, if she tears her ACL, if she breaks her leg? What happens if she has a career-ending injury?
Done. League's over.
The WNBA,
the league goes back to
bankruptcy.
The league goes back to anonymity, and nobody cares. That's what happens. Did you ever try to watch a football game with backup quarterbacks? An NFL game?
No. I did try to watch with the replacement refs, though. My God.
I'm just saying, a backup quarterback. Let's say the starter gets hurt.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's not as good.
No,
it's just not. And these
no
are still the best players in the world. You take away the quarterback, the star of the team, and you put a backup in there who's still better than 99.9% of people in the world, but not the starter. It's not as good. It's horrible.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's why they protect these people. Michael Jordan got protected. LeBron James gets protected. Caitlin Clark should get a certain level of protection. And what's happening is the opposite. They're letting her get her ass kicked.
I've never seen anything like it, Jay, especially in women's basketball. You're talking about someone who literally transcends gender. Most people don't give a shit about women's basketball, but there are a lot of people out there that are starting to watch because she transcends gender. Gender, female. When you hear female basketball, you think, eh. But when you hear Caitlin Clark, basketball, female, well, she's really good. I'll watch anyway. She is transcending gender, and they are not protecting her. JJ, if it was not for the NBA, the WNBA would have went bankrupt years ago.
Yes, of course.
But without Caitlin Clark, the NBA might actually cut their losses. Guys, even Congress is thinking about stepping in to make laws to stop stepping in because of the racism to stop what's happening to Caitlin Clark. It's pretty bad when Congress has to be like, look, we're going to step in if you guys don't do something to protect literally the only player that anybody would ever want to watch.
Well, I'll say this, pass the Save America Act and then go protect Caitlin Clark. How about that? But at the same time, Jack, yeah, it is crazy that it's drawn that much attention. It's not that they're not even protecting her. They are actually, it looks like, encouraging people to go after her. And if you look at Angel Reese, right, she's like supposed to be like a good player in the league. I watch, like, I'll flip through TikTok. I'll watch highlights of Caitlin Clark and I see what she does and how she plays. I watch Angel Reese and I'm like, this is brutal. It looks like it's in slow motion. That's the point. Nobody's watching this game. She's the only one that actually brings excitement to the game.
Absolutely.
None of these other players do.
Absolutely.
And
Nobody cares.
And it shouldn't have anything to do with her skin color.
No, but the players, Jay, they are so jealous because it's not like NBA. It's not like where, you know, it's just not like the camaraderie in the WNBA. Jay, the reason that they're so jealous is because she's getting $1 million sneaker contracts. In the WNBA, they make $30,000 a year, but that's because they lose money. Yet they want equal pay to the same as the NBA player. Just like the women's soccer team, they want equal pay to the men's. Are you kidding me? No. Are you kidding me? It's not about gender. No, it's about what you can draw. I'm sorry, you don't draw what the men draw. It's got nothing to do with gender. It's got to do with ticket sales. It's got to do with ratings. You don't get it. You don't get it.
It's called economics.
Exactly. But yet they are so jealous, Jay. One, because she's white, like I've said. Let me put it this way. In basketball, for black people, they are in their own culture, in their individual cities, they are expected to dominate basketball. When you are a woman, you are expected not only to not dominate basketball, but if you dominate women, you're supposed to dominate the white person. Now, if you're a woman that is dominating men's basketball out on the street corners and stuff, but then you come into the league and you're getting your ass whooped by a 6 foot tall a white woman, that is angering. It makes them jealous, and then they see, oh, this woman, and then this is their thought process, Jay. It's the victim mentality. It's their thought process. She's only getting $1 million sneaker contracts because she's white. She's only, getting this call because she's white. She's only on the front of the NBA 2K7 because she's white. But that's their thought process. That's the reason she's getting her ass whipped, is because of the victim entitlement mentality. These women have it. The black women have it, just like all the young, not just black generation, but the entire young generation have it. And it is a huge problem. Let me tell you, Jay, what's happening in the WNBA right now is a microcosm of what will happen in America once socialism becomes the majority.
I guess, yeah, you can look at it that way. And I'll also say this, and I probably get in trouble for saying this, it doesn't help that they're women when it comes to the jealousy. I'm just going to say.
No. That's simple biology, man. It's simple
true.
biology. Women
are they're vicious towards other women.
They're not only more vicious, they're more petty, they're more angry, and it is what it is. You can be mad or not be mad. I don't care. But that is what it is. Okay, that's why you don't see anybody jealous in the men's. You don't see them beating up Nikola Jokic, just even though he's won 3 of the last 4 MVP awards. You don't see them beating up on this white guy. You don't see them beating up Nikola Jokic, even though he's on the Lakers and LeBron's going to have to move on because we picked up him. You don't see that happening because they're not jealous, man. I mean, they're just not. But it's got a lot to do with biology.
Yeah, it does. It plays a factor here. It does. It's undeniable. And I know we're also breaking chops a little, but it is a part of it.
You ain't breaking
It's
no
a part
damn
of it.
chops. It's true.
It's a part of it. And Raina just said, I have to agree. Jay, women can be really terrible. They are, and they're really terrible.
Women
to
are the
other women.
worst.
They're really terrible. They're terrible to other women. I'm not saying women are terrible. Women
Yeah,
can
you
be
just said they're terrible.
They can be terrible to other women. That's
Next
absolutely
headline:
true.
Jay hates women.
Yeah, there you go. The media, right? When if this podcast was like a, when it's really big someday, that will be clipped and put all over the place. What I just said. There you go.
Yeah, they're going to edit out the young women or hate other women.
Everything. There will be zero context, zero nuance put into it. It's just women are terrible. That'll be the headline.
Hey, good for the show though. Good for the show.
Okay.
Anyways,
Yeah,
the reason we brought all that up is because they're beating up on this poor, small woman compared to most of the women in the WNBA. They're beating up on this small woman because she's amazingly talented and she's white. If she was amazingly talented and black, this wouldn't be happening. She's amazingly talented and she's white. White is the key word. She is white. Okay?
That's a factor for sure. That's
That's
a huge factor. It's a huge factor. Undeniable. Absolutely undeniable. You can't tell me that it would be the same if she wasn't white. You just can't. And you just got to be honest about it. That's
well, I know it's not the same because there's been women that before her that were not just as talented, but were much better than the other women in the league, but they were small black women.
Yeah. Yeah, and they didn't face anything like this. I don't know. And here's the other thing, and I say I hate having to defend Caitlin Clark because she doesn't defend herself. And I'm not talking about defend herself. I'm not talking about defend herself with a fist. I'm talking about defend herself with a mouth.
I know. But I'm defending her just like other people would defend. You know how other people would defend a certain person if they're wearing the same uniform.
Yeah, I got it. I get it. I understand. It's just, I just wish she would actually maybe be a little bit more like Sophie Cunningham. And I'm not. And again, Sophie Cunningham, I say, stay in your lane. But I love
Sophie.
But she speaks up, like she spoke up about women, men in women's locker rooms, and said,
she fights back. Have you seen the shit she's done?
Yeah,
against,
I know.
I'm talking about when they hit Caitlin Clark. For anybody that doesn't know, her and
goes
Caitlin
after
Clark
her.
are on the same team.
Yeah,
when they hit Caitlin Clark, she goes. I mean, I've seen her go right at those people. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah, she does. She defends her. But I wish Caitlin Clark would defend herself with her mouth and talk about this is what's happening to me, and I think it's because of this. No, she won't say that. She leaves it to us.
She's a leftist.
She's a social justice. She's a leftist. Yeah. She's a leftist. And
that's the problem.
And right. So it's kind of like, you know what? Good for you that you're getting punched in the mouth because you don't even want to defend yourself.
Actually,
why should I have to come on this podcast and defend you?
Actually, Jay, well, the reason I defend her is because she's a white minority woman in the league. And if you want to say white, she's a minority in that league. I'm sorry. That is what it is.
I got it. It's just, it would be a lot easier.
CJ,
it'd be a lot. One second. It would be a lot easier for me to do it if she was actually defending herself.
Yeah, I know. But she is the epitome of suicidal empathy. She doesn't want to defend them because she feels that they are victims.
Meanwhile, they're kicking the shit out of her.
I know. But that's why it takes people that are awake to. I'm not defending her. I don't give a shit about Caitlin Clark. I'm defending the uniform.
Yeah, what you're doing is you're defending. You're talking about what's actually happening in front of your face.
Exactly.
You're actually just telling. You're telling the truth about what is happening. That's what you're doing. You're just telling the truth about what you see and hear, with your own senses as a sentient human being, which is what everyone should do. And that's what we're doing right here. That's all. But maybe Caitlin Clark should do that too. That's all I'm saying. She's not going to. Whatever.
No, she's not going to. But especially in this age of huge anti-white racism in America. And no, it's not reverse racism. It's racism. There's no revert. What the hell does that mean?
There's no such thing. It's racism or it's not.
Yeah. And so it's anti-white racism. Just like you say anti-black, it's anti-white. That is where America is headed towards. And believe it or not, it's white people that are perpetuating the anti-white racism.
Like Caitlin Clark.
It's shocking to me.
Yep.
But
she's one of them.
Jay, you know how in a lot of counties and cities in America, if it's like a blue city, they'll have like the LGBTQ police officer vehicles.
Oh God, yeah.
Have you seen this ridiculous shit?
Yeah, it's awful.
I want to show you what happens when you have a constitutional sheriff order new vehicles. Okay. I'm going to show you the vehicles for Klickitat County in South Central Washington. Okay. This is Klickitat County, South Central Washington State. And this is what happens when you have a constitutional sheriff order vehicles as opposed to a woke, radical NYPD commissioner. That is awesome. Awesome
Guy's got
stuff, man.
He's got the Constitution on the side of the police vehicle. I love it.
Yeah, that's why he's a constitutional sheriff. So cool.
I love it.
So cool.
Listen, that's a zombie killer too. I love the grill on the front. I'd love to drive that thing. Maybe I'll come out of retirement and go to apply to be in that department in Washington.
Hey,
what do you think?
that vehicle would be awesome to drive because it's not just a cool paint job on a car. That's a big ass beast of an SUV. That's not just a regular Dodge Charger car. That SUV, for anybody that's listening, if you watch the video version of this show, that SUV was badass. I mean, it's got the push bar on the front. It's so cool. So cool.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. And obviously, that's a red part of Washington State. Obviously.
Yeah, you would think because that is a blue state. So yeah, it's definitely a
red county for sure.
So Jay, how would you like to see in Whitesburg, Kentucky? Yes, in Kentucky, Jay, there is a newspaper printing death threats against Donald Trump. Actual death threats in the newspaper.
I saw it. I glanced at that today. Go ahead, get into it because I didn't look at it in detail, but I got a glimpse of that.
Take a look at this. This is actual threats. Let's read what it says. It says, "Get that Nazi pedophile traitor out of the White House and take his entire corrupt administration with him. Put them all 10 feet deep in concrete and quicklime, and then start hunting down the rest of the cultists." They put this in their newspaper under the Speak Your Piece section. Now, Jay, it's one of two things. Either these people are so blue that they're insane, or they obviously don't edit their newspaper and just print whatever the hell someone posts online.
Yeah, or just throw it in there. We're not even going to look at what's in there. We're just put it together and we'll just put it out the next day. It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
Quicklime is what you use when you want to dissolve a body fast, okay? And they're talking about putting you in concrete 10 feet deep and then dumping quicklime on you to dissolve the body. That is murder is what they're talking about. You don't use quicklime unless you kill somebody.
Yeah, they really thought it through. They didn't just throw they got creative with it. They didn't just say let's kill them. They actually figured out how to dispose of the body and get rid of the evidence too. Really, good job.
Absolutely. Of course, if you're going to do it, you don't want to put it in concrete. That actually preserves the evidence and everything because so that's not very smart. That's funny. They said put it in concrete and put it in quicklime. Those are they cancel each other out.
Yeah, I guess that would kind of defeat the purpose.
So that shows you how stupid they are. So,
but what is there any response from this publication about what was in their paper today? Or
not as of yet. In fact, let's look in the comments and see because I haven't heard of any response from them yet. No. But look, Gish family of the Mountain Town Eagle wins top award from International Weekly. Yeah, look at that.
There you go.
Piece. Tell us what's on your mind. No need to give your name. Hey, for anybody out there that wants to, this is it right here. There's the phone number. It tells you there's the phone number and email address. Look at that. Mountain Eagle at bellsouth.net and the phone number. If you want to email them, if you want to give them a phone call, there you go. I'm sure they'd love to hear about what you think about the death threats that they're publishing against Donald Trump in an actual newspaper. So there you go.
Really, we are living in some crazy freaking times, man. It's stuff
insane.
You'd never even think were possible that we're hearing because people. Did you see the guy today? We had another military guy, and he sounds like he plays for the other team, but he's in uniform, and he says he's in his uniform. It says my last day, and I just want to say F Donald Trump. Like,
but the
what?
thing is, you can't trust. See, a lot of these are fake videos.
No,
where
this
they
was
buy
real.
the uniforms.
No,
How do
this
you know
was
that?
real. He was verified. People verified this guy. He's real.
Ooh.
His name
See,
is.
that's the hard part, though. And it may be real. It may be real, but
He's
so
real.
many put on the fake. They buy it from the local thrift store. They just put on a jacket and a name tag, and a lot of times they want to do it because they want people to think the military is against this person. It's usually just some lone nuts.
Yeah, he's a nut, but he's like, this is like this dude's last day in the service. I'm gonna DM it to you, okay? And you can play it. It's real short. I want
to verify that this is. Yeah,
you
DM
could,
it to
go
me.
ahead. I'm going to DM it to you,
make sure
and
he's
you can
actually in the
verify
military.
it. I think, just make sure, because he's real, a real idiot. Also,
I have no doubt he's a real person, but the military thing, a lot of the leftists want people to believe that the military is against Trump.
All right, I sent it to you. Go ahead and
okay.
go
While
check him out.
I'm doing this, Jay, I want to show you real quick. We're going to come right back to this because I'm going to look at it in just a second. But while we're into this, did you know that Sunny Hostin today it was yesterday. Excuse me, yesterday on her show, The View, said America still owes me reparations for slavery, but her family, her ancestors were slave owners.
Yes. I love it.
Let's talk about that for a second while I look at this.
I mean, the Sunny Hostin, she had a very eventful weekend when her, adult son got stopped for trespassing by running or jogging on the train tracks by the MTA police. And then she, on the phone, well, my name's Sunny Hostin. I'm a federal prosecutor. Well, first of all, she's former. And on the phone call on the body camera, she said she's a federal prosecutor. That's against the law, I think, to say that when you're not a federal prosecutor. But anyway,
it is
all the reasons why her son shouldn't get a ticket. Meanwhile, this is Sunny. Nobody is above the law. Hostin. She said it a million times when it comes to President Trump on The View. Nobody's above the law. Nobody's above the law. Nobody's above the law. But then when her son gets stopped, well, let me tell you guys who I am, and he's such a good kid, and he teaches at Harvard, and he, never been in trouble, and these are all the reasons why he should get special treatment. I mean, she is the dumbest person on television. And then today, like you said, she's talking about reparations while it's been proven, and on the show, she actually had to admit it, that her family was slave owners.
Yeah, that was. And then just yesterday, she says they owe me reparations for slavery.
What? Nobody owes you anything, because nobody that's alive right now ever had slaves, owned slaves, or knows anybody that had slaves or owned slaves, or knows anybody that was a slave. So take that whole argument and go to hell with it. It's never happening. And by the way, Sunny Hostin, you have enough money. Why don't you give reparations to the people that your family enslaved? Start there, and then maybe we'll have the conversation, even though it's never going to happen anyway. But you start by paying the people that your family enslaved, and then maybe we'll have the conversation a little bit. But until then, just shut the F up.
So so I did verify that this was his last day in the service, apparently.
Yeah.
And it's good because, like I said, most people on there are fake. Not fake people, but fake in the military. But this person was U.S. Army First Lieutenant Patrick Kaiser. It was his last day in the service, like you said, and he had been serving for 14 years, apparently, long period of time. Let's see, served for 14 years, First Lieutenant Patrick Kaiser, and that's about all I see. It says an official U.S. Army site page from a 2024 Medco Graduate Research and Education Symposium lists a First Lieutenant Patrick Kaiser as a co-author on a literature review, providing independent confirmation that an officer by that name and rank has served in the military. So that is your confirmation right there, that the U.S. Army site page from a 2024 Graduate Research and Education Symposium lists him as a co-author of a literature review. So this is the person, apparently, that hates Donald Trump. He looks, and before I show you the video, I'm going to say he looks like somebody that's in a 1980s porno. Okay, yeah. He's got the fucked up, side overcast comb to the side, kind of 5-year-old haircut, but then he's got the 1980s porn stash. Yeah, I mean it's really weird. And like Jay and Meg also said, he's gay, and I can tell you he looks gay. Okay, if he wasn't wearing the uniform, you could tell by whatever clothes he was wearing, he was most likely gay.
Yeah, 100%.
So let's take a listen to what he says.
So today is my last day wearing this uniform.
Okay, You can tell
right away.
his voice that he is gay.
Right away.
Yeah, immediately you can tell he's gay.
So today is my last day wearing this uniform, and I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, fuck Donald Trump.
And there you go. The guy who is clearly gay might even be a child predator. I gotta say, when I see child predator photos, they look like that dude. Okay, that dude looks like a child. I'm not saying he is one. For all the lawyers out there, I'm not saying he's a child predator. I'm saying he looks like. Take a look at his face. That looks like a child predator to me.
Yeah, that
wrong?
guy. He looks like the type of guy that drives one of those vans.
Oh yeah, and offers kids candy to get in for a lap ride.
Like the van in Silence of the Lambs that Buffalo Bill drove.
Absolutely.
Then, can you help me with this couch?
Yeah, and just like in Super Troopers, he asks them if they want a mustache ride.
I mean, listen, this idiot, while he did this, is still active. I really pray that they court-martial his ass
And they can.
right now.
They can.
And they can. And I hope they strip him of military, or his pension, and everything else, and a dishonorable discharge. Jackass.
For people that don't know, he could be dishonorably discharged and everything, because when you do something like that, that is why am I'm drawing a blank on what it's called, Jay?
The UCMJ.
No. But the name of the actual crime he's committing in terms of in the military, they call it insubordination, but it's not insubordination, it's something else. For some reason,
let me look it up.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on it for some reason. But there's a specific thing they call it when you criticize your superiors and in front of people that, when it's not supposed to be. There's something they call it when you go outside the military to criticize your superiors without any kind of due process or in-house sort of thing. I wish I could remember what the hell it was called. It's going to drive me nuts.
It's looking right now. Let me see if it's thinking. Here we go.
It's
article. It says Article 88 of the Uniform Code, contempt toward officials.
Yeah, that's one. That's I mean, but there's some. God, what the heck is it? When you're in the military, yeah.
Go ahead. I'll read the possible punishments.
Go ahead.
Dismissal. All right. Dishonorable discharge, forfeiture of all pay and allowances, and confinement up to 1 year. It says, in practice, pure Article 88 prosecutions are rare and often politically sensitive. I could care less. Commanders more commonly handle similar incidents administratively, reprimands, blah, blah, blah. Well, listen, this guy just said F you to the commander in chief. No, that you get the harshest punishment. Sorry, not sorry. Not sorry.
Yeah, and there's a different crime that they call it. If I could just think of it, I'm searching right here. Yeah, they did the same thing, disrespect towards a commissioned officer, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. There's something else, and for some reason, it's also Article 91, insubordinate conduct toward a petty officer, warrant officer, non-commissioned officer. But that's none of that is what I'm thinking of. There's a specific one, but I can't find it right now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is there are multiple crimes, not necessarily prison crimes, but crimes that could cause you to be dishonorably discharged, cause you to lose your pension, cause you to lose your rank, cause you to lose whatever else it is. And someone like this should be punished for that, because it's not. Now, had he waited until he was officially decommissioned and out of the military the very first day, that's fine. You're a civilian. Say whatever you want.
Correct.
But even if it's your last day, you are in the military and he is your commander.
Correct.
So,
Why do you think I mostly kept my mouth shut until I retired? I wasn't on X talking about the stuff I talk about. I certainly wouldn't be on this podcast if I wasn't retired. Are you crazy? Because guess what? You forfeit free speech. You do. So,
absolutely.
I mean, the fact that the TDS is so real that this guy just couldn't wait like one more day before he went on social media to mouth off about the president just tells you everything you need to know. And the scary thing is, how many more are there like him in the military? How many more of these beta soy losers who have no business, I'm sorry, not sorry, wearing that uniform? How many more are there?
Oh, there's many. There's many. That I'll be honest with you, there are a lot. Jay, real quick, I want to show you. This has something. This is it's not really got something to do with the military, but it's got something to do with how messed up the minds of America's younger people are, because he's a younger person, probably in his 20s or 30s.
Yeah, 30s.
This person is also in his 20s or 30s, and Jay, they are now performing physical exams on furries, on people that believe they're animals. I mean, they're actual physical exams. I'm going to show you guys this. I want you to check this out. This is real. Okay, this is real. Check this out.
Start with your physical exam. This is the first time I've examined a fox, so I'm
All right,
very
stop,
excited.
stop.
It's a fox.
Stop.
So no, we're gonna watch it.
What the hell am I? What?
Look at him. He's a fox, Jay.
Just send these people right to the mental institution. Please reopen them.
That's the thing. We don't have any. We don't have any, but they're in a tent doing an actual physical examination. And she says, this is the first time I've examined a fox.
Oh, God.
She says that in the tent. And the reason that they're in a tent is because it's one of those free medical things where they come to the community and people can have physical exams for free. Well, this person is a fox that wanted a physical examination. This might even be a free veterinary examination type of thing.
These people need to be sent away. They
Oh
need
yeah,
to be sent
not
away.
just the person though, also the examiner.
Yes, I'm saying yes, all of them. Anyone entertaining this needs to be sent away.
Absolutely. All right,
Go ahead.
let's take a listen.
Let's see those arms. Paw. Perfect. Oh no, don't scratch me.
It's
like pretty colors on you. Such a pretty fox. Do foxes like scritches?
What, Jack? Stop it for 1 second. I have to ask you something.
She said, "Do bitches get snitches?"
Well, Jack, let me ask you what predator kills foxes?
Predator kills foxes.
Yeah, because
Wolves?
whatever that is,
coyotes?
whatever one does, I want
Humans?
to unleash one right now wherever these people are.
It's called a human. We hunt foxes.
God, keep going.
Let's check this tail. Beautiful. Great health back here. Let's see those teeth. All right. Check these ears. Do the other one.
There you go.
What the
Perfect.
hell's going on? What is going on?
Gotta check the ears.
All right, let's get you vaccinated up. Make sure you're ready to play.
What's funny is I'm looking at this person and I'm thinking he looks like he's over vaccinated already.
Yeah, I don't think he needs any more vaccines. Jack,
at
are we
his
sure
shirt.
Are we sure this wasn't the guy we just heard say F Donald Trump?
Oh, but look at the shirt. It says, "I'm not gay." I want to see what the bottom part says. Wait, I'm not gay. I'm super gay.
Oh, he's not just gay, he's super gay.
The shirt says, "I'm not gay. I'm super gay."
See, hold on. This is where people that are just gay need to step up.
Well, no. Well, yeah, he's super gay. And
I mean,
if you're gay, you can't make fun of someone that's super gay.
I'm saying this is where people need that are just gay. You know, the LG where it should stop
the
right
not
there.
mentally ill ones.
Right. They should just step up here and be like, you people, whatever you are or claim to be, you are out. We don't want to be associated with you ever.
No. All right, let's finish this.
Go ahead.
Oh, so eager.
That's a good boy. By the way, look how she's showing her stomach. That is so funny. She's got a shirt that literally goes up under the tits. I'm wondering, Jay, if that is a double XL shirt and that's as far down as it'll go.
Or she actually put that on and said, "Yeah, this looks good."
Oh yeah. Well, I kind of like it, especially with the rainbow earrings.
You are all done with your exam. You did such a good job, champ.
Now go run into
You get
traffic.
a pretty ribbon. What's it say?
Now go play in traffic.
Oh, that's perfect. Hold.
By the way, for anybody that's watching this, these people actually do believe they are said animals. They are actually mentally ill. I mean, they're severely mentally ill. But the problem in America is, A, we don't have mental institutions anymore. But B, we don't treat things as mental illnesses anymore. We cater to them. We acquiesce to them. We what's the word, Jay? Where you kind of
enable.
Capitulate. Enable. Yeah. Let's say enable. That's the best word that I could think of right now. But we enable these. We don't just, we no longer have them talk to psychologists. We no longer commit them. We no longer try to get them better mentally. Instead, we acquiesce to them. We enable them. We allow them to be the mental illness. We allow the mental illness to take over. We cater to the mental illness. That's what we do. We no longer, Jay, try to cure the mental illness. Instead, we try to make the mental illness flourish, if you will. We try to allow it to expand.
I don't even listen. We should be able to hunt that person with a shotgun because they think they're a fox.
If it claims to be a fox. You know,
Right.
What's funny is they claim to be these animals, Jay, until comes time to skin the pig for hot dogs or bacon or whatever.
Right.
If I want to kill that person and skin them, it's a pig, but it's not a pig once I come at it with the knife. Before
Right.
I come at it with the knife, it's a pig.
And also, if you're a fox, you shouldn't be amongst regular people or other or humans. You need to be in a cage. Like you got to sleep in a cage in the backyard.
Actually, you should be out in the woods by yourself.
Right, in the wild, because foxes are not domesticated domestic animals, domestic pets.
Absolutely. So, and the ones that want to pretend like they're a pig, want to pretend like they're a whatever you are, I am going to, if you're going to pretend like you're that animal around me, I am going to treat you as if you are that animal.
Right. You want to play? Let's play.
Exactly. And I'm not going to treat you the good way. I'm not going to pat you on your ass and say, good job. You know what I mean? I'm going to shove your face in the piss when you piss on the ground.
Yeah, Raina is saying there are kids that, they actually, like we said, enable this, like with litter boxes in classrooms. Are you kidding me?
They do. There are actually back.
I know.
We earlier on Secret America, probably a year ago, we did a story on furries, and they actually had in some of the schools they had litter boxes, not in the classrooms, but in the bathrooms. They put litter boxes in the bathrooms so the kids that were cats or dogs could go use the restroom however they see fit.
Well, listen, when it comes to voting, everybody, you know which side likes that or encourages it? The Democrats. That's all you need. If you don't need to know anything else, like if you're not a very informed voter, that's what you should learn right now, that Democrats approve and encourage that. And Republicans, as much as some of them or a lot of them might suck, they don't. So right there, right there, that's insanity. And we want to be sane. Whether you agree with everything or not, sane, insane. Look at it that way. It's that simple. It is binary. Holy
Absolutely.
crap. I mean,
absolutely. And I'm going to show you something from a long time ago. This is from April 17th, 2024. And the reason that I'm showing you this, and this is what I was talking about, this is the story that we did on Secret America back in April. Our first episode in Secret America was actually May 1st, 2024. This video and this post that I'm going to show you is from April 17th. So it was like a couple of weeks before. And then we did a story on it, not in the first episode, but in like one of the first few episodes. So check this out. This is the post that I did back then. It was about 2.5 years ago. Okay. And this is a true story. It says, students of Nebo School District in Utah walked out earlier today in protest of their school allowing furries to terrorize them. Furries are other kids at school that identify as animals using litter boxes as well as wearing a mask of the animal they identify with. Students are reporting that the furries bite, scratch, and bark at them. They also highlight the double standard regarding wearing face masks in school. Apparently, students are prohibited from wearing masks on Halloween, yet furries can wear them daily without consequences. Furthermore, the students note that they are required to keep a distance from furries, whereas the same rule does not apply to them. Additionally, the children expressed their disagreement with cat litter being placed in the girls' bathroom. The students believe the tolerance stems from the principal's child being a furry. And this was the walkout protest that they had.
We the people, not the animals. 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 We the people, not the animals.
And that's the walkout that they had. in order to protest the furries going on in the Nebo School District in Utah. That was about 2.5 years ago. The principal and the school staff were allowing the furries, the children with animal masks, to bite, scratch, and bark at these people. And that was 2 years ago.
Oh, Jack, what were those kids yelling for? Were they yelling against it or for the furries?
It says we the people, not the animals.
Okay, good.
That's what they were saying.
Good. So they were actually saying, get these weirdos out of my classroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the parents should be, first of all, child services. Maybe that's what you're supposed, that's the purpose of you, to remove kids from homes like that.
That's very
where
possible.
the parents are encouraging that. Why don't you work on that? Where parents are allowing their kids to get body parts cut off or hormones to be injected into them that are going to ruin them for the rest of their lives. That's a home that the child should be removed from by child services. But that just, I guess, you can't do that because you'll be offending somebody or trampling over somebody's rights to actually destroy their kids' lives. Literally, not just like decision wise of like, if they're going to college. No, you're literally physically destroying their life is what you're doing. And we do nothing about this. It's insane.
Absolutely.
It's
I mean,
insane.
It really is insane. I mean, it is
what
it is.
Jack, this is third world country crap.
It is, but we import them. What do we expect? And then it's also the fact that the media controls everything. The media is the one that starts these trends. The media is the one that says it's okay to be mentally ill. You're not mentally ill. So go ahead and be yourself.
Unbelievable. It's like, I couldn't imagine. I'm older than you. And that would never.
No, in my
ever,
school, no.
Not a chance would that be able to. When Frankie, that's his name, he said, no, they go after conservative parents that discipline their children. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but nowadays, Jay, back then, even in my school, growing up in the 90s, they would have bullied the furry right out of you.
Yeah,
but
sometimes bullying is necessary, Jack.
No, bullying is very necessary. It's part of the food chain.
I mean, I think there's a time when bullying goes completely overboard. But
you
in
don't
a case
bully
like
someone
this,
for no reason, just because of Jay. The bullying is something you don't do if it's for something that someone cannot help, something
Correct.
that they cannot change. Oh,
Correct.
you're bullying him because of his race, his height. But if you're bullying this motherfucker because he's wearing a dog mask to school and barking, that is where bullying, to me, is okay. In fact, it's necessary.
In fact, you're doing that kid a favor.
It's necessary.
Because if the parents won't tell them it's wrong, maybe their peers need to tell them, hey, this is screwed up. You shouldn't be doing this.
Jay, that's how you establish your mental health in school as you get older. You grow up by learning from your mistakes, by doing something stupid and being called on it. If you're doing something stupid and you're never called on it, you're going to continue not only to do something stupid, but it's usually going to escalate.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, bullying when somebody, like you said, has something they can't control, a disability or something like that. You do that, I want to kick the shit out of you. But for stuff like this, where it's just insanity, and it's also affecting their daily life in a classroom.
Oh, absolutely.
No,
how can you do your schoolwork if you've got a dog mask on your face? But let me say, bullying is absolutely part of the food chain and necessary if it is something that the person can control. If it's something they can't control, whether it's physical characteristics, whether it's the money they have at home, whether it's the clothes that they're wearing, whether it's the food they have, if it's something they cannot control, bullying is absolutely forbidden and something you should get your ass kicked for. But if it's something that they can control and something that is far from the norm of society, that's different, okay? So
or Lisa said shaming.
That's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It is, but it's a different way of saying it.
Shaming is a part of bullying.
Public shaming, for certain things is actually not a bad thing. Certain things, it's just not. But whatever. Anything you do now, well, no, you're gonna make them upset. No, they should be.
You have to cater to mental illness.
Yeah, but no, that's what's happening. I guess, does that play into the suicidal empathy too? Does it?
Oh yeah. The suicidal empathy is different from we were at the suicidal empathy pre-2025. Now, Jay, we're in the what are we doing? We got to come up with a term for it. The catering, the being afraid of being called racist. We got to come up with a term. Suicidal empathy was the one Gad said came up with about basically killing yourself to bend over backwards for somebody else that you feel is less fortunate than you. But
Right.
this is like a fear of being called racist. I'm going to come up with a term tomorrow night, Jay. We are going to come up with a term before then, and tomorrow night we are going to break out the new term that people are going to use for anybody that is fearful of being called racist, because those are the people that are destroying our society.
Or a phobe, or a transphobe, or a this phobe. You getting called that?
It can all be it's not just going to be about racism. Yeah,
Right.
It's going to be a term that's all encompassing of being feared of being called something, so you won't do something about whatever.
Right. Well,
We'll come up with something like that. All right, guys. Make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I'm telling you, 20% off your order, free shipping anywhere in the United States. You do not want to miss this deal. Okay, it's not going to be around forever. Okay, it's right now. It's America 250. It's going on during the 250th anniversary of the United States. Get everything while you can. You need to show people where you stand, especially in this day and age. Show people where you stand and what you have pride in, what you love about America, because they have not just, generic I love America stuff, but also the more specific stuff, freedom over communism, whatever else you could possibly think of, is at maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, guys, make sure you check out the book By Design, The First Black President. That is my very own book that I have written. It is a political thriller that it is impossible to put down. It tells you the story of the rise of the first black president, but it's a cinematic novel that tells you it as if the conspiracy theories are true. It's a fictional book. We have to say that because the conspiracy theories are not part of the official narrative, and only things that are part of the official narrative can be called facts. So check it out. By Design, The First Black President. Go to secretamericalive.com. You can order a signed copy. I'll write you a personal message if you go to secretamericalive.com, or you can go to secretamericalive.com and click the link that'll take you straight to Amazon, and you can purchase the book straight from Amazon on Kindle or a hardcover or anything else. So check that out. By Design, The First Black President. Also, guys, be sure to follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. We are going to start doing like a super chat thing. Like right now on Rumble, we have a chat thing going where, like I said, if you donate, and we haven't started this yet, but if you donate a little bit of money, on Rumble, you will be like, if you're on Rumble and you donate a little bit of money, it doesn't go to us, it goes to LFA TV. But if you do that, and we're going to put your whatever post you want or whatever message you have up on the screen for everybody to see. If you donate a little more, we don't have set amounts. This is the first time we're trying this. But if you donate a little more, we'll actually talk about a topic that you have if you want us to talk about something special, So we're doing that on Rumble. We're actually going to start doing it on Kick also. And we're going to see if we can do it on X and YouTube. I don't know if X and YouTube let you do that, but I know they do it on Rumble. I know they do it on Kick. I don't know if they do it on Instagram either. Actually, our show is not live on Instagram, so don't worry about that. We just do clips on Instagram. But X, YouTube, Rumble, and Kick, our show is live on those 4. And I know Rumble and Kick do that. So we're going to be doing that on Rumble and on Kick. On Kick, since it's our account, the money would actually go to us. So if you go on there and do it with the super chats, the money actually goes to us. But on Rumble, if you go on there and do it, it goes to LFA TV. So either one of those is cool, and we're going to try it on X and YouTube also. So make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, and Kick at Secret America TV. That is our screen name for every single one of those. We are live Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Today is Thursday. That means we have one more episode tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. It is a big Friday nights are always our biggest episode. It's when we have the most live viewers, and it's when we have the most viewers that view the episode because, they view it over the weekend when we don't have any live episodes on the weekend. So check us out tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. Like I said, if you go on Rumble or on our Rumble or our Kick accounts, you can do the super chat, and it's something I think you'll really enjoy because we're willing to talk about different topics. You can ask questions, whatever you want to do, you can check it out. So make sure you guys check us out there. All right, Jay, you got anything to say before we go?
No, I just can't believe that tomorrow's Friday already. I don't know where the time goes. It's insane.
It goes by so fast. It's crazy.
Oh,
and Grandma
if you want
Kate,
to point
yes.
out, we're going right on Shell Shocked right after this.
Yes, it's 8 o'clock. So we're going to go on Shell's. It's at what's the screen name? You know the screen name on X?
Let me bring it up right away real quick. I just saw.
Yeah, we got to do it fast because they're already.
Yeah.
It's I believe it's at Shell Shocked, but
it's at Shell Shocked. At Shell Shocked TM.
Okay, so it's at Shell Shocked with this CHELLE and then the word shocked and then the letters TM. Okay,
Correct.
Right there on X. So go to there, and we are going to be in that space right now. And Grandma Kate, we will DM you the information about the super chats and everything for Kick and Rumble. I'll DM that to you, and anybody else that wants to know, I'll put it on a post on Secret America. You guys can check it out, and it's going to be a lot of fun. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.